Collegiate Clash.
Pokey balls making a double kill.
One person left to take down Small.
Welcome to LAN, boys! Welcome to LAN!
Now being this down
On the first game of the Alienware Collegiate Clash on home turf.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Alienware Collegiate Clash 2026. We are live from the Alienware Longhorn Esports Arena at University of Texas in Austin, and the energy is palpable. Take a look around here. We have 8 teams that made it, qualifying from 24 teams online. They are your finalists, colleges, universities from all around the nation competing for the grand prize of $30,000. And not only that, that beautiful trophy that you see right behind me as well, one of the best trophies I've seen in all of esports. We got streamers, content creators in the room. My man DJ Knight from Team Liquid is in the house. We got the Alienware Streaming Lounge upstairs, J3, Ready Set. Some of your favorite content creators are going to be busted upstairs all event long. But most importantly, we got the competition. Let's enter into the main room here. Take a look. Teams are warming up. Teams are getting ready. We have all types of universities that are going to be competing against each other in what is the largest Marvel Rivals collegiate event in history. And it's all thanks to Alienware. Take a look at these beautiful PCs you see on screen. And look, I got to say, Alienware has 7 esports lounges at 7 universities around the country. They are decked out. They are beautiful. I wish I had this when I was in college. Big shout out to Alienware, Intel, and all of our partners for making this possible. And again, I'm Fallout. I'm going to be your host for today's competition. We'll be interviewing the winning teams. We'll be doing some special segments and shots. More importantly, you're here for some esports action, and to call the action, we have the premier talent, the premier shoutcasters for Marvel Rivals, the best in the business that I've had a chance to work with, my girl Vicky Kitty and a Cozy Gamer, aka Cozy. My friends, take it away, bring the energy, let's go.
Thank you, Fallout, my friends. Hey, from the biggest stage to the collegiate stage, this is where they make their name, the starting of what could be the next generation of Rivals players. I'm Cozy, joined by Vicky. Vicky, it's so good to be together in person.
Back together, and it feels so
Yes.
good. And we get to see this next generation of talent rise up here, Cozy. It's been fantastic being able to walk around the Alienware Lounge and to see how these players have locked in, screaming nonstop and getting ready for the big competition today.
Absolutely. I always talk about like the heart and the passion behind the scenes in the pro scene, but man, you can feel it. They want to win. They want to make a name for themselves. And let's take a look on how they're going to do that with today's bracket and format. You can see we've got amazing schools going head to head, 8 schools in our bracket making their way all the way up to the finals, Vicky. And again, if you're new to the collegiate scene, we're here to make that job easy so you can know exactly who might be a favorite, who might be the Cinderella story. It is college after all, and this isn't March Madness, it is Marvel Madness, Vicky.
Anything could happen, right? As you can see here going throughout the rest of the bracket, it is going to be best of 3 until you hit finals, where it will be best of 5. So, Cozy, you and I both know after casting some of the MRI and that preseason Ignite stuff, that there's very little room for error.
Absolutely. You got to be near perfect in the best of 3 scenarios, and these teams know it. They've earned their spot to this exact stage. But in the map pool here, listen, Vicky, we obviously had the new addition of Shin Shibuya in the pro scene. We've seen plenty of teams pick that map as a favorite location when something, goes wrong there in map 1 to try to right the ship. Obviously, Convergence, Convoy, Domination, we won't have the newest map, but everything else will be fair play, Vicky. So these teams can, find out what map is going to give them the best advantage. We definitely know that there are some hometown favorites.
Absolutely, and we get to see how Shin Shibuya has been played out too at the top level Museum of Contemplation. And we will be starting off our first map on Domination, so that's something to keep in mind, as we know it can be very volatile.
Absolutely, and hey, speaking of map pool, we've got the prize pool. And again, making a name is important for these young studs, and just as important is the event prizes, over $30,000 worth in prizes, Vicky. I mean, first place, 6 Alienware, 16 Area 51 laptops, 6 AWCC Vulpin medals, but they get to say, take a seat to second place, quite literally, and at least they'll be comfortable in the 6 Blacklight Athena fabric chairs, Vicky, alongside the Alienware Pro Series headsets. And shout out to Alienware again. They just believe in the hearts and the minds of the next generation, these players, and just, backing everything that we want to see in the Marvel Rival scene. So big shout out to them for getting this all, making it all possible. And so looking at it, let's go ahead and take a look at these teams and these amazing players that have qualified to this moment here live in Austin, Texas. We have Winthrop University. We can take a look at the roster right here, right now. I got to meet all of these amazing players. And fun fact about this, if you know the player Kaluj, last year on Envy in the Ignite scene was help coaching this team, getting them prepped and ready, Vicky. So, you know, they've got all the confidence in the world to try to make this thing theirs.
Yeah, they made it here through that first qualifier in Group A. They went total 12-2, where they only dropped 2 games in total, 6-1 entirely in the series. They've been locked in. We were able to talk to them a little bit before going into this next team, though, and seeing how they've been able to practice, Cozy. Why don't we take a look at the University of Kentucky?
And I've got to say, I love these guys right here. They invited me to sit down with them at the breakfast. They were not shy, and they are fans of the pro scene, and they're looking to try to make their stamp into it. They've got fresh new players. They've got guys that are just rank demons, and one to focus on there is, I believe it's Gengi. He is an absolute stud in the strategy position, oftentimes in the top 500, easily on rank ladder, both PC as well as console when needed. This is a team that, you know, I think that some people would put them in the middle of the pack, but I would not be surprised. They've upset some of the top teams here today that we'll introduce here in just a moment.
And they have such fresh mindsets, too. So we have to see how they're going to be able to do while we take a look at Purdue next, our next team here who are locked and loaded, seeing a lot of these fantastic players who are ready going into Purdue University, because this is another team that a lot of people had on their minds, specifically Rowan C-Dub-Tree, the Vanguard player for this team. Cozy, you were talking to me a little bit about that player.
Yeah, I went down there and I was like, which one of you C-Dub-Tree? And they all pointed. They know this is the Groot himself. And, you know, Purdue, listen, again, it's not March Madness. They did well there. They're looking to do just as well in this Marvel Madness of the Collegiate Clash that Alienware is putting on. And this team, they are locked. They are ready. Look at the excitement here as we see them as one of the more favorite teams, I would say, as they have done well. They got second there in Group B for the Qualifier 1. Definitely a stacked team all around the board, looking to go far. They have high expectations of themselves. But another team, Vicky, that has just as high expectations and could be these two teams in the finals is Georgia Tech. Now, there's a name there, Fraud, Vicky, you might know.
Oh, yeah.
Is a sub for NRG Shock. Now, we know them in the Ignite scene. They've been doing very well, and they shocked us over there up at the top level.
I love how you get to segue that in, because it's so true. We're talking to Fraud, and Fraud's like, you know, I got a hard major. I got to lock in here, but it's great to be able to see how his team has been doing in the MRI. Now being able to see how Georgia Tech is going to do, because so far, Georgia Tech went 14-0 in the qualifiers for the second qualifiers in Group A.
Spoken like a true college student. Like, I want to play more, but I got a hard major. You know, putting the priorities right, but also is an absolute demon. Obviously enough to play at the very top level here, and they are looking like the team to beat because they went flawless there again in qualifier 2 that you just talked about. Let's go and take a look at Kansas State from the Big 12. Looking at them, they've got a absolutely great roster as well. I was talking to some of them down there, Seabass and friends, and I've got to say, what's going to be great about this is obviously in the pro scene, we've seen a lot of these players. We know what they are capable of, but any of these teams can upset and show why they are the next best up-and-coming names. Obviously, I'm telling you, they want to win the great, amazing Alienware prizes, but they want to show the orgs of tomorrow because it's such a young esport, Vicky, that they could be Kansas State. Can make a run. And
they made such an amazing improvement too, right? They fell short in that first qualifier. They came through in that second one. Yeah. And then going through to our next team, Texas A&M. This is another team that you were talking to me about.
Hey, the stars are bright, big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas. And we might be at the University of Texas, UT, and they are the rivals here. But A&M, they're looking for some absolute glory here. Had a really good qualifier 2 with 7-0, 14-2 overall in the records. They're absolutely locked in across board. It's fun to talk to them briefly, and it's just cool to see. I'm from Texas originally long ago, so it's fun to see all these Texans trying to get it done at the collegiate level, getting a lot of scrim in, and trying to make their name as well. So lots of just stacked teams, top to bottom, Vicky. But we're not done yet. We also have the University of Buffalo, Vicky. Now, talk to me a little bit about what we've seen from this team.
Well, this team got a redemption arc, right? Because this team fell short and got third in that first qualifier behind Winthrop, and then being able to see that they had another opportunity after also falling short in that second qualifiers really showcases that they had a lot to improve. So I have eyes on University of Buffalo to see what they could do in this level of competition.
Absolutely, and you know what? Awesome Feint there representing the amazing women gamers out there. Want to see more of that in the scene, so we'll see the expectations that we get from the University of Buffalo. And listen, we're almost done with all of our teams, but not yet. We've got Michigan State, and this is kind of the team I've been dubbing as the Cinderella story. If you're looking for a team to root for, to try to make it, past expectations, these will be your guys, your team right here. Michigan State looking over there from East Lansing, coming all the way down to University of Texas to try to get done here at the Alienware Collegiate Clash 2026, Vic. This is loaded. We've got a lot of fun names, and I'm keeping track of these names, right? Because in the MRC, going up to the MRI, if you're not aware of, in the growing scene here in Rivals, it's good to look at these names that they continue to grow, and then we know them as kind of household rival names.
Exactly, and this is where you have to start, right? If you want to put a staple to your own tag, make a representation for your team, for your school, this is where it's done, right? And you're here playing for the big bucks, 30,000 in terms of prizes, and with these 8 teams who were able to qualify here, Cozy, you already heard what Fraud said, right? There's a lot going on in the background for a lot of these players, a lot of studying being done, but then still topping the leaderboards here too.
And I cannot underestimate, because we've seen, obviously, with the first fresh new year for esports, when we were at the LAN last year, both China and Atlanta, they nervous, excited, big lights. I mean, we talked even to Team Nemesis there, like the lights were so big, it was a lot. But now we look at the college kids here, they are literally shaking with the excitement and their chance, right? And I would have given anything to be at this level when I was that young, right? Overall, Vic.
A lot of pressure, and I love the energy that we get to talk to for a lot of the players that were getting set up in the morning. But guys, first round is among us, and we have to get into the action because these are the matches that we're going to be hosting here in the main broadcast. And Cozy, let's not forget, we have some special guests in the background as well.
If you are a fan of some amazing streamers, you might be having at watch parties or watch them land some insane dunks as Magneto. Stay tuned. We have a lot of fun stuff planned for this cast outside of just the electric games. It's going to be exciting for sure. Upcoming matches, again, here we go. Winthrop is going to be up first versus Purdue. This is going to set the stage well. Purdue, again, high expectations for this team, so we'll see if they're able to quickly show that out the gate. A&M versus Kansas State, I think that's going to be any team to take, so that's going to be a good one as far as being close on the level of talent. But, when there's so much going on, this is obviously the biggest stage that they've played in. It's how they're going to lock in as a team. And, I'm wondering what kind of meta we see out here. Obviously, we know what the pro scene has kind of evolved into. Elsa and friends, really Elsa server admin. But also, if you're looking at it, I've heard from a lot of these players, they've got some comps up their sleeve, as they like to say.
And we have to actually let you guys know, too, they're not allowed to play White Fox. So White Fox will not be played in this tournament. And that was because they were playing in the qualifiers before White Fox came out, and they stuck through that, right? So there are the ultimate changes as something that I wanted to actually, get signified here. But the fact that they cannot play White Fox, it could be a double-edged sword for some of these teams, as well as the way that the pick and ban phase works here, Cozy. As we have it coming up, it's literally the definition of that snake draft.
Absolutely. We've seen rank, pick and bans, we've seen Ignite. This is going to be kind of snake back and forth. So as you see, Winthrop is going to be banning Loki. Purdue's going to be answering that with the Vanguard tree getting shut down. Funny enough, looking like the Deadpool going to be saved on their side. I believe this is for the corresponding team, correct? So Kroot being played there, Loki on the other being banned. Venom, hey, right now, a lot of the metas run through dive. Jeff actually could respond to a Jeff ban in return, shutting down a couple of those cooldowns, or those team-ups right away. Cloak and Dagger, common ban as well, Vic.
Yeah, and this also means that you can't bait out certain bans because of the way we're going back and forth, right? So with no Cloak and Dagger, no Loki for Purdue to really rely on, it kind of forces them to see, do they want to lean on that final protect to be on a strategist to help enable that backline? We're expecting that to be the Vanpool, by the way, while the Daredevil is going to be out off the table for Winthrop.
Absolutely, and I'm excited to see what this level of play looks like. I've obviously played in ranked games high, ELA myself. I've seen the pro play, and where does this settle in? And we're seeing something similar. I would say Cloak and Dagger kind of dip down in play in the pro scene because of those neutral changes and how much they offer at the neutral. But still a great hero to ban altogether, especially to stop some of what they're trying to do in Winthrop. But Star-Lord going to get saved as well. So to me, you see the Star-Lord save. You would think Gambit would probably be banned if you are Winthrop.
And that also is an indicator that Winthrop probably wants to rely on an Invisiwoman as they're pondering, they're getting ready, they're excited.
Are we already, hey, this already defines what we're looking at here. You get a little Iron Fist saves. I can tell you how many times I've seen that in the pro scene, and it is 0. So maybe we've got an Iron Fist demon, or it's the new costume that came out. Maybe they just want to rep that, Vicky. But the save there is definitely spicy.
I do have to give props, too, though, for Winthrop to ban the Loki out first, fully expecting that Purdue wants to rely on the Gambit composition. position. So since they see the protect now on that Star-Lord, and that was kind of their ban from the very beginning, you at least won't have double Rage and Royal Flush if the Gambit goes through.
Can't allow it. Cannot allow it. Star-Lord, we've seen allowed through. They're going to get rid of Elsa when looking at the 2, and so even though we don't know the last ban here for the other side, could be the mystery. Elsa obviously going to be a great one to shut down. Clearly, even with some of the nerfs, is going to be absolutely just one of those heroes that you've got to either believe in your Gambit gameplay or your Elsa. That's what we saw at the pro scene, and we could see here. I want to see how dive translates at this level. Obviously, LAN. There is a LAN buff. You get that communication. Dive needs the communication, and I expect to see one of these teams roll it, especially Winthrop. It looks like that was kind of their ban line with Iron Fist, which, Vicky, I am going to say Iron Fist doesn't do perfect in dive just because the damage output all the time, but is a great finisher.
I agree. Seeing how that's going to work out, and a lot of these teams, too, that we were talking to, leaning a lot into the Psylocke is going to be interesting because Purdue are going to be relying on that, and it looks like that final ban was actually the Gambit, so we talked a little bit about it. They won't have that. And then with the Squirrel Girl, the Invisiwoman's the first one off the table for Purdue. That was instantaneous.
Absolutely madness to start things out here as they're going right to the point. This point typically can take some time to get, as we see the Iron Fist, right as I spoke, gets a trade on the Strange. Their job as the Vanguard Slayer, but goes down quickly. There's Prince Ali and Jared are going to find the best. We have some more Jeff action right away to kick us off. It looks like mid-season finals out here with all the Jeff plays to get things started. Pyramid's going to close it, and that's going to give Winthrop, which, what did I say? Purdue was probably favored going into this to start off with the first cap, which leads to 70% success typically in the pro scene to get the first win.
It was just wild that you start off with Squirrel Go, you get the pick, and then you swap off. Like, okay, well, we also know how indicative it is to get that first point on domination because of how volatile this game mode is too. And we're already setting up, looking back, nobody's gonna try to go for a sneaky back cap here. RV's gonna be able to move back, try to get in for a reset here, because it's gonna be the recontention here from Purdue.
Absolutely, and Cedar Tree, obviously a great group. They're gonna be forced to be playing now over into that Deadpool. We'll see how they translate as a player. Obviously, having flexibility is most important at the top level. No trades yet. You're gonna first get one on the backline strategist. Both strategists are down for Purdue. That's gonna be an instant goodbye to the University of Purdue as they're going to go ahead and reset, reload. 45% in climbing, Vicky. This is anything but the start Purdue wanted to have.
Nizu with the shish kebab here too on the Angela, able to reposition themselves over from the backside of the point. But this is a dominating opening already from Winthrop right now. I'm loving what I'm seeing. Also, Phoenix is about to have that reset available with that ultimate.
It is not a land until I hear shish kebab from Vicky City. We are here, folks, live in Austin. Jared, 85% for the Legend. Going to be looking out for that early. Going to be no response as Purdue has fallen quickly on the strategist line. Oracle will be the only response to it. Not a great one for it. The Legendary in Jeff. Looking here, Pyramid's going to try to get a side pick. They get that poke pressure up early. Has the Insong Inferno, finds the trade. There goes Rowan again. They are feasting on that back line. Here's the Legendary trying to use the Jeff, and it is going to be too little, too late, Vicky. Right now, Winthrop is looking like they are here to play.
Off of the Galactic Legend, Jared's in trouble though with no sustainability. We did see Ring go down a little early, probably trying to get back from spawn. Same thing for Rowan, honestly. The Invisowomans are not feasting the way that you will want to see, but Purdue's able to try to get at least a little bit of progress here, trying to flip the point back in their favor, and with Ripdrop forcing this into overtime, already at 99% to 0 in a dominating performance before Purdue finally manages to swap it.
And one thing to keep your eyes on, folks, is CWT. Now, obviously, Deadpool is going to be ramping up slowly, so the fact that they got this point back is going to allow them to continue to build up and get ready. They got the ults. Obviously, Rowan has fallen early, has 83%, so should be able to quickly counter what might come at them unless they combine the ults after. I think actually Purdue will be able to get this thing up at least to 60% beyond and potentially more with the Deadpool scaling.
It wasn't as expensive as a fight in terms of ultimate economy, right, Cozy? AKA does open things up earlier on with that Galactic Edge, and now with the Heaven's Retribution trying to isolate the backline. They need some help. The follow-up with the Phoenix reset, and Rowan is the victim on the other side. That's such a big pick-off because no invisible boundary.
At 98%, absolutely brutal so far. No huge strategist ults to keep Purdue up, yet they're still able to trade some of this in the neutral, but no matter how well you're talented, you need to have those heals as a player. And Jared, he knows it. He's finding the success in that backline. We are dead, says Venom, as he's about to ult and does not find success. Cannot believe Jared found that in the sky.
Back to the lobby. Rin also has that invisible boundary just in case. Uses it. Oh, I mean,
wow.
That was unfortunate because now you won't have the invisible boundary going into round number 2.
Okay, so we are seeing a little bit of nerves here from Purdue because Catastrophe in terms of starting, I mean, obviously 2K and 1K healing, is, I mean, Prince Ali is absolutely just going off compared to it.
Yeah, Cito did make the swap at the very end too. Technically, we are seeing much more of that outcome from Oracle, who was originally on that Jeff, but with Rowan getting focused every single time, being that first pick, it's hard though, Cozy. You were talking about the nerves from the very beginning, even from our pros.
It's gonna happen.
Yeah.
It's gonna happen. Now, unfortunately, best of 3, you really can't let it happen too long. So we have to see Purdue bounce back. They've got some ults to do so. AKA and RMV have had theirs since the start of the pop of this game, but just honestly, kudos to them for being patient, because obviously things have not lined up. Just, it's a huge bummer, because if Rowan had that ult into this next fight, they could get first point and look really strong. Rin's going to be able to do that in turn. That's going to get Jared to the Legendary, and Winthrop, it's theirs to lose, at least in the first couple fights.
Yeah, and something else that Purdue did utilize was that portal, and they were a little short on that, so that's something to keep in mind while Winthrop are going to be able to utilize a portal on their end from the very beginning. Can we see a little sneaky pick-off here as the positioning is coming out? It's going to be able to be utilized on the high ground before jumping in and trying to contest this point from the height.
All right, Enzu here looking to see what they can do in form of challenging. CWT is going to get a bit more of that kit up here. AKA is going to open up immediately. There's the response from Rin, and unfortunately going to keep the whole team up, and that is where the strategist ults come so important. They did stagger, though, the duelist ults so that they can try to get some value. Rowan finds the best of Rin, finally getting on the board here. Is going to get traded off quickly. Iron Fist not going to find anything. RMV needs to find himself some form of pick to give them a fighting chance. No one has the point yet. Enzu gets a pick on AKA, and right now this is leaning towards Winthrop to get yet another point cap.
And that was with Rowan also going down slightly beforehand too. Even though that was a big pickoff onto Rin after the end of the invisible boundary, Winthrop just comes out with the numbers. The stalls coming in from Cub before swinging away, but it's just a matter of time, just delaying the inevitable, but they still haven't flipped it just yet.
Yeah, and honestly, not bad for commitment-wise. Obviously they tried to use a couple of the duelist ults, but you're able to get at least the strategist ults out of there. At this point, both strategists on Winthrop, they're going to be a mile away from any form of defense. Oracle going to try to do it himself, comes up empty and hungry. Jeff, we're going to be seeing plenty of those, Vicky, and overall looking to just get something neutral. Cug cannot go down early here, 88%, but man, this is going to be just tough. It's a stagger fest right now, as one would say the cloak and stagger.
And Pyramids has been on fire here, Cozy. I see what you're doing. Yeah. But you know what? It has to do with the fact that Oracle was forced to pop the itch Jeff like you saw, just to back away. That's the amount of pressure Purdue is feeling from Winthrop. They're nearing already 35% right now, and if you take a look at the ult economy, you want to be able to save that invisible boundary to deal with these galactic legends from the Star Lords.
I need to see Purdue with a hot... Okay, Oracle does get hit, and he's going to be the first one out. Good communication involved there. If you're a fan of Purdue, you need to see them take a breath and try to relax and see if they can reset things. But bam, Jared going to throw in the, a quick pressure. Going to get countered, though, with the ult from CWT. Smart move there, usually on the strategist, but going to defend his team from a pickoff. I like the play.
Love the banhammer. What are you waving at? Maybe not you. Before backing away, he's getting stronger as the game progresses. C-Dub trying to close in the gap. Prince Ali also going down with the itch. Jeff, though, will be able to reset quickly. We know how quick Jeff could get right back into the action. But look at AKA, also close to the Galactic Legend, but cannot stay up. Rowan does have the invisible boundary, but once again needs to hold it for Jared.
Yes, listen, CWT has been on that point forever, but still the point is going to Winthrop at 75%, and we've seen this. It's a little too late, right? Great job from them putting and pressuring out. They do finally get the point cap. Now have to try to do a stagger fest of their own, right? Try to find at least maybe Prince back there, if not Rin. Both of them are ready, locked, and loaded. Rin would be a giant neutral pick if they can find it. Ka up on the top here, looking for that Venom spike down. Can be a little bit far, but could definitely be enough of a distraction here on those backline strategists. You see C-Dub taking the top angle. It's going to be the Angel on him.
I'm surprised Winthrop, too. They're doing this with the Jeff and Invisible Woman. We didn't see the Gambit banned on their side, I believe. So, like, they're doing it with the Galactic Legend, but it's going to be the Galactic Legend from AKA. Rin was ready with the invisible boundary. You're going to be able to close in the gap slowly. Purdue's only at 30% and climbing, while Winthrop are taking their time, 78%. Jared holding on to that Galactic Legend to wait out on Rowan.
Yeah, I don't hate that ult there from AKA. I think it was actually smart to get the invisible boundary up high, and now they're going to be able to respond to that in turn. Now, looking at what they can try to pull off. Interesting now. Rin's going to get RMV 6. That's a huge pickoff that you don't want to see. Oracle, can he get to the end? He does find success and find 3-2 with it. So that's going to be an absolute must. Out to what, 10% health?
Yeah, but now they don't have any sustainability.
Yeah.
So it's going to be up to C-Dub to really keep this going. Cut 2 could really delay the inevitable stagger forcibly. early onto Winthrop, but they have Jared with the Galactic Legend, and there's nothing to stop him from melting down Purdue.
That's a good point here. Now 78%, 67, going to surely tie up at least the advantage. How much can you stagger? If they can get to 99%, that'd be huge. They would still have a portal to go into. Here is RMV with the cheaper town hall, as we like to say. CWT gets a pick on Rin. That's going to open about everything they need. Spits out quick, trying to survive. RMV going to get another. Purdue looking to get back right into this thing and tie it up on the zones if they can continue on. Jared, though, knows what he wants to see. Has the legendary. Going to pop in this guy shortly.
This is such a mess, though. Staggered and just spread out. Cut then finds Curry right afterwards. Jared's still holding on to the Galactic Legend. Nobody left to recontest.
Rin's going to go over to the portal, forcing Inzu to go to the Invis. They're trading roles to try to stay in this thing. And Song Inferno is going to have no connection to it. There's the legendary pop up top, a.k.a. C-Dub. The portal comes to success. Great patience from them. Now we're going to allow Purdue to have to get a reset. Can't stagger too much here. We'll see if anyone swaps to Strange. 80%. Rin's going to be stuck on it, so people are off their roles that, obviously required for you at the high level play.
Yeah, seeing if they're going to be able to at least maybe hold on to it, recontest, because they have basically like, what, a fight and a half or so to be able to come right back around. But Purdue doing a lot better this second round around, and Rin now holding onto the high ground over onto Dr. Strange.
Yeah, but we did see them step off when Rowan threw up last zone, so we'll see if Ka can stay on this point to success. They don't have a lot, but RMV gets a pick on Pyramids. That's a big one at that. Here comes C-Dubs. This is going to be a massive ult to throw down. Gets it out, and it's going to be Matt Curry on the other side that gets that ult instead. They capitalize on Rowan, throw it in the back line. That's why he's so good. Can C-Dub, who's been the player for this team, the one that we highlighted, can he help this team get a dub? Oracle going to find a.k.a. Going to be huge there, or Jared on that side. It's getting close, Vic.
And the invisible boundary now coming in from Nizu. You were talking about making that swap up just so that way Rin can recontest. The Eye of Agamotto is about to come in. Happy holidays. Maybe a little too early with the Galactic Legend, but at least you were able to find Jared. Here comes the portal, and the Eye of Agamotto only finds C-Dub.
No strategist, so Ka's forced to switch over to the Invisible Woman, and they're just picking them off one by one. Winthrop is able to absolutely handle what Purdue threw, even with a short makeup, trying to get this thing even out. The nerves might have been too strong. They are able to contest a little bit. Great jump stalling. That's what you could do with RMV6 here. Does find Rin. Hold on, folks. Sliver of life and chance now. Yellow representing Purdue staying on it. RMV is absolutely stalling for days like a Dragon Ball Z fight up here. It's going to be now Prince, though, finding the best of the trade. This gets the team back. Purdue look for the ult. Can Oracle stay alive?
I heard that cheaper town hall, and I know he wanted to be mayor real quick as the stall potential is there. AKA swaps over to the Luna, and RMV is going crazy. And Song Inferno, though, clashes onto two. They were trying to hold on to this point for so long if you're looking at Purdue, and there's only so much Rowan can do to delay the inevitable. And Winthrop, they take the point, and they take the game.
Wow, okay, listen, if you're Winthrop, you're absolutely stoked to get that W early on. Obviously, best of three just put so much pressure. A lot of panic towards the end there. Had the Spider-Man every single role switch to another. But I did like how they started to kind of find their own way. And if you're Winthrop, way to not bend or break there, right? Great portal back into the Star-Lord, not going into the portal, having the legendary up above, gets the right pickoffs. And ultimately, they just haunted that back line, and they weren't even the team with the Venom to do so.
Yeah, we saw it from the very beginning, right, with the strats unfortunately having a difficult time, but I do like to see the nerves ironed out by the end. You could totally tell a night and day difference between, honestly, both of these teams, right? A bunch of spaghetti on the floor, but not enough spaghetti here for Pyramids, who had gotten 18 finals. I would say the End Song Infernal came out of left field for that first one. I was like, where did that even go? But it's fine, because that second one did everything justice.
Pyramids quietly, too, was able to do that. Like, we were calling out so much of what we saw from Jared, but Pyramids, man, must have been off the Olympiad a couple times that we didn't even see the 18 final 17K. Absolutely, I mean, everybody getting a piece of pie there for Winthrop. Look at the damage across the board. Obviously, you know, a little bit rough on the healing department. 23K there for Oracle, did their job, but, you know, tough first start there for Rowan. We'll see if they can bounce back. Overall, outside of that, I think Purdue started again, like you said, find their own. And okay, I get the Iron Fist Protect now. Understand it, Vicky, because that was what you wanted to see from the whole thing. Now, this isn't a tournament server, too. That animated Iron Fist with the icon, that's a lot of dedication to the Karate Kid.
Showcases, you know, playing to your strengths as well.
Sure.
But the other team is going to keep that in mind going into the pick and ban phase once we find out what game number 2 is going to look like.
And you know what? Could this Winthrop victory be because, you know, Coach Kaluge maybe got them prepped for what they might see at the top level play? I can tell you guys from seeing both, this is the Wild West compared to pro play in the best way possible so far, right? I mean, we're seeing team comps vastly different. Even the strategies to go into it, which, hey, that's what I want to see, right? We want to see these guys bring different things. I talked to them at breakfast, and they were like, hey, we've got a lot of different cookups. Well, we just saw one open up the whole thing, Victor.
The one thing, too, that I talked to some of these teams is the amount of flexibility that they have. I mean, we see that already put out on display, but also flexing into different roles. We saw the spread of the strat healing coming in from Purdue, too, just trying to see what they have to do to figure things out. But you could also see that these players have no issue having to flex over to these roles if they have to.
For sure, and at one point, Purdue, I mean, they're having just a flex to stay in the fight, having Spider-Man touch, Iron Fist for as long as they were. And, you know, once you kind of get out of rhythm like that, it can be so tough, you know, to try to right the ship. But one way to do so is to get the map that you want to go through and then really, you know, have the strategy to reset things. Domination could be anybody's game. It could be just madness right off the rip, especially if you lose map zone 1. So I want to see now how Purdue responds to the more traditional Rivals game mode.
Yeah, which game mode do they find themselves in terms of strength, right? Convergence is going to be Convoy, and that's a question mark when it comes to the teams that do struggle to play front to back, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's one thing that when you look at the way they went into that strategy, obviously they got the group was out, and so they were forced to kind of adapt to some of what they wanted to do. I feel like with the Iron Fist, we could see Araka, we could see Midtown, potentially the Museum of Contemplation. Those are the ones I would probably lean to with their play style, but we'll have to see what they end up picking overall. But I do think that they've got plenty of the talent there, ready to go. Seed Up Tree would love to see, you know, obviously, if they're the player everybody talks about, Vanguard could be a tough role to, you know, completely have like the big team on the back thing, but we kind of saw them coming into form, you know, more and more.
Especially in this new game mode, right? It's about dominating that space, literally, and being able to create that space and look behind you to see if your strats are having a bad time already on domination. Well, imagine what's going to happen with this dive battle that we currently have on our hands, Cozy.
Absolutely, and this is why Alienware, you know, is so amazing that they had this Collegiate Clash in 2026 come together, because they believe that these players like Winthrop, who maybe, just maybe, weren't favored going in this matchup, were able to put something together and have, I think personally, at this level especially, it's just keeping the calm nerves, just going out there and having a great time. Don't worry about the name you're going up against, and they showed me all of that, right? Believing in the hearts and minds of each other, the players. Alienware does that, but also love to see the players do that within Winthrop University or college. So I've got to say, you know, hats off to them, and it shows me, Vicky, that we might see this, you know, moving on to our next matches with potential upsets on board.
I mean, when you're looking at Winthrop and their win record, just through the qualifier alone, you know that this is a team that has been able to figure things out very quickly. Could it be the coach buff too? You know, I mean, that definitely contributes to it, especially when a lot of these players have other things happening in the background. It's about staying locked in, but also on top of the ever-changing meta that is Marvel Rivals with the plethora of patches that we've had as of recent too, right? Even without White Fox being in the fray, it's still also adapting around how triple strategists may not be as strong anymore if that was a feat for some of these teams because of the ultimate nerfs that we've had.
Yeah, and talk about, I mean, White Fox is a big part of right now the strategist kind of lineup, and so it is interesting taken out of the fray, right? Don't get the White Fox there, and that does change up how some of these players might have played on ladder whenever they're prepping outside of scrims, and so it does change things up composition-wise. And funny enough, if you look at Purdue, some of that comp might have lent itself over to White Fox. So again, you have to adjust and play what you have available, right? Got to play like White Fox's band the whole time. So again, not going to see any White Fox today. That's what we have rolling right now between these two teams. Anything you might think is going to switch up in the pick ban phase going into it? Was there like one key? Because like Star-Lord was there, which we know has been a dominant duelist, but without the Gambit, more of an interesting pick. We see that in Psylocke more usually.
Maybe that's going to be a prio safety for Purdue, if anything, because we saw for Winthrop, they had it available and they didn't even have to lean into it, right?
Sure.
They still opted to go for the Invisible Man and Jeff at one point.
Absolutely. So we are going to see Winthrop obviously make sure that C-Dub does not get that tree. We may not see any of that tree today. However, Phoenix is going to be the first ban. Pyramids made a name for themselves, at least to Purdue, in this matchup, because wow, what an entry with the final hits they were able to put together. Venom going to be the save over for Purdue's side, so they liked what Winthrop, you know, kind of had going for them, and kind of looks like we're swapping the pick and saves from last time, right? I believe it was swapped. They had the Vanguard, you know, Deadpool on Purdue side last time, now going to be going to the other. And taking a look, we've got Cloak and Dagger as the ban again, so okay.
They obviously know something that we don't, right? Because again, if Winthrop had the availability on the Gambit and still didn't lean into it, that means that maybe they're just way more comfortable on the Cloak and Dagger. And if Purdue wants to rely on their invis, even if Rowan was having a difficult time, we know that Cloak and Dagger Eternal Bond does outlast invisible boundaries, so that's something to keep in mind. But I want to talk about that Vanpool safety pick, because depending on what map we are going to, we know how strong Vanpool is as the game mode transcends over time.
Sure, and even there with the save there to the Iron Fist, RMV6 going to keep on keeping on there. Listen, to me, this tells me that when you look at the pick bans, maybe RMV outside Iron Fist is a crazy Daredevil, aka being the same. We saw them play Star-Lord accordingly, but that's why Winthrop's not going to allow the Devil, the Lawyer, into this matchup. Jeff being banned, I think, is a smart pick, too. If you were to look at one of the strengths there for Winthrop and what they did well, honestly, Vicky, I think they did such a good job there in the backline. Prince was going off.
I agree, and that's something else that you want to make sure you take off the table if you feel like that's very disruptive, as Winthrop for the last ban is going to go for Gambit again, because Purdue didn't have that available to them, even though we saw Winthrop did have that but didn't opt for it.
Absolutely. Gambit always there typically first, and if not Gambit, it's, wait for it, Elsa. Elsa is available. So Elsa is going to be available for both these teams. I would expect Pyramids to flex into the Elsa if I were to take a guess. Clearly, obviously not having the Jean Grey Hell is an option, but I do think Elsa will be the way they go, and that just opens up so much success for the team. Heart of Haven, it looks like, will be the map on Convergence. This is another great kind of divey map that they can roll to their advantage. Sightlines close down a little bit, Vic, for someone like Pyramids. I actually like this pick for Purdue.
And this also means that if we do see the Elsa, which I am fully expecting, this is going to be a map that could excel beautifully. So it's going to be Chef's Kiss here if you're going to see Pyramid get enabled. As we see what's going on, because don't forget, I believe it is the loser that does pick this map. So that's something that Purdue had considered after they lost out on that first map.
Yeah, of course, you're going to have like your maps dialed up on if you win, if you lose, what to expect. But here we go. RMV6 will be taking over the Elsa role for them, and Pyramids, just as we thought, will be the Monster Hunter on the opposition. We're going to have Prince over to the Loki role, so that's where they flex when comfortable off the Shark, and everything else staying remotely the same from Purdue. So you know what? I love that. Don't shake things up too much just because something didn't go your way, Vicky. And we'll see here now on the defense first is going to be Winthrop.
And something else that Purdue can now rely on too, right, is going to be the Loki into Invisiwoman. But C-Dub, the focus from Jared, and the headshot is going to be able to take out that player first.
Yeah, you know what I'm seeing right now, Vic, is a lot of like, I'm going to, being that I'll take care of this myself like Thanos kind of thing. We got to see more of this communication. They're at LAN. They've got to, they've played together for a while now. They've got to go in as a unit cohesively instead of getting these stagger picks that are haunting a lot of them. Inzu, though, looking for a pick for one of those that might come out early. Jared's going to go in and class on top cause found himself in a world of trouble, even with popping that symbiotic resilience. Going to try to get into safety, does so.
But won't have that Jeff team up too, which is something we've seen sometimes here. Obviously, Winthrop won't be able to have that. But what are you waving at the banhammer coming in from Curry first before getting that shish kebab on the Angela and then getting the follow Pyramids, getting the next KO, and then we see the rest of Purdue, unfortunately, with the back cap attempt, not really coming out.
Yeah, so Curry is going to be putting that oftentimes on Loki. Why? Because when the clones miss, it makes Loki miss, and that is absolutely devastating for any Loki player. No matter how good you are, impossible to try to land that. And how does Loki survive? Is those clones. A lot of the times, if they're off cooldown with the lanterns or the crystals, can have a rough time surviving that Deadpool ult. So far, I've seen Curry play a phenomenal tank pool.
That's why you get to try to force out and bait those lamps to come out first. It's a big indicator in terms of communication to your team, as we see AKA unfortunately fall down again. But is this going to be a buffet for the Angela? Naizu gets punished.
Okay, Rowan.
With Rowan getting the push in. That's going to be one knocked out here for Winthrop. Pyramids does have that Clark Trucks, though. The Apex Predator looking to be on top of the food chain.
That's a fast Predator to have ready and available. And there it comes right up the building, finds all of them. Absolutely lunch complete. Pyramid's gonna get Rowan and C-Dub in it, and Curry to follow. Okay, Winthrop, they've got themselves an absolutely deadly duo in Curry and in Pyramids there. They still have Jared ready to go. Rowan obviously can use that as a counter. Wants to go to try to get to point. If you're Rowan and co, move up to point, throw up the invisible boundary if possible, because they're going to need to get something rolling. Minute 37 left.
And Enable Ka, who's been surviving for so long on this Venom, honestly. You're about to have Feast of the Abyss, but you know what? You're not able to really pressure out the strats because there's been a lot of PO from Winthrop, and also obviously like Prince Ali has been able to really hold on to those lamps. Well, C-Dub does find Jared.
Before Jared can do anything, does get that pick. That's going to be a big for C-Dub. And if I'm Ka here, you've got to get yourself an elimination with this Feast of the Abyss. You can line it up to where they can really do nothing about it and get Invis out of it. Ren has 95. This is where I would use it right now if I'm Ka. Is not going to do so. Both invisible boundaries are going to get ready to pop from the Lokis. God of Trickery throws it up as the heaven falls down below. Ka gonna find Rin. Massive hit there as Rin did have ult, so that's going to give them the opportunity to take this.
And the Galactic Legend, though, is going to come out as AKA tries to get enabled with Rin not being in the fray, and Jared's going to be able to find RMV. Rowan goes down next, playing off the rooftops, though, and getting out of the line of sight was beautiful, but AKA is the one who comes out on top.
Yeah, Jared put those pistols away, AKA says, because he's got himself just as good of a Peter Quill ready to rock and roll. Now, good rotation, going to have the Strange come out. Obviously, Jared going to be throwing that out on the point, having a little bit less DPS, but well worth the swap over. You have now going to be Pyramids being the only one responsible for the damage. Can't have the Deadbolt swap off. Here comes the Invisible Boundary. Rin throws it up. Nothing in response from Purdue in terms of strategists.
They don't have any sustainability, and Winthrop is going to recontest right now with that portal play from Jared, who swapped over to Doctor Strange. But now it's going to be a raw neutral fight until Pyramids has that Glartrox. Everybody is stuck in that side building, and Pyramids is going crazy.
So you want to now watch probably Rowan or C-Dub go to Strange right now and try to survive. Cuz going to be able to stay alive. No, he's not. He's out of here. Just kidding. I lied. That's Oracle. RMV will be the only ones. Strange, C-Dub, it's too late. It's looking like a full hold here unless they can stay it. They cannot. Jared with the swap to the Strange with the melee whip. Goodbye. Awesome defense there from Winthrop.
Can we talk about Pyramids, by the way? Save that Glartrox just in case, expecting a portal contention from Purdue there. So that was beautiful patience too, and still was able to get the 2 KOs to open that up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, players to highlight, obviously Pyramids is showing the level of play that you want to see at this high level. I think Curry has done well. You know, in addition, Jared, are you kidding me? 14-2 with the 8 swap to the Strange, big brain there. For me, Ka, man, I play a lot of Venom myself, 3-1, 2K damage. Yeah, you're getting a little bit of attention, but really not all that much with the 6K damage block. That looks like a comfort pick, but gonna have to find success. I think Winthrop just has beautiful rotation on top of Prince and Rin. Great strategist survival.
And awareness too, because Nizu could also just immediately turn around and help heal for the strats if they need any help. Because Ka, sure, the survivability is there, but there isn't any pressure onto the strats. Originally, what you want your Venom to do is bait out those lamps. But also, if you have nobody diving in with you, which in this case should be AKA, who has been able to get some picks, don't get me wrong, Ka isn't getting the value that you want to get with the Venom.
Sure, and definitely not together with C-Dub, right? Those two are kind of playing separated. And I love the adjustment. Winthrop went with the Rocket and Invis. Who's great at surviving the symbiote coming at you, a million miles an hour will be those two. Don't see a lot of Rocket really any at pro play at the moment, but do like the adjustment, especially because Phoenix is out there. Gonna go over to the Loki, though. Don't mind it as well. Loki always towards the top of play, but Pyramids, let's see what they got.
How about that extra shield that you see sometimes with that BRB to open up the gates here before trying to dive up and already getting up on the high ground here.
I was going to say, I love the high ground approach defensively, but wow, talk about just going right to it if you're Winthrop with the double jump from the Invis. Are you kidding me?
The double jump and the jump pack too, by the way.
Yes, absolutely. Why we saw the Rocket early. AKA, though, with a solid response back. You get Pyramids out of here. You take away all of this team's damage. Sure, Jared can get something rolling, but that's a great way to slow this team down.
RMV's like, I cannot see before diving back up with that mobility from the Elsa, trying to get something going here while everybody from Winthrop is looking down below from Pride Rock as the Banhammer comes in first. You see Curry diving in, has isolated the strats though. They need some help. Cuz does find Prince Ali, but it's going to be a trade-off from both ends.
Yeah, Rowan somehow surviving that is beyond me, but either way they do so. C-Dub now getting Rin out of here. So the trades are happening. Good defensive effort at first. What did they use? Not too much, I would say. I think Oracle having what they have is going to be just fine. It'll be matched from Winthrop. So right now, the scary thing about Elsa, though, doesn't matter how well you play, that Glartrox could just win you games alone.
That's why we've been seeing Elsa be called a server admin, honestly, even in my own lobbies, Cozy. So seeing how that's going to have the impact that it will eventually, while Pyramids and RMV are going to be able to build up into that Glartrox. Closing in the gap, though, I'm looking at Oracle and Prince Ali, who are very close to that God of Mischief. Rowan's a little bit more behind, though, in terms of Rin on that invisible boundary.
If you're Purdue, you were the team that was supposed to go far in this thing. The pressure is turned up to maximum here at the biggest stage that you have played in for these young collegiate players, folks. There's 2 minutes on the clock for them to put up a defense of a lifetime. Oracle throws up the Invis boundary to keep this team alive through it. Here comes the Glartrox, it's going to be from RMV, has to find value, is going to get something, but not enough from it. Now this gives all the momentum over to Pyramids. Cod does get the trade on Curry, Prince goes down, and at this point, the resets here. Hello, 2 more fights and it's yours.
I'm loving what I'm seeing from Purdue on this defense. This is the cohesion, Cozy, that you and I wanted to see. I do feel like there was a bit of nerves on Rin's side. That invisible boundary a little early, right? You usually want your God of Mischief to come out first because we know that Loki gets that ultimate online a little quicker, but maybe feeling pressured out.
Absolutely, and with how they've shown to be aggressive in their play, you would think they had that kind of locked and loaded into it. Legendary, though, will be available. So, listen, these two Dual Assault, one of them can get a team wipe. You got to get ready for both. They did a good job avoiding RMVs, but it's their turn now. On the other side is Pyramids, who was the MVP last match, wants to get Winthrop to move on forward through this best of 3. It's going to be RMV, though, that gets the pick first. That's one they can trade, though. Angela can get back quickly.
And having used the God of Mischief early, he's going to call in the invisible boundary because we saw Prince Ali was unfortunately forced to use the lamps very early when Naizu got pressured. Feast of the Abyss with no follow-up means that no anti to try to take out the Loki.
Yeah, would love to have seen the duelists there. They were just separated from the Venom, so no communication on getting those quick hits there. AKA going to throw up the Legendary. Now we're having a bit of the stagger ults, but beautiful rotation from Winthrop, going to use the cover of the building. Good flip and dip, going to find Pyramids in there. Not the strategist we're looking for. Jared says, welcome to the multiverse with the counter of the Legendary himself. Goodbye. Hello, Jared from Winthrop.
It's one Galactic Legend for another. It's like Pem just trying to cancel the other one out before moving up. Winthrop now are getting closer, AKA forced to go over to the Doctor Strange to get the portal play.
There it is. They're going to be able to get this. This is where I'd like to see Wolverine and things come into play. And wow, oh my, Angela! Inzu with the spear of a lifetime to get Winthrop the win. I've seen a lot of portal plays, Vicky. I've seen a lot, but I have not seen a push off out of the portal. Look, they're in disbelief. They're in disbelief of that beautiful play in Collegiate Clash 2026, brought to you by Alienware. I cannot believe it, guys. What a great way to open things up, and congrats to the team to get that 2-0. We see that a lot in best of 3. It's tough to come back.
It is, right? And you only have so many chances to fail at the pick and ban system, too. If you feel like you may have fallen short and maybe find your loss there before the game even starts. We've heard it so many times from our pro players that is a big determining factor before we see these matches. As we take a look at the stats, I like the defensive side of Purdue, but unfortunately, with that little room of error, Winthrop take it with a great Angela play from Naizu here.
I love that Jared was like, all right, Pyramids, I saw what you did last time. Let me go ahead and try to get 14 limbs, get the double digits, and show what we can do on the finals count. Honestly, great play overall. There was not a player that I thought didn't do their role to perfection. And great rotations. If you're Purdue, that was really the missing link. It was just communication. Really not being able to get any follow-up on the Feast of the Abyss. We constantly kind of saw empty ults come up. And like you said, with the rotation with some Loki ults as well to get that out first. That's what you're looking for. And if you take a look at how they did in quals, again, Winthrop 6-1, 12-2. So they dropped one full match set, but that did not shake this team's confidence whatsoever. That's what you want to see here. And man, Vicky, I'm just blown away.
And man, especially with that play, right? You highlight the flexibility that these players have, and you want to see more of it. And being able to utilize that on Heart of Heaven, a pick that, wasn't yours because they had won that first game, is beautiful. So you got to keep seeing that at this type of play, and you have to shake up the nerves, right? In a best of 3, you don't really have a lot of room for error, but you could see from both sides that second game was a lot better.
Sure, and it got the rust off of Winthrop too, because now you got that first win, you don't have to really worry about what's moving forward. And so, proud of them for getting that together. There is, obviously loser bracket, and you've got what, that is moving forward to take the adjustments and what went wrong. But there's not a lot of time to adjust. All that coaching, all that gameplay, all that research can only be done so fast here as we get things rolling in one day. Vicky here live in Austin. Again, if you're just now coming in, we're so pumped to have you. We're going to be able to talk to the players, see their excitement as we go on through this here momentarily. But Vicky, I got to say, this is past my expectations so far with some of the play making that we're seeing.
It's beautiful because you get to see the different side of the coin of this up-and-coming talent, Cozy.
Yeah, absolutely. And listen, we had a lot of great moments in that last one, and we're going to be able to take a look at them. And for me, if I were just to pick one, obviously the Angela portal push, insane.
Wow.
Here's some others as we find ourselves with Jared raining from above, going off.
And while we keep seeing a lot of the action that went down on Domination, we know how volatile this could be. We saw a little bit of back and forth, but you highlighted something specifically, Cozy, which is the rotations from Winthrop. And I think that is the biggest thing, because being able to back away, not be forced to use a strat, or if you see a Galactic Legend, is even better, right? Because you get to try to hold on to it, not get baited out by somebody else from Purdue, and wait for that Galactic Legend from AKA instead to come out, so that way you have that strat ultimate.
Absolutely, and if I were to highlight one thing, I think Curry and the follow-up they had on the Banhammer was what was probably most impressive for me. I think I saw plenty from C-Dub, but there wasn't always, and at one point they even had a good follow-up, but it wasn't the one that took it that went down. And so altogether, gotta say, that is what you see here. A lot of AKA love for Purdue and what they were able to do with what was available, but it was gonna be a full team win. Again, no I team here. We've seen that a lot at the pro play, like a lot of talented players, but that only goes so far in a game that is a hero shooter like this.
It is also important to note, Cozy, we saw the bracket earlier, but for those of you guys just tuning in right now, this is double elimination bracket, so Purdue does have another chance. They will be facing off the losers of TAMU and KSU. So that's actually something else to consider, especially with the way that we were highlighting Texas A&M.
And funny enough, we see this as well as in Ignite. You know, there's always a team that shouldn't be in the lower bracket, but got upset or whatever it might end up being. And unfortunately, it is Purdue right now, right? And so we get to take a look at the full picture as well. Again, we showed one main group team go against each other, but now taking a look at all the results, Kentucky 2-0, Michigan State, talked to them again at the breakfast. They said they feel confident about that win. They got it. Georgia Tech, a favorite, Vicky, gonna get 2-0 on Buffalo. I think Buffalo is going to look to try to bounce that back. And then it's going to be A&M looking very strong against Kansas State.
That's why we were talking about it, right? I love how production was right on top of it. Texas A&M, the team that we were looking at before, now facing off the winners of that last series that we just watched versus Winthrop. A lot of these series going on in the background. Shout out to our production as well as the streamers that are here in person doing a watch party.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're someone like Kansas State, you know, you got second place and then you got 2-0'd by Texas A&M, who did get first place on the other opposition. It's always important to look at who you lose to, right? And these players, they know each other very well as players, but also as teams within scrims and everything they've put together. So that lower bracket's going to be a gauntlet. A lot of great teams that performed well in the qualifiers now facing their dreams up for elimination. And my heart goes out because with the ups must come the downs. Low lows make high highs. It's tough to see. Speaking of high highs, though, we got Fallout in a player interview from Winthrop. Take it away, Fallout.
Thank you so much, Cozy. Fallout here, that's right, with Jared of Winthrop University. Incredibly tight matchup right there. First things first, Jared, tell us a little about yourself, your background, what you're studying, and where you're from.
I'm from California. I transferred here to Winthrop for psychology, studying psychology right now. I'm a junior, and honestly, I don't know what I'm doing, but like I'm almost done. I just want to get college over and done with.
Sounds like a psych major to me. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then about your background as a gamer, as a Marvel player.
This is my first hero shooter ever. I love Marvel. I love NetEase. You know, it's a great company. I love what they're doing with the game.
That's amazing. That's awesome. Well, you guys just had an insane matchup right there. Before we jump into that, talk about the role you play on your team, your role, characters you play, etc.
I only played a hit scan. I played Elsa and Star-Lord. That game was really close. They play like a really dive-oriented comp, and like we were ready for it though. We scouted them beforehand, and we knew what to do.
What was talking about the preparation, scouting? What went into that?
Can I cough real quick?
Yeah, you can cough. He has to cough real quick. We're going to give him a cough break. And as I give him that cough break, I'm going to buy some time. And now you're going to tell me about your scouting and your preparation.
We actually played them before in a different college league, and they beat us, I'm pretty sure. So we watched the VODs, we watched over the comps, and we were way more prepared this time, and I think it showed.
It clearly did. But it was a close matchup. Break it down for me. Obviously incredibly tight. Talking about the game, obviously a 2-0 win. On paper looks clean, but it was a little tighter than that.
Yeah, it was really close. It was actually just clutch plays. Like, whenever our tank pull went in, it was amazing. He judged the invis. Like, it was super good to win. And I think our Jeff player was a bit better than theirs. He lived a lot more. He did really good. He's honestly the real carry of the team.
I love it. I love it. Look, you guys now advanced in the tournament, in the competition. What's coming next, and how are you going to continue to try and make it to the finals and take this thing home?
We're just going to keep the energy up. We always got to keep cons up. Nobody gets sad over, like, a fight loss. Like, always keep the mental up. Without getting mental, you're just going to lose.
Love it. Congratulations to Jared and Winthrop University. If you're confused like me, Winthrop is in South Carolina. Thank you for the heads up there. South Carolina. Shout out to Winthrop University. They take home the win in round number 1. Congrats to Jared and the crew. We're going to be taking I'm not sure if a quick break. Am I throwing it back to casters? Maybe back to casters. Let's go ahead and throw it back to them, and we'll get ready for the next matchup.
Already we heard Prince is the backbone of that team from the Jeff the Baby Landshark, and it's just cool to see the excitement there. I mean, just absolutely, you know, nothing to fear, all right? They've heard the names too. They've seen the results and Winthrop in Carolina, by the way. Didn't know. I'm going to be honest. I thought it was North America, like North.
I honestly Googled it. That's how I was able to see it too, but that was something else that I didn't know until prior. But it's great to be able to see the energy and the good vibes from this team as well. I like the full smiles, so kind of feeling that yourself elevated after a play like that at the very end must make you and the rest of your team feel like they're on top. I like the shout outs too and highlighting the specific indicators that allow them to come out on top and giving their props over to their backline, the strategists.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's just, we've got representation from all over rivals, universities, incredible men and women on both these teams, and excited to see what they can put together. Now, listen, we had an electric first matchup. We got more coming your way. This is going to be a lightning fast, chaotic, amazing day. Don't go anywhere. Relock, reload. We'll be right back after this quick break. Hello, friends, and welcome back yet again to the Alienware Collegiate Clash 2026 live here in Austin. If you miss match 1, it was an upset and an amazing game to start things off, Vicky, and we've got an even better, potentially, map 2.
I'm excited. We saw how the bracket's been shaping up too. We talk about the flexibility, the little room for error when it comes to best of 3. And something to highlight, Cozy, is that already in this first level of our winner's side, round 1, has all ended in 2-0s.
Yes, absolutely. And when you look at it, obviously we're going to have ourselves a great upper final or upper next part of the bracket. And taking a look, we've got University of Kentucky. These young men were able to talk to them this morning. I keep saying this because I love the attitudes they had across the board. Even down there, I just went to some of the room just to feel the excitement from Winthrop's win, and they are locked and loaded. Georgia Tech, though, is going to be a team to beat. We've highlighted Fraud, who's going to be one of their best players, is going to be on NRG. Shock, so got to look out for what they could bring. They have talent to play at the top level. Padge is also very entertaining player, so those are the ones to look out today. These will be our round 2 set of matches. Again, main broadcast, we'll be looking at the Kentucky versus Georgia Tech game, and here are the other ones to follow.
Yeah, we are, again, in the semifinals, but, a lot of these teams that fell in that very first part, I have to reiterate, are not out. It's a double elimination bracket. You can see Purdue 2 on the very bottom, as well as University of Buffalo, when we talk about how Texas A&M are also going to have to go through versus KSU after TAMU is going to be able to now move up versus Winthrop after we saw Winthrop dominate that first game.
Yeah, and for me, Michigan State, I think, was the team that they felt pretty confident they could beat if you're Kentucky. And so going 0-2-0, how much of a difference was that over the win that Georgia Tech got on Buffalo? That is going to be the name of the game and how we see these teams adjust. Obviously, no one had to go to another game, and so they felt confident going into this next matchup. And confidence is key, as we just saw in our player interview that Fallout did with Jared. But keeping it on here, again, lots of things to look out for. We've got these players, I've talked to them so much, just grind and scrim and practice. That's what you want to see here. Obviously you can have late nights in college, but looking a little bit different if you're trying to be on the biggest esports stage.
Yeah, and then when you're having to deal, if you're UKY against Georgia Tech, a team that we've heard so much about, yes, Fraud is sitting as a sub for Energy Shock, but, having to deal with a lot of the school stuff in the background, focusing on what's happening right here, right now, thanks to Alienware and the Collegiate Clash, can they rise up, right? Because this is a team that a lot of other teams have been wanting to look to beat. They're currently, 14-0 throughout the qualifiers, and then you look at UKY, they're 14-2, so they still have to drop 2 of those maps to make it here.
And what I love about this is the scene in general, the collegiate scene and it ever growing in these amazing esport lounges as we continue to see going from college to college. I think 7 or 8 of them are up, and they're amazing at that. Want to see more and more schools look at this and see the ever-growing scene of esports. And Georgia Tech, awesome, school to be going up against. Obviously, the SEC. I love it because some people look at these colleges and they think sports, and it's anything but here, right? Obviously, these teams, it doesn't matter how big the school, it's about the heart and the players within it.
I want to also highlight that these students need to be a full-time student to participate in this tournament. We all know, Cozy, how hard that can be, yet they have managed to juggle all the tests, all the hardships of studying, as well as their own game.
Absolutely. We take a look at Luxurious and Georgia Tech. That's going to be Fraud right there. Second seat in, and we take a look at how the players are looking locked and loaded. Pick and ban phase is up. If you're just now coming in, first of all, welcome to an incredible day of gaming. But second, we've got pick and bans. It's a snake draft back and forth, a ban, then a ban, save, then a save, so on and so forth, which does change up some of the strategy. We did talk to the players about that, and that's obviously going to change the way that you can bait out bans and picks, especially, I would say the first match, Vicky, I was pretty shocked by some of what I saw.
Yeah, me too. It's kind of funny too when you're in person, right, Cozy, and you got the team like right behind you, kind of peeking over your shoulder, like, oh, what are you gonna play though, real quick? If you can't see what they're highlighted, but it's gonna be the Daredevil that is off the table at Georgia Tech. Bans first against UKY. The Gambit on the other side, a little bit more traditional that we were expecting, Cozy. And I like how you highlighted the snake draft in the pick and ban phase because you can't really bait out. Yes, you could try to, but you can't really bait out the back and forth when you have the 2-2 that you usually see in the MRI.
Absolutely, and I do know Fraud is, when I talked to the young sub, was like, you know, I like some Psylocke. I like Psylocke, a lot of Psylocke. So will Kentucky pick up on that? If they've done the research and they've seen this guy play, that is what they'll be aiming at. They're going to go with the Jeff save, which we're seeing more and more, obviously, if you've been playing in a rank or just across the board. Jeff can just kind of do it all. Has great team ups with 2 top vanguards, is able to stay alive, pump out crazy piercing heals damage, and get a lot of just overall great contribution to the team. Loki going to be banned. I actually like what Kentucky's cooking up here.
Yeah, there's the bait and punish, by the way, right? Because you see the protect on the the Jeff, and you were talking about having a team up with 2 great vanguards. That's the ban onto the Venom. Fully expecting that dive composition to roll out. No Loki here as well from the underside because you see the protect on the Mantis. So there's that back and forth that we were questioning in this pick and ban phase.
And they are playing for this beautiful trophy that you see right here, ladies and gentlemen, and the medals alongside it. And this is what we'll be finding out today as they will be crowned the champion. Now, take a listen here. I want to say the Mantis save is big for me because we know how important Mantis is at the pro scene. You enable your top player, which I'm telling you right now, they will be giving Mantis buff to the Psylocke. If you guys follow Ignite, Nectar was just like this whenever you got to see what they were able to do for their team, Vicky, and now you might see the same similar result here. Angela going to be saved for Kentucky, Elsa banned, so the Psylocke making it through means Fraud is going to be popping off against the Yokais.
Yeah, because, you know, Georgia Tech seeing that they at least have the Mantis and UKY still has that potential if they want to rock it, as well as the Loki on their side, is something to consider. So they don't want the boost, the damage boost onto an Elsa potentially from that side. So that's something that you could at least get off the table. No Phoenix, no Elsa from each side here. I like what this pick and ban phase is already displayed for both of these teams.
Yeah, you know, it's going to be interesting because really we've seen what someone can do at the right hands of Psylocke. Psylocke definitely booming up the charts. Incredible neutral play. If you guys aren't aware, 20% ult reduction across the board really opens up things for that middle ground play. And obviously Psylocke having a tremendous ult as well. I expect to see that from the Georgia Tech side. Kentucky, look at the strategists. I talked to the team. They said their best player there was the strategists themselves, and I'll point them out as we continue to look at it. Krakoa is the iconic Marvel location. Domination is the mode, folks, as we find ourselves here in the upper bracket semifinals live in Austin, Texas.
I love to see Krakoa second time in a row on the main broadcast too, Cozy, as we get set up here in the semis already. As you've highlighted, I like to see what UKI has up their sleeve because, you know, if they do expect that Psylocke, they at least have the potential to run a Loki, but it's not going to be what we see coming out already. It's going to be the Rocket. So now being able to have a BRB, as you can already see GT rolling out with the Ultron, which, by the way, I have to highlight, we've been seeing so much more often, and I love it too, because I actually think Ultron with that triple strat works so well.
Well, and you don't want to get the Mantis and the Ultron, and that's exactly what's going to happen here. So Fraud and Padge are going to be able to absolutely pop off in their respective roles, and here we go, ladies and gentlemen, with 2 AI bots able to do so from the Ultron. Gonna have to really keep an eye on it, but it's going to be Fraud going out first. Sauce packets, 40 of them at that, was not afraid of the Ninja, taking her down very quickly in Psylocke. Now Luxurious can have a strange v strange matchup against BZ, a player I talked to has so much confidence and fun.
You don't usually get to see the UKY duelist composition unless you're like coming out
at the gate,
right?
Like, yeah,
right?
Unless you're in New York. We're in Kentucky here apparently, but it's gonna be the Moon Knife damage boost. Okay for the Fighting Irish.
Oh, and with the BRB though from Visor, that's gonna allow them to come right back around though. The Evan's going to be able to come right in together, and it's going to be the Banhammer as well from Georgia Tech to start off this fight.
Fraud, your job is to find Fighting Irish. The Moon Knight's biggest counter is going to be the Psylocke, and it's not going to be that, but Convex, and we've seen a lot of pro play in the Mantis being able to pop off. If you have a duelist that can play Mantis at a high level, welcome to competitive play, my friends, and this is what we thought we would see. Yes, the first trade happened to Fraud. Georgia Tech, they stabilize, and they're pushing up to punish. You'll love to see that on Krakoa.
And you also have Georgia Tech that have 2 of the these Vanguards that they can rely on versus UKY having only that Doctor Strange, right? Can be difficult to work with and trying to build into that ultimate. Well, 40 sauce packet says, I'll take 40 of those ranches. So now the extermination comes in from Georgia Tech. They lost out on that Vanguard, but it's about opening up the space to brute way their force through this choke.
40 hot sauce, I mean, absolutely booming here. This could be the first Agamotto comes out to play. Nothing going to connect from it, and that is disappointing if you're looking for Georgia Tech to get something out of that. Luxurious wants that one back. Fraud, though, going to find the best in IBM. Sauce packets to follow. There comes the dance of the butterflies. 1, 2, welcome to the Fraud Show. We knew this would happen, folks. Once again, with that damage boost, so much at play for them.
You know, with the Eye of Agamotto missing, it's fine, because they got the insurance policy, because remember, they also had control over the point first. It was all about the stall potential to prevent UKY from coming out.
Absolutely, and obviously UKY, they have everything here. How much do you have to commit? That's going to be the play in mind. Convex does have Soul Resurgence. That's going to be obviously their answer to it. If you're UKY, and I talk to them, they ult track. This is where you've got to push forward. Know that they only have one, maybe, strategist ult, and it's going to be the Fighting Irish here for UK. Pushing forward, there's the amplifier, and here comes final judgment of it all. IBM going to find one, continues to move forward. This young stud came from, I believe, other games quickly over to Rivals and just learned it quickly.
It's so nice, too, to be able to find their opportunity to get the follow-up. They flipped the point. You talked about it, too, Cozy, that the strats were not there. They didn't have those ultimates for GT, so it was just inevitable as Severin's going to be able to at least find Doctor Strange.
Absolutely. Got Soul Resurgence out. Weren't able to use, didn't have to use much. They just got to get the damage boost of the judge and the jury. Here comes Omega Hurricane. They are absolutely playing aggressive. You love to see it. Now going right for the Ultra. Now going to change it over to the Mantis, and they're going to find that connection. Hello, Fighting Irish with the combo, and we're already seeing great team play here from UK. 24% and climbing. Idiot is going to get it. Yes, it is Idiot, folks. Not just calling him from the name, at least yet.
No, that's what he literally told us, everybody. But he's close to the Manhammer. He got the invisible boundary. Eye of Agamotto.
Oh, busy!
The backline does not exist, and it is UKY that keep their feet planted on this point.
Okay, BZ with a big three-piece opens eye right open and closes the opportunity for Georgia Tech to take that one right back. Now Luxurious is going to want their eye back from the last one they delivered. They have the chance to do so. Fraud at 80% as well. So it's about to be close matchup here. Let's see how they choose to play. Fighting Irish playing with the team here as the Moon Knight. Kind of interesting how they choose. I love what Sauce Packets is doing, and great rotation here from Georgia Tech. But Sauce Packets playing low, that's what you want to do as a Storm. Here we go. It's going to be the extermination coming from above. Let's see if Pat can get anything going.
And the protection too from Severin, right, with that invisible shield. And you see Idiot going off, though, finding two, Fighting Irish and Gengi. And now Georgia Tech, they move their way into the point, already nearing 85%. But a great, strong neutral fight here. I mean, it's not like UKY really had anything to sustain in that case.
And as we pointed out, Idiot is obviously going to be on the Deadpool, and so that takes time to ramp up. And so as they continue to win, only makes them better. Here comes the portal play from Bezo. Had a huge Agamotto, 96, 97. Got to get it out there as they throw it in, and it's going to be right in time as Fighting Irish comes from the shadows.
Oh, man, sneaking through, though. The Hand of Khonshu whispers in nobody's ear, though, because unfortunately for Fighting Irish, he's the first one taken out. Overtime, taking away in the favor of Georgia Tech, and they're not utilizing any of these ultimates because they're going to save it for that next round as they try to body block through the portal, and they take that first round.
Perfect communication there. You just said it. Not using or, you know, obviously hanging on to everything they need for the win con. Moving forward, 10K and 8K from the strategists above if you are UK. Great plays, some good takeaway moments, but altogether got to lock in, especially if you're looking at it in the, you know, obviously 40 Sauce Packets doing a great job getting the team up. Vicky, what stands out to you, though, going forward?
That triple strategist is still making a bookmark. It's hard. It's hard. It's really hard to deal with that here on the other side, but seeing how they're going to be able to try to deal with that and the damage output that you currently have between the Ultron, the Mantis, you talked about the double AI. Well, Rock is going to write a quick essay on that one because Severins also has the invisible boundary. You still have those 3 other ultimates too, 4 total for Georgia Tech.
Absolutely, and listen, we're just taking a moment to breathe that in because that was a lot coming at you fast. And I think, you know, right away, looking at the band picks, I kind of knew which way at least it was going to go initially just by looking at top meta play and how much we've seen. And I do want to see more of these schools, you know, lean into the Mantis play. It's not easy to get the triple strategist, obviously after late and what they've done with the balance patching, but it just lends for so much carry potential, especially when you can lean on someone like Fraud.
Yeah, and when you're playing on Domination too, you can expect when you're running triple strat how long it takes to have a strategist ultimate online where you're forced to give up that point. when you're trying to go in for a next fight, that is the important asterisk that you have to look at to see how they're able to reset, knowing that you probably want that sustainability when you're running triple strategy.
And it's kind of a bummer because Fighting Irish, their job was to jump in and save the day, but they were kind of hoping if they could get that portal in a little bit earlier, I believe Handa Khonshu was going to be ready to be able to be used on a better timing, right? They kind of had to use it in a very awkward moment, just touching the point, they fall, Patch falls, and then the whole team from there, right? And so looking at what they could have done better, cleaning up, we've seen this at the top level play as well. Teams will look dominant throughout, but it's those last bits, and sometimes why people ban Strange, right? It's the last bits that matter, the most important fight in there. But I did see plenty from UK that tells me that they can continue and try to get this next point.
Definitely, I agree. And it's about trying to like suit up on those ultimate follow-ups as well. I don't think we're going to see this unorthodox duelist lineup composition. You usually see this for the purpose of getting your ultimate online very quickly to break through like a triple Vanguard hold, right? On a different game mode. I'm seeing what Sauce Packets is doing, but the survivability isn't there. There's been primary focus. You're having to deal with an Ultron up in the sky who probably is also damage boosted by the Mantis. And it's difficult to help with your sustainability when you have two strats.
And why that matters so much, especially when they have the triple strategist on the other side, is if Moon Knight's not getting those eliminations, they are just feeding damage over damage, ult charge over ult charge, and that is honestly what a lot of that rotation problem was, as we were able to see that kind of close in towards the end, right? Just continue to kind of fuel them. Fraud and the show there were able to get things started and going, and towards the late end, just good rotations. I thought the Deadpool play, is going to continue to heat up as well from Idiot. It's just great. I know, idiotic, idiot. He's like, either works. I'm like, my guy. I mean, you're looking great out there, but still an idiot, right? I guess is the best.
I was like, there's no way, right? It's I'm like,
yeah,
wait.
We tried it all.
We tried so hard to bounce around it, but it is gonna be idiot. But you know what? You know what's not gonna be idiotic is the way that we're seeing these teams warm up, figure out what they have to do differently, Cozy, because we are gonna be going on to a quick break. Everybody, don't go anywhere. We got some more action coming to you on the other side.
Hello, my friends, and welcome back. After that quick little break here, we are going right back to the action. And just in case you missed it, Georgia Tech versus University of Kentucky. Georgia Tech did end up taking the first zone in domination, although Kentucky looks strong. It's more about the way they finish rather than going on throughout the mid-fight.
Exactly. We have to see, what Kentucky's going to do a little bit differently, right? And, looking at the players, getting set up, making sure everything's all good to go. Remember, Cozy, $30,000 worth of prizes on the line and getting right into the action. Let's not waste this time.
Oh, wow.
Because they hurt us. They hurt us through the back, and they bring things around, and they're able to take the control back from Georgia Tech, who are at 46.
And doesn't that just describe the exact way it began last time on the first zone? Again, we're jumping right back into it. Georgia Tech has 1 point overall, 46% onto the second point, but Kentucky is back in it. Let's go and catch the viewers up here into the ult department. They do have Dance of the Butterflies and Meteor M to counter what they might need. On the strategist front, they're kind of away from a lot. Ultron is going to be close to the edge of it, throwing out Extermination now. The quick counter going to go from Magneto, going to get torn down to 1 HP, coming right back is BZ. Dance of the Butterfly, they're going to match the Psylocke. So Fraud was able to do what they did on their side for Georgia Tech. Vicky, 40 Sauce trying to make an impact.
Yeah, now backing away, the Ultron once again providing that extra, not only damage, but also the addition of allowing Fraud to pop off. This fight's going on for quite some time, but UKY were stalling for as long as possible, nearing 45% and climbing now as Georgia Tech finally reversed the point back in their favor.
I'm laughing at the Angelo just swatting with the melee over and over on Fraud, just like trying to sway him away like a bug. But Patch gonna go ahead and get a little bit of aggression here. Can't stagger. So we got 56 to 47. If you are UK right now, you've got to get one of these ults. Obviously, both of them can be used. Maybe go in with a Raccoon first to get the offensive push into Gengi as well. But looking at it, they've got plenty to answer the bell right back if you're Georgia Tech.
Oh, nice push in right there. Fighting Irish is the first to go out, and unfortunately, you will not have that Heaven's Retribution. But to paint the floor and the path is going to be the Eternal Bond from Gengi here, and before moving up to, it's a stall out before UKY is able to flip it.
Okay, look out for IBM. Can he get a big judge, jury, and execution? No, because everyone else on the team are going to fall with it. 87%. Yes, we had the break as the teams were able to reset, reload, but UKY going to have to find some fighting spirit here if they want to continue on in this thing. Up, he pushed the lowest. Here comes the counter portal. They're ready. 96, 97. They don't even see it coming. Here comes the portal, and they are going to be able to counter it completely. But they find a new way, new exit. Hello, going around the back end to go in the portal that was there to counter them. you see some big brain play here from the University of Kentucky.
It makes you wonder how long they stalled it out on purpose so that way they would not get double countered, but it doesn't matter because Georgia Tech with the Ultron Extermination is able to stabilize Georgia Tech and take that extra round and take that map.
With the dance execution in the back pocket to follow, even if there was a zone 3, looking solid. Again, Georgia Tech, if you are unaware of the scene, is one of the favorites coming in here, but UKY has done everything they can to continue up the fight. Now, keep in mind, Kentucky, they came in first place in the qualifier 1, 7-0, 14-2 overall, was looking very dominant from what they were able to put together, but they've got to lock in here. They lost the domination and now got to find how to readjust, Vicky, as we look into map 2.
I like the patient play, though. We are seeing a little bit of back and forth. I think the biggest issue, if you are Kentucky right now, is breaking through with how quickly that Ultron gets that ultimate online, how the triple strat has been working out for them in their favor. There's only so much a Cloak and Dagger and Rocket can do to sustain through an invisible boundary, the certain resurgence that you currently have from the Mantis, the Ultron Extermination.
Sure.
It's hard.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously we came in halfway towards the second match, but we knew what happened point 1. Sauce Packets, Bezo, some good plays from them. But overall, we just highlighted it. Idiot is the name, and they're anything but was doing a great job on the Deadpool. Fraud and the show with it. You know, this is the first time out of the 4 teams we've seen that someone has a bit of an Ignite comp to them. This pro-level play with the triple strat, but Mantis Ultron at the helm. Have to play to perfection. 12k, 8k healing, 11k damage. Padge with a 12 final hits on the Ultron. That is what you want to see if you're inspiring for greatness, especially if you want to, Vic, you know, be that top name here in the tournament.
Dude, Padge was out here with like 12k healing.
Yeah.
He had those 12 final hits. Like, popping off. Only going down twice, by the way, that I think is a huge indicator to what the duelists were dealing with on the other side on trying to annihilate the extermination from the Ultron, but also a lot of the strategists that were providing that protection, whether it be from your Mantis or your Invisible Man.
Sure, and if you're looking at this in a ban pick situation, what you really need to do if you are going to beat Kentucky is you got to ban the Mantis, and that at least slows things down. The Psylocke, obviously Fraud, that's what they do well. They might go that way, but you have to address, address other things like the Daredevil, but I think Mantis fixes a lot of that core comp, and Padge slows them down. They're kind of a two-headed monster right now, and those are the two that you have to go up against and try to give yourself any momentum. You get the map pick, now you got to get a bit more pick ban favor over to you. And this is where I would say, Vic, in the collegiate scene, you know, the coaching and some of the X's and O's, you know, those are going to be the things that I want to look for, what teams are putting in that effort going into this thing, and there's not time to adjust. It's going to show up right here on match day.
Yeah, because then you look at the way that Kentucky was playing, and the Cloak and Dagger may have had that strat input, right? You had like, what, 24, 21k healing overall, but you're still running that double strat. What can you do in the pick and ban phase that allows you to elevate yourself because it is just best of 3, so you have one last chance as Georgia Tech is sitting at match point.
Yeah, and meta-wise, I would almost say it kind of feels like UK is playing last meta a bit. Cloak and Dagger and what we saw there, whereas, you know, Rocket Raccoon is another great example of that, whereas on the other side, it's the Mantis, the Ultron, the Psylocke stuff we've been seeing in this current meta, right? Elsa being banned on sides is understandable, but overall does make it interesting because in Rivals always getting different comps altogether. And again, if you're just now coming by, maybe it was after the break, Alienware putting on this amazing Collegiate Clash in 2026, and with it, we've got ourselves a lot of fun. You know, we've said they believe in the heart and the minds of these young players. And, you know, as casters, we want to as well to see them be kind of the next scene in Rivals. We see names come up from the MRC, Vicky. Cool to see and go even, you know, further to the collegiate level.
It makes you wonder, is this going to be like the next gen of like, yeah, we lost the team that has popped off within the MRC coming out of left field? This is the opportunity to highlight this next gen talent while still sustaining themselves as a full-time student in the collegiate league.
Also, just want to take a quick minute here to go ahead and highlight all the amazing Team Liquid merch. You can see right here the apparel collection. See a lot of people asking, where'd you get the shirt? Where'd you get the amazing cups here? And whether you're backing your favorite heroes or you just want to be clean, competitive look, this collection brings together the best of both with iconic Marvel energy with Team Liquid's signature design.
And if you guys like what you see right now, don't forget to shop the full drop at tl.gg/Marvel Rivals, or rather, sorry, Rivals, just tl.gg/Rivals. Make sure you guys go real quick down below. I love it. Shout out to our production with these bottom graphics. And if you guys like these awesome cups too, you guys could get your own amazing thermal cup.
And I actually wear these all the time. Like you saw yesterday, I went out to dinner, I was wearing the Fantastic Four jacket. So awesome stuff here, great heat. Big shout out to them. And they're in Ignite as well, so you can follow the team there. But either way, we are here at the Collegiate Clash again, live in Austin. And right now, we're going to what is going to be map 2 for our match 2. A lot of matches going on right now. We will be showing you the bracket throughout to kind of give you an update on where some of these other teams do stand. Vicky, in fact, let's take a look at the team here as we have ourselves ready to lock and load. It's pick ban phase.
Gotta see what we're gonna change up here. You can't let that triple strat pass you by. But you know what else is difficult, Cozy? You only have so many pick and bans. So if this is one comp that they could run, what other comps are they flexible at, right? Because, at the end of the day, if you do want to try to forcibly ban out the triple strat, then you have to consider, okay, well, maybe they have a gambit, as we saw the prio ban coming out there.
I would say a lot of these teams, especially when you can't really adjust much in one day, like to stick with the game plan going in. But if you're Kentucky, I'd probably like to see the adjustment go into what I said, that Mantis before. I think the save, though, is just going to be used from Georgia Tech right here on the Mantis. Can't do much if you get that saved right away, and that's going to kind of slow down the response from Kentucky. We got the Venom on their side. Obviously, that's what they want to go with, and it's the Mantis once again. So going to be tough. They want to obviously address the big, gambit. You got to shut that down. But with Mantis open, they got to adjust the further bans, Vic.
Because it's kind of going to be back and forth again, right? Where you force out the ban out the Jeff if you're Georgia Tech, because you see the protect on the Venom, you see the protect on the Mantis, which means you want to ban out the Loki so you also don't get that team up, but they're still going to expect a triple strat.
For sure, and with this last time, obviously, I think continuing to address that is going to be the play in mind. The save to them and the game plan that they had kind of moving forward that will continue to work for them is going to be interesting to see with this next pick, and it is Elsa. Listen, Elsa is obviously such a game-changing hero in the way that you can get that Apex Predator off her ultimate, and that's going to come into play here looking at the map.
With the Protect on the Invis too, right? You already know that that's going to be the main anchor, the main support there for the strategist side of Georgia Tech. While they ban out the Angela, it's about knowing where we're going to be moving on to for this next map. No Elsa, or rather Elsa here in the side of UKNY, but seeing what this final ban is going to be, because Cozy, we highlighted it perfectly. Fraud really likes that Psylocke. You're seeing Psylocke get enabled here, and they want to try to lean into that more often, right? So are we going to maybe see a ban from the UKY side? It also depends on what map we're going to be moving on to.
For sure, and shout out to, I would say, Georgia Tech adjusting with the Angela ban, because they saw one thing that UK was doing pretty well on that second map in Krakoa, and they changed up, a little bit from where they went in the first time. And Viz being saved as well for that added protection. Wow, right now, Georgia Tech having a strong draft here in the pick and ban. Now with Elsa, that's going to be what they have to address there, Vic. Last ban, ready to go. But it looks like they are not banning. We've seen this actually sometimes, but very rarely up at the top level.
Aura, I guess. I don't know if I would say it like that when you're down a point right now and you have Georgia Tech sitting at match point, but it looks like that's what's going to happen.
That tells me they were like, listen, we know that Fraud, it can be tough on the Psylocke, but you know what?
And the Ultron,
exactly, anybody, they didn't even play the Ultron on their side sometimes, so it's, they're going to be trusting their skill that they have at their level. 40 sauce packets is going to have to make the big difference like they tried to do last time. BZ with the big ults as well. So Hell's Heaven, this is going to be a fast match, y'all. Obviously, you get to pick not just the mode, but the map. We're going back-to-back domination, lightning fast speed here at the Alienware Collegiate Clash. UKY, Kentucky, going to be going in now. Spider-Man, Peter Parker, IBM. Let's see what you got.
But they're going to have to deal with the Portal Penny play. Hold on. Can they get the kidnap? The rocket.
Disgusting.
No. What can you do differently there? They were caught with Whiplash looking up and down, side to side, and that's a huge first double pick in favor for Georgia Tech.
The Invis just was absolute perfect play there at every level, and going into it, they're going to go ahead and try to rotate into that point right away. UKY somehow is the first to get the meter rolling for them. Bizo going to be on that Venom, as we saw a little bit last time, quickly falling though. IBM, this is the Spider-Man map, does help out, but Padge was an absolute definition of, it wasn't the early Ultron in the movie, it was like the perfected version.
Oh, coming in with some style here too. While they're going to be able to get that point first, UKY, it's back to the drawing board because sure, you could try to force out some of these kidnaps, and since we are over here on Hell 7, it's also an indicator where it was smart to ban out the Angela. We've seen some environmental KOs come out, but you know, now a little bit different now with the Spider-Man from UKY instead trying to do something to make it work with the Spider-Man.
For me, Luxurious playing Strange is such an interesting addition to this comp overall and how they want to rotate. Obviously, we get a lot of flexibility and mobility heroes, but they're going to be going with the stationary of Strange to keep those backline strategists alive. Idiot's going to continue to throw on, and this is just going to be why Tank Pool is such a threat at the level. Fighting Irish go down, and UKY have to find their footing here if they want to advance against this strong Georgia Tech team.
And you have the Glartrox ready to go from Fraud. UKY really just relying on that invisible boundary that's coming up shortly. Hopefully there's a follow-up here too with the Feast of the Abyss from BZ, but Georgia Tech holding on to the Extermination as well as that Glartrox.
Couldn't they have just banned Elsa? I'm so confused why the Elsa wasn't banned. On the other side, you saved it for your team, give yourself that advantage, and you know, then unable to do that, and we're seeing what Fraud can do, not just on the Psylocke, but on the Elsa. So much so, it's absolutely just evident right here. As you can see, Vic, you know, obviously he's going to have himself an ult to try to keep them alive some way, somehow. I told you it'd be lightning fast domination, chaotic right now, and it's looking tough if you're a UK fan.
I'm more so surprised that we're going back to back, honestly, on top, right? Something that we don't usually get to see, but it's happening.
Now we just quick little teaser from Jarvis as we continue up with the Georgia Tech hold. Here comes the Agamotto, finds 3. Holy Anko with the 2-piece to follow. Not just the setup, but the home run to boot. There's a quick res over. BZ does find Padge, but it's going to be a quick fall. IBM able to get back quickly, though, so Lux right now doing so much, showing that they are the Sorcerer Supreme themselves. Popping another, are you kidding me? Doctor Strange, Luxurious, doing it all.
And painting a path for Fraud to pop off. Sure, we were able to see UKY like try to survive through all of that, but now they're not even able to leave the choke from the spawn room gates. 95% and climbing. GT backing away. Fully expecting the portal to come out, but is it going to come out in time?
Yeah, that was, wow, just right up to the marker. IBM just touching to get something rolling for them. They are going to commit the ult here too, right? So they're going all in to try to get any point touch at that, and quickly, just absolute beauty.
They just canceled the Feast of the Abyss with the sleep. No anti to come out. The Glartrox, though, is going to get shut down. The turnaround, despite that cancel, UKY showing signs of life. And even with this slide back and forth, the BRB is going to allow UKY to be in the driver's seat for this fight.
Life and communication coming into play here. Absolutely perfect diving all together with the Venom. Bizo has been the stud for this team, and they're looking to capitalize with it. The backline staying alive through it. Great rocket ult and commitment. Risky one at that, Vic, because you lose that. Zone 2 looks much worse, but they were able to at least get something rolling. Now they can rotate into the Invis ult and the Feast of the Abyss, which was canceled with the Agamotto.
It's crazy here, but now you have so many ultimates to deal with, Cozy. If you are Georgia Tech, UKY could answer back. Feast of the Abyss getting close because of the cancel that we mentioned, going back to 50%. He's getting closer. He tethers onto them. He did the 1-2, gets the Feast of the Abyss, and Fraud, though, has answered back onto IBM. Eye of Agamotto has hit himself with Ghost, it looks like, getting haunted from the back as it's not found its mark, the invisible boundary to keep this fight going, but they're down a member, putting themselves at that number disadvantage. And once this Eye of Agamotto hits, that's it. No invisible boundary, no sustainability on the side of UKY.
Yeah, and unfortunately right now, IBM has got to get the switch. IBM's fallen pretty early in these fights, leaving them be a 5v6, and at this level of play, can't have it done, can touch a little bit, not going to be enough, no portal at play, and this is going to be their point to have firmly. So, good little bark back from Kentucky. Had to use the Invis ult at the end, a little bit of a bummer there. I think the obvious, swap here, if I'm looking at it, Vic, is maybe go back on the Punisher if you're IBM, but try to switch it up. That's a spider map, but not quite what they were looking for.
Going 1-6-2 and not having the impact that you need to have as Spider-Man without there even having to be like somebody to deal with you, right? It's not like they're having to forcibly go no more or anything like that. It's Fraud who's popping off 19. I mean, look at the board.
We got one duelist. Fraud has 12k damage. Both duelists 9k damage. I think that kind of tells the story here right now that's going on in the map of Hell's Heaven. Now, looking at adjustments. Happened just like that. Punisher going to be swapped over. We saw pretty good play from them as Punisher as well. Combine that with the Rocket, you can get something cooking there from the team up, or with the duo. But Paj has the ult, little bit of aggression opening.
It's another one of these teams, Cozy, that I'm wondering, like, UKY have Gambit available for them, it looks like. So, like, the fact that they're relying on the Rocket Sia is a question mark.
I have more questions than answers at the moment as I continue to watch the collegiate scene and kind of it unfold. But I will say, as we like to, the talent is there. A lot of these games are going to come down to the strategy and the mental. I think those are the two biggest things. You know, you look at young players, I think mental is one of the biggest parts of it. Here comes the portal instantly, trying to delete someone from the opposition side. Quickly going to go ahead and go right into aggro mode as Fraud is hungry for more.
The Venom from BZ dipped. He was out of there.
Goodbye.
He swung away so fast, but it doesn't even matter. IBM is the first victim, while BZ is taking a quick nap, forcing him to pop the armor.
We are gone, is what he said. As now quick sleep on Venom made it a little bit more stressful. Does not have a shield to get back up, but there's the amplifier. The team's got to capitalize off this. All the pressure right now is on the packets of sauce now. IBM gets 2. That's the swap you're looking for. Glartruck's committed, probably not needed, but either way, we're able to get the cleanup and first point cap.
Look, sometimes you get excited. You see that Sia activated, you see the damage boost, you may want to let it rip here like a Beyblade off of the ultimate, but now you will not have that available to deal with what Fraud, the Eye of Agamotto that's eventually going to come up, the invisible boundary that could force everybody off to really have that Glartruck there.
Yeah, really all they need to do is stagger these strat ults. If you're Georgia Tech, look at what they have, stagger these and you're good to go. Obviously the Invis is going to be able to respond to one of them, but you can just use Fraud and the Apex Predator to take care of business there. Fraud knows it, they know it, they're moving in. Good rotation here from Georgia Tech now with the Exterminations, the first they choose. They force the Invis ult, that's what you're looking for. But on the other side, Invis also ulting, so they're choosing to commit a lot, but they want to get this point. Looking towards it, you still have the Mantis at the very least. Probably would have liked them to hang on to the Invis ult. Either way, they're happy they're getting this point back.
Convicts too, like you mentioned, already having a lot more of that impact, only having that Extermination. You have the invisible boundary that was used up, Fraud still popping off, still having these 2 ultimates on the side of Georgia Tech. Now to deal with that and the Eye of Agamotto that will be inevitable from UKY. IBM having a lot stronger of a game, as you've already mentioned, Cozy. The Punisher swap doing them justice, but it's now Georgia Tech's turn on the point.
Yeah, but Lux has been the one that's been hitting some of these Agamottos, right? So what I want to see is the communication right here. BZ, what can you combine? The Rocket ult with the Piece of the Abyss is massive, but you can still get some value yourself. He's going to choose to use it, try to munch, and I did not love the timing there, as obviously the Soul Resurgence kept everybody nice and healthy, but you are going to get the final judgment, getting down the Deadpool. In response, Fraud finds 1, the comeback over from Elsa from the Raccoons, BRB, and be right back, says the rest of UKY as they continue to try to get this point back.
You know, that is the priority on the Rocket, right? It's the BRB. You know, you got to bring back somebody else. You have the Sia now. You have the damage output as you release what you can in terms of the damage from 40 sauce packets. It's another team fight win here. At least UKY are trying to flip the point, but it's
stalling.
A stall. The
stall is immense, especially with what's available to stall, right? No Venom or anything, so the tank pool can be tough to deal with. And great job from the team not full committing into that. They kind of just staying alive as much as they can through it. But either way, point back to them. Going to be 55-55. UKY, you just need a spark to ignite into the potential this team's got now. Going to back into it. Has plenty ready and available. Invis ult can be used aggressively here, and that's what you need to probably see as they're going to easily go into it. If you're ult tracking, no, they don't have ult. Now they do, and it's going to be a much tougher fight.
The Extermination now. BZ's forced to also pop up the armor, the invisible boundary as you shut down the Ultron. That's what we need from 40 sauce packets. Glartruck sending out, though, it looks like from the other side here with the invisible boundary and Fraud trying to hold it down.
Can't let them have
you have the Banhammer. They cannot let them have this up to 95%. They're trying to flip the points here back in their favor, but I'm loving this stall.
Well, at this point, just get ults and get stall, right? And then you can have the portal come back and maybe win the point overall, but then you go into zone 3 a little down, so it is a choice of decisions. Lux is going to get pushed from Invis. Beautiful push there from Genji over there. And Genji, I got to figure out the name. Either way, Fraud gets one, finds another. Fraud knows what they have to do.
And we have the Invisible Woman from Georgia Tech staying alive after getting stunned with the Eye of Agamotto. Now the Sword Resurgence comes in. Comeback, she brings everybody together. Wow. The Ultra comes right back around, has found IBM, and that's with that Sia that tries to get shut down immediately. Overtime, taking away the Glartros. Can this be big though? UKY need to rely on that, but the Doctor Strange, he is him, and he gets to completely take control with the rest of Georgia Tech.
All right, UKY, take a breath, take a break. You've got plenty of room for success here. You've got the Feast of the Abyss. Go in and nail that combination, and it looks like you can get this point. Obviously gonna have to deal with the portal, so Lux, and when you get rid of Lux, is gonna be very important at that. Either way, you're gonna have the aggressive invisible boundary that you can pop as well. If you're ult tracking, you know they have nothing. You gotta put pedal to the metal if you are UKY, but that's hard to do when Pad is getting yet another pick. Fraud finding more. This is spelling doom for them, and at this point, they're gonna push up.
They also put a sleep too onto the Doctor Strange from fighting Irish. Unfortunate, you're jumping on heads if you're an idiot, and now you find Gengi too.
Yeah, now they're going to try to get Portal, but when you have the entire team looking for more, obviously great job here from BZ. Trying to just stay alive at this point, going to go in with the Feast of the Abyss, more just for survival, if anything.
They try to do the counter portal, but they do not delay it again. Talk about time.
Oh, the box!
By the box! No, let me in! He forces himself through the crevices, though. The extermination from the Ultron gets a 2K. The survivability with the invisible boundary, and there's no heads in sight for UKY.
MVP of the game, gonna go to the Georgia Tech box. That thing was absolutely lethal, boxing them out quite literally. Again, not March Madness, the Marvel Madness at that. It is Georgia Tech once again, showing the little things that make that difference. You know, I think we saw it live. Kentucky has a lot of fight and bite, but Georgia Tech looked like the cleaner team, and they showed it overall, and you can see them, honestly, you know, pretty calm in their reaction, but they know what they can do as a team. Fist bumps rain across the board, and the stats are going to show the story.
Makes you wonder, you know, what that third ban could have been. What if it could have gone the distance? There was a lot of back and forth despite not having that, you know, ban come out. It could have been on the Ultron. It could have been a different look. But I think, if anything, the more consistent thing we need to highlight, Cozy, is still how on top Georgia Tech has been, not dropping a single map. And look at the stats. 19 finals for Fraud.
Yeah, absolutely amazing job. IBM really stepped it up towards the end with 10K up on the damage department. That was obviously a little bit of the weak spot going into it, but able to correct it. Great job from the strategist. We highlighted Kentucky, what they can do strategy-wise. Still looks great, but obviously the team to highlight going to be those 19 from Fraud. We expect that at the pro player, guys. Pro player for NRG Shock as the sub for that team. And the only thing getting in the way, you can tell, is the schooling, and you love to see it. Pat's going to get 11 as well. So they've got everything kind of working for them. If you're Kentucky, got to look at the pick ban phase and some of the team comps to try to get yourself more of the W's. Taking a look at the bracket, Vic.
Yeah, and it's crazy too. I was looking at the damage boost and what that does as an outcome on the 30K damage. But now we have Georgia Tech moving up into the upper finals while we still have more games going down in that lower bracket.
Absolutely, folks, and let's go and take a look at our Intel play of the game, and this is going to be bringing you the best of that match. Thank you, Intel, as we see the Agamotto, the three-piece of beauty from BZ, who I thought had great plays throughout. Not just the winning team, all teams here, Vicky, and what they were able to bring to this electric matchup. I better see that box, by the way.
Are you going to say that's going to be the Intel play of the game right there off of the double portal play? I love it too, but I also really like the patient play in that portal counter. It's hard, though, when you're working with such little space. It's a portal sandwich. Yeah, we saw the BRBs really try to help out UKY, but it was GT that were on top, not only of the triple strat composition, but the damage output too. You want to enable Fraud. You want to enable BJ, who's been going crazy there on the Ultron.
Yeah, I just love to see that Georgia Tech is not one-dimensional. We talk about that all the time, right, in these pro teams. And now looking at the collegiate level, you've got to have more than one threat, and they continue to show that, whether at the Vanguard with the Yannick and Lux. Obviously, Padge was just popping off, and the enable there from Convex. But man, Fraud and Press as expected. UKY going to the lower brackets can definitely show what they have down there, though, and this is a team I wouldn't want to go up against either. I'm curious, Vic, because I think this will tell a lot of the tale if we do see any more triple strat lineups, because that is going to be a big thing.
I think it depends on what this pick and ban phase is going to look like, right? And you got to utilize all the bans that you got. Just a little notice here for a lot of our teams, but I'm hearing that Fallout is ready to talk to our winners. Let's throw it over to Fallout.
Thank you so much, Vicky, Kitty, and Cozy. That's right, Fallout here, joined with Idiot. That's actually his gamer tag is Idiot. This is the first time I've called someone an idiot in an interview, but no, jokes aside, man. Introduce yourself for those watching. First off, congrats on the win, but give us a quick introduction. Tell us about your background.
All right, so my name is Case. I play off-tank for Georgia Tech. I'm majoring in computational media. We just had a very nice match, although there was a bit of a technical problem in the middle of it. It's all good. I've been playing Marvel Rivals since the beta, since the second beta. So I don't have the Scarlet Witch skin, but I do have the Venom skin. And I want to say thank you to everyone that's currently at my house at home watching on stream. I appreciate you guys.
That's awesome. Computational media is a really simple major, just like psychology earlier. What is computational media?
So computational media is like computer science with a more artistic focus. So you still end up having to take all of the engineering and computer science math classes and computer science prerequisites and everything. But the upper level classes are more focused on design. In my case, I'm focusing on media games. So I'm doing game design and other media-related studies.
Nice. That's I work for Google Cloud for Games. We should talk about it. And I didn't even know what computational media was. That's awesome. Talk to me about this competition, what it means to play on LAN, thanks to Alienware. What does this mean to you personally and your team?
I mean, we're all thrilled. We all love LANs. It's good to get together because, usually we're just playing on Discord. It's great to also just go across the country. I mean, this whole setup is beautiful. The Alienware lounge is just fantastic. Tons of really nice PCs. And in comparison to the last LAN that we're at, the setups are way nicer here.
Alienware Collegiate Clash does it right, that's for sure. And look, Georgia Tech's a heavy favorite coming into the competition. What was the preparation like going into the tournament, and how do you guys feel that you fare against the rest of the competition moving on to further rounds?
I think we're looking really good. So our preparation was, mostly working on a few comps, so we were a bit shaky on, but we knew that we wanted to play for this tournament. And thinking about what kinds of characters we're worried about facing in the future, and what teams. So the main team that we were worried about was Purdue, but they're currently down to Winthrop. So we're kind of trying to think of exactly what we should be looking for with Winthrop. It's a team that we have studied in the past, but it's less so than Purdue. So.
All right, a little VOD review to come, getting ready for a potential matchup against Winthrop. Last question, any final words, any final shout-outs before we wrap up?
No, but, thank you, Luke, and everyone else in the Chazlaz Discord server that's at home. Appreciate you guys.
Congratulations again to this idiot. I'm just kidding. To Idiot, his gamer tag is Idiot, and Georgia Tech on the dub. We'll be back with some more Marvel Rivals here in just a little bit at the Alienware Collegiate Clash. Don't go anywhere.
The return of Area 51. Alienware's highest performance desktop yet, equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Alienware Collegiate Clash 2026 live here at University of Texas in Austin, and we find ourselves at an absolute amazing gaming lounge, again, put together by Alienware. We've got amazing matchups yet to come, but so far, Vicky, has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's been fantastic to see our players settled in, having a great time. You've seen the shout-outs, too, from the players. Really congratulating the fact that they've been able to not only make it here at LAN, which is a whole other experience, everybody, but being able to sit down in a lounge like this, thankfully provided by Alienware.
And honestly, shout out to the interviews, because they have been more comfortable than some of the pro interviews, I'm telling you.
Actually,
I see absolute confidence down there. But either way, I want to catch you guys up, because we obviously saw and followed the upper bracket, but now we'll be taking it to the lower bracket, looking at it. I mean, first off, gotta highlight Texas A&M. I told you this team is coming with confidence, and they 2-0 Kansas State, 2-0 Winthrop, which looked incredible against Purdue. And now we find them up in the upper finals. Of course, Georgia Tech is where we saw just a moment ago. But we do say goodbye to Michigan State University and Kansas State, Vicky. And that leads us to a couple of things. And the one I want to highlight is I feel so bad for Kentucky because they go against Georgia Tech, then Purdue.
Yeah, that's so rough to deal with. But you know what? That's what happens, right? When you're looking at a double elimination bracket and a best-of-3 series. I mean, even looking at MSU versus University of Buffalo, how close of a series that was. Literally our first Game 3 match match of the day in that lower bracket. So now our teams have already figured out what they got to do differently as we move on and look at that lower bracket too.
Absolutely, and it's how they play these teams. Obviously, some are looking a bit stronger than others as far as communication, nerves, calm, mental, all of it put together. But we're going to find out more because Winthrop was the first matchup today. They looked great. They got the upset of the day. I don't think people understand them beating Purdue was absolutely massive and something that you want to see in any tournament is an upset, but now they find themselves on the brink of elimination because they themselves, you could almost say, got upset from Texas A&M. And so you look at this, one of these teams have to go home. Both are great. I think Buffalo, obviously has had a bit of a tougher route. You know, they went against Georgia Tech 2-1. It's been tough.
Yeah, you talk about Buffalo and just even look at the qualifiers, how difficult of a time that was for them, right?
For sure.
They had fallen short in that first qualifier, behind Winthrop actually, so that's actually going to be fantastic to see how that rematch is going to look like. But then they came back in that second qualifiers, which is a big highlight when it comes to looking at this level of competition here.
Yeah, and listen, we went down there, we've seen the players. They are oozing with confidence still and completely, you even look at someone like Kentucky and they're like, hey, bring us Georgia, bring us Purdue. We are here to get the upsets ourselves. And they did great in the qualifiers and they've beaten these teams before, but now it's on the biggest stage for these young men and women. Now, looking at it, Purdue, they're playing with a vengeance with getting upset. That's obviously going to be something we want to keep our eyes on as well. But it'll be the lower brackets once again with Winthrop. And I always love this, Vicky. I got to say, I love upper brackets. I love the great teams, but I love when the back's up against the wall. What are you going to do as a team to respond?
What's the comeback potential, right? Because the last time these two teams faced off against each other, it was like Winthrop winning by 2-0. So it was a rather dominating performance. Now it's a different week. There's been time to really consider. It's literally been like over a month, right? So we're looking at a completely different style of play from these players, as well as the different pick and ban phase that we've even seen some teams fall behind.
So ladies and gentlemen, we are underway, lower bracket, and we find ourselves with Winthrop versus the University of Buffalo here at the Alienware Collegiate Clash in 2026. Pick and ban phase is about to start, and again, a little bit of a snake draft style, back and forth, Vicky. And it's led to insane team comps and very interesting bans, sometimes not bans.
Yeah, decisions that I'm always like, okay, you know what? Maybe they're cooking up something or is the food smelling a little burnt. But yeah. But that's why you gotta look at what's going on around you in the other series and okay, take notes. Have you done your homework already? Especially looking at the different teams that did play throughout qualifier 1 and 2. If that is the only kind of homework and feedback that you have to look at. But let's get started, Cozy. The pick and ban phase in our first lower bracket quarterfinals that we have on our mainstream.
Yep, absolutely. Elsa going to be first off the board, and you kind of love to see that after what we saw from Winthrop in match 1. Obviously, we didn't get to see what they went up against in Texas A&M, but we do know Winthrop, they were absolutely crazy. Pyramids on Elsa and on the Jean Grey Phoenix was kind of the win con for that team in the sense of the duelist department. They're going to continue to ban the Groot on the other side of things with the tank pool being saved. We saw this strategy against in the upper bracket.
Yeah, you only have so many bans, right? And when you want to ban the Elsa, you could almost expect the Phoenix from that player to come out, like you've already mentioned. But Mantis Protect already scares me a bit because, fully expecting, okay, maybe we'll have that Gambit ban at this point. Now you're going to force out maybe a Loki ban instead, right? They protect the Mantis, and even if they don't have the ability to use that on the Groot with the team up, they still have the opportunity to, if they want to run triple support, really utilize that for themselves too. But with no Galactic Legend on the board from that Star-Lord that Winthrop could rely on, that was something else that we saw as they also ban out the Cloak and Dagger.
It's funny that Cloak and Dagger
So
have
much.
just a different play here. Obviously not with Georgia Tech. I think Buffalo showed a bit more of what we saw in Georgia Tech as well as the pro scene. But there it is. We knew that Pyramids is going to want to keep that Phoenix alive. And they did a great job with, I believe it was like 15-16 finals early on for them. Other players of note from the team, I think Jared did a good job. That was our interviewer. That's one you got to keep your eyes on. We'll see where they decide to go. It was Star-Lord last time, but with it being banned, going to change up where they have to go. So you can see Buffalo's plan of attack. It's like shut down the duelist first.
Exactly. I'm so glad you bring that up because when we saw Pyramids, it was on the Phoenix, back on the Elsa. The Elsa had so much impact. It was 12-3 in their favor, but it was really Jared who had popped off on that Star-Lord. That goes hand in hand with the fact that they also had the Loki and Invisiwoman. So they ban out the Loki last, University of Buffalo taking their notes, while Winthrop do get to keep the Phoenix, and they ban out the Gambit.
Yeah, so Gambit not going to be at play for them. Looking at options available, though. They'll be able to have Gambit themselves. With Star-Lord not there, still plenty of options that we'll see. And maybe we even have someone like Pyramids, or actually, I would say Jared flex into the Punisher, potentially. But if you, again, did not get to catch the action earlier in the day, this team, they like to play fast and loose. And Prince is who they attributed as their kind of backbone of the team. Back in the Jeff strategist position. That's one thing we did not see addressed by the University of Buffalo. But here we are. Krakoa is the location. We're live here in Austin. And domination is the first matchup between these two. Winner goes home, Vicky.
All on the line here, Cozy. Let's not forget it's only our top 2 teams that will be able to walk away with some merchandise in their pocket or something to sit on. We're going to have to find out now as we get started with our first game, Krakoa being a nice, interesting map that we keep seeing time and time again here.
We've had a lot of Krakoa love in our Collegiate Clash, and I'm not complaining. I love this map. I feel like me and you never get to cast it as well. So, hey, I will not at all say anything about it. It's a lot of dark maps sometimes and brighten things up here in Texas. But here we go. Portal going to open up right away, and we'll see the way they choose to approach this. Get our first sighting of a Hulk in golf.
I was going to say, you thinking about the Gulk a little bit. It's a different version of this. They push him back after they try to open things up with a portal play, a stun onto Curry, who is on that van pool. And we talked a lot about Naizu, by the way, and it's no longer the Angela play coming out. Even though it wasn't banned out, it's going to be that Doctor Strange play instead.
Yeah, so both teams going to be utilizing that triple strategist, which is what you want to see. And wow, that was a fast point take, especially for the Cerebro map in the middle with Winthrop. Great awareness to see no one on that point. Might as well take it right back, and now they can sustain. If looking at it, Ring getting the pick is going to help their cause.
Yeah, I was seeing a little cheeky back cap while everyone's just trying to push up from Winthrop. Naizu is going to be taking a quick little nap. If you take a look at the double mantis that we have, you were asking about it, Cozy. If we're going to see more of this triple strat lineup, and it is with both teams performing with their backs against the wall in this lower bracket. Another stun onto Rin, and Curry's going to be able to try to isolate the backline. They're in some trouble.
Good trade there from Pip, though, but remember, Prince has been the backbone of the team and already looking hungry. Gonna go ahead and rotate over. We talked about Curry plenty and the way they were able to execute, getting those ultimates out so quickly and the follow-up from it. That's what they did so well against their big win against Purdue and why they got the upset. And here's Pyramids doing a lot of what they did first.
I mean, if you ignore what's happening to your right side, knocking their heads off their shoulders. It's going to be Pyramid on this Phoenix. Goodbye, Oak, as it's going to be the Bruce banner form now. And it's going to be Winthrop being able to extend their lead right now on this point, nearing 60%.
All right, so let's take a look. You have 55%. You have a couple of options coming up if you're Buffalo. Don't want to, obviously, you want to try to stagger these strategist ults when available, but look out for Prince, because if Prince even gets 2, it could be an early good night, at least in this form of the Hellfire Gala. Back cap happening, though. Hello, what's going on in the back of it? We've got, I think, the Iron Fist over there, Pip Walker, saying what's up.
Backing away, remember in our interview, Prince Ali being this backbone for this team. Now you're going to get Berserker coming through, though, to stall the inevitable, as Curry's going to be able to find that first pick. University of Buffalo in some trouble, but with the extermination and losing out to Doctor Strange, they won't be able to come back as easily. We did see that portal play. We see the capture onto the Mantis, spinning them out off to the side of the map. Looking like maybe they could come right back around, though. Eternals is going to get shut down in the middle of the extermination.
Honestly, just great job from Prince. I'm actually seeing why this is one of their young studs. Being able to throw them off, not even the map, but just out of the location, and not even worrying about it. Go ahead and run to your team. I'm going to go ahead and help get the 6v5. It's all about advantage numbers here in this game, and Curry and Pyramids show why. Even 6v6, they are looking all the part. Portal comes out, jumping in as Eternals, but they're doing a great job body blocking, barely throwing it out. They commit with the invisible boundary. That's a risky play, but everything on the line.
It is, but at least they were able to get to it. Did not get body blocked to the other side of the portal, but with Rin finding the invisible when the invisible boundary goes down, and so does the shish kebab off the sushi on the jet.
Winthrop absolutely able to stay alive in what is the invisible healing Coliseum. Not losing a player, trading out immediately. Sue Storm goes down, and it is a pure thunder for this team as they look at the stat sheet, and nothing crazy. It's Pyramids once again doing what they do.
Pyramid, you could ban out the Elsa. You only got so many bans, right? Like, what, are you really gonna burn 2 bans on 1 player? You have to not ignore the Star-Lord, like.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the best players that we talked about have not fallen. Prince, right? Pyramids, and Curry. And Curry with the 5k damage, absolutely disgusting, matching the Jean Grey with it. Are you kidding me? And ramping up, Domination being Tank Pool's best game mode, clearly, because you're gonna keep that upgrade time over time. So now Curry is even a bigger threat.
I did see the swamp off the Mantis, though. That's interesting from Winthrop. Trying something different, maybe because of the ultimate charge that they were expecting going into this next round. You do have the Eye of Agamotto.
They might, I think what they're going to try to do is a portal and a Poland, potentially? Winthrop, maybe?
Let's see it.
That's where you do get
Guys
the
are getting
infant.
ready. Yep, you talked about it before. You have the protection.
Spawn, she's ready and loaded. That's what we've seen. This is like Blast of the Past a little bit, Vicky. So gonna go back to the Mantis, I think, but they're gonna, who do you isolate? Who do you want? You got the spawn room, you throw them in.
They're suspicious.
They're scared.
They're scared.
They know.
They feel that there is something in the air right now. Where is it gonna be? Who's gonna get called out? Instead, now it allows Winthrop to be able to move up on the high ground up to the point.
Ran back on over to the Mantis as we expected, but hey, what is Collegiate Clash without a little bit of fun, right? Now going into it's going to be immediately Cristiano trying to push in. Agamotto is out, does connect with the tank pool, goes down early. Pyramids connect. Great just overall comms there to connect at the same time across the map.
As well as patience, right? Like they saw that there was an opportunity. They do not force it. Instead, they prile their positioning to get on the balcony that overlooks the point and then basically cut off their rotation. They took advantage of them being scared, even if they didn't want to force a pick, and they took the advantage to get onto the point instead.
I mean, heck, one thing this is telling me is how good is Texas A&M, because Winthrop looks solid against Purdue, now against Buffalo, who's a good team at that, but either way, have to adjust right here, right now, available to them. Not much outside of It's Jeff coming around the corner, but the Extermination with the quick ban hammer means goodbye, Jeff and Leo. Welcome to the spawn room once again.
Somebody saved Jeff, stuck in spawn jail, honestly, and I said the sushi beforehand, but it's just the fact that Faye had made that swap over when they were trying to desperately recontest on the point with a portal play. They at least have 3 ultimates online. Will it be enough with the damages from Eternals as well? If you look at Winthrop and Pyramids and the outlook of damage here that Pyramids has been putting in.
Just look at the positioning. Pyramids is very aware of what they're trying to rotate into, keeping an eye on Golf, knows the Hulk is going to try to get something aggressive, taking into fact last time Cerebro, when Pip was there as the Iron Fist, they tried to do a back cap, so just knowing how their opposition plays is such a big brain part of this, as again we found ourselves on Krakoa featuring Cerebro itself, and Golf trying to make that difference. Here comes Monster Hulk, the World Breaker. Can they make a difference? Pip gets one, Golf the other, Vicky, and there's another. Golf is feasting on the Gamagon.
Oh man, let me tell you, when I saw the little clap chase come in, I'm like, oh no, I'm in danger, and it can make such a difference too in the current meta of play when we get to see way more Hulks now.
You just hope he doesn't pick you, right? It's like you see all the 4, hey, listen, Mantis looks great. Maybe go after them. Nope, it's me. Double clap, you're done. But either way, Buffalo not only getting the point back, but beautiful ult economy at that. We always need to point that out, because if they're able to get some value out of Fate here with the Jeff, she's been a great player thus far. It's been awesome to see what they can do, but this would give them a big, healthy advantage.
That's why I'm also looking at Prince Ali. Can this backbone of the team, after we heard them in their interview, really pop off? Nice sleep. Can the follow-up come in? You have the End Song Infernal just in case you need to go in for a reset, but you could try to bait out one of these strategist ultimates. We're going to have to see with Internals popping in that Source Surger first.
Absolutely. Here, Final Judgment. That's a big-time eat here. 3 on the board. Prince Ali, no Jafar in sight. Goodbye off the edge. Alibaba, that is insane.
Alibaba is coming crazy. It's like Infernal. The bubble, by the way, clutch from Naizu, also popping off here too. I love this communication from this team.
Yeah, Genie's popping off, right? Going crazy, applauding that. Now here comes the portal as 87 ticks up more and more. They've got the last fight chance with the invisible boundary up, and with it, they got to find value. Fate saw what the last shark did. Hey, the Meteor Im's going up now. Now's the time to use a great bubble there from Golf, seeing what they could get from it. Fate finds 2 of their own. Problem.
Oh my. I mean, so many bubbles, right? Like, there's only so much protection you can try to get onto your Jeff here. With the back and forth, although University of Buffalo are showing signs of life, they have the number advantage for right now. Winthrop in some trouble, and it looks like the goal is actually coming out, and it's working out for them.
Cristiano said, I will do it myself, gets 4 with it, and these Vanguards are stepping it up as a quick selfie gets that XP bar, moving more and more. Lower bracket quarterfinals as we look towards the bottom, 61%. Looking at what they have, Cristiano Luciano. Did it once before, now has the ult to the name. Monster Hulk ready. We saw the triple deletion of the strategist. Let's see this rotation. If you're Golf, go to try to approach them, but we'll see what route he takes.
See how they're trying to expect this poke as well, right? Jared having that extermination is going to open up the spot, but having to be careful with the way they play around the wall. You don't want to get stunned out. You don't want to get double cleft. And they utilize the Banhammer onto the Ultron just in case, with Rin being the first one to get taken out.
Okay, it's blow for blow. 5v5, now 4v5. Winthrop going down. 1 by 1. The clap back from Buffalo. We're seeing them live here. Get it done, 94-95. It's all pressure. Pip now going over. Going to be able to make something to try to maybe, okay, beautiful portal, gonna come in, no body blocking ready. That's a bummer actually if you're looking towards him. Curry gets the, oh my, Vicky, you can't let this happen.
It was the fact that the distraction too from Curry. I have a Komodo, it's fine too. Can we get a follow as Pyramid falls low? But it's gonna be the deal as Curry's the first to go out for Winthrop. Overtime ticking away. And University of Buffalo, you said it best, Cozy. The Vanguards are stepping up.
Triple Vanguards, why not add another to the mix? It's the 3 and the 3. We haven't seen that much in this meta, but exciting to see at play. Here comes the big Jeff again. Prince got a lot last time. Genie applauding. Nothing, it looks like this time. Coming up empty, finding life, looking for it. It's going to be Fate on the other side, at least causing a bit of disruption. Can they capitalize off the numbers advantage? But Prince, oh my gosh.
No way! The output here from the It's Jeff from Prince is just bigger. They're so close, the stall, but there's only so much one Hulk could do.
Okay, overtime, 99-99, folks. Curry, though, once again throws the Banhammer on Eternals, and just like that, clean it up. Man, even the spectators had me fooled. There's so much Jeff on Jeff. Who was going to eat first? Both got something, but Fane unable to get, obviously, you know, sometimes you got to look at the heroes and the cooldowns, and that's the little difference of getting those connections on Jeff. Going to be going on over to Winthrop. Now, I got to say, though, I mean, wow, if that showed me anything, Buffalo, they got some players.
They got some hands, literally. Like, the change-up, I mean, we got to see more of that. We have to. And it's a best of 3. There's only so much chances. We have to keep repeating that because, especially in a game like Marvel Rivals, in the pick and ban phase, it can mean all the difference. Now Winthrop are sitting at match point, but that Hulk change came in at round number 2, so now they'll keep that in mind before getting set up for the next game.
Yeah, and I've got to be honest. I mean, they said a lot of this is going to be on the back of Prince, and wow, did they show it. I mean, what they were able to put together. Let's take a look at the stats and tell the story. Once again, beautiful all around the board. Curry has just been my stud to point out. You know, kind of looked at that in the Purdue matchup. Yeah, Pyramids and Co, you know, they go off. Obviously, it's looking a little bit off right now because of the roll adjustments. When someone goes Strange, Rin flexing over to the Strange and kind of making things look a bit different here. But Pyramids doing their part, you know, across the board, great job.
Yeah, Pyramids obviously was on the Phoenix prior, so you see the 12.6k damage output, but it's the quick swap up that we keep seeing from a lot of our players, making those micro adjustments when you know you want to go in for a contention with the portal. 10 finals that you saw from Pyramid with that Phoenix. What can you do, right? You get the yellow self aboard. At least you get the one server admin off. The Phoenix has still been so dominating from their very beginning, right, Cozy? We've seen this in Tier 1 play as well, where the Phoenix was a problem before. It's sometimes map dependent, but still so strong, especially on top.
And for me, it wasn't exactly just like the stats that made the difference. It was really just coming down to a couple of coordinated ults, because I thought the Vanguard side of Buffalo easily could bark back and had what it takes, but it's about just making everything click at that right time. Being portal aware, obviously important because they had it. Portal comes behind them. Can't counter portal because they used that to get in there and they fight before it. Either way, though, we've seen, you know, an Angela stop a full portal at that, so you always got to be ready for it. Either way, though, impressed with some of the shenanigans as well that Winthrop is doing with the invis pull at the spawn. It's the little things, Vic.
Yeah, and I really like the awareness too that we're seeing from Naizu, right? Because Naizu showing the flexibility that they have, whether it be on the Angela or the Strange here too, having that impact and trying to isolate the backline. It's kind of like, even though we're seeing the pop-off potential from the Duelists, it's the pop-offs of the Vanguards on both sides right now, the battle of the Vanguards.
And it's what I've highlighted. Obviously at this level of play, when the, you know, the lights are bright here, big and bright in the deep in the heart of Texas, as I like to keep saying, Vic, when you look at the mental, that's going to be such an important thing to grasp at this level of play. And if you're Buffalo, you had it. It's right there. Squandered it, right? Keep the mental high. How can you readjust and you know, go into what is going to be, you know, do or die right? Obviously with the elimination, and we can see them throwing out all the stops of what they can do. Vicky, how do they adjust?
When you're in the lower bracket and you have Winthrop sitting at match point right now, it's you can feel your heart, basically coming out of your chest. You know what they say, everything's bigger in Texas, but the level of competition's even bigger than that here, it looks like. So we're getting set up here while everybody is getting situated to make sure that they're set up.
And we found that out with the barbecue last night. Absolutely insane. It's not just Jeff that was hungry. I mean, we devoured some great Texas food here. Again, if you're just now coming in, shout out Alienware and the Collegiate Clash of 2026 has been great so far, and awesome to see this scene continue to grow of kind of the next gen of players, right? Believing in them to get it done and equipping them for everything they need to be successful. Speaking of, though, we've got our next matchup just about ready to rock. Let's go into the pick and ban phase as we take a look at these players. And again, I said the mental. This is why I love LAN. You get to kind of see how they're taking that defeat.
Yeah, we may not be able to hear the players ourselves, but something that I personally like, Cozy, when it comes to these LANs, you're not online. You can't hide behind a screen. You are right there. And if I feel like I'm getting focused, guess what? I'm going to turn around and maybe there's players having a good time out there expressing themselves. As we get to see the first ban, it's onto the Elsa. They would rather still deal with Pyramid's Phoenix than that Elsa.
Absolutely, very good call. The Museum of Contemplation is going to be that map as well. And getting the Daredevil save, oh my. This is where the devil may be blind, but there are plenty of alleyways that they see and picks and pokes of opportunity. Either way, though, Mantis can be saved on the other side. So listen, I mean, you could go with the Mantis ban here. What if you are Buffalo, Star-Lord ban, what else did you want to shut down from Winthrop?
The Vanpool.
Yep.
I want to shut down the Vanpool. You talked about Curry, and this is Museum of Contemplation.
Yep.
You know that this map could go for a while, and again, the longer these maps go, the better the Vanpool could get.
And there's two, though. The problem is this is a very good Jeff map as well.
Yeah.
So, especially first point. And so if you kind of have to, you got to take what you can. Elsa, Star-Lord, they can't let their duelists pop off with the Gambit. They don't plan on banning the Gambit. You can tell from just what they have in the early bans. So they can only have one more. I would agree. I would go with the tank pool here. But if you're Winthrop, you're going to save it. I would assume so.
The fact that they saved the Phoenix, though, you only have so many bans. Will University of Buffalo really target ban just the duelists? It makes you wonder, but they don't want to risk it, so they protect the Phoenix instead. We're going to have to see what that last ban from University of Buffalo is definitely going to look like. First, we have to linger over onto that protect. You mentioned Jeff. That could be the final ban that we see from Winthrop. I definitely agree, though. This is such a great map for Jeff.
I don't know. I think Winthrop, they might get rid of the Hulk after how good Buffalo and Golf were able, if anything was popping over there, it was that, right? I think that was definitely performing the best, and they won't allow it because they protected the Hulk, which you love to see here. Loki with the last ban. And obviously giving that Gambit to them, you can't give them everything. So they're going to at least enable their best players with their comfort picks. Prince will have the Shark, and you will have Tank Pool available. Crazy that those are making it through. But Cloak and Dagger, which Winthrop they don't want, doesn't matter who they play, they don't want to see the duo.
It's very interesting. The pick and ban phase, the difference between what we usually see, even between the MRC, MRI, and even this, could also be a team preference thing, something that they may know when it comes to their comp dealing with a Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah, Naizu locking in Captain America, by the way, a little sneak peek behind the scenes. That's what you love to see. Captain America might get some play. One of my favorite, if not my favorite map, is the Museum of Contemplation. Love the force fields, love the rotations. We've seen this being one of the more difficult points, Vicky, to take the second one because Spawn and the difference between them. Look for a Venom player to get the stall going, and that'd be a big point of contention.
I like how you bring that up because over time we've seen a lot of teams readjust to this map. And when we talk about the difficulty of this map in general, on the attacking side, it's very rare that you see a team take that payload to the finish line. That's how hard it is. It's a very easy spawn point to hold from that first choke. It's difficult to break through that choke, but we're going to have to see because remember, our losers from our last game, University of Buffalo, wanted to take Winthrop here to this map directly, so this was their plan.
Clean flyover spectators, love that. The little things, shout out production. As Jared is going to be rotating, he was the DPS. Now into that Adam roll, we don't see a lot of Adam Warlock these days with that 15% nerf hit. Even someone like Karova not able to play all the time. Now going here, Prince on the Jeff, no surprise, Curry on their pick, so we knew that would be the case. Pip is going to be a big player that has to pop off here. Golf now, instead of protecting the Hulk and going that way. They're going to go with a bit more of a steady hand at the start, Vic.
And it's because they want to be able to break through that chokehold that we keep mentioning, right? It's a lot harder when you don't really have just a shield to rely on. There's only so much the bubble from the Van Pool can provide, as Curry's already got the banner. Same thing for Cristiano, and it's going to be the fight for the bus here on the other side. You talk about the different angles here too, as the banner is the first to go out from Curry's side.
Yeah, you want to throw it on the Jeff if you're their side, on the other side if you're Buffalo, just because it's such a hard thing to hit that splash perfectly. We'll see. You can look at the health here on the strategist to see kind of who they ended up putting that. Either way, no one really affected. I think Rin was the target, and here comes a quick deletion of Jared. Good push if you are Buffalo. How much are you going to commit? Not much. I mean, looking across the board, still a Faint, Eternals, Golf, and the Raccoon continue to clean up. Jared, though, tries to get the last laugh. Shotgun out. Shotgun Punisher, one of the scariest things in this game. Frank Castle, run away.
And that shotgun, sometimes I'm just like, I blink twice. Like, there's no way. The Itch Chef from Prince Ali.
Huge Eternals.
No, and you saw the Adam Warlock was trying to keep him up.
Absolutely. I mean, that was absolutely a great defensive play and keeping things up. Kind of. Oh my, deletion! Didn't even get to finish the word. Good night, Sue.
They disappeared,
yeah.
Unfortunately. But
yelled their own fate. I mean, it's like
the double-O sword sometimes.
Gosh.
It's like you were going to disappear, and now University of Buffalo are popping out.
Absolutely. That was perfection. Golf obviously played great on the Hulk, our highlight player of the Vanguard side. Getting it done there on the Magneto this time around. And Winthrop, they committed so much, and so this is where you want to make them pay. This is where ult tracking has so much to do with this level of play. Push forward, hold W, get rid of the S key.
And thank goodness we have swapped off the Adam Warlock. I have to say, when you don't have Loki available for you, like, you know, the Born Again, there's only so much. Yeah, there's some cheeky spots you can hold, but at that point, like, okay, so is the BRB from Rocket, right? Even with that 34+ second cooldown. Jerry going over to that Ultron with that triple strat. Now we get the Omega Hurricane from Eternals to try to isolate. Look at them looking back, fully expecting it. The bubble comes in, but you only have one.
Yeah, very good capitalization on that. I mean, they did have the mag bubble to keep him healthy and alive. Good pushback. Eternals now forced to be a little bit more cautious, but Pip holding the W. This is what I wanted to see. Quickly, Cristiano is going to get more in that, and this is the toughest part to get. Now, obviously, they're not going to get point all the way there. That's why it's so difficult, and when you look at the ult rotations, it's going to favor Winthrop, and this is kind of how we go back and forth, no matter how good you look to start Vic.
Yeah, because there's a lot of distance to transcend right here, too. That's why you're seeing Cristiano hold up so far up in this choke, while they have two members of University of Buffalo still taxi along the payload. The recontention is going to come in now, as Winthrop do have 3 ults.
Yeah, Faint here. Go with the aggressive ult. Don't let your oh, you can't let your Vanguard die there. That is absolutely devastating. Eternals, though, knows that they at least can get Golf back via the res. Goodbye, Rocket, run for your life. But here's the thing, why use the Phoenix ult there for your Pyramids when you have the Rocket ult right after it? Here comes the Final Judgment. I don't know if I love that at all, but oh, the desync of ults is a bummer, even when you got it off.
Yeah, you know what, man? Okay, that was a little bit of a miss confidence. Oh, no.
Damage Rocket on the board.
We love it. We love to see it, but we get to see that desync of ultimates like you were talking about. Look, you know, you may not have had the End Song Inferno against a Sia, but at least you followed with like 3 picks after that.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that is ult tracking to a T, but still unable to make them pay the price. I mean, after Pyramids use that, slow down and know you have advantage at that point. But Golf fell early, Faint was late to ult. It was a little bit of a mess.
I mean, if anything, Pyramids now will be able to keep in mind that the C is going to come after they have the End Song Inferno. So you talk about ult tracking, that's something they're going to look for. Cristiano is waiting on the other side of the wall to see if they can get a jump on this Ultron Invisible-Man on the bus.
He's
free, and he finds Jerry for free.
Whistling and all, how do they tiptoe behind the opponent while whispering, taking pictures? Oh, it's trolling at this point, as Deadpool does best. Great job from Cristiano, who we saw pop off towards the end. The Disappear goes up to try to keep teams alive. Rin forced to do it. Here comes Golf once again, hit the first one, says Disappear, and goes for the Ultron. Beauty in front of her eyes yet again. Golf, though, not able to stay alive. These strategists have to look out for this mag, but forced to rotate back. Look how far they were from the death.
And that's what we were talking about before, right? Like, you could try to push up and try to prevent them from going in through the choke, but it's not like you're running a Doctor Strange, so try to cut off both entryways from left and right side of the chokes with a portal play. So now you still have failed to get to that second checkpoint if you're the University of Buffalo, despite that strong start.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we were afraid of. I mean, this is kind of what happens. If you're going to lose a point early, technically, at least it's okay on point 2 because you have to play perfect. But when you're on a 6v4 situation, full W, Feint gonna go up with the aggression a little far back, and Jared blind firing into the invisible boundary, gonna rotate as well. Here comes once again the in-song before the rocket. They are just trying to combo here, and it is, I mean, maybe a kind of peekaboo thing they're trying to do with Prince. I'm not sure, but Jared finds success. They keep on not getting punished for some of their mistakes, and it doesn't matter. Cristino finds some Jeff action.
And being able to find the rocket right now, too.
It's a
So
Deadpool.
see the back and forth. Cristiano's still at least able to find Rin here. And you have Winthrop that still have these 2 ultimates as after you saw Cristiano use up that banhammer.
Yeah, gotta make a decision here. You're gonna rotate or push up, and it looks like they are choosing to rotate back. Strange was picked for a hot moment, now taken away. Realize they don't need it yet. 25 seconds, keep an eye on the clock, folks. We have final judgment. The judge and the jury. Golf, though, knows that he won't have his ult while Naizu will. So if Naizu can hit this final judgment, it's all but over, folks. Here we go, last fight potential. Naizu, pipe. Let's see what we got, Vic.
It's second on the court, though. Fear
There it is.
Magneto, Meteor M. The meatball, unfortunately, not landing on its mark. Nice protection right here, too. Playing around the bubble as well. The invisible boundary from Feint. Pyramids, though, you have to take a look before they try to wrap up behind. And Pip does make that swap over to Doctor Strange to then go in with a portal.
Yeah, actually, great sustain job here. They're all staying alive. Pip able to go ahead and get that portal off momentarily. It's kind of awkward because you have to see if your team's falling and when you should get back, but here it comes from the back line. It's going to be Pyramids, though, holding W, finds Eternals. Eternals will be back via portal. Here comes the Insong Verno to put it into this push potentially. Golf finds one, Eternals the other. Nobody can clean up the job. Everybody just getting small picks and stackers. Eternal finds another. Curry goes down. This is looking to go Buffalo's way.
Pyramid said, if the Ensong Inferno is going to take out this Trash Panda, I'll do it myself after I deal the damage. But UB are recovering beautifully. Golf gets stunned temporarily. That's 2 out from Winthrop. They're looking around. It's going to be Jared, who's the next victim. And it's just a matter of time before University of Buffalo clear them out. As Curry does make that swap over to Doctor Strange to then go in with a portal.
Prince is going to go ahead and try to sustain as much as they can. Portal there. They got the
Oh,
point!
no way.
Buffalo! Are you kidding me?
They could have won that.
Oh, easily.
Literally through that portal. They could have also just body blocked.
Prince just
No
fell.
way.
Prince just fell. Portal came out. Buffalo.
You gotta walk it off, man. Like, that was winnable. They could have gotten the second checkpoint, but you gotta just keep on going. It's easier said than done, right,
Wait,
Cozy?
how
Like,
did Prince cap that? You know, because maybe they assumed they had point. This is the only thing I'm thinking. But Prince, before his death, was able to quickly
Recapture
get
the point
cap.
back
They
to their
thought
side,
they
go
chased.
overtime.
They pushed the portal, and it was it. Wow.
they pushed a little too far, too, so they couldn't see, like, the contention over on the top side, too.
Talk about mental. This is, yeah, like you said, GG go next because they did play a better game there than Winthrop,
Yeah.
at least on that push. Now able to change things up. Golf, by the way, I'm looking out for big names here. This is one I want to highlight. I've been very impressed with Golf and Cristiano. The Vanguards keep getting it done. Pip showed up when needed, but it's the execution. Team effort. No I in team. Here we go. Vicky, is everything on the line for Buffalo. To have that portal be the thing that sent you home could be tough.
Gotta find out. Honestly, I like how you highlight Golf. It's kind of been, like, very fun to see Naizu versus the Golf matchup, specifically between both these teams. We have to see, though, with backs against the wall, University of Buffalo now have at least that 1 point. They have to hold them back here as Winthrop are now moving out on the attack.
Absolutely. Here comes the offensive push. And just look at that ult charge from Pip. Start building up so quickly, as well as Prince. Let's see what approach they end up taking here. It's going to be Pyramids with the poke. This is going to favor them a bit more on the offensive side, especially Pyramids to pop off in the way that they've been doing so far. Look at these tank pool ults, though. It's going to be Curie with the first lap. Look to see who they target and if everyone collapses with it.
And also look at Pyramids if we're going to use this Ensong Infernal against Asia, because sometimes when I'm on Rocket, I'm like, oh, I got to wait on this Ensong Infernal forever. But if anything, Leo's just able to get away with that damage boost if it's not getting targeted. Talk about ultimate charge, by the way. It's going to be Banhammer first coming up from Curry. Cristiano's right there next to it. Does get healed back up, though, before backing away. And Curry's actually forced it out.
Yeah, Cristiano threw it on Curry. Go to my strategist. All right, Deadpool, take a little bit of your own medicine. Pip gets a nice elimination on Pyramid to slow things down for the team. Gave him a good amount of space, I would say, going into it. Here's the amplifier out and ready, and it's going to be on the perfect cooldown that Cristiano has with that increased fire rate. Golf and the Vanguards, they keep getting it done here, hitting an absolute par plus, maybe a birdie, hole-in-one. We'll see if they can continue to get it done.
I like, too, the fact that they kind of are staggering those ultimates. Now they have 2 of them online, make it 3, honestly, with the Meteor M coming around the corner from Golf. And it's about how Winthrop try to break through this choke. They're looking at both different angles, but I like this spread out because right now Winthrop really are harassing that backline. You have the Extermination. It's going to be answered from Fate with the invisible boundary.
Alrighty, we'll see how they choose to approach this. Either way, Pip has a shotgun and is chasing Naizu, going to find that success. And at this point, the defensive effort, we said they played the better first part of the point. Switching sides, still looking to do so. Prince, though, all it takes is one ult to get all of that space you need. Pyramids goes up, looking to slam down, hits the wall! No! We've seen a box now, the wall being some of the biggest impact players in this Collegiate Clash. Wow, that's a bummer. Want that one back, but here it is. Prince needs one, and Golf finds another. Yells 4.
Golf with being able to just find that one big hit. Meteor M, Naizu goes all the way up, though. Can it find its mark? No, Jared tries to break the hold, though, with the Moon Knight. We talk about the extra damage output that we really needed, and now the numbers are across the board with University of Buffalo having to reset.
Yeah, and if you looked at the strategies there, you could see that Fate was trying to keep up Golf, but then it was the great play by Curry. He was in the backline, not letting them get any bit of space. This portal is big. I love the play. Go right in. Golf's got a Meteor M when needed. Leo, though, if Leo can stay alive, it will be all they need. Oh my, Cristiano gets the pick on Curry. Golf goes down early. Are you kidding me?
And the sleep, too.
Oh, that's it.
No one's looking at Jared. The Moon Knight is letting the moon sing right now. He's about to have the hand of Kanchu. It's online, and the moon comes in to break off anything happening through that choke as he's still stalling for as long as possible, Cozy.
Yeah, good night, Moon. Good night, Buffalo on that point. And Jared, I mean, just great flexibility going from that now, what is Ultron to this, and they are bouncing back. Cristiano, the Vanguards by themselves, get the katanas out and more. Are you kidding me? Leo coming back with that damage boost and amplifier ready to go.
Wait.
This is disgusting.
Wait, Cristiano's actually MVP right now. Yeah. The way he was able to stall that out, I said the Moon Knight, forcing the Moon Knight to bounce back off the high ground, and then Golf comes in. The Vanguards are away for the University of Buffalo.
And Prince, once again, we've seen the impact. Prince is hungry. He wants to make that difference. He gets finds one beautiful play from the team. Golf and Leo up and ready. Amplifier up, forced to... Oh, the distraction, the damage, the DPS rocket, 12 seconds, 11. Pip is here. Naizu as well. Portal play. They don't have the counter portal. Pushing right in, Vic.
And this is a good little stall, too, because Prince Ali had the Doctor Strange for so long, trying to delay it. The Eternal's on coming down in, though. Doesn't find its mark just yet, but is going to try to get a follow-up going. And Fate, having that invisible boundary, came in clutch. Overtime, taken away as the moon comes in again. It breaks down the glass, but it's the pressure as he's found Fate.
Okay, Fate was trying to find Eternals and Co, but Pip with the pop of the 2 with the Soul Resurgence to back him up. The portal play. The C9 no longer matters as Cristiano finishes more, and what a beautiful story to the Goodnight Moon that we just saw. Buffalo evens the odds. It's 1-1.
Remember what we were talking about, Cozy, with the Van Pools? Cristiano just did it better. That was crazy on a stall. And literally MVP play right there.
They lost everything, and they lost it with the strategist ult that Leo had. I was like, okay, at this point, kind of good night, but able to keep in it, the sustainability off the charts. And man, if those Vanguards play that way again, they can eliminate the team that had the upset to start the whole day. I'm blown away.
This is a good series, man. This is crazy. This is what we like to see from our teams with their backs against the wall in this lower bracket, tying it 1-1 apiece. University of Buffalo say it is no longer their backs against the wall as we take a look at the stats.
Cristiano and Golf, are you kidding me? 13-14. Yeah, looking pretty crazy there to give them a chance. And guess what? Buffalo came off a 2-1 win, I believe, against Michigan State in the lowers. And so they've been here, done that. Is that not correct?
Yeah,
it is.
yes.
So they've been here. We don't know exactly if they lost the first one. Either way, though, they know what it takes to go the full distance in the best of 3. We don't see it often.
And remember, they're the ones that picked the Museum of Contemplation. So obviously noting that this is one of their stronger game modes as well as their maps, they played that beautifully with the Van Pool as well. You could see the quick swap up just in case at the very end. Golf, we've highlighted them enough. 13 finals. Cristiano with 14. I want to see more here from this backline because if anything, you're just letting the Rocket run loose here with the Sia.
Well, I know we keep talking about it, but we did mention the mental. And Buffalo, not only taking a game down, had I mean, I've seen pro teams fold under that kind of pressure after, you know, stepping off point like that. Way to just reset everything. Now, if you're Winthrop, you know that you can beat Purdue, which was one of the favorites coming in here. You could beat any team then at that point. So you've got to tell yourself, just survive. Stay in this thing. One more win and advance. Look at the game that you're in right now, and Buffalo all together. They know what they have to do on their side. Vic, I'm going to put you on the pressure point here. Who wins? Who do you got?
Ooh, I mean, if University of Buffalo play that into the strength, the thing is that now this is Winthrop's map choice. So I'm going to have to give it over to Winthrop just because if there's something that they need to figure out, to iron out, okay, well, don't let the Sia happen. Don't let the BRB get the output that it needs. I think that they should be able to come out on top and maybe work their way into resetting some of these ults.
It was definitely, I counted like 3 or 4, just absolutely free Rocket ults. And I mean, that's one of the big, you're saving Phoenix. Like quite literally, Pyramids, like that is their choice. And Pyramids was the difference maker against Purdue. Again, didn't get to see that matchup against Texas A&M, but my guess is kind of the struggles that we saw here. It's some of just that combination. Talent-wise and individual play, great. Team play, that's what we got to get ironed out.
I also think we need to look at the safety picks that we're seeing in the pick and ban phase.
Sure.
Well, we saw Daredevil be protected, and we didn't see Daredevil at all. And so that's also a big question mark for me. So if you want to prioritize and use up a pick like that for your protect, maybe lean more into that because we talked about it. We knew that Jeff was going to be strong on this map. Daredevil is too.
No, for sure. And listen, you know what? That's not the first time we've seen that here at the Collegiate Clash where they have a gameplay going in and then you kind of like erase it after it. Now, we'll say Hulk was saved, but Golf was like, you know what? I'm doing fine on the Magneto. I mean, quite literally hitting hole-in-ones, you know, course after course. Either way, though, it all comes down to this. If you're just now coming in, this is elimination for one of these teams to go home. They've done so much. The journey, you're just now watching this, but it has been months, hours, all of the things pushed into this in the making, and one of these dreams are going to fall short.
Yeah, and remember, it's going to only be our top 2 teams in this tournament that get to walk away with some prizes in their pocket, maybe some prizes they could take home and sit on top of it all. So we have to see what they have to do differently since, again, they are in that lower bracket. It's best of 3 for those of you guys tuning in just now, all the way up until we get to the grand finals where it will be best of 5.
All right, Winthrop versus Buffalo. Winthrop won the first, Buffalo the second. Will the momentum maintain, or will we see Winthrop continue on? We've got our next matchup right now. Pick and bans ready to go. Big differences can be made right here, as we know, in all levels of play of Marvel Rivals. And we're going to find out in just a moment the map as well, what they were able to choose in response. Vicky, as we take a look at the players. I mean, look at Prince. Prince, I don't know if Prince is looking back at the VOD, if they're that relaxed. I mean, come on.
Look, maybe getting some notes too from the coach, see what they have to do a little differently, right? Because now we're getting back into the pick and ban phase. It's going to be the Elsa that's the first out.
Absolutely. So with Groot out, that's kind of been the textbook for Winthrop. Elsa to follow. Museum is not the map. Don't be fooled. As we look at the save. So it's going to go over to the Star-Lord, and that has continually been the ban. And it feels like Buffalo really loved that approach, right? Don't worry about the Gambit. Just get rid of the tools that makes Gambit so great.
And it also makes more question marks. Like, do you want to rely on the Cloak and Dagger ban again? Do you think that's really worth it too when you take a look at how close it's been as the Magneto?
Was like, hey, forget the Hulk. I want Magneto saved. Don't
Could it be a bait?
I mean, with this, I mean, it's like, what are you trying to force out or scare? But you know what? We just saw it with the Hulk, you know? They did that with the Hulk, so why not? Mantis being banned on the other side, which honestly led to a lot of their success that we just saw in the museum. There goes the tank pool. They're protecting that. They didn't have to last time. So a completely different look here, Vic. Gambit being banned. I mean, truly, this is, you know, turning out to be a much different pick ban phase.
I like this too. Again, like, because it is best of 3, you only have so much with the pick and ban phase, but already changing up a lot the Van Pool getting protected. We talked about how indicative it is to see which map you're going to be moving on to see if the Van Pool will have even more of the XP boost that you could really rely on, as the Invisible Woman is the next to be protected for Buffalo.
All right, last bands of one of these teams' entire collegiate clash run. So much stakes on the table, so much adrenaline, fear, opportunity, everything that you want here at this level of play. Naizu locking in, maybe looking at a Groot, even though I think that is where a lot of the love has been turned to.
Wait. They used 2 bans against Pyramid, the Phoenix and the Elsa. There's like, all right, what do you got next?
Yeah,
What do you
honestly.
got next? I mean, because I'm going to assume that the Daredevil was more so for the Star-Lord, right, of Winthrop that we had seen before, maybe, when they saw that the Star-Lord was banned out by University of Buffalo in the last game?
Yeah, and I will say this. I actually didn't see the image in the middle there change with the map, but now that it is Yggdrasil, this is the map you want to ban these poke heroes, right? So Phoenix has so much room to operate. Like Museum, there's so many like corridors, and it's not as easy. We saw Pyramid kind of struggle with that, so that's my guess. It's like, all right, let's shut down the poke. That gave us all the room to push forward, folks, and that's why you probably see Buffalo's plan of attack here. And when it comes to Winthrop, I mean, about the same. They've stuck with the same song and dance almost no matter the team.
Let's get this started, though, with the Cloak and Dagger still being one of the bans of Winthrop's here. So they still don't want to deal with that matchup, but it's fun because this is the final game in this series. Both of these teams in that lower bracket in the quarterfinals. Last chance opportunity here as we move onward to Yggdrasil.
Absolutely. Asgard is the name. Here live in Austin, Texas, at the University of Texas, as we find these universities clashing collegiately. Using all the words here, Vic. We got Winthrop now going defensively. Has the Adam Warlock once again. Let's see if they can continue to make this work. Golf and friends trying to go with a different look on offense. I like that Pip is able to do enough damage that just helps them not really worry about having another duelist.
Here with Jared also rolling out on the Adam Warlock, which wasn't like the best that we had seen prior, right, in the Museum of Contemplation, seeing if maybe they could work it better just because they at least have the Loki, which is something that they didn't have before.
Already, and you know what I love about these new tournaments that we can put together here is that we get to listen into these teams. Let's take a look at the comms of Winthrop defensively and how they want to, get this approach to stop this offensive push from Buffalo.
One. No, I can't. Yeah.
You guys gotta die quick or something.
Y'all can't die. No, we're good. Oh, we're gonna live. It's fine. I'm living. I'm not near you, though.
I'm gonna go for a judge when you
he sees me, bro.
Bro.
I'm gonna go for a judge.
I'm looking at Thankful.
Invis,
Thankful's behind.
Can we go Invis?
Can you drop out the back? Drop out the back, guys.
Yeah.
Drop out the back. The tanks are shooting at me, please.
Testing from a feed.
I need heals.
Go on Invis.
Yeah, half HP. Green.
No, green.
Look at me out. I green for you.
Invis dead.
This storm is low.
Yeah. Play right side of point.
I'm close to my res.
No shield.
Really close.
I got you.
Keep playing right side. Where are we backing up?
And just
I'm Adam Res first, bro. Sorry. Yeah.
I got you.
I'm gonna go right.
Loki one. Oh, I can't.
I might mag with this one.
Man, it's fun to see the players and kind of the mental and what they bring to the table. Just hearing the calls, hearing that communication on this defense, we have to be so perfect. And right now, they're being just that. This could be a 3-point take where you have to fight 3 different fights. And right now, they're on the first one. This is how we're going to see, Vicky. They use all the ults they have ready to go.
And now with University of Buffalo forcing out the Moon Knight, forcing out the Storm, it's about getting those ultimates online quickly. Meteor M failing to hit its mark. The punish coming out. Eternals. And now you have the Born Again attempt from Prince Ali, who is in the form of the God of Mischief. Now you have the invisible boundary. It's going to look like a Venn diagram from both sides between Rin and the God of Mischief from Leo and the copy.
Yeah, and you heard Jared saying, play around my ult, right? Like, listen to the way we need to play this fight, and they have it ready to go again. Curry finds 2. This is why they picked this map. Everything at stake for Buffalo, who just play perfectly, but the answers have been solved right now for this pop quiz that Winthrop has been studying for.
They're getting ready here. Cristiano is going to be the one to see if he could ace his test. Look at Pyramids. He's got the Eye of Agamotto. He's looking to contest them, but this also is an indicator for University of Buffalo that the Eye of Agamotto is online, and he's looking to get cheeky with it.
All right, here we go. In the rotations, look for the Strange. Trying to find it, but they're rotating up, making it a bit awkward, and now they're out of Vanguard, so looking cheeky, but at that now could be the last to fall. The push-off gets 3, and there comes Golf yelling 4, lands up, throws down, nothing from it, and okay, Pip does get a little bit of something from the capitalization, but that was perfect pace.
It was 3 stuns, and they still found the Loki, which means you don't have those lamps. If it wasn't used up before, you still find the Invisible Woman, and you had the insurance policy of that resurrection from the Atom.
Talk about like college play of risk and reward, because if they were continuing to move up, they were out of player, and you have to commit at that point. They pushed back because he was telling everyone probably, push in, force the pressure to come back, lose the space, Agamotto out, and they got it done. And on top of that, they still have a portal to come back and contest.
And now with Golf making the swap up, the Hulk is out. Let's see if any juggling can be done as they have to force his overtime. They haven't gotten the checkpoint. The Moon haunting nobody. They split up, they back away, they wait for it to end here, and with no sustainability, I'm a little worried. University of Buffalo, they're trying to brute force their way around this corner.
Oh, the ring call, but Conchu did not answer. Now Jared trading, showing that DPS skill on the Atom that was missing from the museum, and now with this rotation, they're able to get one. Another Buffalo looking so strong, wanting that comeback. Dreams on the line, losing it bit by bit, Vic, hero by hero.
And with Golf trying to stall for as long as possible, the Moon Knight being the first one taken out, no portal play from Cristiano, and they get held back before they get to that first checkpoint.
Near perfection from the defense there. Curry able to get it done, 13-0. Jared the same. I mean, it's tough to do that in Yggdrasil at this level.
Can we talk about Atom like not going down a single time and still rotating? So amazing. So that right here, everybody, is the difference between having an Atom Warlock and a Loki, and then in our last previous game, an Atom Warlock with no Loki to copy with God of Mischief coming online so quick.
And at that, still has the passive, so they know how they can play, right? You know, you can be more aggressive. You're able to have that team communication that we listen into. Shout out again to production.
Oh yeah, that was
because
beautiful.
It's great to hear how these teams, they coordinate these battles looking so much different. Now, having a little bit of fun, not what we're going to see out here. Rin's like, let me out. Let me out of this strategist. I want to let the devil out, Vicky.
He's taking them to court, and he's not even the judge or the jury. That's too busy being in Pip's hands. We have to see, though, if this is actually going to be something that they roll out with, but I'm not expecting it here. They can't do much here if you're just the little lone Jeff trying to keep your team alive, and now even the Luna, she can't have her dance off either by herself.
Oh, my goodness. When you look at the offense approach, they don't need to go far. Obviously, Winthrop now on offense to get the rest of this done. They're going to just hold W. Heck, they might commit everything. They have 3 duelists out, and hey, why not with the point so close? Just kidding. No, still, Rin swapping Invis. This is looking good.
Remember, guys, by the way, with the icons on top, it's going to be Winthrop coming out on the attack after we just saw them on the defense. Curry already trying to wrap around from the left side before trying to clear out some more of that pathing.
Absolutely. This is it for Buffalo. Everything on the line. Have to play perfect. Can't make one mistake at this collegiate level of play. It's going to be Jared hunting Eternals, finding the Ultron in the sky if possible, farming that ult. 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Stand between Winthrop and victory, or possibly sooner. Flip, dip, and dodge, trying to get something rolling. Jared, nice rotation out. No finish there from Buffalo.
And with Pyramids being on the work too, trying to clear even more space with these squids. What are you waving at? The Banhammer coming out. Maybe we could give him a wave, though, and a salute before he manages to force him to back away. Eternals being on that Ultron, too. We've seen a lot more of these triple strats, but they have to rotate through these ultimates here. They still have 3 minutes if you're Winthrop on the attack.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Winthrop has got so much space that they have to just completely not make a mistake. Eternals going down. Obviously, the Atom not in their gameplay. Pyramid gets another. They ask, what are you waving at? Potentially the trophy, as they will find themselves advancing as Cristiano stalled before, trying to continue this run. 3, 4, 2, 1. Counted. Done. Winthrop advances. Buffalo eliminated in what was probably our most entertaining matchup of today.
Absolutely. I mean, with your backs against the wall, if you feel that power up, if you're Buffalo, I would still feel very proud of what we could accomplish as a squad, moving out like a unit, making the adjustments that we needed to make. There's a bunch of little micro plays that need to be perfected, but I cannot wait to see more of these players. And then another congratulations for Winthrop to be able to take another series.
Yeah, well said, Vicky. I mean, honestly, if you look at the way they played, they can stand up to anybody. But if you are Winthrop, you saw what you did in the upset. You've taken down one of the best teams. You want to continue climbing. Heck, you probably want revenge against Texas A&M, who sent you down here. Lower bracket Demons will be the new name and mascot. You have Curie with the 9, continuing the success that they've done from that first map. I mean, it just seemed like, obviously, Museum was a little bit of a tough point, and if you're another team studying this team, I mean, heck, write that down, right? Because that was tough for them. Either way, though, looking strong.
Yeah, and looking at the overall standings here too, and just looking to at the fact that they were having the ability to stay alive. A lot of these players were not even going down a single time, and they will be able to go off against Purdue, a team that you and I keep highlighting, Cozy.
Absolutely. We had a feeling Purdue was not going to go out easily, and funny enough, now they get their chance at revenge for the team that sent them down here. Different fates, but same destination. Winthrop v. Purdue. The rematch will be here, ready to go. Georgia Tech and Texas A&M up towards the top, and we do again say goodbye to Kentucky, which again such a tough draw for them.
It is. It's very hard, but I just really like the story of the Winthrop versus Purdue that we keep facing off against. Just to highlight to any of you guys tuning in right now, these two teams in the first qualifiers qualified to make it to this LAN, except they were on opposite sides. One was in Group A, the other one was in Group B. Then you have the first series here available for them to play. Winthrop wins 2-0, and now Purdue has that opportunity for the run back.
Well, we just said it was one of our best matches of today, so let's take a look at our intel play of the game and look at these highlights, Vicky. Wow, it's going to be a little bit of everything, I think, here.
Yeah, absolutely, right? If Pyramids is going to be able to try to pop off here on the Phoenix, get into some flanking angles, maybe not sweat out the Rocket Sea, at least this time around. It's about dealing, though, with the triple strat that you may be forced with. Let's not forget that when we went over to the second round of this first map, Cozy, we saw a change-up. Golf swapped over to Hope, found a lot more success, wanted to lean into that, maybe try to bait a pick and ban in that pick and ban phase before they got into that second map, and then play to their strengths in the Museum of Contemplation.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, I would say couldn't sink the putt, but they were doing everything they needed to do on their side, right? I think like weather effect, I don't even know, you can't blame the Vanguards, but we're looking at what Golf did and why they protected that Magneto going into the last matchup, but too little too late for them, and a great response from Winthrop. Not only in level of play, but just knowing exactly where to take it and being able to answer all the answers they needed to. Cristiano, shout out to the sustained effort from them as well. Buffalo, you got some players, and they'll continue to elevate in the future.
And with the team that ended up winning this series, Winthrop, I love hearing what the comms were sounding like. Not only the target focus, being able to display what the advantage is, whether they're damaging a certain player, falling very low, isolating another player from the University of Buffalo. I love it. It's chef's kiss because we know, Cozy, you and I, we've been casting this game for quite some time. It could get chaotic, especially when there's nerves involved, and these guys are locked.
Absolutely, and like, what do you call out versus what you don't? I think it's one of the beautiful things. Like, they would get a pick and not have to announce it. Like, everybody could see the feed at that point, right? And so it's always great to see the macro and micro level of that in general. But yeah, their patience, their calm, the mental, as we keep on highlighting, is something that I love to see at this level of play. Either way, if you're just now coming in, and once again, we're live in Austin. Vic and I here, waving quite literally to students, teachers looking at us. It's awesome. I love it. Alienware and the Collegiate Clash of 2026, Vic, has lived up tonight.
It's crazy to be and here, not only here, but to see the setup that Alienware has provided for the lounge that they have here in the university. And it's just been fantastic to see the interviews and how our players have been reacting to the competition, Cozy.
Absolutely. And speaking of, we have the one, the only Fallout here with the winning team, Winthrop. Let's see if it's the same Jared. Is someone new? Here we go. What's up, Fallout?
Hey, what's up, Cozy? Absolutely someone new. You know we have to keep it rolling here. We got Pyramids live after the win. Winthrop University, more like the Heartthrob University, man. You guys came in as a bit of a dark horse, and here you are now continuing to win in the winner's bracket. How does it feel?
It feels amazing. We're just, like, our confidence is up. We haven't been losing, like, at all since we've been here, basically, except for that one game, but put that to the side. It's all in the past.
Y'all are cooking, man. So I'm here with Pyramids right now. Pyramids, give us a quick introduction, man. Tell us about your background.
So my name is Kylie Fredericks. I am from Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm 19. I grew up playing video games my whole life, so this is just second nature to me now. And yeah, that's really it.
What are you studying?
I study finance.
Finance, that's awesome, man. What is it? I've been asking some people. What does this competition mean to you? Having a chance to compete on LAN. Is this your first LAN tournament?
This is my first LAN tournament. So for Winthrop, we're good at a lot of games. So we're just trying to be as good as everybody else, at all the other games, you know. So Yeah.
That's awesome, man. Winthrop, smaller school compared to University of Kentucky, University of Buffalo. You guys are competing against the Titans here. Congrats on that. Look, I could talk to you about gameplay, obviously Marvel Rivals, NetEase. This competition's been great. But it's time for a little fun segment. It's time for a game show. Ladies and gentlemen, let's bring in the stick dropping game. I got my man Pierence. He did not know this was going to happen. I'm going to press this button, I think. Which button do I press?
Power it on first.
Power it on.
And then the power button again.
3, 2, 1. You got to catch these sticks. See what you can do here. Pyramids. What? Oh! No, misses the first, so close. Misses the second, 0 for 2, Pyramids. He can play Marvel Rivals, but can he catch sticks? Yes, he can. 2 for 3, 2 for 4. Can he get the last one? Yes, he does. 3 for 5, Mr. Pyramids. Started slow, finished strong. That's what matters the most. Congratulations, man. Well done, as you guys will make it further on in the competition. I'm going to go ahead and throw it back to our casters at the desk. Real quick, though, any final words, any shout-outs?
No, it's just me.
Pyramids, baby. Show him the back of the jersey. That's him. That's that guy, Pyramids. All right, back to y'all over at the desk.
Thank you, Fallout. That'll definitely keep you nice and loose and not worrying about being on a big stage interview. And it did pretty well. It's tough, quick there.
These interviews have been fantastic. Like, these players are so comfortable. Hold on. I also like the real quick, let me hype myself up. Like, it's just me, you know?
Yeah,
I'm just going to shout myself out. And it just to show off the name on the jersey. That was fantastic.
You saw the shyness kind of grow to confidence throughout. But, guys, are you ready to dominate the multiverse? To play like a pro in Marvel Rivals, you need a setup that can keep up. And with Blacklight, it's here to level up your game. You can see right there in the lower thirds with the ultimate in comfort and precision from the Athena Pro Series to the Atlas Light Desk. We've got your back. Literally, again, one of these teams is going to be told to take a seat. They're taking some of these chairs home. It's incredible. Head over to blacklight.com right now. You can see it there in the bottom of the screen. And use code UT, like the college here, 20 at checkout to score 20% off of your entire order. I've been sitting on those, by the way. We've been going downstairs over to the lounge, and they are so comfortable, everybody. So if you want to upgrade your gameplay, make sure that your bottoms are also situated in a comfy way. Absolutely. So don't just play the game. Make sure you charge up with Blacklight. Get yours today. And another big shout out to Alienware and especially Blacklight here. Guys, a lot of action to come up. We are going to take a quick little break, reset, reload over here with the players, the casters, production. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
What's up, everybody? Fallout here live from the Alienware Collegiate Clash, live with Matt McGowan, a legend in the gaming industry, head of product for Alienware. Thanks so much for being here. How you doing?
Hey, good. I'm doing fine. Yeah, it's great. I'm excited.
Right. For those that don't know or are not aware, talk to us about the event. Talk to us about the Alienware Collegiate Clash.
Sure. So Alienware Collegiate Clash, this is the second year we've put on this event. We started it last year. It's basically we're getting collegiate esports teams. This year we had 24 come together, compete on a game. This year's game is Marvel Rivals by NetEase. Basically, they come together and they're fighting over a massive prize pool that we pulled together.
Awesome. Tell them about that prize pool and everything that kind of is going into prizing for the competition.
Sure. So overall, the prize pool is $30,000 of gear, right? And so the first place team will get this massive trophy, which is by far the best prize. And then that first place team will also get an Alienware 16-inch Area 51 gaming notebook with the latest Intel processors, also with OLED displays. So every single team member will get that. The second place team gets Alienware Pro Series headset, as well as Blacklight gaming chairs. And then we've got customized jerseys for everybody that's here at the finals.
All gear I, again, would have dreamt to have in college as a college student. That is awesome. And speaking of which, it's not just the Alienware Collegiate Clash. Alienware does so much to support kind of the infrastructure of collegiate esports and gaming. Tell me about beyond AWCC.
Sure. Yeah. So putting on this event is obviously, a big thing. So here at the finals, we've got 8 teams. We've got 56 student athletes competing over that prize pool. We're actually investing pretty heavily into collegiate esports. So in addition to the Collegiate Clash, we've actually partnered with 7 different universities around US and Canada. And so we've been doing that for several years. And that's really a great place where we get student player moving to student athlete, moving to potentially, if they're lucky, professional athlete. And really the industry is supporting of many different types of careers that go into the esports industry at large. So we're super excited about that whole investment.
Yeah, and on that last piece too, it's almost like a development program, right? That's something that the sports industry has, this great kind of high school sports to NCAA to the pros. Tell me about that kind of development pipeline that you guys are helping kind of build.
Well, I mean, it's a conversation that's happening with Team Liquid. You know, they're a good sponsor of ours, a good partner of ours, and it's a real conversation that's happening between collegiate athletes making their way into pro. So it's really a pipeline for that pro athlete. But in addition to that, you know, an organization like Team Liquid is hiring for many different career outputs. So these organizations are real organizations, so they need all of those skill sets. So this is a way for pull people into the university, get them, hopefully they go on to be professional athletes, but if not, there's other career paths for them in esports.
That's awesome. I'm a testament to that. I had a chance to be a pro gamer and then went into working for Microsoft and tech from kind of a passion of gaming and esports. So kudos to y'all on what you're doing in that development. It's really an important part of students' development, which is great. There's a significant amount of partnerships that are needed to make this possible. Tell me about the partners that helped kind of make this event happen.
Sure. Well, Intel's a huge partner of ours. They're a huge sponsorship of this event. We have NetEase, which is the publisher for Marvel Rivals. We also have Oversight Esports, which is doing a lot of the production. We've got a new sponsor, Blacklight Gaming Chairs, and then we've got Team Liquid, which is a staple of ours. They've been partners for a long time. With all those partners, that's what makes this all possible.
Some of the best in the industry right there.
That's right. Yeah, these are industry titans. These aren't small names.
That's exactly right. You talked a lot about the infrastructure and the work that y'all are doing. I know you can't kind of tell us everything about what's coming, but something tells me you guys are going bigger and bigger every year. I've seen it. What's in store? Anything you can share in terms of roadmap and where we're headed with Alienware?
Sure. So we've got the Collegiate Clash, right? This is bigger and badder than last year. We're already starting to work on next year, so you'll start to see announcements come out about that. We've got a pipeline of different product announcements throughout the year. You know, CES will be a crescendo for us going into CY27. And then lastly, you know, we're looking for feedback from our customers. And so people that are playing on our devices, that are fans of the brand, we're always looking for that feedback. So if there's surveys out there, tell us how we're doing, tell us what we needed to go do different. And so, yeah, there's a lot going on.
I love that last piece in particular. Community feedback, community management is critical to succeeding. I don't care if you're a game or a publisher or a hardware provider. That's awesome. And it's one thing I love about Alienware, how much you guys give back to the community. So this is awesome. Again, Matt, can't thank you enough for the support for the collegiate scene and for joining us here at the event. Any final words you want to share?
You know, thanks for coming in and doing this. Really excited for the event, and you know, good luck to all the players.
That's right. Well, look, that's going to be it for us. Matt McGowan, head of product for Alienware. We're going to go ahead and throw it back to the casters. Intermission's over. Let's get back into the action.
To the Alienware Collegiate Clash. We're taking a look at the trophy all the teams are going for right now alongside the medals. And I'm not just alongside the wonderful and amazing Vicky Kitty, but we have a special guest today. We'll be looking at the players. It's not them. It is the one. It is the only. You might know him as the Magneto Man himself. He hates Jeff the Baby Land Shark. It's Big Puffer.
Hey, it's me. I'm here.
Big Puffy.
Hey.
Well, Big Puffer, we're glad you're here.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Of course, and this is your home state in Texas,
yes.
Correct? So, you know, definitely get to, be in your kind of own neck of the woods, per se, and at the University of Texas. I've got to ask you in general, you've seen a lot of play so far.
Yeah, been watching.
What have you thought of the tournament?
It's been looking good. I went down and talked to a lot of people, and they seem excited to play. They seem excited to get it going. Everyone's amped up, and I'm liking what I'm seeing.
I gotta ask you though, the fact that we're seeing this next generation of talent, like, what do you think? Can you imagine like being able to have this when we were out here?
Yeah, I know.
I'm so jelly.
I had no idea this was here. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I didn't go to UT, but I've been in the area, and I had no clue this is insane.
It is crazy. I didn't have this in my. I definitely didn't have the equipment.
I just had a basement. That's all I had.
Exactly right. I mean, I was playing off of something that had like squirrels running it together. And speaking of, man, Alienware putting all this together.
Yes,
I mean, what do you think of them and their brand?
Yeah, I mean, it's great. The laptops are great. Everything about Alienware is great.
Solid. I mean, I have to ask, listen, I know that you hate Jeff. There's a lot of hatred there. Is it still there?
It's still there.
Oh, okay.
What?
So,
I want to curb stomp him.
you want to curb stomp him. Quote that, please. And yes, this is the one and only Big Puffer. I have to ask, do you think about Jeff at night? Like, does the hatred kind of reside throughout, on and off?
No, I don't want him to give him that attention.
Okay.
I don't want him to know that I think about the shark. You know, I don't want them to know that at all. I don't care about them.
It's almost like a sleep paralysis demon, bro. Like you may not even have a chance.
I kind of just like, it's like a sleeper agent. It's like, now that you mention it, now I really hate him. I wasn't hating him before, but you mentioned him, now I really hate him.
This segment with Big Puffer is brought to you by hating Jeff, the baby land shark. But listen, Vanguard player, tank guy yourself, you like to play the big men to make the space, the pressure.
It's in my name, Big Puffer. I like playing the big men.
There you go. Maybe one day, is there a pufferfish Marvel hero? I don't think so. No, but hey, maybe one day, maybe Marvel.
Yeah, Marvel, get to it, dog.
Yeah, frame your name in immortality. Gotta ask, who do you like as the heroes in the game? Who do you play as?
Originally I liked playing Mag and Strange. I liked holding the shield, being in the front. But recently, I've been an Angela person.
Oh.
It's funny because I hate Wolverine. Okay. But Angela's just like more fun.
Yeah.
She can fly around, pick people up. I like it. She's fun. She's great. She's like my new main now.
Well, hold on. Do you get extra excited when you go to like certain maps and you're like, oh man, we eating today off those environmental KO?
Tokyo 2099, I think that's what it's called. It's not Shin Shibuya, it's the other one. Or is it Shin Shibuya? I don't know. It's the one where you can just pull people off the map immediately.
Islands.
Yes, Spider Islands, there it is.
Yes, dude, I love
That's the one that I love.
Like channel Unistream.
And I get target banned every time. They see it and they're like, all right, get Angela out of here.
Hey, man. What I love, too, about it is, like, Angela's the best. It's such a fun hero to watch as a stream because you're on your own adventure, bro. It's like,
everyone's fighting. I'm just kind of flying around. I'll just stand there. I'll just float.
Oh, so you're the teammate that I have that I'm like, Angela, come back. Okay, 5v6. It's fine.
Don't worry about it. Don't do your thing. Don't worry about me.
Exactly. Hey, listen, we're glad to have you here. We're going to be looking at some great talent. When you look at what's in the rival scene right now, Vanguard-wise, it's a game that's balanced pretty well on the Vanguard side. Most of them are pretty good. Is there any that you don't? Is there any that you don't like? Any Vanguards?
Any Vanguards I don't like? Well, I can't play. Like I don't play like Venom or Hulk, but don't like. So quiet.
I was gonna be a chance for anything.
I can't think of it.
I feel like we actually saw the visualization of the dot.
I like remembering every single Vanguard. I can't think of it.
Is there a matchup specific?
Maybe Emma.
So you don't like getting choke slammed?
Yeah. Well. And let's be honest with ourselves.
In Rivals, Vicky, asterisk. Okay.
Mother knows best.
Yes,
we always say it, Cozy.
Yes. Eyes on the thighs is the old. Now listen, Penny Parker.
Oh, sleeper agent. Sleeper agent.
Okay.
I'm awake again.
Okay, yes, there it is.
Yeah, I hate her.
The visual reaction you just had to that was like, oh, you hate her.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, Jeff and Penny towards the top of the list. Got a sleeper agent.
That's so funny, man. Like that's like the first time I actually hear that in reference to like a character that you may not like. But that means that you're probably one of those that ban out Penny because you have no trust in your teammates taking care of those
I did ban Penny a lot. And then people would be like, why are you banning Penny? I'm like, shut up. Why are you asking questions?
Don't worry about it.
I'm just doing what I want to do.
I always put that. I think they have a Penny main or whatever, and they banned it. I'm like, psych, they didn't have anything. I just don't want to play against. Looking back at all the seasons, you were there since season 0, or
yeah?
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite season particularly?
Probably just early on, honestly.
Yeah.
Season 0, season 1 was really fun. That was like the prime for me.
What got you into Rivals?
I've always just been a hero shooter guy. I always liked, those types of games. So when Rivals first dropped, I played the beta when it first dropped, and then the game came out, and then I just, I can't help it. It's like an itch.
You got the Venom Scion skin costume that you get for playing the
beta? The blue one?
Yeah,
I got that.
Oh,
yes.
Okay, all right.
I got that one.
I always get jealous whenever I see those Venoms rolling out.
If for those that don't know, Courage put on a Courage Clash. It was a tournament. There's a lot of big names, players, and I saw Puff. All right, you updated the picture. It was the downward shot up. It was beautiful.
Well, yeah, because he has this he has all this good graphic with everyone's like photoshopped, everyone's looking good, and then he just does a PNG of a logo of me, and I'm like, well, that's rude. Like, what are we doing? Like, I know this guy personally. He can't take a photo, so I send him a photo of me, and then he used that photo, and it's just a face down.
It was beautiful. It was
it's a beautiful photo.
Bit of a flashbang. Yeah, when I looked at that tournament, was lucky enough to cast it myself. I mean, this man was hitting the mag, slam dunks. You call him the LeBrons. Won the MVP of the entire. Out of all the players, this man won the MVP. Dude, was that kind of a crazy moment? I would say.
I wasn't expecting it.
Yeah.
I'll say that much. I just, I was just playing. I was just doing my thing, and then it happened.
You also got some extra cash in your pocket.
I did get some extra cash.
You're not gonna complain about that one.
I got some extra cash.
Doesn't hurt at all. And Magneto being that comfort pick. I mean, people were target banning you, man. I mean, that's a compliment. Take that as a compliment.
Some would say I have an ego. Does that fill it more? Yes. But that's okay. That's fine. That's okay.
What rank are you? Like,
I'm like Celestial 2, 3, but I don't play like let's be honest with ourselves. Could you get top 500 if you play every day? Yes.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
Do I play every day? No.
Am I the GOAT? Just choose not to be? Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Could you get top 500 if you put 12 hours a day? Yes.
Yeah.
It's like the easiest thing in the world. Do I want to do that? Not really. I got responsibilities.
Absolutely. $1 million prize at Ignite. They very pro play. Could have it. Don't need it. Just like, don't worry about it. Big Puff, just do Big Puff things.
Well, that's a little different than just regular comp, you know?
Yeah, okay, fair.
You know what I mean?
Hey, listen, and I gotta say, streaming it too is tough because you want to be interactive with your stream, but there's like 1,000 colors going on, breaking graphic cards and all that. So I mean,
bit rate goes to bit rate
hey,
The Deadpool like animations on your screen too.
Not with an Alienware, Puffer.
Not with an Alienware.
True. Just saying out there.
True.
But I mean, listen, it's been fun to kind of see this. Game evolve over time, and I think
it is good.
Yeah, and your chat, in particular, your viewers. I mean, what has been the feedback you've seen from them? Like, they like it?
They like it. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
everyone. They love my content.
Oh, okay.
I hope.
Wait, I'm also I hope. I mean, if they're watching, if they're here watching. No, but because you get to dive into so many games. What is a game specifically like with Marvel Rivals that has really helped your game sense? Be better at Marvel Rivals.
That Blockbuster game or what? Like
the store sim? Yeah, I love store sim. I don't know, honestly. I couldn't tell you. I mean, I used to play a lot of like CS:GO and like COD.
Okay.
So like that has nothing to do with Marvel Rivals, but I can like aim a little bit, I guess.
Helps with the aim.
Yeah, a little bit.
I mean, maybe any advice for your viewers to see what they need to do differently, so that way they could get better, not throwing your lobbies.
Yeah, don't watch me.
Okay. Don't watch. I love that you try to bait him into saying the O word too. The O.
Yeah.
Like I'm like,
I don't know what you're
it's
talking
like, hey,
about.
Marvel Rivals, love Marvel Rivals.
Hey, there it is.
Old
Gronk,
right here.
look away. No, either way, man. Yeah. Okay, so CS:GO, a little like, what was like? Oh, dude, I always love this question. All-time like favorite game of all time.
Favorite? Oh well, if we're being honest, favorite game of all time is Kingdom Hearts 2. I'm a Kingdom Hearts 2 guy.
Yo, let's go.
That's my favorite game of all time. But like
Don't get me started.
multiplayer game, like Black Ops 2.
Okay.
MW3, OG MW3.
MW2?
No. I did not like MW2 because all it is one-man army and trick shotters, and I did not like that at all.
You see that Disney?
I did not like that.
You see that Disney Arc Raiders thing
Oh,
happening?
yeah.
You see that little like there's like gonna be a Disney version of an extraction shooter.
What, Mickey Mouse is getting out here with the loot?
That's
Like,
what I'm
does that
thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Like Goofy, can you imagine? Like we're casting like Goofy with the like. I mean, I'm just saying. That's what was good about Kingdom Hearts, though. It kind of brought that.
Yeah, true. It did.
I mean, hey, speaking of amazing characters, here's the players that we've got today, and man, I mean. You were always a gamer, yes? You were good even at the collegiate level. I mean, what would you tell people that I would say I saw some of them. They were losing their mind running the Big Puff. It took me minutes to grasp air myself. So like, what is it like for you to have that impact on these kids?
I think it's cool. I think I've kind of understood that I am Unk level. I've understood that. Someone said they watched me for 9 years. That's insane to me.
That's so cool, though.
It is cool. It's cool. Yeah, people are like, "Oh, I grew up with you." I'm like, Jesus, that's insane. That's crazy. That's crazy to me.
It's
wild.
cool.
It's
and
the
now,
influence.
And now, I guess if I influence some of them to play at this collegiate level and win some money, that kind of makes me feel good. That's kind of cool.
It is.
Do you have any words of advice for the high schoolers though that are looking to be one of these collegiate players? Like maybe trying to figure out their way around the esports verse that we did not have the opportunity to compete in when it was our time.
Yeah, I mean just game. That's literally it, right? That's all you gotta do, really.
Facts.
Just game. Be good at the game.
Okay.
Make money. You start small, make more money, and then bada bing, bada boom. Then you're
Put school here. Put school grades here. Game. Is that what I mean?
And should I tell kids to worry about gaming more than their grades?
I'm just wanting to get the Puff advice while we have you here.
My advice is not good.
Yeah. Hey,
It's
that's
not
all right.
good advice. But hey, you know what? Just game. Just game.
It's
That's
the
all I
fact that
gotta
they're
say.
full-time students, by the way. Like, everybody
True.
competing here are literally full-time students, where I was talking to some of them, like, when we were getting lunch downstairs. That's so hard to juggle that, plus being able to stay consistent in a game like this, where if you kind of falter for a few days, you got to start unrusting again, especially when you're playing with, like, new players and forming a team.
All right, listen, I got to ask. Black Cat, next hero.
Oh, yeah.
Black Cat, yeah. I don't know anything about her.
You don't know anything about Black Cat? All right, well, I mean, not much. No, I mean, I think costume sales can be going pretty well, and as a hero, going to be interesting. Or do you plan on jumping in as we jump into this bracket?
Oh, yeah. Of course.
Vicky, here we go. This is the bracket and the kind of how we got here, Puffer. So upper finals is going to be Georgia Tech versus TAMU. Looks like Georgia Tech won that 2-0, sending A&M, which is funny that they're at UT, you know, if you know the rival.
I hate A&M.
I do too. Hey, it's Tay. Listen there.
That's how it works.
Diego, nah, not at all. And so it looks like we'll be looking at Winthrop versus Purdue. So if you want to know a little bit of the story, the lore here behind, is that Purdue was the team to beat. Winthrop upsetted them. First match in, sent them to the lowers. But then Winthrop lost, came to the lowers, and now it's going to be a rematch between the two.
Okay, so they're making their way back up. But they were the top dogs.
Yes.
Okay, so a little bit of a fall off at the beginning, but now they're kind of, coming.
And a run back potential right now, too, for them.
They got to run it back.
So to ask you before we go to picking bands, what do you think, who's going to win? Is it going to be the favorites or the underdogs going to keep it up?
I mean, what would the favorites of Purdue?
Yes.
I mean, if they made it this far after losing immediately, I feel like they got their synergy now. You know what I mean? I feel like they got their mojo.
They heard that.
They heard that Angela play. They're like, cool. Puffer likes Angela. We're not doing any of that nonsense in here.
Geniuses.
Yes. Well,
oh, wait, never mind. Maybe I should cheer for the other team.
You know what, Purdue? You just lost your vote from Big Puffer over here as a Winthrop. Now we're gonna have the side of Puffer and his chat. I would come to guess. Daredevil. You a fan of Daredevil?
He was fun. He's cool. I mean, who doesn't like Daredevil?
Yeah,
as a character.
Yeah.
I mean, who doesn't like Daredevil?
Yes. And Star-Lord Band's going to take us there. So we've been seeing a lot of this as Gambit being an option. You can't allow Gambit. Gambit, quite literally, a lot of times server admin, buddy.
Yep, he's been around ever since he dropped. Gotta get him going.
And Elsa, right? Like, Elsa's been such a big problem, too. But, like, the Band-Aid over Elsa, if you can't, like, run out with an Elsa, has been like Phoenix. What is your thoughts, actually, on Elsa?
Elsa, I mean, she's cool, but she is a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, when she first dropped her ult, was, like, literally, like, the most game-breaking thing in the game.
I mean, I think what's cool about this game is there's a lot of popular Marvel. I mean, you know Deadpool, obviously, but Elsa's a deeper cut.
I do like it. I do like it that they do that. You know, I had no idea who Elsa was, and they just, like, drop her in the game. And I think that's really cool.
Yeah, I mean...
Same with Angela.
Luna, Jeff. I mean, these characters, a lot of people say industry plant is Jeff. Well, honestly, if you... I mean, for you, I don't want to... We're not going to bring up Jeff again. I mean, look, I can tell. You can't even see Puffer's face. I was like, it's not worth bringing up Jeff again. I could feel the anger and the emotion.
What is wrong with, like, the Cloak and Dagger bands, by the way, that we've been seeing consistently has been also very interesting. It's kind of been like that question mark over my head.
Oh, I see it all the time in comp, and I'm just kind of like, why are we, she's an easy.
Yeah.
You know, they're easy.
Got your meteor in, bro.
You know, whatever.
Is there anything more satisfying than slamming that meteor down on a Cloak and Dagger?
Nothing more satisfying.
Yeah.
I actually lose, like, blood rushes to my head because I'm so excited.
I mean, I saw that here live with Penny Parker when I addressed her, but that takes us to the game and to the match. We'll come back to Big Puff himself. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that. Shout out to Alienware once again. It's Winthrop versus Purdue. Vicky here in Celestial Husk Domination.
Let's get this started, guys. It's gonna be the run back opportunity in the lower bracket. Once again, everybody, for those of you guys just tuning in the semifinals, it is still best of 3. We do not enter best of 5 territory until we get to the grand finals. And you already see, Cozy, off that bracket update, that Georgia Tech is sitting pretty, waiting for the opposition. So which of these teams will be progressing through that bracket?
Absolutely. Will Purdue get their revenge? Going to look at some heroes if you guys want to know. Prince is a big backbone of Winthrop over there on the Shark, as well as what we saw from Curry, so look out for them as their difference makers. But on the opposition, RMV, CWT, these have been great players as well that even I've had pros shout out to me. In the case of CWT, never going to be able to play that Groot, Vicky, once again. Here comes a potential portal to pull in from Rin. Can they get any bait? They find nothing with a potential trap set up from Big Puffer's favorite, Penny Parker.
Oh man, gotta watch out sometimes because that could be this other sleep paralysis demon that you may have to work with. It's almost like seeing the double with Jeff on the other side too, but trying to open things up and taking on to the high ground. It's gonna be AKA the Psylocke taking out the Doctor Strange first.
Yeah, AKA was a Star-Lord a lot on that first game, now kind of shifting over to that. RMV, if I remember correctly, was an Iron Fist going crazy a little bit there, Vicky, and now with that first cap, gives him plenty of advantage. As y'all know, first fight winner typically goes on to win this entire zone. Badger going to show what he can do on the first Avenger. Captain America going in, rotating, and seeing what he likes. Now, we got to look at this team's rotation. That was Purdue's problem in the first match.
And it's good, too, being able to take a much more roundabout position, but with Curry getting a little bit of revenge, it's going to be RMV going down. No Glark trucks available for this fight. Banhammer now activated onto the back line here, too, while Jared's going to be pretty patient. Curry does have the Banhammer themselves. The Vanpools have been out. We've been seeing it time and time again, Cozy, and it's going to persist here throughout the series.
And wow, good stall effort for both Vanguards. They go down, but not before 40% up on the board. Talked to Pyramids and Code during our quick little break, and they're like, you know what? They weren't even nervous when they were down 2-1 or 1-1. They just know they needed to lock in. Pyramids has been one of the better poke hit scan players thus far that we've seen in this collegiate clash. Gonna have to put a lot on their back. Prince Ali now with the ult ready for Curry as well, Vicky, and with the point as theirs, we'll see how they use these to their advantage.
All right, and on the magic carpet right here too, seeing who he's gonna take for a ride though. We're backing away. It's gonna be the Banhammer, caught out on the back line, but it forces out the lamps. That's important. Goddard Mischief is gonna be activated, probably in the form of the invisible boundary. Yes, and they put it down right before Warren gets his.
Yeah, they can stagger these boundaries one after the other. Gonna force Rin, but Rowan has one right after, and that is a combo. We didn't see a lot of great Phoenix land down with the insong yet again. Jared, though, to capitalize with Elsa, gets what they need, and there it is, guys. If you were just now here, Prince has been popping off as Big Puffer's worst enemy and Jeff the baby land shark. Down goes the entire team as you can't even see Puffer shaking his head. And
He said, turn that shark into sushi.
It's activating
Tired of the
emotions.
jaws.
Yeah.
You gotta think about it, Cozy. We mentioned John Williams time and time again. Dun 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 dun. But now it's in the form of Prince Ali. Jesus going to be able to have that Eye of Agamotto. Look out for it, though, as Purdue try to force their way out to the side. A nice little stun here in the hands of the Phoenix of Pyramids. But painting the path is going to be the Freedom Charge here from Badgers.
This is exactly what happened to Purdue the first time. They're able to just continue on the stagger and point, getting one by one down after the other. RV6 and Badger lock in, though, as the full team, 88% and climbing. Unable to get to the 99 is important, and they have plenty to kind of keep this thing. They've got more of a comp, Vicky, that with Loki here and Captain America, and even with the tank pool, can just stay alive forever and stall.
Exactly. I'm so glad you bring that up, too, because it's a stall potential, right? And now they've been able to flip it right back in their favor. It's not like, you know, Winthrop are significantly winning with 89%. It depends on how this next fight goes, though, because this Eye of Agamotto is still online, but the sustain may not be there in the form that Purdue, though, trying to wrap up the Glarchuk with the shutdown. Pyramids! Eye of Agamotto now hits on 2. Can they find another one? And the Doctor Strange, the Vanguard, still showing up for Winthrop.
Naizu has just continued to get the job done for this team with the AoE pop in the finish, 89% and up. Jared cleans up the leftovers, and Prince wants a piece of the pie, even though without the ult, is still hungry for more. Love to see it, Vic. 91, 92, obviously going to get the strange ult coming in. Purdue, they've been upset before. They don't want it again. Push through. Great body blocking here. It's going to be the Iron Fist, even a better stall if needed to try to at least stay on this thing. C-Dub trying to get more. Vic, they're not letting him anything.
No, and Curry does have that Banhammer still, too. Pyramids with a reset available with the Endsong Inferno. You're going to have the Banhammer right there. Rowan's going to be able to go right back to the spawn room gates. But is that portal going down? It looks like as R&V is going crazy on the Iron Fist.
Yeah, now with that, you're going to have Winthrop now who can at least rotate in. They can go with the portal if they need to. Here's the Jeff ult. Prince like, hold on. I want another as they continue to look for the snack. Oh, unable to get really anything from it. Outside the Strange, that's a big hit, at least to give a little bit of a rotation. Gonna leave them alone. RV6 right now, reset. If you're Winthrop, most likely this is gonna be a tough uphill battle. The team is split, Vic.
It is, right? You find these 2 picks. If you're on the Iron Fist, you see the portal.
Oh, no.
But is it going to be wasted up, though?
This is wrong.
But they're not body blocking, though. They kind of force their way out. You see the lamps that are now also used up. This allows Rin to have the invisible boundary. Jared will come out with the Glartrox, and now the reset from Pyramids.
Yeah, they have the ult track, though. Oracle locked and loaded. Rowan going down is big. This is going to be their last-ditch effort. Goes with Captain America. Hello?
Oh?
What is happening? A little bit of sustain effort they can do, and they're going all for Pyramids. The damage dealing themselves. But oh my, Glartrox with the 3. Everybody's hungry here. Jeff, the monster from Elsa, absolutely clutch ult there from Jared.
Took the buffet away from the Jeff themselves here, but everybody's eating and Rowan's the next one to go down, and Purdue cannot recontest. It is the first round going in favor for Winthrop.
Hey, listen, Big Puff, all right, we saw some Jeff action, actually the MVP. I just want to ask how that makes you feel.
Look, all I know is Purdue deserves that for banning Angelo.
There it is, done. Setting aside hatred for Jeff, now that's what you want to witness here at the Collegiate Clash of 2026.
That was a really good ult from Jared.
Yes.
The Globtrot.
That thing is can be a little bit devastating. What ults are you most afraid of in the game, if I would ask you? Like as a player.
Jeff.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Because even if you're Angelo, even if you're flying above it, you still get eaten.
Yeah. Spoken as a Vanguard too. Like, you're the mag, you use your bubble, you're just, it's over, folks. Yeah,
I think you should just, honestly, the Emma Frost, you kind of have to face your demons because when you get into that diamond form, you know what? Sometimes. She may not be as dominating as she was before, but it can be tricky here. And Prince Ali has definitely been harassing them with the It's Jeff, too.
Intel has gave us some great replays as I see the highlights of Jeff eating Big Puffer over and over in his head right now. But this is the battle starting up. We've got Purdue pushing in, and they just do not want to lose. Maybe Winthrop is the team that have their number. Sometimes Team v Team matchups, they just don't go the way they want.
Remember, they were on separate groups in that first qualifier, so they did not face against each other. This is where we actually get to see how two teams have fared against each other in the same version of their group now shine. But now Winthrop with that advantage here, the Elsa's still a problem, and now you see AKA with the dance of the Cutterfly.
Yeah, kind of theirs to lose. Doesn't really matter. Every single member goes down at the hands of the Karate Kid. Mr. Miyagi not needed whatsoever. It was an absolute devastation out there. RMV, we've gotten to see really as the Iron Fist.
I'm excited for the new skin coming out, by the way, for Iron Fist.
Yeah, of course.
It is super.
Of course you are.
You already know. But you know what? He's also got the cheaper town hall ready to go. The Living Chi with the ultimate in his pocket. And I'm also looking at the invisible boundary that Rowan needs to build up. It will have the advantage over Rin, but you have to worry about Prince Ali as now the Vanhammer comes in and RMB's gonna sing.
Yeah, that quick low kick just completely eliminates any bit of resistance from the invis. AKA does go down, but the trades are in favor of Purdue. Way to snap back into it and get this thing rolling for them. RV putting a lot on his back, quite literally. Wax on, wax off is the Karate Kid. Badger going to be able to lead the charge if needed to get the ramp up of the ult. Rowan can go aggressive, but hey, Vic, Prince is what you got to keep your eyes out for. I will say, not as favorable as the Jet map. There is that push-off, but that's a lot of space for them to be able to eliminate the Jet before.
You also have the verticality, right? You get to get back up into the higher ground if you want to try to find somebody that's trying to linger and kind of get split more of that attention. But keep your eyes on where Prince Ali's going to be as Curry falls incredibly low, needs some healing. They try to boost him back up. He needs to back away. And Jesus also has that Eye of Agamotto falling low. The support is just not there. As now Rin is coming right back around. Prince Ali is still around the other side of the corner. And the Iron Fist has just been dominating this round.
Absolutely locked in. RMV is just getting it done. Ult or not, just the old-fashioned way. You know, sometimes you see these heroes out here with all these abilities, and you just got Iron Fist throwing haymakers, doing just that. Not the thing, but looking like it. Rowan and Badger have been holding on to those defensive ults. This is, again, what we highlighted, a very good defensive comp. Once they have the point, it's hard to take it away.
And he's taking the Clobbering into his own hands in just the form of the Iron Fist instead. But you have a lot of survivability if you're Purdue too, and you're nearing 99%. It's looking good, but the Invisible Woman is still holding on to that invisible boundary to deal with Prince Ali after they have to jump away and not get caught by the It's Jeff. But now the Banhammer comes in, and they find Rin. That's big. You were close to the invisible boundary. You go in for the reset of your pyramids, and RMV has still been on fire, but that's 2 out for Purdue.
Someone's got to go. Yeah, okay, so the Strange, though, is going to be maybe at play, because once you have it for so long, doesn't matter. Pyramids, Curry, they used a lot at it. They're keeping Princes alive, as well as Rin. Actually, favorable, Vic. I mean, at this point, having both the strategy ults, if they use this perfectly and get maybe a neutral or so, they might be able to hold on this thing longer than you think.
We've seen this so many times, Cozy, because once you have a team at 99%, yes, we've seen turnarounds, but we know how difficult it is when the previous fight ends up being an expensive one. Remember we mentioned, by the way, the Emma Frost we're talking about, Puff, but now Nice actually swaps over to that Emma, tries to get a choke slam, the Freedom Charge to start things up for Purdue as they try to paint the path to allow them on the point.
There's Badger just trying to force an ult, does so. Rin now forced to get that ult up, and that's just really not what you want, because you need to use it a bit more defensively. Oh my Prince, it is absolutely disgusting, but there it is. That gap and that distance is that much harder. Puffer quite literally celebrating here live.
Pressure.
So just faulted is what he's saying. You can feel the absolute joyous occasion, and Purdue looking the same. About to get this recap, Vic, and force the Strange portal for Pyramid.
All I'm seeing here with the overtime now ticking down and having to now go in with the portal play, so at least forces into overtime. They successfully get around that middle console, but these Psylocks have been on another level here, and I'm looking at RMB, who does have that Living Chi ready to go. He activates it here, the stall potential's there as well, and Seedub tries to isolate the backline. That's gonna be the Strange going down first.
Yeah, honestly, just the patience there from Lin Lee, the Iron Fist, waited for the eyes on the thighs from Emma to calm down, then focuses up and goes full on fists out crazy and ties this thing up in domination, which I think we've had one other domination, but look at these numbers. Oh my, 8! Oh, disgusting. 18.
18? Iron Fist? Hold on. Write that down. Write that down. This is another situation, Cozy. We're in this lower bracket. It's like these teams have another life.
Yeah, no, seriously. I mean, Puffer, Iron Fist, 18 limb. Any thoughts there?
Looking good.
Yes.
Looking good. I'm liking what I'm seeing.
One of the beauties about Rivals is you can pop off on just about any hero with enough, you know?
See, that's an ace right there. That Iron Fist. The Jeff, fraudulent. But that Iron Fist is looking good.
One earned, the other not here from Puffer. Now, Biasm might be at play. I don't know, not an expert, but, you know, it seems like Puffer doesn't mind the fist and Iron Fist going crazy. Here we go, though, Vic. I mean, this is a absolutely important win.
Exactly here. Let's get this started. Third round within our first game. Remember, best of 3 here in this lower bracket. And now you have Jared rolling out on the Elsa. We talked about the Glartrax before. What a big ult that could have made a difference. Let's see if it goes big this time around and start up this point in favor for Winthrop.
Jared's played a great game. Whether that first, second point didn't go their way, was able to really get the eliminations needed from them.
Oh, he's alive.
Okay, staying alive through it is absolutely crazy. As now rotate in, I like what Curry's doing, just getting that distraction, but staying with it. RMP, eyes have to be on the fist there. Pyramids does get AKA, and Jared throwing out the Glartrax into Neverland. I don't know where that went. Either way, though, you've got double of the Van Hammers coming out. What team's going to come on top? Pyramids locking in as that poke.
Listen, the Glartrax hit its noggin on top of the rock sometimes, but it's fine because Pyramids has been following up beautifully, finding Badgers. That was 2 out originally, make it 3 for Purdue. This allows Winthrop to take control over the point first and maybe get a slight stagger with the Invisible Woman also going down last.
I mean, honestly, perfect timing, right? I mean, if you're Purdue having 99, you're going to have your ult ready, but they have the Jeff, they've got Pyramids, and Rin's around the corner, right? So how do they use these ults? If Naizu can go in and get that Meteor M in time, should be able to at least counter at least Oracle or Rowan, depending on how they stagger it, but they're going to go with the Devil Boundary once again, put that pressure on. This team plays aggressive, Vic.
It's about being able to flip the script here faster, right? Remember, we were talking about the stall potential, and now they display that in that second round. Look at the back cap, 2 of them for Purdue. You have the God of Mischief. They finally have to divert their attention to go right back onto the point. Oracle tries to push them in, and then enables AK to get the follow-up.
I just didn't love that from Winthrop, right? They had a couple of things they could use defensively if needed. They allow a bit of a back cap pressure into eliminations. First going down being Curry. That's really the backbone of the sustain. Vic can't have that, and with that, the rotation-wise, the only kind of solace is that they have their, the ults ready to defend.
It's kind of easy, right, to kind of like feel a little disorganized when you're forced to turn your back when you're trying to pull all the way up to that choke, and then see they're trying to back up, especially when it's 2 people because it goes by faster.
But a win for them would have just been for Rowan to use theirs as well. Like if they had a double commit, and that's where Purdue really had the upper hand and may still have it. But there comes the Dance of the Butterfly, the dance execution, AKA trying to find something, lands with nothing. Good teamwork, bunching up together, they're still there. That gives Jeff the snack if needed. Has 3. Wow, as he finds his way. Sometimes as Jeff, sorry guys, I remembered who's right behind me here. Sometimes as we're just nodding in disappointment, you gotta just throw yourself off the map too. Don't have time. Puffer, feelings.
I got nothing to say.
Nothing to say.
I got nothing.
Nothing to say, Prince.
I got nothing I can say.
Yeah.
Put that guy in jail. Jeff in jail, check Twitter. No, but now you get to see what Winthrop has after they were able to reclaim the point here, Cozy, and now assembling the troops is going to be Badgers with that freedom charge. You mentioned Rowan still having the invisible boundary. They're still trying to desync with Oracle close to that God of Mischief.
Yeah, they did get the cap, but once again, an Apex Predator used and not abused, right? Not able to get anything going for it. Now quickly is the Insong Inferno. Pyramids absolutely perfectly pops 2, throws down. Rin is going to fall, but not before Rowan getting that disappear off of their team, and it is RMV that just once that boundary is up, he's free to go crazy.
RMV is like, I'm in the driver's seat, do not worry. I will make sure everybody is safe on this ride. Purdue retake this point, and they're looking so much better in comparison to that first round.
For sure, and Curry, we've given a lot of love to them as a player, but I think CWT right now is coming into form as that tank pool we continue to see. Looking at what their options are, RMV, yeah, the ult's gonna come into favor, but they've got a lot of ground to make up. They got to win at least 2 more fights minimum, and that's even with the portal potentially at play with it. Naizu, though, can answer the next call. That would be Oracle. Naizu's got to hold on to this ult, the Meteor M, and counter the Oracle, and that it goes from there, Vic.
Or are you going to try to focus out on RMV, right? You have the Living Chi activated. Naizu, though, doesn't even have an opportunity to look ahead because Rowan has their number. That's going to be RMV dancing off on the point. Purdue only lost Rowan right there, and Winthrop, it's another reset.
Full delete key. I mean, rips absolutely rips off the S on the keyboard, no going back, full-on W ahead, and that was disgusting. I mean, Magneto disappeared, Naizu. Now 85% to 90, 91. Here comes the portal and the hopes. Winthrop, you cannot let this go. You won first zone. If you want the upset again, gotta lock in, and you have plenty of the ults coming up to do so.
Finding AKA, though, going up onto the high ground. Look at C-Dub3. You were mentioning this player before from the Vanguard. Uses the Banhammer. You have the God of Mission from Oracle. The copy, though, Meteor M comes up as Iso tries to land their mark, and it's found AK, but is that the mark you wanted?
I was going to say, I thought that was Oracle for a moment, but at least Curry handles business. The other Vanguard in this thing, you know, get AKA out. This is damage on top of it. Jeff is going to be able to find one here, and instead throws it right off the map. No chance to it. 86 and climbing. Now going to force the portal from Purdue here. An absolutely great play for the Vanguards that we continue to see. Portal ready. Opportunity ready.
I like to stall real quick, though. They wanted to wait for everybody to come right back for Purdue, but they have no other choice. They have to go in now, and 99 to 99, overtime ticking down.
Yeah, Rin's got 97 and up. Here comes the Boundary, gonna go in and give him all the advantage they need, but Badger Matches goes down to 1 health, but rises like the first Avenger and falls. Unfortunately, like Infinity War, if you're looking for the end game, not here. The Glory Truck's coming out, finds, comes up empty once again, but Naizu says, does not matter. I'm here as the mag with the neutral in honor of the Big Puff.
They said in honor of Iron Man, he needed more justice. They shut down Badgers and they shut down Purdue and they take over the point.
Wow, I mean, clean finish and way to, you know, not let go of the opportunity. You know, if you want to upset, you can't drop that map like that. Puffer, any thoughts?
You hear that MVP, by the way?
Yeah.
You can hear it.
I hear it. I hear him. I've heard enough.
Okay. Now listen. Hey, a man can only take so much.
I understand. Sometimes
a man can only take so much, baby.
A baby shark doo-doo-doo.
Prince, you did this, Prince. I mean, it was just the sound. We didn't even see the visual of the Jeff MVP. It was just the sound, enough to break a man. That man is Big Puff, guys. We take a look at the stats here, Vic, and we can see just that.
Yo, 27, 35 assists. Okay, the finals may not have like hit the mark, but RMV, I just have to say, RMV really popped off with the swap up, but the Jeff was still a problem. Not only disrupting the piece, but 32K healing.
Yeah, absolutely just perfection from what you want to see all together. Prince making it happen alongside the Vanguards in Naizu and Pyramids. Man, a lot of fun to see them continue to have their number right now, 3-0 in the series. If you're Purdue, the absolute lock-in and perfection that you're going to have as a unit that have come here, have fought through the year to get to this exact moment, it all comes down to this.
Oh man, sorry. I just every single time we kept looking at the Jeff, I always got like a little shoulder check looking at Puff, and he was like this.
I could feel the anger.
I like the energy, though, because Prince Ali, we heard it from the interview of their team, the backbone of this squad, and we got a banger on our hands here, Cozy, because it even went down to the wire in round number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And listen, domination, you know, look to get right. We did not get to see kind of where Purdue shifts to when things go or don't go their way outside of the first time they went up against one another. Trying to rack my brain. It feels like it's been an eternity out here. Yeah, with the Iron Fist, because they started on Krakoa last time when they fought in the domination, but in the map selection to kind of right the ship, Vic, Purdue chose what? I'm trying to remember.
Was it Hell's Heaven, perhaps? Because we did see a double back-to-back dom, so I'm curious, because that is allowed. We have already seen that go back-to-back. Wondering if that's what it was. We're going to have to find out, because it was Buffalo in that lower bracket that has taken every game that they had played in previous, before they were unfortunately bowing out, to a Game 3 situation. Now we're kind of looking at a different side of the coin where they're doing, Purdue specifically, a lot better in comparison to that first series when they had to deal with Winthrop.
Yeah, at the hands of RMV and that Iron Fist. I mean, absolutely some of the best play that we got to see. Quite literally, like, don't worry, I've got it, guys. Obviously, it's a team effort. If I were to look at kind of what maybe a weak point was, I actually thought Oracle and Co did well on the strategist front. Just felt like they were able to get an answer, and ultimately the Vanguards, I think, which is funny because going in, Purdue Vanguards were the ones getting toted up, made the difference.
Yep, now about the adjustments in the pick and ban phase, right? You could see what Purdue was able to take out when they made the adjustments that they had to make really showcasing a complete opposite performance from that first round into round number 2. Yeah, you got the Iron Fist. We've been seeing the Protect 2 on the Iron Fist from their side, so they kind of want to lean into that. But can that also be the first ban prio that we see from Winthrop? With the Cloak and Daggers that are still also being prioritized, that may be it.
And what's crazy is if Winthrop can win this, they also get their revenge tell, right? So you were able to get the Purdue matchup rematch. Now it's going to be the Texas A&M rematch, which we did not get eyes on. Heck, I've been waiting to see some Texas A&M action, and we'll get our look here potentially, well, not potentially, either way, moving forward shortly. We move on, though, to the pick and ban phase of Purdue and Winthrop right now.
See what's going to change. Oh, man, Purdue still sticks to drowning out the Angela. But I don't blame them. So it was House 7, by the way. Remember we saw that back-to-back dumb? And it looks like we are leaning into that. And now I understand. Okay, you get the Angela off the table. You don't want those environmental KOs. We heard from Puff himself how excited he gets when he gets away with it, too. You get to talk your smack sometimes in the chat when you're feeling yourself. Now we get the ban over onto the group, which is interesting. I mean, I know around House 7, especially when you're dealing with like the walls by the point where the environmental KOs could flow from the right side off the map, it could get dicey when it comes to those group walls, especially if you feel like it's gonna hinder your strategists more from their line of sight.
Sure, and Purdue, I love, first of all, locking in the Lindley right away, my gosh. Either way, Danny Wren, Lindley, whoever you love, just cool to see the representation here in Rivals. The Jeff is banned. So finally, a team has put the respect over to the baby Land Shark and Prince. We have not seen it yet, funny enough, as much as that has happened. Because you know what, Vicky? It time and time again got them out of situations where it was actually looking towards, Purdue to get the win.
Dude, he got a 4-5 man? Like, heck no. I understand. It's a problem though. And if you're Purdue and you actually paid attention to that first interview, write that down. Like, okay, Prince Ali's supposed to be the backbone of the team. Okay,
right.
let's take that off the table. I was kind of expecting that in that first
I was going to say, I guess they wrote that down and then found the notes later, I don't know, but either way.
There it is.
That's what the underlined bold italicized meant, But no, either way, they did address it. And if you look, with the save to Star-Lord, is this kind of baiting a Gambit ban, potentially? Obviously, we know that they do enjoy the Star-Lord in general. Also going to be off the table, which, I did feel like Winthrop did. I gotta say it. I didn't think they always got the best use, of their Elsa Ultra on the other side, actually. Captain America being saved, I think, worked out okay for them once they had the point, but not in the aggressive sense.
Yeah, because when you're using a freedom charge like we saw at the very end of that last fight before, what is your goal here? You're trying to sustain your team, but not only that, you're trying to boost those ultimates. And they wanted their Invisiwoman to boost up their ultimate as quickly as possible because I believe once that freedom charge started, Invis was like a 68, almost 70% to ult. Imagine the stalling potential that could have come out if the Captain America could survive. It gets dicey too, right, when you're trying to clear up that space, but we have to see from the other side what we're rolling out with. No Elsa. We also have to talk about Pyramids. When Pyramids was on the Elsa the last time we saw these two teams face off against each other, Pyramids went 12-3, but Jared, as you've been highlighting, on the Star-Lord went 21-3 with 14 finals. You let the Gambit go through, and you let the Star-Lord go through, and it's Christmas all over again. Everybody's feasting. Everyone's got all the toys to play with. It's happy holidays.
I was about to say, yeah, it's happy holidays here late into April now, or mid into April. But either way, yeah, I mean, that's what we saw them end up playing in their cover pick at times. Jared kind of does what's called of them. Either way, there's an Ultron there for a bit as well. But the comfort is the Star-Lord, and the location is Hell's Heaven, folks. This is do or die for Purdue. A team that has made it so far. Will they repeat what happened in March Madness, or will they continue in this Marvel Madness? Naizu looking for the penny trap. This is something we saw a lot in stage 1 and 2 of last year. Not so much this year, the preseason. They're trying to find their opportunity, and I think by now players know to watch out. They shift strategies and go.
Okay, already trying to block out the rotation by going up on the high ground. I like this approach. You were mentioning about the different rotation angles that Winthrop was trying to take, as Purdue's kind of forced to linger up on the low ground, and they have already been able to take that first pick. If you're Prince Ali, no Jeff, no problem. You got the Loki instead.
Yeah, going. Funny enough, there's an old Prince that I covered once on Loki. He was one of the best in the world. Don't know if this is the same person. Don't think so, but either way, great player. Pyramids gonna go ahead and get RV out, which was such a decision and factor in the first bit of the last one. either way, this is going absolutely crazy, as this point is going to be tough to take at first. Now, Vicky, I think as things get settled in here, CWT going to go ahead and take the first hit and get out. Okay, Purdue looking locked in. You know, with this team and their mental all together, I want to check in on these comms and see how are they feeling and how are they going to prep for Winthrop's next attack.
I played way too aggro there, but good.
They're on rogue now.
Now they're nervous.
Now they're
nervous. Oh my god, they're Loki died defense. That guy can't play anyone off Jeff. What?
GT on me, right side, or left side, sorry.
Heard that.
Yeah. Rogue. Force her out.
I'm just chilling up top.
She's up full. Play it. The star's chasing you.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm 90 to copy. We're 90 to both
I
get
need care main,
You can't say rivals.
for
The
Devil.
Marvel rivals, Vic.
DP's on left.
Look soon.
Oh, wait, DP left.
When you get it, when you get it, you first.
Okay. Go. Depot one.
Grow.
Here, see. He's one.
Two. Take full point.
I made her use that.
I'm gonna thank for.
Keep carry me.
I'm dead.
Nice.
We're fine.
I need care main,
You're rogue.
Chill. We don't have to do anything right now.
I'm moving.
Okay, I made her use Phoenix ult.
Watch it there, Star Gambit.
Yep. We have fist gambit this time.
Wow, Vicky. I mean, can you talk about coming in at the perfect time? And again, I said you can't say Marvel rivals without a little rivalry in there, and that's why you love the listens in.
And I like how they were trying to isolate Prince Ali. I like the trash talk too, right? Because that's just, it's like kind of the asterisk, right? When you're taking a look at the level of competition. You have Rage and Royal Flush now starting up. Jared moves up together with Rin. And do they fold all on black? It's about the winning hand they have in their pockets. And RMV moves up with the living Chi in the form of Oracle 2, who had used that God of Missions to boost him up.
Yeah, look for the 21, but did not hit Blackjack at all, and his Badgers now going to get the 1-2, and they are able to just take more of this comp from what they have here. The Rogue of all just soups up to such a different hero when the Gambit is available, and even though both sides are trying to get it done right now, it is all Badgers.
Remember what our good friend Ship says too. Rogue going up basically an entire tier when you have that team up, and now you have the Heartbreaker. You take everything if you're Badgers, and RMV gets the next pick onto Jared.
Because what it can do is now they can dive with RMV and have just so much pressure in that back line, not to mention AKA has got the skies all cleared out, and that is why you're seeing just such clean play from them, why they decided to go over to this map, and it is absolutely a dominant win here. Overtime, ticked out, beautiful play. I mean, that is exactly how you right the ship.
This may force out a protect on the Jeff as a prio immediately. This is insane. Look at the difference.
I mean, Prince has got the A still doing their job is all I'm saying. But yes, the game plan, I think a lot of around it is a bit tougher.
I think it's harder for their team to try to work around this.
I'll say that. I also will say it was pretty evident. I mean, AKA took full advantage of that Gambit ult where Jared struggled, right? And we just highlighted Jared so many times. Obviously 2-4 and 14-2. Not a mathematician, but might be a little bit of a difference maker there. But either way, you know, Gambit being available could just change up everything for a team.
It does. We see it in our own respective games. We see it at MRI, MRC. We're seeing it here too. And when you have one team rely on the Magneto Vanguard versus Purdue is relying on the Rogue Vanguard, there's a difference. Yes, Magneto does a lot of damage, by the way, with that team up. But Rogue is also on another level because you have Heartbreaker. You take away the economy of the strats that may be trying to hug it close, but that's also technically information that the Rogue gets on the enemy team as well.
Yep, absolutely. Great point, Vic. As we highlight 20 seconds and counting, Purdue going very much aggressive towards the top. And either way, it is going to be coming down to potentially a 1-1, my friends. Now, you know what? We like to give you the action sometimes in bite-sized form when it's just too hot and heavy to handle. I mean, that 99% though went lightning fast for point one.
You know what I think, Cozy? You know, sometimes you got to ask them out, figure out what's going on to make sure you're all ready to go because time is of the essence, right? Best of three. This is lower bracket. And we knew that this was going to be a banger of a match going back and forth, especially already seeing how that first map went down. Seeing the way that the opening was, though, for that first round of the second map is already highlighting to us, just listening to the comms alone, how Purdue feels after that first map. And they're not faltering, by the way. If anything, they're angry. They're hungry for more and for some revenge.
Absolutely. And speaking of, you might have saw my reaction, my hello. We have, listen, we have J3 here, Big Puffer here. Guru is over there right now. just gave a what's up, and we'll sure to be able to talk to him
That's
in a
awesome.
bit. But fun to see. I think this is what's so cool about Rivals, and why I want more of this scene. You know, pro scene has paved the way of such a cool birth to the esport. But even here, at the collegiate level, it's kind of like in all sports. You kind of get the passion is different. At the pro level, it's still there, but like it changes the way that the sport is played in general. Especially, if you look at something like football, it's like it's almost a different event that you're watching with the talent not being quite at the level of pro, but the want is almost twice as much sometimes.
It's sometimes the younger players feel that pressure too, right? And this is the next level of talent that you see in the next generation. And this is the players that will keep this scene going, that will constantly evolve the different metas. And with the Raging Royal Flush and a winning hand, you have the Iron Fist going crazy. AKA with the Galactic Legend. You don't need a living chi when you have the Galactic Legend up in the sky.
Yeah, talk about an unpause into that. I mean, absolute perfection for Purdue once again. We're able to have a little bit of that advantage going into the fight, but yeah, right now you don't have much going for you. You had the Deadpool ult, that obviously went away. Pyramid's 93% and up. Haven't loved these Insong Infernos, both on the capitalization of the teamwork or just the isolation use of it. But we'll see if the poke can be lending their hand a bit more, because that last map, she didn't have it.
Yeah, I agree with you, because straight up neutral has been great, but we got to see more of that when you're dealing with a Raging Royal Flush and the double Gambit in the form of the Loki, God of Mischief, and just the Gambit alone. Here you get to move all the way up, just progress the fact that you have this advantage, but it's that scary feeling. Look at this. Winthrop are basically forced back to the mouth of their spawn room doors. Yeah, and listen, I mean, Pyramid's able to get a little bit more room with the poke, but Purdue was not losing this. They went down. They were not going to go out without a fight. We're seeing it right here, right now, but this is the response. This is where Purdue was better than Winthrop, was with the Gambit and the no-win to fold them and hold them, and it is going to be the same result. Oh my, are you kidding me? Badgers, the disrespect. It's not an Emma in the choke. It's the power steal, the throw down, and the send back to spawn, Vicky. Ew. Accurate road, by the way, especially when you're stuck in that side room. Man. Oh, I love it. She said, I'll give you some biscuits with that. Here you go, sugar. Yeah. I love that here. Winthrop, though, will be able to at least go back in. Yes, they don't have the Galactic Legend, but they have those 4 ultimates. Oh, Curry, though, he was so low. He stays alive. Raging Royal Flush now to follow up. I mean, at the very least, if this continues to go the way it's going, ban Gambit, save Jeff, go from there. That's going to be their battle plan. Curry, though, does get himself something rolling, but it is just, it's flawless play. Badgers is on another level right now. Also copying the Magneto to get the bubble, too. It's enabling everybody. This is the difference between that Rogue V Magneto that we were highlighting before diving into this second round. Like, lore accurate Rogue coming to us right now. 97, 98, and 99. It's over, folks. That was Purdue with the cleanest win of today. And the Purdue I think people would expect to see. Now, I think we have our eyes on right now. Winthrop, they know what just happened there, and they understand a lot in what they can bring to the table. Now it's victory, so this will be on the side of Purdue. What a way, though, what a finish. I think if I'm Winthrop right now, I'm scared that my weakness has just been exploited, which is what you heard in the comms. You heard it, yeah, called out. And, oh, Brent Ali, no Jeff. Okay, I guess he doesn't play anybody else. But, at the same time, I think a big difference maker, if you look at the stats right now, isn't even like, okay, do you lean into the Loki here? You have 11K healing. Sure, you're trying to enable your team. Or was it the problem of the Rogue and Gambit team up on top of the fact that you're letting RMV get away with duking it out on everybody else? The Rogue's also duking it out. Everybody's in the ring. Nobody's safe. And then you also have AKA that's flying around, splitting up more tension with the Raging Rogue. It just complements their team play way more. The Captain America there was what they had last, and it just wasn't. I get what they're trying to do, and usually at top in-play, Cap can be absolutely crazy there, but with the Rogue available and that backline pressure and the sustain she brings, it's too much to handle sometimes. We saw it with Polly, right? That's why no one lets Polly back in MRI actually utilize Cap, right? But instead, when you let the Gambit slide through, you only have so many pick and bans, right? So are you going to have to waste one of your protects onto the Jeff? But then you have to look ahead and consider, okay, well, if they're going to run out with Gambit again, their composition is just going to outmatch ours just because of that Rogue outcome too. Yeah, for sure. And so again, I expect them to address that, just like I do expect potentially the Jeff, the first ban. It's going to be interesting to see who prioritizes. Oh,
there it is. Big Puff got me all messed up. I got to be honest. No, I'm just kidding. But listen at it. I feel like this has come down to this. The entire Collegiate Clash, the story that we've gotten here so far, the upset at the top end of the bracket, Purdue making it through the bottom end, and then the continuation of what Winthrop had to go through to survive and advance as well, has kind of led to this moment, Vic. It is 1-1. Winner moves on to fight against Texas A&M.
I would not have this any other way, Cozy, because when you're talking about being at LAN, being at the finals, the fact that you've qualified here, by the way, alone should give you the credit that you deserve. But this is where your nerves are tested. I like the confidence that I'm hearing in our listenings from our players, but your backs are against the walls in this best of 3, and there's one map left.
And they want to win it so bad. I mean, going down there, they've said it, I've seen it, and it's tough because when you're the team to expect to do well too, it just kind of, it lands on you different. And I feel like now Purdue is finally kind of locking into who they were coming into this whole thing. A team that was, told from others too, the team they expected to win the whole thing, right? Not to go into a 4-0 upset. At least they changed the pace and the path of that. But either way, it will come down to the smarts and coaching of it all. Pick and ban phase. The Jeff is off the table. They identified right away. Loki, come on over. Group ban first. Not crazy about this. They're going to go maybe with the Iron Fist save here, so maybe they get a little bit of love and life. Winthrop, though, did awesome on Yggdrasil when they just went up against our last matchup.
Yeah, that's a very good point. That was against University of Buffalo. That went over to a Game 3 situation, and they were dominating, by the way. Like, actually, on the defense, they were able to hold it down. They were running the triple strat at one point. They rolled out. They were having a good amount of fun. We were watching them, too. Now with no Jeff on the table and still getting over with Iron Fist, though, Winthrop have their backs against the wall where they're considering, okay, what is this next ban going to be? Is it going to be the Gambit? Because if you take out the Gambit, at least you could take out the issue with the Rogue or something else potentially with the Star-Lord.
The Gambit or the Rogue.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah, of course.
I mean,
okay.
I mean, it's like, come on.
I get a little scared sometimes, though.
I mean, sometimes you see that. It's like so obvious that they avoid it. It's like, oh my gosh. But yeah, that was clearly the problem. Now that was going to force Badgers into another pick, another role, and obviously that will just give them a different look in life. Now, taking a look, love again, these players and kind of their POV. Altogether, the saves will be coming in. Torch looking locked, but obviously not loaded as we probably go into this next map. These save going to Loki, so you got to protect Prince some way, right? You can't have Jeff gone and Loki.
That and like this kind of forces out. Okay, like now do we use our last ban on Gambit so that they don't get the advantage of the double rage and roll flush when we can't even use a Gambit on our side?
Venom Protect's interesting. Might end up having Badgers go that route instead. And they have Jeff available. Does that force a different look out there? Not sure about the Phoenix ban. They already have the Elsa, and that's where the player's going to go with it either way. Star-Lord's there too, so not crazy about the end of the ban phase for Purdue, but I say this all the time. You know, you look at, of course, it's a Cloak and Dagger. I say this all the time, that you need to address the biggest problems, and I do like that Purdue and Winthrop both did it.
Yeah, I do. I'm actually about to ask you like your thoughts on that Phoenix ban too, because like you already mentioned, we see the Elsa protect, and you know that one player who's going to be on the Elsa, obviously he's going to stick to the Elsa and not on the Phoenix. Now, you don't have the Phoenix on the board, but we're still going to stick to the Elsa, but they also have the ability to run the Gambit. Unless there's something that Purdue know that this team, maybe because of the weaknesses that they've already shown, may not have that strength in the Gambit comp, which you and I have also seen a lot, even from top level teams.
Absolutely, folks. Again, if you're just now coming in, Yggdrasil path will be the path itself to the lower finals against Texas A&M. Georgia Tech has already punched their ticket to the finals itself in the best of 5, and we find ourselves in 2 lower bracket runs. Purdue eliminated early, 2-0-2-0, found themselves here. Winthrop, 2-0 on the top. Got 2-0 themselves, looking for revenge against Texas A&M. It's 1-1. Last time Winthrop was here, they cleaned house, but Purdue did the same last map. Folks, strap up. It is the Alienware Collegiate Clash 2026. I'm here, Cozy with Vic. It's a good time.
Let's get this started, everybody. The winner of this will move on to the lower finals, just one series away from sitting down in that finals. Remember, top 2 teams get that prize, and all their eyes are on the prize right now before diving in. It's the cap, though, in a different form this time around, Cozy.
Absolutely. I'm seeing J3 just locked in and ready and excited, too. I mean, what a way to see it come down here live in Austin. I love the way that this is being folded out right away, but Pyramid's over on the cap. Hello, interesting.
That's why I was like, okay, well, that's a different form, and maybe not in the form that we were expecting. That's double Vanguards, by the way, going out already, but they still are trying to do the triple Vanguard hold, it looks like.
Yeah, again, a lot of this is like comp of the old. Naizu,
Yeah.
I do like, is going over to the Strange. I think that at least they're able to get that rolling for the team, but just like that, the problem is you give so much ult over to this team. They didn't have to use the tank pool ult either, and now you just kind of a leg down. At least make this a 3-point push. That's what they're looking to do here with, look at the Wolf. Badger's just slicing and dicing. Talk about flexibility, man. Everybody has changed their role.
That's like another hero. By the way, just pull him in. Oh, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. I was going to say, talk about another hero that Puff was talking about, where he has a little bit of nightmares here, but no nightmares when you got your Invisible Woman pulling them in after you have the team up with the Doctor Strange to also follow up.
Yeah, you almost risk having it be a 3-point fight when you do that, but it was so worth it. And, I mean, talk about it, right? They were able to now slow everything down. It's all about getting Jared to 100. I mean, that's where it comes down. Or Prince, who is going to be able to do the copy as well. We talked about, you know, Adam not working earlier because the Loki wasn't there. They've got both. They rolled this exact setup. I'm sure Purdue was aware of it. Didn't have a lot of time to VOD, you know, study on that game, though. So it's going to be advantage, I think, Winthrop here. And here we go. Curry looking for more. We see a flower pot looking amazing. And here's the battle that determines a lot.
Iron Fist is trying to take a whiff before going back into the action, right? Oracle then follows up with Pyramids, but when you have the rest coming out from Prince Ali, bringing Pyramids back in the form of the God of Mischief, you have to worry. Was it worth it? Because everybody is stuck in that side room.
I mean, they're dying faster than they can be rezzed. They're still having plenty of sustained effort. Now Prince at 92, or yeah, Jared at 93, unfortunately falling, and that is going to be, you know, a big part of their game plan to try to hold on to that. That was a lot of limbs. The stats are going to look disgusting.
The Moon! The Moon Knight! I mean, imagine all the Moon Knight mains just feasting before the reconstruction comes in the stall.
What are we doing? I don't love that. I mean, I'm not an expert at much, but 1v6, I don't know if that was a lack of comms or what, but either way, Curry trying to stall that thing a little longer. Maybe just wanted a quicker spot to spawn or telly there. But if you look at it now, I love the pressure, the push-up. This is, like we kind of highlighted with Museum of Contemplation, this is the other point, too, that is so hard to get. If you get it, you can almost guarantee success.
Especially when you're able to move all the way up if you're on the defense, right? You're going to be able to look at down the open sight lines, try to prevent the attacking side of the team to actually control more of that space. CWT is going to be able to move all the way back. Love the protection and the kills coming in from the strategist of Purdue, and Rowan does have the invisible boundary.
Yeah, fantastic point there, Vic, as now pushing in full aggression mode. The ults are tracked and ready. Rowan, they've been aggressive, but Pyramids will slow down just that. That pick was so much bigger. That is, might as well have been a team wipe because it completely shifts momentum and it allows now Winthrop to get a dang fresh of air as they have 4 ults, 5, almost 6 ready.
I don't know about you, Cozy. This is another situation when you lose out on a team fight and you're on the attack and you're forced to come out of the spawn room gates. This is a hard choke to break through if you feel a lot of pressure.
How they use their ults here, folks, is going to be if they win or lose. I'm telling you, on this point 2 minutes 52, there's plenty of fights that happen, but just watch as a unit how they use the resources that are so precious for this team. Curry's going to go and throw in the Banhammer first. The pressure in the backline looks like potentially on Wolverine, but either way, going to rotate. Oracle taking some heat. Oh, here comes the big up and down. Shields up, keeping them alive, and a complete counter. Now look at what they've got. Prince, hold tight. Don't use anything else. You just won what you needed to.
But Pyramid just gets the follow-up and finds 2 no matter what as well. So Winthrop are constantly clicking on heads back to back here, even with the attempt on a kidnap from the Wolverine.
RMV is getting the best of Pyramids, who did try to, you know, hold the W all the way through. And good eyes here if you're going to be Jared on that Iron Fist, who's done so much against your team. AKA gonna be close to the Legendary. They gotta keep that eye in. Here's the cheaper Town Hall. As we know, Jared just trying to escape and run. Those strategists gotta look up for him. Can't do it enough before the low kick finishes off that low health quickly, forcing now with a boundary from Prince, who's going to keep this team alive in it, but going to be forced to face the same from Oracle.
He did that so fast that by the time the God of Mischief came out and you get the invisible boundary, it's so hard. Happy holidays as AKA moves up, and RMB has already cleared the path in terms of the damage output. They've cleared a lot, but that was rather expensive, Cozy.
100%, Vicky. A minute and 30 seconds left. You have 2 ults to your name. Your spawn's close. Unless somehow Purdue pushes up perfectly, and risky at that, this is obviously going to go to yet another fight. I love Badger's location there as the Venom. Will say it. Either way, though, not loving what the commitment was for it. Okay, Naizu going in off the rip. It's hard to hit your Lokis. Using that pillar for protection. Perfect play.
You won't see me. I'm behind the pillar.
Yeah,
no
right.
one will ever know. And unfortunately, the Meteor Arm does miss out on that. Jared now comes in with the Galactic Legend, and there is no sustainability from Purdue's side to stop this from having the impact that Jared wants.
Talk about sniffing out the Loki, and I love it because you're seeing one of the teammates run to the Loki clones, like begging for like, it's one of them, and then no, target eyes all on you.
Your own sometimes.
One of the few ways, yeah, that you can, get a little bit of a counter with the Loki on the Legendary, but either way, what a play. Again, we thought they overcommitted there. Kind of looks like it, because now 42 seconds, and they're still a mile away from some things. Rin's close, too. This is spelling doom for Purdue.
Kind of hitting them with a, I'm not your guy. So you have to then look onto the other side here, see if they're going to be able to help with that sustainability, because Rin does have that invisible boundary that you're mentioning before. Curry, too. Banhammer activated, seeing if they find one who's trying to harass them. Purdue forced their way in, and it is AKA that has Jared's number this time.
Rin dangerously down low, throws up the invisible boundary. This is their advantage. Rowan doesn't have it yet. Pyramids, can they find Invis before it's too late? The Rowan, 3, 2, 1, about to throw up the invisible boundary when it's done. Either way, though, they're pushing the pressure, the W, the aggression. You love what you see here from Winthrop. Pyramids, Prince can match. There's a Glortrox. It's a big one, folks.
Oh, they took them everybody out. That's why Rowan was being sneaky. Puts on the invisible boundary to force up the overtime, the stall. But with nobody left here, you have the portal play. But look at the cooldown on the spawn room timers for the rest of Purdue.
Oh my gosh, they need Steve Irwin here to stop that monster crocodile from getting everything, but they are able to peek through. And with that, they get at least the Venom, the Master's Stall, to go down. They trade well, and with it as well, Oracle, AKA, can he stay alive? No, he falls. Oracle has the ult ready. Copy, but whose powers are his? Nobody in sight at the moment. Rin, portal closed, desperation at hand. And once again, Winthrop uses Yggdrasil as their map.
That's the tricky part. You have your God of Mischief, but Rowan's getting harassed. You may not have even sight lines of Rowan because you may have to look on the other side of the portal. And it's so hard if you cannot pull that off. Looking at the stats, though, Cozy, look at this here. The difference maker. Ren's been popping off, honestly. 14.7K healing, match that together with Prince Ali, who's on the Loki.
Look at the Invis, gets the ace, goes to that Daredevil we saw last time. Just like, let me out again. Let me out. Let me do it. But either way, 9K damage? Are you kidding me, Rin? Are you joking?
Hold on. They call her Sue Storm for a reason. She coming in with a storm.
Are you rogue here? There was a little southern, you're like rogue, like quoting Sue Storm. I hear you, Big. Hey, we're just having a good time.
We're having a fun time. I love seeing these players. Getting to speak to them, when we went to get our lunch, talking to some of the players who had their head down, kind of feel a little discouraged. I was asked by one of the players, like, what can I do to get rid of these nerves?
Sure.
In a situation like this, right, that we have Winthrop versus Purdue, your backs are against the wall. I like to hear the comms from Purdue in that last map where they're feeling themselves. They think that they got it downloaded. You get the Jeff off the table. Meanwhile, Prince Ali's still having a fine time.
I was just about to highlight this. When you're a player that's so great at a hero, we've seen this time and time again, you have to call for an attention ban, is what I like to call it. And when that happens, you step up, you show your flexibility, and then you win with the momentum of that ban being used. Prince rising to the call, heard the comms, probably didn't, but either way, acting like he did, Vic. Here it is. It is the offensive push from Winthrop for their chance to advance against Texas A&M, the team that pushed them away. Would love to soon listen in to this team to see what they've got cooking up under the comms, Vic. This is going to be a close one.
See how that's going to play out, too, with Purdue backing away. Remember, Purdue's the one on the defense this time around. Winthrop moving up on the attack, a.k.a. already finding Curry. Can we talk about the Star-Lord, who's also been having so much of this impact, but is it going to be enough on the defensive side of things?
Yeah, I got to see how they choose to rotate. Giving a lot of space right now, actually. Giving a lot of space up this hill. This is what they've chosen to do. Either way, taking a look at the key stuff. CWT has been perfect with these quick hits. The Vanguard, a.k.a. capitalizes on Pyramids, and they should be able to wipe out the strategist that got hit with the Banhammer. They do just that. And that was a quick deletion, right? Looking on the other side, though, still got 3 minutes. Gonna have to really play perfect. RMV off of the Iron Fist, the Lin Lee, over to Elsa.
And a little bit more traditional, right, Cozy? Because with Purdue being on the defense, you were talking to me about your thoughts on Venom, actually, with your rank, Brian, and you're still running the traditional double Vanguard, no shield, which I do think is interesting, more so relying on those lamps. And then you look at Winthrop and kind of breaking through that and trying to find their opportunities in these off angles because they're kind of been staggered, too.
Yep, and Curry was, I feel like, the difference maker for this team when they kind of had their backs against the wall beforehand. Prince, obviously a big factor, as always, and 2 invisible boundaries. one against the other. One of these fights use it so aggressively, the other trying to survive in this thing. The defense approach of Purdue, they find a lot from the Glartrox, but the Glartrox is set free with the quick damage. Doesn't matter, Rowan, AKA, finds success. And the only solace from this, outside of Jared getting Oracle and the long walk back, is they have the ult to continue this push in the space given.
And RMB still finding their spotlight, whether it be on the Iron Fist or on the Elsa Galactic Legend coming out. And that Glartrox went to feast on absolutely nothing in the bush, it looks like, unfortunately. But with Jared now with the Galactic Legend, it did force out Purdue to rotate from the back end side.
Yeah, Pyramids, if you can, oh, the Venom's gonna stall here. If Pyramids can learn to get a bit better of these Glartroxes, absolutely disgusting. There is a quick Venom into Pyramids, down and out. There's the follow-up you're looking for. Now a minute and 40 seconds all of a sudden on the clock. AKA gonna be countered though from the Magneto ult. They're using everything. This is the fight they have to win, but Jared goes down. They're absolutely heels against the walls, backs against it as well. Gonna trade though, get AKA out, gonna push in for it. Ring gonna rotate out, but it's gonna be quick. Both Vanguards finding justice in the spawn room. Vicky, I mean, they used everything too.
With a little selfie to add, get some extra XP on the board. C-Dub with the 2K as well. You talk about how expensive it was, and now you have no sustainability. You're almost down to less than a minute now on the clock if you are Winthrop trying to get onto the attack. And you had started so strong in the series, Cozy.
Hey.
Look at Purdue now. They still have the God of Mischief, and they have the Bandit.
I was just about to say, I don't want to be a doomsayer, but I'm saying a lot of the rivals, and unless they get a miracle in the neutral game, this is going to be just rough sledding. They don't have enough time to cook up much outside of maybe Jared. Curry can get something as well. If they lose this team fight, they got to lose it quick at that. Shields up for Oracle, gives them the advantage. Vic, this is going to be tough.
It's a doomsayer, man. We're more like doomsday right now if they don't get the way to re-sustain. You have the invisible boundary, but you've lost out on one of your Vanguards. Unfortunately, your Elsa Pyramids is going to meet their maker as well. Invisible boundary now from Rowan, and they're trying to rotate this because they also had Glartrox from RMB, but AKA falling low as Rowan gets a Ditto contested from Turin.
Yeah, Prince was just unable to get that ult right as they fall from the Vanguards. Now, Nizo is going to have to go ahead and put the portal out. Last chance, last hope. They had an amazing hold, .2, but will it be enough? 8 seconds left. Legends are going to be made as Legendary's in the sky. Ooh, Nizu does get a pick on. Oh my, Jared's gone. Goodbye. No Legendary right now, right here, only on the side of Purdue. And that closeout, Rindo, who has been the MVP for this team, finds one. Pyramids, another. Their fight's not over. They're still in this thing.
It's not without the Daredevil. It's the Sue Storm that you were talking about before. Pyramids is hungry, tries to get some revenge. Is it worth going this far around, too, with overtime taken away? And they get the first checkpoint last minute, but they showed up no matter what. That's why you see Pyramids moving all the way up, just in case.
And that was the neutral play you had to see done from them. And now it's a whole different story, folks. Rin, Nizu, Pyramids all have ult. 2 minutes, world of time. Don't have to go too far. Everything's locked and loaded. Talking about also the Hunter instinct there for Pyramids.
Now moving up, and we talked about creating this space. Look at Badgers, who's still on this Venom, looking to get the dive down, but it's RMV, and that Glartrox that's going to be important, as well as AKA with the Galactic Legend.
Now watch out for AKA in the skies there. Can Pyramids finally hit one? It's going to be RMV that throws it out first, and Pyramids the other. Going to get rid of RMV with it. Legends in the sky. Fine. Both Elsa's down. One Glartrox betrays the other. AKA, how are you alive? Barely staying in this thing. CD now going to be forced to rotate over. How does he go back up to full? Now has his ult, can go in and press the W key on their side. Meanwhile, though, Vicky, a lot of space has been made. Curry's going to press the W.
But Purdue have the advantage in terms of strat ults right now because Winthrop actually were forced to use this, but the eye of Purdue finds C-Dub, and Purdue, they're down in numbers as Pyramids gets the follow, even without Jared. But Beast of the Abyss now follows up. RMV turns things around, and Purdue, they're still making this work.
The trades are perfect, but right now advantage for spawn run comes a little bit too Winthrop. Doesn't matter. Badgers finds another. Now just keep holding the W, right? The space has been made. There's been enough trades, but don't stagger. You only got 3. Wait for the 5. Minute 2 seconds left. Looking at the ults, Pyramids getting low. They have really nothing. Jared with the Legendary. Oracle can match. Rowan to follow. Defensive ults definitely in favor for Purdue.
Let's talk about the repositioning too from Purdue, by the way, because you saw that. The way they backtracked, they do not want to force up the staggers like you were mentioning, and they were able to reset quickly to then re-engage. More time wasted away in favor for Winthrop, and now they're down to less than 40 seconds.
They know what space they can give, and if you're looking at Winthrop, they know what they need to be able to take. Here comes a quick dive in the distraction on those strategists to disappear up. Prince, Oracle, they match boundaries. Folks, one team going home. Everything on the line from hours, days, weeks of practice play and scrims. It's Jared. He's got the Legendary. Oh my! Oracle stays alive with the quick flip and the dip. He's staying the trickster himself. He's the god of trickery. Stays through it. Oracle alive through it and continues on the reign. Perfection. Glortrox finds him though. Can't run for the monster, Vic.
Oh, no way. They finally catch Oracle. I was gonna say, Oracle was breaking Jared's ankles right there. But now they have to go recontest here because the portal needs to come out. Overtime ticking away. And Winthrop, they're clearing the space. Remember, they only have to get right before that second checkpoint.
With Badger falling, someone's got to go to the Strange here. Someone's got to switch over. They have a little bit of time, but not that much. Rowan probably was where I was looking at the Strange. Badger's going to take the hit instead. Time's ticking. What are you doing, Purdue? Everything's here on the line. Your Venom is gone. They're going to be able to push in, but that's when the staggers happen. The mistake coming at the most costly time for this collegiate team, and it is Purdue that falls. Winthrop wins. Holy banger, Vicky.
Look at how much that mistake cost them.
Are you joking?
The entire series.
Why aren't we switching? Why is the Invis staying locked in? I can't even.
There was miscommunication. That had to be miscomms. That had to be miscomms.
How?
Because they were expecting someone to contest. It looked like at the very end. I'm not too sure if my eyes see me. It looked like the Loki for a bit because they kind of tricked him into thinking it was by the spawn. But he wrapped it from the behind. But what is a Loki that had already used lamps gonna do when you have everybody on the point?
Oh my sweet gosh. The no TP is crazy because you could have used it before that as well. Like you could have done the next contest. Purdue,
had
it was theirs, and it was Winthrop now who bested them now with 4-1 overall record. The upset of the tournament that started the day. We're not at the end, but wow, did that shake things up.
I mean, look at the stats across the board between both these teams, right? Yes, the KOs are slightly in favor for Winthrop, but it is so close. Like 14 finals for Pyramids. You look down at AKA 13 on the other side.
Prince, I can't wait for Prince to hear those comms from Purdue. He's like, hey, no worries. Ban the Shark. Use the Shark. 36k healing, 10k damage. Go off, King. I mean, that was absolute elite play across the board in just the most dramatic fashion. And it's what you expect to see at the collegiate play. And again, no fault to these players. They're, the next up and coming. But these are the little things that make you champions. Now, the rematch. You guys put your eyes on the upper bracket semifinals. A&M, 2-0, Winthrop. Now we've got the same matchup here again. Now the result, little different when they went against Purdue. Vicky, what do we got?
We got not only the run-back potential of the bracket for Winthrop, I mean, they've literally been feasting, right? It's like revenge after revenge. If it's not on them, it's on another team. And now it's going to have to be against Texas A&M all over again in that lower finals. We know that Georgia Tech is sitting pretty in that grand finals, which means that they will be playing out in their best of 5, Cozy.
I feel like a zoo animal in an exhibit because the people looking at us, losing our minds over the Doctor Strange that they're not even aware of. It's absolute cinema out here, and you can relive it right now with the black light play of the game. These replays looking crazy. Here they are.
Because we've had people taking pictures of us through those windows. People are like, what is going on? But that's why we have these play of the games to showcase you what is going on here in this series, because they went to a game number 3, back and forth. If it wasn't the Iron Fist, it was a Psylocke, it was these copies, it was these Gambit old school, Cozy.
Absolutely. It has just been such a fun day and just cool to see what it's like here at this level of play between, honestly, so many colleges that want to show what they're made of to these orgs and to the pro play scene that will continue next week as we take a look at what these highlights bring. Thanks again to Blacklight, amazing, comfortable chairs from Alienware. Once again, the winners, what they're playing for, yes, egos, got it, but also it's gonna be up to $30,000 in prizes from laptops, amazing, from Alienware, the Area 51, and these Blacklight chairs and more, Vicky.
And even looking all the way at the very end too, right? Being able to have these highlights, sitting comfy in those blacklight chairs, seeing Jared go crazy at the very end here too, but backs against the walls, making some of these swaps. Badgers, who was out on that Venom before, and it was the one that was forced, by the way, to go to Dr. Strange, and you called it out, Cozy. You can't have Badgers do it.
It's so funny. I went and saw this team after the Buffalo game. They're like, yeah, we're chill. It was crazy, but we knew we'd win. Did you? I love that we cut to cam. Hey, thank you, production, for going to cams on the players. It's my favorite part of every match, as when I've hosted and now here as a caster, to see the raw reaction, especially at the young age that these kids are at. Either way, Pyramids is able to hit the only Glortrox that's needed. Look at this reaction.
Oh man, I love it here. As we take a look at the next action, guys, make sure to scan the QR code because we want to hear from you. Please, guys, share us your feedback on how you think the tournament has been going down while you guys watch from the safety of your homes and seeing, maybe that's my chance to try to compete in the next Collegiate Clash.
Absolutely, y'all. It just takes a second to quickly scan and leave your feedback. We need more from this scene, and it's just been so fun to watch thus far. So scan away, share the feedback. We appreciate you guys. We have 2 more matches today. Will I pass out on the second one? Potentially, but I know who's about to pass out from excitement. It's gonna be Winthrop. Fallout, take us to the interview, buddy. Gotta hear from these kids.
My man Cozy, that's right. I'm Fallout, joined alongside Ali, aka Prince Ali from Winthrop University, the continual dark horse of this tournament. They advanced to the losers bracket, and of course, Ali, what a match that was. You popped off in that game 3. Walk me through it and tell me how it went.
So, our first map 1, I thought was pretty clean. We just everything's going to game plan. We beat this team before in upper bracket in our first match, and honestly, the only reason we lost map 2 was a little miscoordination in the comms with a band. Our band phase was pretty weak on the second game, but by the third game we had that handled. They thought they had that Jeff band in the bag. What was that about?
Let's talk about that Jeff band. You got a screenshot from your boy on Twitch calling you a Jeff one trick. You ain't no one trick. No. Talk your smack.
All right. I mean, what is there to say? The results. The results are right there. I mean, you can look at the screen. I'm still MVP of my character. I mean, look, just because I'm that good at Jeff does not mean I'm a one trick, okay? Let's get that straight.
He took that personal, random person on Twitch. Don't you talk smack about my man here, Ali. Yeah. Congratulations, you advanced to the losers bracket final. Be 100% honest right now. I know you have confidence in your squad right here. Did you expect to be competing for a top 2 spot in this tournament?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, why am I going to come to this tournament and not have confidence, right? We've been practicing for months and months, and especially the last few scrims been great. We haven't dropped the map since I think it's been 4 days. We've been pretty good. I don't know. Been expected to, go all the way. I want to go all the way. Hoping we can show you guys that.
What's it going to take?
What?
What's it going to take?
I mean, just as long as our ban list goes the same, our ban phase, make sure that we got everything unlocked, play the game that we want to play, I'm sure that it'll be fine, honestly.
Love it. Spoken like a true esports professional. Alienware Collegiate Clash has been awesome, man. Hope you guys are enjoying the action at home. We got the losers bracket finals coming up next. 2 more series in this tournament to see who's going to go home with the grand prize. We'll be right back after this quick break. Don't go anywhere. More Alienware Collegiate Clash after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back live in Austin, Texas to the Alienware Collegiate Clash 2026. And my goodness, we have gotten such a great day thus far. Great teams, awesome stories, and we find ourselves here in the lower bracket finals, and we have another guest, the man, the myth, the bald, the short, Mr. J3!
How you doing, man? Well, you had to throw in the bold and short.
It's a double combo, I ulted, yeah.
Which I'm very surprised there's no box for me this time.
I know.
Sorry, I took it actually instead.
Couldn't find one big enough. No, listen, you just saw all the action, man. Obviously, that Purdue-Winthrop game was insane.
It was.
It was. I mean, you almost lost words.
Yeah, match 3. It went all the way to the final. I'm really surprised the miscommunication there at the end.
Hey, yeah, sometimes it comes down to a play or two, but yeah, I think everyone's screaming Portal, and
yeah.
It's tough, especially 1-1. I mean, that's as close as it gets, especially with these kids and what it means to them. Speaking of, you got to meet a lot of you have their signing jerseys. I mean, how's it been for you coming over here to Austin?
Oh, it's been a lot of fun. I'm very thankful for Alienware to invite me out here. It's been a lot of fun seeing you two again, meeting the players as well. It's been a lot of fun. I'm enjoying myself every minute of it, so I appreciate it.
And reminding Gozy a lot about Shy Guy too. Sometimes what's going on in the background when it comes to the double bagels, but that's a different story for another day that we'll highlight here. But Jay, talking about the next level talent that we have here, it must feel so cool to see we didn't get this during our time. Look at this. This is insane.
That's what I was saying. I was saying, back when I went to, college in the 1600s, we didn't have any of this.
Yeah.
I wish we did.
Torches for flashlights, and then all of a sudden, yeah, it's we got Alienware. Speaking of, I mean, obviously you're familiar with the brand. what do you think about them, their laptops? I mean, I remember I was pre-college and I got my first Alienware. It was more important to me than a car. I mean, I just think it was like everything for me, growing up. And yeah, how's it been for getting to know them too?
It's been great for me. I mean, their computers. I was just using one right now for the co-stream. It was amazing. I'm loving it. So, great. They're a great brand.
Well, listen, hey, with it, I mean, obviously, there's so much nerves at this level play, pro play, kind of everything. You've watched a lot of the Ignite Pro scene. So far, could I ask, what is the difference that you've seen watching all the, the pro play and now here at the collegiate level? Because it is, I mean, the bans and the picks alone, dude.
Yeah.
It's been insane.
So I had to get used to, I don't watch MRC, so I had to get used to the picks and bans, but I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. I will say the biggest thing I will give, I think, a little advice, you gotta hit your ults, man.
Yeah, Vic?
We talked about that sometimes, Jay. It's crazy because we saw, like Rocket Sia was getting away with Ensong Inferno not landing on its mark. Sometimes it worked out for the opposition here because then the ults are desynced, but it's so crucial at high level play. You look at the grand finals, you look at Georgia Tech, a team that did not lose a map in the qualifiers. You cannot afford those mistakes.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's why Georgia Tech right now looks to be the favorite because they are locked in. It's a lot of what we are seeing from the Ignite scene in the pick bans and just the overall comms, right? The comms matter in this meta with the dive. I'm seeing Feast of the Abyss nonstop. Where am I seeing the eliminations? It's opening up the door and it's about getting those ults. I mean, even the Elsa and the big ult with the Predator, obviously, is what we saw, there from the last match.
Yeah, that's what I think. I'm looking at the, I think this is a grudge match back because they did get sent back to the lower, the lower finals, and hopefully they learn a thing or two from their ults and bring it into this next game.
Yeah, no, I mean absolutely, and I'm just blessed, lucky, happy because Rivals makes these opportunities happen. Alienware, obviously, and can be from streamer to friend. Great to have you here live. And speaking of the bracket you just mentioned, we have a bit of a revenge story once again. Purdue unable to get their revenge against Winthrop, but now it's going to be Texas A&M who look to get the last laugh yet again. So again, if you don't know, we'll pull up the graphic here in just a second of that bracket, but Texas A&M beat Winthrop 2-0 in that semifinal final upper bracket. And then it was just the Winthrop show in the lowers.
It makes you wonder how that series between Georgia Tech and Texas A&M went down in a 2-0 series, right? Remember, it is best of 3 all the way up into the grand finals where you have a little bit more room of okay, if these pick and ban phase isn't really working out in our favor, we have maybe that one extra game that we could change things up. You talk about the run back potential, Cozy, and Jay, you were able to watch a lot of that action going down. I mean, if there's one thing you feel like you could change aside from the ult utility, what would it be here for some of these players?
Ooh, to be honest with you, especially while watching MRI, I would ban Elsa. I keep saying I think you should ban Elsa, and if you're not having a good day on Elsa, it would be a smart move. If you're not hitting your ults or your shots, it would be beneficial to your team.
And listen, I know you're a big fan of communication and listening into the player comms. We've gotten to do that. Did you hear the smack talk of the Jeff and the Loki and the last laugh? I mean, talk about tricks. I mean, that is what this is all about, and I think it's something I want to see more in Rivals. I know, did the J3 community clash. We were able to listen to the comms there as well. It just changes it, especially when mental is so important. And man, they seem relaxed, cool, calm, collected.
I'm loving it. When I sat down, I was watching you guys. Obviously great casting, and then you guys were like, "Oh, let's go into the player comms." I was like, "Whoa, whoa!" The production value is insane.
I love the taunt to get bodied though, because that's literally what it was. Oh, he can't play Jeff. What is going on here, right?
I love that.
Taunt to get bodied. You don't say something because then it ends up biting you back before the series is done, man.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm a fan for it, especially on the big stage, the talk, because you're not always gonna get the delivery, but it's what makes esports, I think, so fun, to begin with. Yeah, Jay.
Oh, yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, the worst thing, especially when you're playing ranked, is never to trash talk in the middle of the game, because if you do lose, well, like you said, it's going to bite you in the end.
Yes, no, absolutely. Hey, speaking of, you're a big Bucky, fan. You love the good old hook. A little disappointed by not seeing too much Winter Soldier.
I am a little disappointed, but I am actually more disappointed in not seeing a lot of Psylocke. I think Psylocke is a really good, good pick right now. Usually you see a lot of teams doing Mantis and Ultron with triple support. We're not seeing a lot of that.
So that's what, yeah, you're in luck because Georgia Tech, that's why they're winning. All right, we talked about it.
Okay.
They protected the Mantis, and right away we're like, okay, we know what they're going to try to do. And I think it's because of the, I don't want to say skill issue, right? But like triple strat is very hard at this level of play. You got to be perfect with everything and have a carry in the duelist department. Well, Fraud, who is a sub for NRG, Shock, is playing the Psylocke Mantis boosted. That's why they've been on the roll. 2-0, haven't dropped a map.
That's crazy. I can't wait to see that.
Yeah. Vicky, I mean, Georgia Tech is doing every bit what they just called out.
It's like the other side of the coin when you're afraid of triple strat, even with like the ult nerfs, but then you're like, oh my gosh, but we don't want to deal with Gambit. We don't want to deal with Raging Royal Flush. Oh, we would rather, like, you know, kind of deal with the Sia because then we could just take out Phoenix and use Ensong Inferno to get rid of it. But if you're not also prioritizing getting rid of the Sia, then will that Ensong Inferno even get the output that you're trying to go for? So it's like playing Ring Around the Rosie in that pick and ban phase, which is kind of like a little different in structure than what we're all used to when it comes to the MRC and MRI.
I mean, not just the structure, but the picks and the bans. Usually it's Elsa or Gambit. Now it's Iron Fist saves. I don't even know where I'm at.
I was watching that. I was like...
He was popping off, though.
I know.
It was so crazy, RMB.
When he got off the Elsa, I was like, wait. And then he went Iron Fist. I was like, I'm not so sure you should get off Elsa when Elsa is like in the game. And then he just started
popping.
You even mentioned it. 18 finals at one point. It was
Crazy.
insane.
And really, obviously, I think that's what Winthrop did so good. They banned the Rogue, or the Gambit that took away the Rogue, because with Iron Fist, when you have that follow-up in the Vanguard position, especially Rogue goes up, you know, soars up the tier list with Gambit, that survivability.
Yeah, sure.
That is the big difference maker. But talk about, like, Gambit was like the 4th ban in. I'm like, what's happening? Like, what's being allowed? A lot of group bans. Honestly, if I were to sum it up, it's been a lot of bans on their best or targeted players' favorite heroes. That's kind of what we've been seeing early.
That's what I started getting the vibe from when they were like, oh, hey, let's ban Jeff. This guy, you know, really can't play anything else but Jeff. But it's starting to make sense.
Sure.
Because it opens up the doors, right? We've been seeing like the Loki, the iteration of like Adam with no Loki, and then the next game of like Loki and Adam, and how that makes all the difference, right? When you're trying to prio ban another strat instead, and then being able to still at least have in your back pocket the ability to still run triple strat in a different form, in something that maybe you don't feel your strengths in, like an Ultron triple strat meta, because it could be hard for some people to make it work if they don't have that Ultron ready.
And what people don't realize too is, like Jeff, for example, when that's banned, it's not just Prince and him not playing Jeff. When you're a Vanguard or a duelist, like you get used to being healed, Pierce healings, and what Jeff offers, and like that's what they play clearly. And so then it's a whole team thing to adjust. It's like, okay, we don't have the Jeff now in the backline. We're forced to go to the Loki lamps or whatever it might be. So it's always, I want to remind people, it's such a team game, Jay.
Yeah, I completely agree. You know, I want to say, you know, you're as strong as your weakest player, but, you know, can't be a specialist.
You're as strong as your Jay, you know.
I was gonna say, you know, listen, you gotta give yourself credit. You know, as a former pro player yourself, any thoughts or any advice, I guess, to those watching from home to see, like, okay, how do I enable my team so that way I could be the one to help out and make my team feel confident and perform to their ability?
I feel like you have to be flexible, like definitely flexible. You know, I feel like you cannot get yourself banned out. A lot of these pro teams that we see as well, you know, they are very flexible. If they get their mains banned, they can flex to other stuff. You know, you have DPS players playing the support, and like, you know, support players also sometimes even going to DPS.
Yeah, no.
Or tanks and DPS.
No, that's a great point. Flexibility being the key. And we've seen a good amount of flexibility. Sometimes they're not flexing fast enough. Go to the Strange. You will lose that map, but, you know.
When you die first, gotta go Strange.
Gotta go, no matter the role. And then you adjust from there, right? Everybody swaps over to the strategist, whatever it might be. But y'all, the Yap Fest over. The match ready. We've got the lower bracket finals, the revenge map. Winthrop versus Texas A&M here again, live in Texas. I'm Cozy with Vicky and our guest J3. Gonna bring you all the action today. Let's go and do quickly who's gonna win before we look at pick and bans. Jay.
Ooh, Texas A&M.
All right, so it's going to be the double win from them. Vic?
I think it's going to be Texas A&M as well. I definitely think this team has got their number.
I'm a Winthrop believer. I've seen them through the lowers. Bring it home. Bring it home. We'll have to see if they can do so. Prince, I'm not doubting you at all. Picking bans. Will Texas A&M go with the Jeff right off the bat? Will they follow suit of what was obviously a bit of their strategy? There's your Elsa ban. They were listening, Jay.
You know, the Jeff ban, if they were listening to last game, would be very funny.
Yes, I mean, it's taking some time. They're like, all right, you know, how do we check? Okay, I actually like this better because we saw how Prince played Loki, and it's not going for the Jet fan right away, but Loki's such a big impact player.
Yeah, because then at the same time, you kind of take away the double Rage and Royal Flush off the table, right? And even if it's not that, also we've seen Winthrop take out an Adam, so like now you're taking a big foundation away.
Does it force the Jeff save too? Because they've been going with the Loki save later.
Yes,
Boom, right
sir.
there. It's like I know what I'm talking about every now and then.
See, it's almost like you cast this game.
Yeah, I tell you. I mean, listen though. Either way, their game plan has been to let Prince, right, continue to let him, dominate, and it's worked for them. Winthrop, they haven't changed much. They go with the group ban. I'm not a fortune teller. Cloak and Dagger has been banned every time from them, which we didn't see in Ignite, Jay, as much, right? Because I think the neutral changes hurt Cloak and Dagger more than we have thought.
For sure. I think you see a lot more Cloak and Dagger actually in ranked, too.
Yes.
Way more.
And I think part of that kind of goes hand in hand, like just to provide the logic when it comes to like the difference between ladder and like what we see at the top level play is the ultimate, this lasting longer than the invisible boundary, where it makes a lot of teams that want to rely on the invisible woman very uncomfortable. But the Star-Lord ban is interesting, and you know why, Cozy? The Galactic Legend and the Rage and Royal Flush in my opinion, in the Hell's Heaven, when we saw them before, didn't get the impact that they were looking for.
Not at all. And what I thought was really cool is we saw one of the players there take a look at is it looked at the results from the matchup before to look at some of the players and look at what they had. I mean, talk about on-the-fly decision-making. Rogue in the Southern, if you haven't heard Vicky's Rogue accent, you'll hear it today, Jay. But, I mean, Rogue obviously is now going to force the Gambit ban, you would think. I mean, the Gambit ban's saved. Gambit's saved.
Yeah.
They saw how well Gambit and Rogue worked together against this team, in that last match, Jay.
Yeah, that's crazy. Also, the Psylocke ban. I was thinking Gambit and Psylocke go hand in hand as well, so seeing that Psylocke ban is huge.
Yeah, it's smart play from them. Star-Lord is typically the one I, always fear, but Psylocke in that mobility is what's so crazy.
And you kind of have that on the table too, right? Because although you have the Protect on the Rogue and Gambit, there's only so many picks and bans, right? So at least you have the Galactic Legend if you're A&M, and they banned the Punisher last. So doing their homework, right? They saw that they have the Phoenix available. They do have the Elsa as well. If you look on the other side, that wasn't really a prio ban from A&M side when it comes to the Duelist.
Sure, but what's interesting is we keep seeing that from Pyramids. Like, they don't flex over. Once they have that Phoenix, they're pretty happy with what they have, right? And I think obviously from there it goes to Jared and what they prefer. Not having the Star-Lord, I think they're just trying to answer that call, right? Overall, though, we take a look at it. We're here, we're ready. It is Texas A&M, TAMU, no one says that, Giga Maggies versus Winthrop. Obviously a big difference in college size, I'd say by a mile. But this is not sports, this is esports, folks. And anybody can win any given day. Vic, I'm ready.
Let's get this started. It's always nice to be able to have our guests here, right? Chime in on their thoughts, maybe their sleep paralysis demon, right? When we were talking about Jeff with Big Puff here. And let's get this going, guys. We are down to the wire with this lower bracket now reaching its end. Who will be meeting the Titans that is Georgia Tech in the grand finals?
And Rin flexing that Daredevil quickly, have to show off, what they were able to do. Kale Salad, what a name. Absolutely. This reminds me of the MRC when I had names like Tube Socks versus like Dumpster Truck, and you never knew what you were going to get. But here it is, the portal's ready, and they're taking the fight right to him. Dio, though, going to get the first lap here, Vic.
And I'm seeing double red, it looks like, here, because we are coming out of the gate. I was like, what the?
I know, what's happening
Friendly
here?
fire, what is going on? No, but it's okay, but it's Winthrop losing out on 2 first here.
Yeah, orange versus red is going to be interesting. Shout out to production getting the color matching, though. It's always cool to see. Either way, going to have to look at that as it's close, as Smoke wants to find something, as Vicky would say, with the shish kebab, wanting to find a back pick. As we're going to rotate up here. Smoke looking for their entry. And just a big fast cap. Warrior Falls, Vicky, is a tough one to get right off the bat. Man, A&M is showing why they've won 2-0 so far.
Ooh, Kale Salad falls low. You talk about Prince Ali, though, popping off. And you also have the environmental KO potential going over to the other side, with the Banhammer then coming in right afterwards. Kale Salad having to come back. That's the double Vanguard making the walk of shame from the spawn room gates.
Absolutely, and as Pyramids now finds one, the trades are happening. 2 down, make it 3. And what we're going to do here is sometimes we listen in on who's winning. Let's go and take a listen into Texas A&M as they reset, reload, and try to fight back this point and hear this communication.
Right. Gambit's kind of in main alone.
Gambit's so wide.
Better
lock
height.
height. Can we clear height?
Yeah.
Fighting main.
I got team up.
Yeah, Volt's here.
Table grab. Let's take
We need to get through, Chris. We're
going main. I'm going main.
Okay, map change. Map.
Play top.
Yeah, go here.
More one.
I'm dead, I'm dead.
Sorry, the shield went the wrong side.
But my audio is
Give
still
him middle point, give him middle point, give him middle point. Give him middle point, give him middle point, give him middle point now.
Gambit, look Gambit.
Give him one shot, give him dead.
I'm dead. Jeff.
Nice, dead. Mega point, take some point. Feel like back first. Table first. Here, Phoenix in point.
Nice. Mag.
Go Phoenix.
Here. Clear the mag. He's off.
I got fire, we're fine. Here, Phoenix in main.
Okay,
wait, we walk
6.
No. Hold tight.
Hold this room.
What ult do they use? Click ups. They use
more. Textbook, right? They had the plan going in. You heard the comms quite literally, and there's just no time to say anything. I mean, Jay comes from this, where you get the command out, get the focus out, and you saw it right there with the Insong Inferno splashing down and getting the connection on Prince to stop what was going to be that.
And it's crazy, too, because you saw the Gambit go down right beforehand, and it was like the reassurance of, don't worry, we don't even need it right now. Yeah. Now you have the Rage and Royal Flush, so you could hold all the way up, maintain your oppression right now on the points. Rage and Royal Flush now coming in from the other side. Is it going to be enough? Heaven's Retribution to follow up, but you try to get the cleanse, rather, just so that way you could try to clear up this gap and try to make sure that ultimate didn't get the outcome it needed.
Winthrop needs to work on their Gambit game, because there's been multiple Gambit Royal Flushes that have not succeeded in any KOs. Rin is such a lethal dual strategist that we've seen thus far, and it's just not coming together. Quickly with the Banhammer throw down, the stress is happening as all teams are clashing orange and red. It's a color fest now. Curry finding Zoria down. That's a big pick early. Going to continue the pressure. Dio, though, trades the favor. Curry now finding the quick spawn room. Smoke to follow. It looks like advantage Winthrop. Pyramids once again, Vicky, trying to put the team on the back.
Rub my eyes real quick to make sure I'm seeing the right color, orange-red here, because now Pyramids and Rin, they're moving up, and Winthrop have been able to at least reclaim the point for now, but with 99% going in favor for A&M, you have to look at Lacerda. We were hearing her comms too. They got the invisible boundary coming up for this next fight.
Ult tracking. How many times can we say it, right? You look at Winthrop, what they have available. They should have a small advantage. Obviously, you're going to have to worry about the invis on Texas A&M's side, but really Pyramids. Let's see where he angles himself to throw down the Giganto. Here, the Horn of Proteus. Echo throughout the Wakandan walls, Vicky. There's the pull of Dio. Gonna get Curry once again. It's been Deadpool v Deadpool. Only one on top. Jared finds the invis. That's before the ult. That's devastating for Texas A&M.
Yes, because they needed to rely on this, because now they're about to even things up. The Angela has been a menace, and Prince Ali is riding away on the magic carpet ride in a different direction than they were expecting. They were going to have to try to go in for a portal play, but there may not be any opportunity with the overtime taken away.
A whole new world for Prince here, going up against this Texas A&M team, and the portal will come out. Forced to go from Shark to Supreme. Throws it out, and he's going to get a pick. Now can't stagger into this. Have to find success. Going to throw up the disappear from the invis. Tragedy was struck before when they didn't get to use it. Now have it. Gambit finds one. Invis, the strategist, everybody getting a piece of the pie, and that is going to be what secures, most likely, this Texas A&M first point win.
The Struts have had enough. They're going to do their own peeling. They're going to get their own KOs, and now Texas A&M, they've cleared the point, and they've cleared the first round.
Man, these A&M players, they've never had friends like them. I mean, absolute cooking. And it's kind of why you see the 2-0 that we saw up top. I think, man, I mean, honestly, it came down, Jay, that came down to just small decisions. Heck, it came down to what you highlighted earlier in the ults.
Well, I mean, I think something that you also said, the communication, you know, you rather have all your players on the same page rather than everyone on a different page. But I will say, I think WU definitely needs to, you know, like you mentioned in the game, they need to capitalize on their Gambit ult. They're not, you know, they're just not capitalizing it. Or, you know, combo with Jared. You know, Phoenix Gambit is huge.
Absolutely. I think that when you look at what Rin has done, Rin has been so lethal in that strategist position. And taking a look at the stat line, it feels like Jared getting a lot of damage, but it's that final hit impact. And when you compare that to the other Phoenix who's just been feasting, Jay.
Yeah.
Also, it was me, Dio, literally. The Deadpool right there popping off with 8 finals already off that final, that first round only alone.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Jay, you know what Deadpool can do as they cook up in domination. Dio feels like they have the upper hand on Curry, who's been great so far.
I think they might need to change their ban phase. Maybe ban Deadpool first. I mean,
I said that, though. Remember, we were talking about the Van pool being a problem, and it's been, you know, usually when you have domination, it may not last, like, as long, right? It gives enough time to try to build up that XP. When you go onto a different game mode, it gets dicier. We're talking about Museum of Contemplation kind of being one of those maps. Here, we're already getting that output, right? And you're on Dom here. That was only the first round. That's an indicator already in a best of 3 with lack of time and only having, like, at max 3 pick and ban phases, that's going to have to be something you have to consider.
And Pyramids, I mean, Pyramids has been the reason they've even been in it at this point. We didn't get to see how they fell to Texas A&M. I do feel like potentially they've cleaned up some of the mistakes that they highlighted early from that game. But it feels like, okay, they've answered, you know, all great teams they're multifaceted. They've answered the Prince problem, I think, with the Jeff right now. Not too afraid about it. Didn't take a ban. But now it's like, okay, if they can solve Pyramids, I don't know what else they might be able to throw at them.
That's true.
Jay, gotta ask, all right, when you look at Rivals as a whole, we see a lot of Jeff right now. Big Puff hates Jeff. What is the hero that just grinds your gears?
Ooh, playing against or playing with?
Ooh, you know, hey, well, I know who was playing with, I think, unless I'm, you know.
Let me hear it.
Well, how are the vibes?
Ooh, you know, I think, you know, pretty low. You know, actually, there's one character that I don't like more than a Black Widow.
Who?
Spider-Man.
Oh, there's been.
You know, it's because Spider-Man players, they never swap.
They'll never swap.
They never swap.
It's like
If they go 2-12, no, they're never gonna swap.
And if they do, they're like, I got this. Iron Fist, right? Or like whatever. It's like something that's completely out of left field.
The worst feeling though is I feel like it's like they're almost like a stereotype, right? Because it's like so true. Like the shoot fits, right? They'll be like, I'll swap, and then they still have their ult, so they don't want to swap, and then they'll use their ult. It fails, or it will get like 2, and they're like, oh man, maybe I'm good, so I'll stay Spider-Man and not swap.
My favorite have you ever been on a team that was like, hey, you know what? Don't ban you guys want to ban Spider-Man? Don't ban Spider-Man. I'm the best Spider-Man in the game.
Oh, no.
And then there are the ones that
There's nothing I trust less than an animated Spider-Man, or even just a Spider-Man Lord. Also, shout out Kingsman. I know you're watching right now. The action over there, great, you know, college story in general. I'm talking about the vibes. I mean, the vibes are high here, and I'm sure over on that watch party stream, funny enough how that is all come together. But either way, taking a look at what we've got with these two, you know, obviously orange, red, close in color. I think that you nailed it with the pick ban phase, but overall, is there a duelist swap up? Because the Phoenix, it feels like it's. Have you ever had that as a duelist? It sucks. Your damage is there, but it's not showing up on the scoreboard.
To be honest with you, I think it was a very close round. It went 99-99. I think they could possibly, you know, take the next round. You know, I feel like they just got to clean up their ult usage just a little bit.
Do you think they're desynced? Do you think that's what it is? Maybe a lack of communication? So I always like to ask for advice because it really helps out. A lot of the players kind of fix up their own issues within their own respective gameplay, which makes ladder, you know, a little bit better, right? I mean, what do you think when it comes to comms in games like that too, and trying to clean it up?
They can't be frantic. You know, they have to be calm, cool, and collected, and you know, just have someone just communicate or shot call. Instead of everyone just screaming, you know, one different thing, everyone just be on the same page.
All right, we got a nice little introduction back to Wakanda. Thanks for that breakdown, Vicky and Jay. We'll see if this time gave Winthrop a little time to get their ducks back in order. Colors look a little bit more clean as well, Vic, as we see the red versus the orange once again. Red in favor of that TAMU, Texas A&M, gig 'em.
I can see clearly now.
The colors are gone.
No, yeah, we're here. But you know what I also like to see? I see clearly that there's 3 ultimates online for A&M. So looking at that and what Winthrop are rolling out with in this case, they really only have that Meteor M. So you want to take a look at where Zora is going to be, just in case that Rage and Royal Flush doesn't have the output that they want.
Yeah, great call here. This is going to be tough, though. Zora's going to go ahead and throw out that cards right off the rip, but it's going to be Smoke now charged up and ready. Cal Sala going to get Prince once again deleted from the video game. Ren to follow, Jared as well. Go ahead. I don't know if the break was long enough. Take some more time in the spawn room. Texas A&M shout to the whole team.
Any from some more of these trades here too. The Rage and Royal Flush did provide what they needed in that first fight to be able to flip that point.
How appropriate of that first match. Pyramid still gets a pick, but then they all die. It's like that's essentially what we kept seeing over and over. They got to lock in here if they don't want to go down quickly in this domination. Taking a look at what they have available in Song Inferno. Jared can match up something with maybe the Giganto. Don't know if you have to commit all that to it. Not much more to compare with it. Curry, though, the diff there on Dio, that's what you want to look for.
Maybe that's why we're seeing Jared on the Phoenix instead of Pyramids, what we were seeing before, right? Because it's that little desync, and now Jared gets a first pick off here, too, as Rin is the next to fall. So it's a trade-off for both ends, but at least you have the man hammer from Curry.
Yeah, and this is what, you know, we just saw earlier from Purdue when when they have the pressure of that rogue, those strategists fall, but Jared stepping up massive, trades with the strategist on the opposition, goes down to Dios, continue to serve up absolutely fourth wall breaks against the other. Wade Wilson versus Wade Wilson. I'm gonna go ahead, Pyramid, forced to back up, rotate. Kind of a weird position to be in here because you have a couple down, but you're gonna have to end up just resyncing completely, 53% and up. Vicky, this is not looking great.
I'm just thinking about the obnoxious opposition from the Vanguard lineup of an Angela and a Rogue, but they shut down Smoke in the process as Prince Ali has the itch Jeff. Jared too with the end song Infernal. The Horde of Proteus too, but it's gonna be the invisible boundary from the Cyrano. She's gonna call that in first, and this is what you usually expect, right? The itch Jeff to counter the invisible boundary. Everybody eats.
Oh my, all four of them. Nowhere to throw them though, except down on the ground as oh my gosh, disgusting. We actually don't see that a lot.
No.
Jeffs usually don't spit down. They at least maybe separate them from the pack, but when you have the whole freaking team, let that tick down because damage is rolling with it. Spit it out and throw every gun, fist, and sword you have.
So true. I like how you pinpoint that because we don't even really see it like in the MRI like that. Actually, it's kind of like a frantic. Okay, where do I go? Where's the environmental KOs that I could go to instead? So great communication that we see here, following from the quote-unquote backbone that we've heard in their interviews with Prince Ali and the Itch Jeff, and they still have 3 ultimates.
Absolutely. Now as Jared and Curry look to get the pressure and the poke on, now they finally get these angles to get the poke, right? They're set up defensively, not offensively, and they can kind of find the angles to keep them at bay. This is definitely one of those maps that you love to push up. Happens in rank play, happens here at this collegiate level as well. Maid outfit also, shout out to that. My gosh, Wade Wilson. Jared now just raining from the top rope.
Literally accurate. You know what? Just making sure you dominate in some style here. A little delivery. So, right, does have that Raging Royal Flush. It's going to be able to activate that as Dio does have the Ban Hammer too, but it's going to be met from the Raging Royal Flush from Winthrop. And look at Jared as well, because you also have that End Song Inferno to follow up.
I mean, they were able to at least sustain it. Jared and Aizu get 2, quite opposite of what was happening on Wakanda Falls, now connecting, and that was the perfect counterplay to him. I don't know if Jared, what he did on that break, but talk about locking the hell in, my friend. Absolutely popping off. Don't let Smoke go. He wants it. Uses the cooldown. Lets him go.
He dips. I mean, he's literally trying to play Ring Around the Rosy. Please, I'm trying to get away. Actually surviving, by the way, is crazy. About to have Heaven's Retribution and nearing 99%. He's forcing the portal contention now coming in.
Already, portal out. Portal ready, 99%, taking everything. The old charge with the name. The Giganto, though, was not one of them. Lands down, slams down, stuns all. Jared, Pyramids, 1-2, Rin to find another one. Winthrop look like they are able to bounce back as the last fight effort comes from Texas A&M. Remember, 2-0 came from the team, and just like that, Zone 2 goes to Winthrop.
That was wild, bro, wow.
I mean, can we all say the obvious of what was the difference maker? Go and locate one player. His name is Jared. Gets now 7.
I definitely think their coordination. They started comboing ults too.
Yup. You were talking about it.
And all the problems, actually. We said the Gambit play needed touch up. They had because usually in pro play, the Gambit ult is always just saved for the other Gambit ult. It's a counter play. They've been going a little back and forth. Rin was able to do that for their team, found them all. But once again, it's Prince on... Oof, that Jeff. I mean, listen, this is as tight as it gets. I think they're doing a good job answering the Rogue this time around, too. The Vanguards, you know, Smoke was getting staggered, and it's not a problem with Angela all the time, but there you kind of felt it a lot more, Jay.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there was one time that he barely lived oh. Yeah, he barely lived, and he only has, 6,000 damage. Do you think he's getting a lot of value on this character right now?
He pushed the Jeff off a map on Wakanda Falls. I think it was the last time I got to see the value there, from Smoke. And that's where it's, just change it up. Obviously, that didn't work for them. You can look at what Winthrop did, and they didn't change up much on their side. But yeah, this is a look at the stats. And we are just taking a look at how we've gotten to this story so far. Again, this is the lower bracket finals. Winners will be moving on to face Georgia Tech, and this is our bracket look. I mean, I've got to say in general, with what we've seen, I mean, I don't want to say both these teams are going to find themselves in a little bit of trouble versus Georgia Tech, but this is kind of your resume to, show what you're made of.
I definitely agree, and then you have to consider, like, we were talking about the different comps rolling out depending on the variation of what the round we're going to be moving on to, and when the Angela cannot get the environmental KO output that you could get from that first map on the waterfall versus the second map where it's a little bit more of a distance, you have to consider, okay, well, how many fights is it going to take before you know that you have to change up what the Vanguard lineup is looking like?
Absolutely. I mean, Jay, listen, it's been break, win, break, win. First of all, prediction time again, whether you're watching the chats or right here with you, Jay. You had going in Texas A&M. Now that you saw kind of the response from Winthrop, any change?
To be honest with you, I think they can still pull out ahead if they'd make some. Hey, you just saw WU, make some changes and start doing a lot more teamwork together. And now I think the Angela needs to maybe do the swap next.
All right, smoke. We'll see if they run out of smoke or if the fire burns bright, and we find out right now in our map 3. Feels like a whole match 3, but no, this is just zone 3, match 1, and it is going to be once again Wakanda to finish it. This is always a little bit of the weird map. I mean, this one is feast or famine. The way that there's so many different points of contention, you really want to push up as well once you get this hold. I feel like this leans more to defense comp. If you end up getting this first point, it's huge. Once again, the pull-in with the penny. They've been trying to get these, haven't landed all of them. I think they're like 1 and 4 right now, Vic, but let's see.
And we know that this is also the perfect contention point that you can actually deal with the choke and then try to get more of the pull-in. Actually, the answer back, I like this. And remember, we're talking about smoke. They put smoke over on the Namor.
And then look at the reverse jump through. So they were able to put the pressure on, reverse jump through, close them off, get to point first, establish priority, and then now they've got the poke angles. Beautiful play from Winthrop there. Absolutely love it. Talking about adjustments, smoke to Namor. We saw that with the Angela, and at this point in time, we'll see if these adjustments come to play. Invis going to throw up that invisible boundary. Prince, the doors will not be open, but they will have this available. Let's see how they use this ult. No connection.
That was kind of
wow.
to try to deal with Jeff, and guess what? Not only did it just smack itself against the wall, Jeff was playing Ring Around the Rosie, getting away from the line of sight of the Ensong Infernal, and then was able to find 2. Even with that, though, you have now Jerry just clearing off the rest of the point, and Texas A&M maybe back to the drawing board.
I don't know about you, Jay, but when I get eaten by Jeff, I'm like just spit me out. Like, don't jump in with me, and then it's always like they bring me down with them, and I'm like spamming the keys to jump out. Yeah, it's tough. And as Winter Soldier, you can only sift out of it. I mean, there's not much you can do, right?
Yeah, you can sometimes uppercut the Jeff and give him back his own medicine.
Hook him, throw him off the edge.
That would be crazy.
Sick, man. Anyway, Giganto throwing down, coming from smoke. That's the adjustment from that Angela seen before, and in general, going to give them a little bit more threat on the duelist position. Dio gets something, but it's going to be Curie and Pyramids. Talk about adjustments from this team. KL just jumps right off the edge, base jumps to meet their team in the spawn.
Yeah, because you don't want a stagger, right? We know how important it is on domination when this is the third round. Like, you have little to no room right now to give them to breathe, so you don't even want to waste any more of that time. You're nearing now 60% advantage for Winthrop, where they completely reverse the situation after what we witnessed from Texas A&M in that first round.
Watch out for this Agamotto. We'll see how they choose to use this, but Ago and the Giganto are 2 huge ults that can get plenty of favor. They're already 68% up. TAMU, A&M, down on advantage, especially in the ult economy. This will be ice skating uphill in every sense of the word. Can the Phoenix on the other side with the Lord Icon flex, finish, and poke? Right now, looking tough.
Kale Salad, though, is going to serve to deliver maybe a Caesar salad. It depends on how Naizu is going to be able to answer back with the Eye of Agamotto. But keep your eye on the Banhammer. It's going to be from Deal this time. Ultimate Hater energy. But then you have to consider the Eye of Agamotto. It gets pushed back, and it still finds 2 no matter what. Kale Salad at least gets to stay alive, but they lost out on the damage output from the Phoenix.
Yeah, Jared with the trade there, quite literally turning it around. Ooh, okay, Kale going to find the best of Pyramids, and Pyramids had the Giganto. Much bigger than you'd think, and even with it, Prince has 1, does get popped out, rescues 2, Agamotto to finish. Kale Salad knows everything's on the line. Now, they did commit most of what they had, Vic, but they have smoke, you've got the Gambito, Phoenix, actually, big dubs around the board. Pyramids falling first, big blunder.
They threw literally everything, though, in the kitchen sink. They were like, I have Agamotto just in case, but, you know.
Yeah.
I mean,
5 are down, but here we go. Yeah.
They're about to have 3, though, online when we talk about expensive, also trying to stagger out with that charge.
I have Agamotto just in case. Caesar Salad, somebody take control of this woman. She's popping off. Yeah, listen, Giganto and I mean, you don't need to combine that with the end song either way. away, but I want to see how they use this Royal Flush, because that would be insane disgusting. But here we go, and Rin using theirs. I mean, honestly, at this point, Texas A&M, they just need to stagger this out. Use this. They don't need to use much else. If they get 2 picks in the neutral, Kale Salad finds 1.
I like that, though, taking advantage, though, of the damage boost that you get. And now Curry gonna flip the script because now there's no more Agent for Royal Flush.
Curry, are you kidding me? Gets the 1, the 2, both of the people with the ults, takes down Smoke and Zoria. I mean, that was disgusting, Curry, as they're cooking up. Dio, though, says, let me show you what I have on my side of the board of Deadpool. Doesn't matter, 1, 2, 3 down. Winthrop. They're looking crazy.
And Curry said that, if anything, the Kale Salad was just the appetizer here. Now he was the whole meal. Moving up, they're forcing out the portal. Smoke moves in now on that Doctor Strange. Kale Salad swaps over to Thing. And seeing a different look with Prince Ali very close to the HF. That could be a difference maker, though. As 99% in their favor, it still was able to get flipped for Texas A&M.
Yeah, they don't have anything to counter Jeff, actually. So this is going to be everything they need. There's Yagamoto. Good night. Strange. Shut that eye before he can even shout the spell. Jared and Pyramids, though, they don't care.
Oh, he missed the health back.
The bigger sacrifice for the Strange. Absolutely disgusting. Winthrop, they're not Loose-throp. They're disgusting. They want this comeback story. Going down 2-0. Now they're up 1-0, and they are 1 game away from our collegiate finals to face Georgia Tech. I mean, wow, what a run for these individuals.
That's awesome, considering how I think, Texas A&M did lose. I mean, they did win last time, so they did their homework, and they were able to take 1 map off of them.
No, great point. I mean, honestly, when you win against a team 2-0, I think that's what's so beautiful about Rivals, is that you see a 2-0, and really best of 3. You see a 2-0, it doesn't, describe you as a team or your experience. We talk about mental being so important at this young of an age, and anything but. I mean, they have, the vibes are high. Let's be honest for Winthrop. Loose-throp just doesn't roll off the tongue as much. Are we being honest? Winthrop just sounds better. I think they're keeping up with the name, but take a look at the stats, Jay. What jumps out to you?
What jumps off to Jared definitely has been being a little bit more consistent. Pyramid, I think the DPS too. I think everyone overall.
I agree, because then you're like, okay, you're going to have Pyramids who may not have been landing. Like, even if the Unsung Infernals from Jared weren't crazy, it's just like those little follow-ups, though, even if you may not be able to go crazy in the counters of the Unsung Infernal, still kind of benefited, in my opinion, like Jared. And then we talked about Namor. I think Namor is really great in splitting up a lot of the attention.
I was just going to say, I think recently, they try to buff Namor a little bit more so he doesn't have to rely on that Hello so much. And, I think he's doing...
Before the neutral changes and now cooking into it, my player to shout out is, I've seen a lot of pro play. Strategist is a tough position to fill. Yeah. Rin answered the call. Rin popped off. We've seen Rin now getting MVP on Invis. Has continued to find success for this team. I'm impressed. I've been looking for names, Jay, who we might see kind of bounce into the MRC and into the scene above here. That's one that has been catching my eye. And Curry as well. Curry is a definition of a player in waves. I'm like, whoa, Curry with the 4-piece. Curry dead and spawn 5 times. Like, it's crazy. It's wild.
It gets a little spicy, too, because it's kind of like you wait for it. You're sitting on the edge of your... that wasn't on purpose.
If I hear Caesar salad again, I'm going to lose my mind.
But, you sit on the edge of your seat, and then when you need him the most, he didn't vanish. He literally just showed up, right? Yeah, and he, performed. Even if it was 4 staggers, I think Curry's prio target has been really good when it matters, even if it's down to the wire for round 3.
I mean, listen, Jay, let's play pretend. You're their coach right now. You're looking at Texas A&M. The team you picked, he locked it in, picked to win this. What do you tell these players, going up into what is, elimination?
I'd be like, hey, we already did it once. Why can't we do it again, man? Yeah. Come on, guys, lock in.
Fair enough. And I'd say we already lost once, so we could do that again, too.
Let's not try to do that. Whatever we just did, let's do the opposite.
Okay, fair enough. I like it.
But it was a great game, though.
It was.
Went down all the way down to the wire.
I think, what do you think about, map choice? Because now it is their map choice, right? So I guess looking at their comps that you saw before, if they want to lean into what they're comfortable with, map choice-wise, we've been seeing Museum of Contemplation as a very interesting counterpoint for that comp specifically.
Yeah, so taking a look at the adjustments, again, they used that save on the Jeff, right, early on because they did the Loki ban, if we recall back to that. And so I want to see kind of how A&M answers that, because we now have 2 teams that try to address Prince. And when they did, they found the L. So maybe that isn't the ticket. Doesn't matter. They're punching their ticket to at least another Loki ban. So Texas A&M banned that. They're going to force the Jeff save once again. There will not be another save coming from the side of Winthrop. And the map... Hold on now.
Wait a minute. I'm being told, by the way, that Winthrop purposely skipped their first ban. Like, is this just like aura farming?
You know.
Are we doing this again? I mean, it didn't work out like the last time we saw this go.
I don't even know what team that was, but they like saved Elsa and then banned nothing. It was. It's definitely a decision. And then they. Okay, so then they banned the group. So they knew. Why not just ban the group first though? Like, I guess maybe just looking at the save.
They're probably celebrating.
Yeah, too busy celebrating. Have us speechless for once. This Caesar salad, we have 2 saves coming up, Vic. I mean, what way do they want to go? Because what's also interesting is like the Gambit thing, but I guess now, you know what it is? It's like Rin played such a great Gambit now. It's like, fine, let the Gambit through.
Remember what you were talking about before on your show about like the open sightlines? Look at the Museum of Contemplation. Very similar, although it also like benefits like the dive characters like Daredevil, even though like we've seen the safe, but then they don't roll out on the Daredevil. But anyways, maybe not letting the devil out, but letting a lot more of these open sightlines shine, because we obviously know both of these teams like running either the Elsa or the Phoenix.
Yeah, for sure. And listen, that save, we just saw Jared there in the green hoodie and gave a lot of love to their Jeff player in Prince once again. Gambit being banned, I've been left in confusion here. I got ulted, I guess. I just don't know. It's just aura farming, and that's all I can chalk it up to. Maybe A&M could answer with their own by skipping this ban, but I doubt it. This team, after losing one, look to address the problem, and it's going to be interesting enough going to the Venom.
That means that they would rather deal or not deal with the Jeff, team up with the Venom instead of like a Gambit.
On this map in particular, I'm a big fan of Museum. I think it's a lot of fun. The corridors are crazy. And what it does, though, is we saw Pyramids struggle on this map because Poke can be successful in some of the hallways, but there's so much dive constantly, which is why I think the Venom got banned.
I think it's also interesting how many notes these teams are taking in the backline, right? Because remember that this was the map that the University of Buffalo took Winthrop to, where Winthrop lost pretty significantly in that game too, in like what, 2 series ago or so.
Like fast.
Yeah, so they're taking notes, man.
Yeah, no, I completely agree here. As Giganto and our observers show the map ready to roll. J3 in the house. Museum of Contemplation is the map. Live in Austin. Once again, big shout out to Alienware for putting this together. The Collegiate Clash 2026, folks. Buckle in. We have potentially 1 match away till the grand final, or 1 map, if you will. Vicky, on offense first. Winthrop, defense, going to be Texas A&M.
Let's go. Winthrop here, looking to put another point on the board as they sit at match points. Sort of also on the Rocket too, right? So you want to lean into that BRB if you're forced to use out this triple strategist.
I beg Jared to save the Insog for the Rocket. We did not see that last time. I believe it was Pyramids, though, that was on that last time. Pyramids as well, something I want to see as a player is hitting these Glartroxes. Missed quite a few when they were up against Purdue, and outside of the blunder, you know, they've got to focus on hitting those, and this is a map that really gives you a lot of advantage with those long hallways. And in fact, was where we saw the Glartrox debut on the trailer was this exact map, so couldn't find a better time and opportunity.
I mean, you talk about teammates too, by the way. With the Vamp pool, which we were talking about before in the trade-up, you at least have the Jeff and the Elsa to follow up with that team-up too.
Yeah, and if I had a nickel every time I saw an Adam Warlock on this map without a Loki and it did not succeed, I'd be 10 cents in right now. And either way, Vicky, you know, we'll see how long this lasts.
The God of Mischief is laughing in the background at Cozy's comment here, and you do have that BRB at least to bring back the Doctor Strange. Very close to the Eye of Agamotto. You have the invisible boundary, but the It's Chef was popped a little late, and now with everybody kind of getting stuck inside of there, they're going to send out at least the Invisible Man, and then look at this Adam Warlock on the Elsa.
Oh, he kind of blundered on the wall there, and oh my gosh, got stuck. That is just unfortunate. Unfortunately, he got 2, and that's all the difference, because now they can come right back into it, and there goes the tide of momentum. Going to be looking towards a bit more of Texas A&M. Rin is going to force the boundary. They're using a lot of commitment here. Want to make sure that they get these off. Great push. W push. Here's the amplifier. Cut. Oh, with the pop, the stop. Huge.
Oh, they got the fire extinguisher, put them down here. And as who's going to be the next one to fall. No Meteor M on the table. Glartrox from both ends, though, as well, when it comes to the next fight, because it's kind of going to have to be a reset here from WU.
Just tough, Jay, whenever you have like a Jeff ult like that. That could be so momentum changing and something like that happens.
That is true. I think the funniest thing, though, is watching Adam Warlock just fly back on the map.
Yeah, I know, right? Exactly. Something you would not have seen like a month ago at all.
Exactly.
It still catches me by surprise when I even play Adam.
I thought it was fake at first.
Yeah, right. The wheelchair. But either way, here's the Born Again, and they're going to have to play a lot different. And this is the Glartrox. Step aside, let them go off the map. They popped it again. Hey, shout out Texas A&M being ready for everything here because they're able... Oh, hello. They're able to stop now the Insong Inferno into that. Vicky, that was disgusting.
That was huge. Wait, they're bringing back Dio now too. Meteor M. Imagine how crazy that would have been. It still finds smoke. And you had... I was wondering if the res was still active at the time, and it wasn't. So that means they're unfortunately will not have the invisible boundary too after coming back already.
That was just an ult diff, man. I mean, they got the value there like crazy because they even got insane, you know, Born Again value res, but it didn't matter whatsoever. The connection, clean, Winthrop looking much better on this point now in map.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me the one time we don't see the man on the cloak and dagger, we see the cloak and dagger coming? All right. All right.
Yeah.
W was like, oh no, it's been forever.
It's like, wait, we skipped our first ban. This is what we should have done with it. But either way, you know, it's how you adjust if you're Texas A&M right here, okay? Because obviously, mental shaking, hands quite literally, and they're not Doctor Strange outside of Kale, and it's because everything is on the line to this moment. Look so strong in the uppers. You've beaten this team before, so you know you can do it. We'll see if they have what it takes to stop the school bus from rolling.
Creating some more of that space. Look at Jared getting sneaky. Oh, blowing smoke out of the water. 99 Fire making out here from Jared, taking an off angle, but you have 3 ultimates, making 4 really with the Eternal Bond coming in from Lacerda. She's looking out for that too, but having to be careful because Jared is on the prowl.
Jared, are you kidding me? This is the man that took an interview. He's like, yep, Jeff is the backbone. And Jared's over here popping crazy fire type. You got water type. This team's got it all. They're just looking for their grass one. Now looking as the shield goes up and out. Agamotto finds a few, but the protection's there. Oh my, Jeff gets the whole team, but of their own. Spits them out. Now has the Strange and Elsa, and it's just going to delay and let that tick damage happen.
And the communication too, right? You know that you're not going to be able to really fully separate them, kind of letting your team know. Oh no.
Talk about combining ults.
Yep. I was just about to say, you complimented Jared a little bit too much until the ult.
It's like the caster curse almost crawling up behind us. It always happens.
And what sucks is obviously, you know, trying to time that right when you let go, and you know they called it back, but you see the wall there, so it was either gonna. I guess he was expecting him to let it hit the wall. That was the miscomm.
Yeah.
The Glartrox, if it hit the wall, it would have finished there, but he called it back.
I think even if you miss, doesn't it still get destroyed?
Yeah, but they were
There's
trying
this
to
little stun too at the end.
But you get the stun and the DPS, and they're trying to combine that with the in-song damage. Is what I was, you know, I think was what they tried to do.
Okay.
But obviously coming up a little bit late. We talked about pyramids in the last one, just not maybe in queue with the rest of the team on those. But either way, minute and 19. So just like that, everything has disappeared time advantage-wise. And so if you're Texas A&M, hello, way to lock in. Got the Dance of the Butterflies ready for Psylocke. Let's see if they can find the back line here. Keep our eyes, yep, production, great job. Let's keep their eyes right here. Disgusting, tap, delete. But
wait a minute, we fighting Ghost?
Yeah.
Expecting maybe everybody to be like around that corner.
Or farming.
You at least you got the 1-2 and then the dice, right? But unfortunately, the Dance of the Butterflies, as our good friendship would say, just missing its mark.
That was about to be like a 4-piece, but either way, the Glartrox goes right in the force field and goes right through it. Dear God! Smoke!
He pulled up like the Kool-Aid Man, breaking through every wall right there. The Glartrox.
Mufasa, that whole team.
He's sitting down on Pride Rock looking down at everybody else, but that's what we talk about, like the server admin of a Glartrox. A really good ult like that, just making a difference, right? You basically like, what, 2 heads, 3 heads out of the fight?
I still haven't forgiven Scar at this point. With that, it is a minute or 20 seconds left on the board. Prince has ult. You've got the mag ult ready to rock. Rin should follow. Glartrox ready. In-song. Winthrop. You have what you need on the opposition. Graphics cards won't die because Alienware. But we have so many colors ready to explode. Qs will be pressed. Here we go.
A&M are ready for it right now, though. Look at those strat ults. Look at the other side. Prince Ali is waiting for the invisible boundary to get the It's Jeff. Let's look at this Glartrox too. But Smoke is getting Jared first, and that means you want the Eternal Bump to be able to kind of get the follow-up. The Unsung Inferno, rather, with the reset. I have Agamotto now going in next.
Absolutely disgusting on the 100 pop there, and that is now 2 out of the fight, forced to make things a little bit uncomfortable. So they have the ult. Another Glartrox coming up empty. Eternal Bond up. Oh, beautiful. Into safety, the path of protection indoors. Talk about the best finish TAMU, Texas A&M. I'm blown away.
I think Winthrop got they got held here last time, right? Or did they won last time right here? They had a very good first point hold. I mean, first point push.
You're right.
Sorry, and then they got held on that second point.
They got win stopped. Yeah, Pyramids doing their job as we continue to see, but also, I mean, we talked about it. It's the ults. I mean, their ults, the last 2 fights on that second point, there was not one that I was like, great use. I mean, really, if you're looking at the nuts and bolts of it, they had all 6 versus 6, and sometimes, yes, it can be the clash of the ults, but it kind of tells the tale of these teams and how they work as one.
I think it's also telling when you take a look at Smoke and having like 13.5k damage, and Pyramids, who has the Mantis damage boost, really only leading the way in terms of diff by like what, 1.9 or so. Like that's into consideration. We all know we've been in Lacerda's position where like you hear the meteor and you're like you're clenching while you go up, you try to disappear, and you dodge away from the meteor M.
I want to highlight this too because Chime and Delina was something we saw at Pro Play. And Chime, I feel like Delina played very well against him, but missed ult after ult. And Chime had the better ults in that first matchup. It was back in preseason week 1. That's what I'm seeing here. I mean, Pyramids is doing fine, but it has been what Smoke has been able to do on the opposition, making. I mean, the Glartrox through the force field. Are you joking me? Either way, though, gonna look to lock in here, changing up their comp. I don't know what it is about these Warlock comps they like, but they're gonna stick with it. Triple strat, 1 anchor in the Elsa.
Not gonna lie, guys, I'm writing that down right now. That Glartrox, especially in that before that second checkpoint, was pretty big here, but that's also something else that you consider before moving up from this choke. Jared, off of left field, gets the snipe onto Smoke.
Yeah, I've seen Jared now play Ultron, Adam Warlock, and a little bit of everything. Kudos to this guy for the flexibility we were shouting out earlier. But the Mantis buff up is what I love. Put it in the hands of your duelist, and we're quite literally seeing it here. Curry now going to be the only Deadpool. Outside, Zio did swap over, was showing Imma for a second, but is actually still in that Deadpool. I misspoke. Now with this quick defensive, Jared, it's the Jared Smoke trade, and then 5v6, they can't do anything.
It took him that Jared's for real up the Adam Warlock. I don't know, maybe put a diamond on the Adam Warlock and how shiny he is flying through as the hero that they need. Now this forces out the rocket swap up though, because they got the BRB, at least if they could try to break through the choke. Is it going to be worth it? I mean, they know that there's no Phoenix, right? There's not going to be an Ensong Inferno to deal with a Sia if they need that extra damage.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Vic. Great call here as they do have the Ban Hammer. Going to be looking to probably put it on. I would go on the Rocket here most likely. We'll see where they choose to use it. Either way, it's going to be the best one that they can crash on. But talk about using these ults to their advantage. They also have the Invis. Rin is as lethal as they are healthy in the heal department. Pyramids has everything they have as well. So the defense is not budging. They are locked in. Smoke trades, finds one. The Glartrox is disgusting!
Wow, that's massive.
Oh my God. Oh baby, it's a quad! That's crazy! The damage boost. Remember, we're talking about the difference that makes two, by the way.
Where the hell was that last match?
That is true. I think Mantis, a lot of teams are sleeping on Mantis.
Absolutely. It's just the way that it can fuel your great players, right? Either way, though, they still have 4. In fact, let's listen into this team that are locked in on this defense with Winthrop.
Yeah, keep me alive. I'm trying.
You're good.
Perfect. Look out, go Mantis. Shoot. I'm blocking. Shoot.
I'm got canceled.
Kill him. Nice.
I'm looking at Table behind.
I got Thankful.
Body blocking.
I can't.
Someone else.
Bro. That's actually
Come back. Going. We have match. Yeah.
They have Alpha.
No.
Shot TP. Yes.
Yeah. Hold the TP till the respawn. Chill Rin. Play the room. Back up.
You guys good?
On you, Jared. I'm healing you. I see you.
Alpha low.
Damage Mr. You.
On outside.
Behind you.
Fuck, I can be Alpha. Alpha one.
I'm just literally just contesting.
You're good.
We're good. I came back. Try live.
Oh, you shouldn't have walked back. You should have been holding for it.
Huge! Oh my God!
Somebody clip that and send it to me at Cozy because my God, with the pop-off finish, Pyramids making up for everything we had to say. Talk about winning in a flashy way, getting that firework pop on the end of the Glartrox. Did you hear them say, play the rim, play the rim? They're talking about the invisible boundary, where to have themselves set for that in every stance and stature. Wow, these comms are on fire.
I love the fact that we could hear these comms. You talk about where's Pyramids been. I mean, save it best for last, it looks like it, but until Kill Salad has isolated Pyramids, invisible boundary from Zerai. Double sleep, by the way, from both sides, as there is no more follow-up here. Aya Bakamoto is finding at least the Adam Warlock, the pushback, but Jared stays alive.
Oh! The slam down. Good night, Sue Storm coming back from the rocket, but how much will they lose in the process? Oh my, snack time. Prince is going to be eaten there from Smoke. Only one found. Either way, good pressure. How much do you need to commit now? If you win Throp, let it go, right? As the great Elsa once said on not this Elsa, but looking at it, you don't want to commit too much because once the point's lost, got to let this thing tick out. And wow, got to say, Texas A&M, way to lock back in on what was going to be a tough point to take.
How is Kill Salad always like having this in-game like rage meter where like every single time backs against the walls, he comes in, he finds another one, he follows up, he actually clears them off the point in a very down-to-the-wire situation.
And look at where this point got stopped. Such an interesting spot, because usually it's at least up and over the wall, and that gives so much favor to the spawn, and you can kind of let them go here a little bit in the space, but now forced to play a bit up. It is Smoke versus Pyramids. The ults weren't there last match or map inside. We'll see if it's here. Smoke looking for more, boosted up by the Mantis, gonna go with the Living Bullet, find some connection. Right now trades back and forth. Prince does have Soul Resurgence if things get a little dicey. Jared as well, you know those comms are on that. You can play aggressive if you choose to, or play back and safe. We can see Jared up on top. It's gonna be Smoke though, who wants all the smoke with Pyramids. Smokes it down, Soul Resurgence up. This is it, folks.
Born again, you bring back Pyramid, you bring everybody together, and Jared with the 1v1!
Oh my, final boss.
It's the reset. They're forced. I like the timing though and the control right here, because, oh my goodness, because they don't want to stagger in a case like this, because you got less than a minute and 15 seconds.
Jared, man, that was disgusting. Absolutely great play. Like he's on an aim trainer right now. It's like Kovacs says craziness.
It also showcases like the difference of triple strat, right? Where Lacerda's stuck on that rocket and not really feeling comfortable playing the Atom themselves.
Sure, 57 seconds to Vic, and honestly, Texas A&M had everything that Winthrop had at this moment. Is how do they utilize it, right? But on the opposition, Pyramids 2 out of 2 right now from these Glartrox. Can he find another? Matt Curry was the pop of the Strange last time. This time on the Deadpool. Here it comes, everything thrown up. Good mag bubble. Here comes the Glartrox out of the mag bubble perfectly. It's gonna be caught. Jumps back into safety. Rin's got the invisible boundary, keeping them alive. Pyramid throws out their Glartrox. Not gonna find anything, Vic.
Oh no, but the invisible boundary from the other side from Rin gets shut down the moment they call it in. Unless Texas A&M, they had retaliated with a better invisible boundary and Zerai's popping off.
TP here. Time is ticking. They've used everything. They've got the Meteor Imp. Gonna go in, contest this thing. BRB and the ult ready to roll. So they have 2 lives. Gotta focus down this damage amplifier. Up, down, slam! Dear God! Finds the connection, but the trade from Kale once again eating.
Again, the rage meter this player has is crazy! He goes again! The 2KO! He had gotten 3 off the rocket before, and the MVP to clutch it out.
Anything but a vegetarian. I mean, carnivore. I mean, what in the absolute drama. That was awesome. What a great play from the entire team to lock in, hit the ults where it mattered, and honestly, Jay, that's exactly what we highlighted. We said they had the same opportunity. What are they going to do with it?
To be honest with you, hopefully they continue this momentum into the next round, but I will say, I think his name is Pyramid. He's been, his ults this game have been phenomenal.
Yeah.
Much better than the previous games.
Much better, and unfortunately, just a little too late. It was, oh man, I mean, that was a symphony and an orchestra of ultimates at the end, and the way that it just happened with the invisible boundaries, pushed back, then they all kind of stacked together. Glartrox came out, and it was nothing but smoke from there, left from the gun and the player. 21 elims, hot damn.
20 what? Oh my gosh, they're almost 30K right there too. It was like overtime, very close back and forth. But Kill Salad at the very end, he said, eat your veggies real quick there on the Doctor Strange. I mean, it's also the swap of guys. Like, we were talking about flexibility, right? At the very beginning before the series even started, take a look at what a difference maker that was in making sure that you can stay consistent off of Doctor Strange and making sure you have your prio picks too.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, every single time they would get advantage, Kale's like, hold on, pops 2, it continues on. And for me, obviously, would you want it any other way, Jay? 1-1, lower finals, winner goes on. You know what this means to these kids.
Yeah, I think, you know, definitely having it go to a third map is where it's at. I mean, as a person who loves watching and doing a lot of co-streams, you know, you don't want to see it 2-0.
Yeah.
I think, you know, especially for a lot of these people, going to the grand finals is gonna mean a lot.
No, for sure. And listen, I mean, outside of me and Vicky maybe passing out with how crazy the plays are, we definitely have all the action and plenty of it right here, right now. Now let's kind of take it back, all right? Because now they get to pick map, right, and look at what they want to adjust to. And we know why Texas A&M picked that map, because they saw the struggle that Winthrop had. Winthrop, after this, went where, Vicky? It was Yggdrasil. It's always been their map to punch their ticket. Now, last time, the portal, we won't talk about it, but it's been a lot of their win con against them. And we saw what they could do on the defensive side. Their hold is strong. This is going to be interesting. It for sure goes there, in my opinion.
I think it's like the leaning into the triple strat, right? I agree. I think we're going to see Yggdrasil. It is their map pick this time around, so we got to see how that's going to play out. But already looking at the set history, they're already doing better than what they did before when they had lost out against Texas A&M, like, what, 2-0? So...
And talk about not going down without a fight, right? I mean, obviously they 2-0'd and you know, looked at the sign, pointed, said believe, and did just that. But, you know, I continue to ask you guys, I'll ask chats that are watching at the watch parties all around, who's going to take it? You got Texas A&M early. He's sticking with it?
I think so.
Okay.
I am as well. I am as well. I don't falter from what I stand on in business, all right? When it comes to the very beginning, I cannot, because then it looks like my foundation is crumbling and I got to stand by what I say.
I don't know how we didn't address this too. Why smoke on Angela when that's the smoke that I just got? Are you?
That was crazy. I don't know.
6K damage on the Angela, by the way. 21 after the 21K
finals. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That's insane.
That's a bit of a difference. Talk about a very different line of characters too. I mean, that's like playing Spider-Man and then like maining like I don't know, like Invis or something. It's a little different.
I think the Jared too, like the Adam Warlock is a very big like question mark when it comes to the pick and ban phase, right? Because then it kind of prioritizes, all right, well, maybe we shouldn't have let loose in the pick and ban phase and Winthrop like not banning a character, right? They took out the Cloak and Dagger when they've been banning the Cloak and Dagger on every series, even if the opposition didn't even play Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah, we saw this at Ignite a little bit too. It'd be like, oh, surely this team that just got, you know, bounced by the outside, they're going to ban it. But there's always just a little ego. I'm just saying, you know, like Pyramid's like, hey, don't worry, I got it. Don't worry about smoke. And, you know, you caught smoke from that. But that's what you see sometimes at this level of play. It's like the top duelist is like, I got this. Do you remember having those moments?
Ooh, I mean, to be honest with you, any character I play, I'm the best at. No, I'm joking. I think, you know, Pyramid was doing really well. You know, he had much better ults in this game than he did in the previous ones. I mean, it's just, you know, is your team going to believe in you to keep that up, or you know, are you gonna see the Elsa diff?
Well, what's funny enough is like, yeah, he played a great Elsa. It's the fact that it was like just what smoke and the value they got out of it. A lot of that came from those Glartroxes that, you know, were just a little bit ahead, Vic. But what do you think?
Yeah, I think it again goes back down to the map pick that we're gonna have, right? Are those Glartroxes gonna have that same level of output if we do see Yggdrasil? You do have more of these walls, right? And maybe you could try to go in for more of these follow-ups. But the fear of an environmental KO, unless like you pass that first corner, isn't really there, and you still have to position yourself in a better way. It also comes down to like what we were talking about from Prince Ali on the Jeff with the itch Jeff, like disrupting and repositioning and follow-ups. Can you do that with the Glartrox with kind of being more uniform in these follow-ups in terms of ultimates?
Yeah, for sure. Prince Ali gonna need all three of those wishes though to continue on to the winners finals. And again, folks, if you're just now tuning in, White Fox not available. They're playing in what they've done to kind of qual into this. That's why you're not seeing White Fox in those adjustments to it. No, the players love it, but that's where the patch is and what they're going for right now. And we are live here in Austin at the Alienware Collegiate Clash 2026. I think more opportunities like this need to be had. Alienware, they believe in the minds and in the hearts of these young players, and I want to keep seeing this scene built, Jay.
I completely agree, man. I am very jealous of, like, you know, all these players playing right now, and I didn't have that 10 years ago when I was in school. Yeah, no, for sure. And with the pick and the bans and the map, Vicky, it's Hell's Heaven?
Oh,
and the Elsa ban.
Hey, yeah.
We were talking about environmental chaos, by the way. Maybe that's what they want to enable, right? Because we could go right back over to Dom now this time around, and this that means that Angela also could be tempted. So we have to see, do they want to lean into that when it didn't get the output that they wanted?
Yeah, no, for sure. This picture always throws me off. Like, is this the desk? You know, like, what am I looking at here? Imperials. But either way, you got the Psylocke save. And honestly, outside of the dance of the butterflies, we saw plenty of, great plays from that Elsa. I think that they're going to look to do that more on Hell's Heaven. Jeff and the save, once again, got to let Prince do what Prince does well. And this is a map to do so. Like you said, so many opportunities.
I do want to pinpoint, too, like maybe trying to figure things out with like the way that Georgia Tech earlier in their series versus UKY, like going to Hell's Heaven, other teams maybe taking some notes and figuring out something else that they feel more comfortable. So we're going to have to see how that plays out as we get started. Gambit off the table as well, because you see, the Star-Lord's on the table as well for A&M, too.
Kind of interesting, right? Because Rin was doing well on that Gambit, and they kind of, obviously, they didn't ban that first one. They kind of let that through, but this time around, they don't want to deal with it. They don't want to have that as an option. Captain America. Oh, right. So the first Avenger going to be saved for this team. You're definitely seeing that they are putting everything on the line with their communication. The dive is there. We have the Psylocke. We've got the Cap. We're going to be locked in to punch our own ticket. That's what Texas A&M is saying to one another, and you got to love the confidence from it. Really, what I can see from this already is that Texas A&M, Vicky, Jay, they get point first, going to be hell on earth. No pun intended, but also pun intended, to get that point back. Super good sustained comp here.
I'm wondering here what this, okay, it's going to be the Groot still no matter what, but I like the change up. It's not going to be Cloak and Dagger again, even though they did see it from the other side, but it's been interesting where Texas A&M have been sticking to their guns with that first ban constantly being the Loki, when we saw previously a wrench being thrown into WU's game plan when it was that Jeff.
Listen, if they want to be pros, this is the moment to have that kind of pressure. And I think that's what's great about this scene, is it allows you to experience some of this stuff. You were watching Ignite, and I think it was Team Swamp Gaming. They talked about last year how, they kept going, but the lights were bright, and that's kind of what stopped them from advancing into LAN each time. This is such a good kind of moment to get yourself to that.
I mean, and now they're doing really well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great to see that. And, I'm actually really I'm really happy to see Winthrop actually, use their first ban.
Yeah, exactly. Right?
I hope they don't go into this next game thinking, oh, you know what, we should have won last game, but we didn't do our ban. I hope they keep the momentum going here.
Yeah, bold strategy cut. We'll see if it pays out with that first ban being used. And I believe the Namor ban was the last one for the side of Texas A&M. And why? Pyramids on domination. When you are allowed to have Namor after point cap, it's so hard. This is coming from a Namor guy himself.
I love, any chance I could get to play Namor, I would love to do it.
Exactly. Shout out Dan Marin, the voice actor at Namor. I love that guy. As we find ourselves, this is it, folks, the lower bracket finals. One team advancing to make the winner finals against Georgia Tech. We find out right here, right now, Vicky. And here comes the portal.
Who's going to deal with those Titans as the portal player to get a cutoff going in as well from Naizu. And then being able to prio to get back onto the high ground, right? They were trying to do that penny play. Instead, they saw that they were kind of split up. I like the way that they were able to reset quickly just so that way they could take priority on their positioning.
No, for sure. I agree, Vic. And this is a point that could take some time to get. You don't want to see any of these teams give it away too quickly. And just like that, it's going to be Winthrop that drops on it first to force the pressure and the engage. It does both in one. As we're going to keep our eyes on that Psylocke and the positioning. The quick pop there from Naizu. And right now, oh my gosh, point capped. That is absolutely huge if you're at Winthrop.
We also saw a little pushback too, right, from Rin, so that way they could just get it, just that little pixel left, so that way they could take priority on the point here too. Look at Deal as well, very close to that bandana.
Yeah, that's a good point, because a lot of these heroes have so many ways to push and pull and move heroes that you can't let one Vanguard, let's say, have that as their sole responsibility. I've seen so many times, even in pro play, you get an Angel push off, it's over. Either way though, that's going to cook things up. 22% already. Dio was a big difference maker last domination. Prince, though, 75, 76, and onwards. Ooh, Jared gonna melt down instantly. Rin as well. Kale Salad, doesn't matter what the Vanguard, kid shows off.
I'm liking the communication of the duelists right now from A&M. Yes, they may not have control over the point first, but it's just inevitable, right? They have the number advantage. They're going to now claim it in their favor. But the communication between Smoke and Anki has been fantastic.
You think Prince, waits for the level to shift, then you get the doors open, and then the Jeff will that much more value, right, at times. Looking at it, though, Smoke has ult. Kale Salad and the team up could happen there. I mean, everyone's looking locked and loaded. Agamotto's have been big. It comes down to this. The aggression is turned up to 11. Prince now finding himself hungry, and it's a good pressure and follow-up here. Curry has done so much on Deadpool.
Oh, the Itch Chef you were talking about before, the Ensong Inferno. Smoke wants to call out where the Itch Chef is. Did he get the
great tracking?
Go bursting down on top of the floor and still finding Prince Ali.
Zoria, I mean, just perfectly guessed that. Went back, went forth. I'm terrible at that myself, so great deal there. And just like that, Texas A&M, 44%. Can't lose momentum if you're Winthrop. Obviously, all you use is the Jeff there. You have plenty. You have 2 strat ults almost ready off the chamber. We'll see what they decide to do, Vic, but you know, don't want to let that kind of snowball downhill and lose some confidence.
Exactly. You have the Eye of Agamotto coming right back around. Invisible Boundary as well, as Pyramid's waiting with the Ensong Inferno for a quick reset, but their eyes are going to be on Zorai and how that Invisible Boundary is going to come out, and that's how you kind of start things off. When Smoke is the first one to go down, they're at the number disadvantage. It's just a matter of time when the Invisible Boundary comes down. Anki needs to make a play here. Ensong Inferno comes crashing down. Can we see these follow-ups as Zorai falls low?
And that's the little things, right? Because that Ensong was used to defend themselves from the side lock, but unable to stay alive. So it's not always about comparing these ults and landing. The Pyramid is just doing it by themselves, by the way. That's why it's so important to use a selfish ult. Like, forget doing that. We're going to go in and throw up. And we don't see this often, but you're going to be getting the opposite of the pop quiz instead of the banhammer to stay alive in that position. So great job from Winthrop there, using and abusing the Curry, actually. Just shout out to him, knowing when to use the ult and why.
Very good call out right there too, Cozy. And we also saw from the opposite end, right? The Invisible Woman, like everybody was on the Invisible Woman. Whether it be like the safety from Kill Salad with the Freedom Charge, it wasn't enough because they still focused down where Zorai was.
Yeah, let's play a game. What are you waving at? The 2 kind of vocal lines to hear and listen for. And as we see, okay, we're going to see what they can do. The neutral's been strong with Anki. Going to look for... They know who to take down. It's Pyramids. Like, that has been the difference maker, that final boss for the team, and everyone knows it at that. Jared also able to get Pyramids buffed up to do so as well. Vicky, a lot of aggression. Don't step off the point, though.
Oh, yeah, no, right? You don't want to let them flip it for free here. Jared's going to re-engage now together, rallying up the troops. I love it. They find Zorai, they find the strats. Rin! Constantly, we mentioned Rin as a player has been popping off with these follow-ups.
Yeah.
As Invis.
Yeah, seriously. Has been perfectly played there. Talk about Imperial earlier. Kylo, no, it's just Rin popping off in the Invis. Time is ticking. Overtime. One after the other, but this is where like the staggers can happen. Rin with another, and at this point, this is gonna be real tough for them because they're gonna have to come back after 2 staggered down. Cleanup time. Winthrop is 1 zone away as they clean up everything. They're still committing a lot though, because there goes the Eternal Bond. Talk about a huge eat. Finds 2, runs to the force field, and off.
Huge. That's huge.
That's insane.
Oh no, there's your damage output, and there is that point.
And I gotta say, oh man, that's crazy, because obviously when you have 94% in Texas A&M's side, you do commit that much because it's right there if you could just flip it. And how poetic for this to come back to Prince, who gets the seal of the deal on Zone 1.
I think I understand Puffer's issue now. Right? What do you think, Jay?
I was going to say, I can understand why a lot of teams are banning the Jeff now. But I really do like how Jared did pop his Mantis ult, and they all ran forward collectively, and they ended up trying to, like, you know, finish off the round. I really do like that.
No, I do agree. Altogether, I think Texas A&M, this is time. This is the backs against the wall. Again, we've been quoting this today. It's like hours put in, the days, the months, the hopes and the dreams, the first land for many of them, and honestly, the first opportunity as these young players. This is your first chance to have a moment. This is what's so cool about this. Either just heartbreak or ecstatic celebration. We're obviously going to see one or the other. This is what makes Rivals and Esports great. Here we go, folks. 28 seconds and counting.
And that's how you start the revenge arcs. By the way, when it comes to growing this scene, you know I'm here for it, Cozy, as we start with the portal play here for this final round.
Yeah, no portal available for Texas A&M as they used that earlier. But here they go. Going to be a quick kidnap, see if they can find anything. Good shielding there from the Deadpool to block any sort of movement. That's some high-key stuff. But they do get the first transition now over to point, so they're kind of giving them a little bit of the setup. And the Agamotto coming out quickly. but not going to find success with both the shield and that. That was, talk about aggressive, my gosh.
And the push off, right? We saw that from Zerai, and very close to the invisible boundary. What are you waving at? Dio not going to be able to follow up. Rin is going to get caught in that, and is going to be able to have the invisible boundary themselves first.
Oh my
gosh. And now the number advantage is going in favor for WU. Yes, they lost out on their Strange, but it is fine here, because the sustainability really is only up to Lacerda.
Pyramid, you're disgusting. I mean, for me, I hated the commitment, but man, that's exactly what you want. Pyramid's low, but that's why Phoenix is such a crazy hero that self-sustain. Oh, the Strange is low. Kale Salad looking for some comfort. Everybody's low. Pick them off one by one like clay pigeons. The Rocket trying to find relief, able to stay alive, even with that movement that desperately needs to be buffed. Kale out of nowhere. Again, always Kale. 1 life, 1 HP, doesn't matter.
It's like you forget about Kale for 2 seconds and he comes out of left field here.
Oh my gosh, with the E, the off, both strategist Prince. Are you kidding me? But Kale, you can't make it up. By the way, BT dubs, no one has the point yet. Let's listen into Winthrop as they just lost that point and are forced to be pressured.
Yeah, no. I want to go high. Okay, okay.
Right side.
Let's go high. Let's go.
Yeah.
Phoenix, everybody go high. Everybody go high. I mean, they're literally back. They're giving up so much.
Phoenix, Jared. They're looking.
They're bunker on point right now. Just look up here. Look at Strange. Look at Strange. Go left. Look at Strange. Look at Strange. Look at Strange. Look at Strange.
Yeah.
He's in.
Oh my god.
Go point. Go. He's right. Take ball. Huge. Phoenix. 3 seconds. I got it.
I'm matching.
Mix up.
Looking for me.
Invis.
Bro, I can't hit a rocket today.
No, bro, he's so small, gang.
Okay. We're playing high ground.
Yes. Always work.
Every time. They just high ground.
Could you have a better listen in for the perfect strategic play? Jay, I want to pass it to you. I mean, what did you hear there and see?
Oh man, to be honest with you, I really do love the call-outs. I like how one guy was saying I can't even hit a rocket to save my life. Hey, we all been there, man. Yeah, we all been there. But I really do like how this team is using, the Angela against, I believe it was Smoke, Texas A&M that was really trying to, use the Angela.
The push-off in the Angela was disgusting as well with the Solar System.
He's been getting a lot of value on Angela.
And the comms we were talking about, like, the Strange is by himself on the bridge. And then the Eye of Agamotto, just got shut down, put an eye patch on the eye instead.
What is this plot armor? What is this anime art going in with the Heaven's Fall with the crash down? Hello, victory! Your name is Winthrop at the moment. Look at the whole team on the timers. Dear God, the disrespect. Either way, 48% now matched just above Texas A&M. Absolute crazy. Now, don't celebrate too early. Angela being played against that Smoke that was playing on the hero earlier in domination. Vicky, it's coming down to this.
Let's not forget who sent WU down to this lower bracket. They're about to get some revenge here, and it's all in the hands of Naizu, who's been on this. Angela gets to Dr. Strange again. He can't even take a moment to breathe.
As Cap was saying, he still says the Fat Lady isn't singing yet. They're going to push everything they have at this. Pyramid finds the pick. There, doesn't matter Namor or not. Phoenix will get the justice and beautiful little hangout to get revived up to full health. Gonna be quickly there with perfect play from Naizu. Pyramid gets another. Goodbye, Kale. Prince, this is it. Winthrop, my pick, by the way. Looking to seal it.
He had to add that in at the very end. By the way, where's Strange? Where's Strange? Do we have a portal? You're nearing 95%.
Oh, he's canceling it.
No way.
Oh! They double canceled.
We have been left speechless, folks, and even with the cancel, going off the edge with the cloak of levitation stays up either way. Looking for that cooldown. Kale Salad again, out of nowhere, gets the bounce off, gets the trade, folks. Rin throwing up Pyramids, Prince, everybody falling in. This is it, Winthrop. You've been pushed to the lowers, and you've made it to the grand finals. Congratulations.
What a great feeling that must be.
Oh my gosh.
Beating the team that you got 2-0 to make it to the grand finals, that's cinema. Cinema.
It's so insane to open up the day with the upset against Purdue, and then being able to come back all the way in a historic lower bracket run. I told you, heartbreak is hard, but celebration just goes that much harder when you get it like that. Congratulations to that team.
I think it has to be with consistency as well. This team that we are watching right now compared to the last, what do you call it? series, night and day difference.
Yeah.
Night and day. They are playing really well right now.
And sometimes puzzle pieces fall later as we find out more of it. And remember, the Angela kept being banned against them, and I know why. Naizu, absolutely locked in there on that Dom.
Remember Hell's Heaven. Remember we were talking about the environmental chaos.
Yeah.
It wasn't until the very end, like where it actually mattered, where they were already like sitting at match point after that first round. And now look at the change up.
I love that Prince was like, "Don't worry, guys, I'm gonna ult and stop the Strange," and Naizu's like, "No."
I'll take the credit.
Exactly. I mean, absolutely incredible job, and hats off to Texas A&M. Always love to give some love to obviously the other side of that bracket, who unfortunately, even with their win against Kansas State and Winthrop, found themselves against Georgia Tech, and they were unable to stop the plot armor of Georgia Tech Winthrop in this finals. Are you kidding me? I mean, man, it's so cool because I feel like, Jay, it's so different than what we have been seeing there in Ignite.
I totally agree.
Yeah, you know what I think? I feel like it's what we talked about earlier, how it's almost the passion behind it. And pro play is a different thing, but it's the same that we continue to talk about at the collegiate level. And it's why, first of all, Alienware believes in these players because, like, you equip them and they can show out and show off right now. Org's watching players, teams around the board. But, man, it's just so important to get a win like this early on, Vic.
Alienware helps become the bridge to allow these players to really shine. I mean, how many opportunities do we even get to see in terms of like in-person tournaments where now we get to see like the next level of generation really pop up and showcase, okay, nerves aside, like lack of experience aside, we're here. And I don't even think like we've seen WU versus Georgia Tech. Like they were playing in different qualifiers, so that's gonna be crazy.
No, for sure. And listen, we had some big time plays, and I'm actually excited to see what they highlighted with our intel. Play of the games ready to rock right here, right now. Let's take a look. And this is it. I mean, Kale Sally going to be on here a lot, folks, but man, just crazy. I mean, I feel like I forgot we even started at Wakanda, I'll be honest.
That is true. Been a long series, but this is a great play as well, too. You guys highlighted. I thought he was going to go off the map, but shooting everyone in one spot and then finishing them off.
No, for sure. I mean, listen, there's so many plays to highlight just from here and what were the big difference makers, but I got to just shout it out. Honestly, if you were to say who was the player that stood out the most for you for Winthrop, who'd you have, Vicky, than Jay?
I feel like, is it kind of like too obvious to say Prince Ali again, like being that backbone that they keep highlighting? For me, at least, it's always been Prince Ali, and if it isn't like with the Jeff, we even saw when they ran the triple strat with complimenting Jared and the damage was on the Mantis.
See, I was going to completely agree. I think Prince is doing a fantastic job, but I do have to give a shout out to the DPS players.
Yeah.
They are starting to be a little bit more consistent, and Jared flexing.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's kind of like, you know, when you watch like the Avengers and everyone has their hero moment. I felt like that was the team here. It's like the Angelas at the end, and then you had, you know, Jared popping off on the museum at times. So it was cool to see everybody, you know, offering something. Rin obviously did so well, you know, consistently as a DPS strategist. And then, yes, to your point, Prince and Pyramids. And look at this awesome celebration. I will never get sick of seeing it.
I love that.
Because I got to be honest, pros, right, we'll go to like VP. They've won like the grand finals, and they're like,
you know, I really do love all of these, like, you know, listen-ins and, you know, great touch with these cameras of like allowing us to see the, you know, personality and the emotion. Yeah,
for sure. And speaking of emotion, they've had 2 interviews. The last one, they were shaking, but we have another one. Fallout, bring us to the winner's circle. Let's take a look at our interview for the winners.
Winner's circle indeed, because all this team does is win. Winthrop University, I've done 4 out of my 5 interviews. I've been with Winthrop. Y'all just keep winning through that lower bracket, man. I'm here with Naizu to my right. We got Curry to my left. Curry, I'm going to start with you. Give us a quick introduction, man. I know you guys are both the tanks for your team. Talk about the role you play for this squad and your background.
Basically, I play tank pool, so I'm kind of more of an off tank, so I go for the supports and go for off angles, and that's something that I worked on with the team a lot, because I used to play a main tank where you just kind of sit and hold shield, but now I have like a more active role and I go for more plays.
What do you study at Winthrop?
I study computer science.
Awesome, man. And to my right, we got the main tank. We got Naizu. Walk me through the hype and the energy that y'all are bringing to this tournament, man. You guys are the most hype team here. Your comms are hype. Your pop-offs are hype. What is it about your chemistry and camaraderie that works so well?
It's really just something we brought from high school. We've been going to LANs, me and Rin, for a while. She's like our captain, our IGL, so a lot of that hype from high school just brought over to college, and I really like the hype. I love the hype. It's like the best thing about competing. But as long as our morale is high, I mean, we basically got anything.
Yeah, it seems like y'all are a family. You can really. I didn't realize you guys go back to high school. I asked her for an interview. She said, "No, I'm waiting for grand finals." I like that energy. I like that excitement. Speaking of grand finals, we have a big matchup coming up. But y'all have just been tearing through this lower bracket, beating big school after big school. First Purdue, now Texas A&M. What is it about Winthrop University taking down these Titans?
I think we just got that clutch factor. Like, we just hit crazy all after crazy all. Like Naizu hit that Angela all, and then we did Phoenix. We got like a full team wipe. Pyramids, he hit a 6-man Elsa all at that one map. And I think we just have the clutch factor. Like, when we need to win, we win.
Ice in their veins, that's for sure. But your hardest task is ahead. Georgia Tech, they're undefeated. They were the favorites coming into this tournament, but considered by a lot of people. What's it going to take to beat this Georgia Tech squad in a Southeast showdown?
It's really just going to take high morale. We got to be hyped the whole entire time. We can't have any negative comments. We can't have any negativity. We need straight hype, straight energy. And just playing well. We need good teamwork, good communication going into this, and I think we got it.
Hype, energy, a little bit of trash talk as well. I've seen y'all.
we talk a little bit, but I mean, we back it up with our wins. So I mean, we are the dark horse.
That's a fact. Winthrop University, I've been calling them Heartthrob University, fan favorite, dark horse. They've been dominating. Naizu, congrats on a great showing so far. You ain't done yet. Curry, congrats, man. Wishing you the best of luck in the grand finals. That's going to be it for me, Naizu, and of course, Curry to my left here. Let's go ahead and throw it back to our casters, Vicky, Kitty, and the crew. Take it away.
Listen, just like Doctor Strange, the eye sees all, and Jay, could you get any shorter? I'm seeing the comments, the strays. I mean, this team just had like the most celebrating history, and I'm seeing Jay is the Garden Gnome.
I was reading chat over here. You know, as a content creator, gotta read chat. And I see chat. Not even it's like, oh, yo, W, awesome, cinema. No, they're talking about, wow, JT's the size of a garden gnome. And then someone says, oh, yeah, when he eats popcorn, he only has one piece. And I'm like, come on, man.
Yes, production W. I couldn't even hold it together. I looked down, and Jay's just, this is why chat's amazing, too. I have to say, this is why I love watch parties and all. And sometimes it's about the players. Sometimes it's about the hype. But it's all going to be hype because it's just fun to watch. And Jay, listen, you're no stranger to it, my man.
You said it's all about the hype. I thought you said it's all about the height.
I did. I said,
oh, okay.
Okay, he got the, you know, for once, Jay, I just have to appreciate you because I'm usually on the other side of the jokes here when it comes to the short jokes. But I took your apple box, so it's mine.
Well, they left my box in China.
They did. You know, they didn't have a tall enough one here. They tried the 6-foot box and said, they're like, we give up, you know? But hey, either way, we've been having a lot of fun here. And speaking of, Vic, take it away.
Yeah, man, because we get to see these players pop off. And, you know, we keep highlighting it because the new 2026 Alienware Aurora gaming laptops have been delivering serious performance in a sleek 16-inch design built for campus life. Powered by Intel Core Ultra 200HX processors and a 240 Hz anti-glare OLED display, Aurora stays sharp whether you're studying late or competing every week. No fluff, no distractions, just performance when it matters. The Alienware Aurora gaming laptop, where you guys could discover Aurora at alienware.com. And by the way, guys, OLED screens make all the difference, and it's even better when you have it in the hands of an Alienware.
This is beautiful to look at right now.
It's so good.
You can stand up now, Jay. You can stand up now. You know what? Oh, okay. Hey, listen, guys, we have ourselves the grand finals. It's been a blast here with J3, and we appreciate you coming on, Utah King, as always. Been a lot of fun. Vic and I don't even know what hour we've been going on, but it has just been a blast watching the collegiate. Shout out again to Alienware Collegiate Clash 2026. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break, and then the grand finals. Winthrop, Georgia Tech. We'll see you then.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finals of the Alienware Collegiate Clash, live from Austin, Texas. That trophy will be held by one of these teams. Will it be Georgia Tech? Will it be Winthrop University? What an event it has been so far. With 8 teams competing, we are down to 2. The 2 best Marvel Rivals teams in collegiate Esports. I'm so excited to see what's going to happen here with this competition. And of course, the entire event's been great so far, live from the Alienware Esports Lounge at the University of Texas in Austin. This is one of 7 lounges internationally, actually, 2 in Canada, 5 in the United States. Big shout out to Alienware for all of the support for collegiate esports. And of course, our partners, Blacklight, Intel, NetEase, and Oversight for making this all possible. It's going to be a great competition. I can't wait as the players are warming up and getting ready for this grand final. Well, it's not just the university players that are here and fans. We also got content creators, none other than my man We the People, who's watching me on his stream right now. What's up, man? How you doing? Good to see you. We the People in the house, one of the greatest to do it, content creators, Twitch streamers. How you doing, man?
Good, man, good. I mean, huge shout out to Liquid Alienware putting this on. College kids, man. Imagine if we had this during college days.
That would have been in heaven, man. That would have been absolute heaven. But look, tell me a little about your background and your journey from college student to streamer.
Cool. I started streaming my senior year of college. Almost failed my last semester, and yeah, started playing Apex. And I was like, I love this game. Kept doing it, and 7 years later, here we are.
Here we are, all types of content creators from everywhere, coming up and showing up every single game live in this. We got Georgia Tech, we got Winthrop University. I want your prediction. Who do you think is going to take it? Who do you want to win it?
I heard Georgia Tech was the favorite, man, so I'm going to have to go with the favorite.
You're going with the favorites? That's the lamest answer I've ever heard.
Gotta go.
I'm on the opposite side. If I'm giving a prediction, I'm rolling Winthrop all day, man. The hype, the energy that they bring has been unmatched. It's going to be a great match nonetheless. As we get ready for the grand finals, any final words, any final shout-outs?
Shout out to the sponsors putting this together for the kids, man. I'm sure this is a memory that they'll never forget. You know, some of their first lands probably, and something they'll carry with them.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. Every single student I've talked to is just above the moon right now in this opportunity to compete on LAN. And look, an opportunity to not only compete on LAN, but now compete for the finals. $30,000 in prizing total. We're going to have our winners right after this. And to call the action, we have the best talent in Marvel Rivals. It's Cozy, it's Vicky, Kitty. My friends, take it away. Bring the energy.
Welcome, my friends. We are here for the grand finals. We've gone through what has been the gauntlet today. And Jay, it's been too fun to have you. We got to keep you, Garden Gnome comments or not, doesn't matter, because it's just been fun to celebrate it all together.
Listen, he's a lawn ornament that's here to stay. And by the way, shout out to the boy Peeps out here displaying his support in the Alienware Lounge. I love it. We get this beautiful community of everybody coming together to watch this amazing grand finals.
Now, I know if you're watching at home, all right, you've had a team that you've been following and you've been loving to watch them advance, all right? Those that picked Winthrop last match, I see you. What's up? We're together. I don't want to see the bandwagon now. This is my team.
I think I want to join you, man. I think we started watching them. I think we're starting to build like this, the story that they have. And I'm joining your side now.
All right.
And I think a lot of people are saying they might be the underdogs, and yes. I think I want to cheer for the underdogs.
The underdog story is cool, guys. I really like winning.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not often that they go up against what is like. True. We watch Georgia Tech, and like. If you watch Ignite play, you're going to be right at home. I mean, that's how dominant they are. Not seeing sidelock bans against them was kind of a puzzle scratcher earlier. They 2-0 Texas A&M. Like, we've seen this team dominate. They haven't even faltered. They didn't drop a map to get into the quals through it, right, Vic?
That's actually what I want to talk about, right? I think the big reason why I'm leaning towards not only a team that probably has a little bit more of like that comp experience, despite being full-time students, having to really like focus and study on top of the grind in the game. I think the pick and ban phase for me personally, I just have liked it a lot more from Georgia Tech, from the series that we have been able to watch.
It's kind of funny, though, because Winthrop, right, coached by Kaluge. We talked about that earlier. So, early on, coached by this team and helped them kind of get to this moment. And now you also have on the inverse the pro in NRG Shock with Fraud.
Wait, really? So Winthrop was coached by
Kaluge?
Really?
Yeah.
I just saw, one of their players out in the hallway, and I was like, hey, do you guys have a coach? They said no.
Well, they did. They did. Yeah. I read the slide. No, I think he did help coach them early on. I believe my sources tell me that correctly.
I trust you.
But it was cool. Funny enough, to celebrate, who Jay has been as a player. Pyramid's coming up, popping off, going crazy. Came up here just to pick, Jay's brain. And on the inverse, we also got to see Texas A&M. And again, I know this celebration was so great. Hard to see the heartbreak a little bit on their side. It has been a storied event for this Collegiate Clash, brought to you by Alienware. And honestly, couldn't ask for a more fun finals. Now, we didn't get to follow, Georgia Tech all the way through. Just got to see the Kentucky win, I believe. But it has been nothing but dominance. Winthrop is the exact opposite. We've kind of had our hearts taped to this team 3 games, I believe, at this point, and it's just been fun, Vic, to see all the action put together.
Yeah, I'm excited to see like something that we have to consider, right? Especially like from a player's perspective, as somebody who's like competed. You're Georgia Tech sitting in the finals. It's been some time. You're able to watch the other games go by, but there are some teams that feel more amped, may not feel the burnout going back to back when playing more games versus like maybe Georgia Tech, who have more time to maybe like analyze what's going on. They could feel more refreshed. Maybe that's how they lean into their strengths, but that also could be a double-edged sword for other teams that we've seen in the past across so many leagues.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, if I were to say a team comparison and Ignite to this, SSG reminds me a lot. We bring this up with Nectar and the way they play in Fraud as well. Because the way SSG would play as well, they would end up getting wiped, but it didn't really falter them. They would go right back and get it. And we saw that when we did watch Georgia Tech. There was a couple fights they lost, and then they would just come back, snap back into it, and ready. And I do feel like on the preparation phase, small advantage there as well. But Winthrop, they kind of seen it all today, so they also have that to their advantage.
I really do like their lower bracket run as well. It reminds me of actually in China, when you remember when I think it was Envy at the time, you know, lost, and then they made it all the way to the grand finals. Yeah, there you go. It seems like it's a reoccurring thing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And listen, y'all, at the beginning of the day, hours ago, we got to see these rosters. But if you're just now coming in or you need a reminder, let's go ahead and introduce the teams in this grand finals. We start off with Georgia Tech, the favorites, one of which to come in, which is not an easy role. We saw Purdue favored, fell. They've stood the test of time, Vicky, and Paj has been insane. Fraud anymore?
I mean, Fraud, the fact that Fraud has been able to stay consistent when we're like, Fraud, where you been, man? You're sitting on the sub bench for Energy Shock, and he's like, I've got a hard major. Well, guess what? Even with a hard major, still leading the way. Convex as well has been a really impressive standout player for me. She's been fantastic.
And fun fact, actually, it was a sub for Dark Zero back in Stage 2.
Really?
Yes.
That's awesome.
Who gave plenty of shout-outs to J3. And so funny, got a little bit of hometown, but still, he's picking Winthrop. So this is our lineup here across the board. Talent at every position. You're going to hear Idiot a lot. That's not talking about a teammate. It is going to be the Vanguard. We got to interview and see their calm and cool composure. Luxurious also was, popping off there. Vic, able to see a lot of Strange play. One of my favorite Stranges of the day. But now let's take it to the team that, if you've been watching, they are not strangers at all, and this is going to be Winthrop. I mean, even Jared here, it's kind of like that, am I supposed to be here? Yes, you are, sir. I love what we saw from this, and honestly, so many players to highlight. Jay, I'll give it to you because you've watched them a lot right now. Who do you want to point out?
I really hope to see their consistency. I keep saying that, and I just hope the Pyramids and Jared, do keep showing, flexibility and whatnot.
Okay. For me, Vicky, I need to see that Rin interview like I need air. And they said it's only going to be at the grand finals.
Like that.
That's me personally.
Save the best for last, right? Like Rin, the fact that there's also history in this team, right? We heard the interview where some of these players have gone all the way back to high school, and now you're playing on the big stage. You make your way to grand finals. You're looking at the Titans that are Georgia Tech, and just to highlight, has Georgia Tech dropped a single map throughout the course of the qualifiers and even this bracket? They haven't, and it's wild to see. But I think something else that we have to congratulate Winthrop is specifically that now they're in that second place spot, which means that they qualify for the $30,000 in prizes here in the Alienware Collegiate Clash.
Absolutely. We keep saying this, that the second places can be told to take a seat, but gladly, because they're great seats, but also this is where the ego comes into play. It's like, I would love the seat, but I want the laptop, but more importantly, I want everything that comes with it.
The one thing I'm looking forward to the most, the voice comms. I really want to hear the voice comms.
Listen, y'all.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's been we have a production, shout out, W's in the chat, because we have gone into some of the craziest, in-comm moments, and it's just been so fun to continue to see that. And honestly, I said it before, clip it, ship it. I'm going to try to show it to Ignite. I want to see this at the Pro Play, too. We've got to have it. It's one of the best parts about it. If you're watching Netties, come on, let's get it. Either way, we're close to it. Grand finals. We're getting some things behind the scenes here, booted up, ready to go. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be back for the match of the day, the one we've been waiting for. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back. Hello, friends. Some things are worth waiting for in the grand finals here at the Alienware Collegiate Clash 2026. is one of them. The grand finals have been built up to this moment. Once again, if you're just now stepping in, we just kind of recapped what to expect here, and we're about to jump right into that action. Jay, Vicky, been fun so far. I mean, what do you want to see, if anything, Jay, here?
You know, as a viewer, definitely a Game 5.
Oh, yeah?
I wanted to go all the way to the last match. Not for you guys. I mean, as a viewer, I love it. You know, yeah, I just want to see a very close match. But, you know.
It's why I love being a caster, because, you know, it's like, there's always greatness for me. It's like, you know, obviously it's been a long day in the best way possible, and it's like, oh no, Game 5. It's the best thing. We typically get this a lot of the times in rivals in general. However, again, Georgia Tech, a lot of big expectation and promise from them. Vic, what do you want to see out there?
I'm just happy the fact that Jay is joining us again, right? Like,
yes,
just being able to look into this action and have this conversation. When it comes to like having the experience that Jay has as a former player, you know, being able to see so much high-level talent, then you get to see like the next up-and-coming generation make their waves, right? I mean, summer is kind of around the corner with the way that time has been flying by, which also gives the opportunity for some of these players to maybe have a break from being a full-time student to then competing in the MRC.
And there's a path to pro. You always want to have that. I mean, we keep saying like from couch to, it's like Survivor, and it's like, hey, you can come out and do it yourself. It's like they offer the same in Marvel Rivals. Like the MRC is the next step, and then from there is Ignite, right? Like quite literally, if you want to lock in, right, you can do so and find your way, which is much different than obviously when you started, you know, again, the dinosaur. How did the T-Rex die? I don't.
Oh man, you know, it's actually really crazy. I was just talking to someone. I was like, yo, man, yeah, you're doing great. You have any tips? I'm like, how old are you? He's like 19. I'm like, oh, wow. Thanks, man.
Don't stay up past 8 p.m. Yeah, like, what tip do you tell that? No, but seriously, it's for me, I want to see Winthrop just be them. You know, they've kept their identity to get to this point, and like don't try to change it up too much. Now, maybe not keep the band skip. Let's maybe skip that whole thing. But everything else, would love to see that. And you know, you talked about Georgia Tech not being able to play as much, and maybe that's the advantage for them. However, in the inverse, that's a lot of tape study.
That's what I was asking. Like, you know, some teams may benefit from that, but we don't know if Georgia Tech is one of those teams, right? Like, your hands are cold. You're watching this team, like, pop off. But is this other team that's been playing a lot, are there, like, brains melting through their ears, or are they locked in is the question.
True. Fatigue. Definitely see if they're not fatigued, for sure.
Hey, if you missed it already, we've got the rosters once again. Heading into the grand finals here on the collegiate biggest stage, Georgia Tech. We've ran through these players from when we got to see them, Idiot being their vanguard. Padge is the one I want to highlight there. The duelist, but also a lot of Ultron chaos. This is a team that loves their triple strat, and it's at the hands of Fraud in the Psylocke behind them. One of the better strangers we've seen today is Luxurious, and across the board, Vic, just great play.
Yeah, right? We were talking about it before with Padge as well as Fraud having the experience, but we got to talk about the lower bracket demons that have made their way to this top 2 to walk away with some prizes themselves no matter what. Jared's like, yeah, I'm here. Guess what? We also get to see potentially an interview with Rin, who said she will only talk in the interview if they win at the very end.
Well, wins in the name and the university, so why not keep it on as we have a look at what has been Prince Ali, who's been the shark demon, quite literally you know, Satan's greatest soldier. But looking at it too, Jared's been popping off on the DPS front. We've seen what they could do, Phoenix as well. Across the board, talent, they've earned their spot here. Either way, both these teams are going to remember this moment, but only one can come away. That's the great thing about sports, right? Only can be one winner, Jay.
True. You know, I'm looking for a great game, and I hope everyone in chat is ready for this.
All right, chat, we'll get ready to lock in. Again, pick and ban phase if you're just now popping in for the grand finals. A little bit different. It's back and forth snake draft a bit, right? So bans on each side, and then it's going to be protects and so on and so forth. And that can change up some strategy that we've seen. We've seen a couple of baits, but not as much as you know, maybe get in Ignite.
Yeah, usually with like the rock, paper, scissors that we are all used to seeing, it's kind of like, all right, well, they see the protect on a Loki. All right, immediately you want to ban out like a Gambit because you don't want double Rage and Royal Flush. But then, okay, can the Groot and Mantis then come out too? We've seen that team up before. We're seeing a lot more triple strat as we go down the bracket, which has also been a very nice, like, different playstyle from the very beginning of the bracket where maybe some teams didn't feel comfortable doing it?
I've got to ask this because we got the 20% neutral change, right, coming into this patch. Do you want to see more? I wouldn't mind if they cooked it up another 10% on that difference.
You know, I think the 20% is good. Maybe they have to do it individual characters now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wait, you mean Moon Knight going from 22 seconds to 20 seconds is enough for you?
All right.
Okay.
Dude, that's actually really funny. They came out with the change, and then someone, I think someone played Moon Knight, and they were like, "Oh wow,
Yeah.
okay, crazy."
Oh no, I gotta take one more swing of the Crescent Dart. But yeah, no, I do agree. I think character individually is definitely one way because we see that in buffs and nerfs that they continue to do. And speaking of that, we have the players, and we are here. It's the picks, it's the bans, it's the grand finals, baby, as we've got it underway. And listen, if history is any factor, Vic, who do you think Winthrop is going to ban first?
Well, I'm feeling like no matter what that pick and ban system is, it may be the Cloak and Dagger, at least at the very end, where we're going to have to see with the Elsa being out first. I like this. We've been seeing it beforehand. If it isn't the Elsa, sometimes it's the Phoenix. If it's not the Phoenix, it's the Gambit. But this is what I wanted to see. Remember we were talking about right before we even went over to the break. The pick and ban phase from a lot of these teams has fallen short. When you're letting Prince Ali go over to the Jeff, they looked mortal. They were able to bleed just a little bit, even if they didn't fall down in the series when they were worrying about the Jeff ban.
Yeah, and you know what else they saw is that Winthrop did struggle against the Gambit Rogue. So talk about bringing both their weaknesses towards them right away. Now, I will say Texas A&M tried to do this, and they ended up losing because they had to commit the ban to Jeff at points, or the ban to Jeff. So we'll see if this pays off for them.
I really do like the Star-Lord pick.
Okay. Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, you might as well, especially with how they've been playing. You know, when you look at the duelists on their side, Jared has been a phenomenal Star-Lord at that. Ultron ban is going to show the tip of their spec. Yeah, so Paj, first of all, they try to do triple strat, right? So you would see Mantis there, I think, typically, obviously, to represent that. Paj, though, I think that was kind of like what they saw from that triple strat. At least in the game we watched, they were like, all right, that is, the identifying factor. I mean, I'm talking insane damage.
Dude, like 12 final hits, by the way, that series. Like, Paj was going crazy. He went 25 and 2 with 28 assists, and expecting the triple strat lineup to come out from Georgia Tech is very smart, right? Because what was it? They ran out with the Invis, the Mantis, and the Ultron. Well, they protect the Invis.
First time we're going to be seeing Prince not have access to Loki or to Jeff. Both of them are now gone. This is something to keep our eyes on, as that has been a lot of the answer of the call. Prioritizing their duelist to go ahead and get their comfort picks. And you're going to have that. You're going to have Pyramids, and you'll have Jared comfortable. But what happens when the back line is not able to play exactly what they want to? We're about to find out. Psylocke going to be banned. That's the first time we got to see that against Georgia Tech, because Fraud has been the Psylocke.
Now seeing what that final man is going to be. No more Psylocke. Jay, you were talking about it? Okay, wait, hold on. It wasn't the Cloak on the other side. Now I got mixed up looking at Georgia Tech actually falling through. So is this going to be actually a focused target ban on only Prince Ali? We didn't get to see them play the Cloak, that's why.
Yeah, no, honestly.
Pretty big.
That's interesting, for sure. And that's what they've had time to study, right? Heck, they had time to go back to VODs. Who knows when to say, okay, if they don't have these two options, Prince is going to lean onto that. And hey, in an interview, when you say the backbone of this team is our Jeff, sometimes maybe wait for the grand final interview, maybe wait for that to expose some of your secrets. But no, honestly, I think that they have a great ban line, and I'm going to say Winthrop, I'm proud of what they put together as well. But hey, when you put the trust into the duelist, Jay, you would know this, right? It is a lot of pressure there, but that's when, something like the grand finals is when you want to do it.
I don't know too much about, Prince's hero pool, but it seems like they're trying to put him on a very uncomfortable, character, it seems like. He's been playing, they've been banning the Invis. I mean, not the Invis. They've been banning the Loki. They've been banning the Jeff. So it's going to be very interesting to see him play Invis Woman.
Yeah, for sure. And with that, we actually get a quick sneak peek that it is the Invis that Prince will be locking into, which was saved from the other side. And so, definitely going to create a bit of a different, because Rin was the one that was the Invis.
I personally would feel very powerful if I knew that the enemy team was scared of me. If they had to use like 3 bans against me alone, that means Prince is doing something right. But then this calls into question what we keep highlighting, like whether it be here in the collegiate scene, MRC, flexibility, right? If Prince is going to be on the strat roll, how is this Invis going to do? What is it going to take away from the Invis that we have been seeing from this team?
Yeah, fair, but with the Gambit being saved, Rin crazy on the Gambit. I expect there to be, obviously, good overall strategist backline, at least from that sense. But how do you answer the call when on the other opposition, there's going to be so much going towards you? And didn't get to peek enough, or at least fast enough, on what Georgia Tech ended up locking in. Did they end up going triple strat even with outside the Ultron? I doubt it.
I have to look back again because it was like a quick little flash, but I wouldn't be surprised if we do see that. I mean, what is your thought actually specifically on Dom with triple strat?
I think it's really strong. We saw the Ultron ban, but we didn't see any protect or ban on Mantis, so we might be seeing a lot of Mantis.
Yeah, personally, I like triple strat in Dom, especially compared to Convoy and Convergence at times, because it can be really tough to push the cart forward when you're on triple strat, whereas in Dom, it's kind of like, if you get first point cap, good luck. You have enough strat ults to rotate enough, theoretically, right? But either way, we hear the things ticking down as we're about to head in. It's ready to rock and roll. I know you guys have been ready. Let me in! And you are in. You are here.
Put a right click so it reaches.
All right, guys. I mean, I was hearing some comms coming in, but that's how you could tell how excited some of these players are. Let's get this started with the portal play coming out already from Naizu, who's been putting on a performance for WU, and it's going to be the penny play if they can find a kidnap, isolate them, and if they can't, they at least cut off their rotation with a portal.
Yeah, they're going to go triple Vanguard if you are Georgia Tech, and we saw this in the pros that you get the triple Vanguard, the 2 strats, and the duelist anchor every single time. And wow, picking up where they left off, even if it was hours ago, we are seeing Georgia Tech wipe quite literally Thanos snap Winthrop out of the map.
You know what's beautiful too? When we kept talking about Psylocke plays and Fraud, like Cozy and I talking to Fraud, seeing, all right, Fraud really likes Psylocke here. They ban out the Psylocke, Fraud comes out with the Van Pool, and then has isolated Prince Ali being that first pick.
Yeah, tank pool is crazy going from Psylocke to that. Either way though, looking at it, definitely gonna have to recover here for your Winthrop. Welcome to the grand finals, I guess, for them. Either way, we saw a lot of great Angela play here from Naizu. They continue to try to do that, but when everyone turns and focuses, you get. The thing is the comms here are gonna be so much more that these kind of picks with Angela and Co is that much harder to land out. Wow, Luxurious is confident.
Yeah, being able to find the double strat too from WU, it's tough. Now you don't have the sustainability. It's going to delay even more charge for those ultimates, and it's going to allow Georgia Tech to have even more aggression here on the point, nearing 50%.
Yo, can we have the winner of this just at least play a couple teams for the Ignite? Like, I just want to see, like what that difference is.
I was actually talking to a team actually for a content idea.
Make it happen. Make it happen. Write it down
Georgia
right now.
Tech, you're hearing it from Jay right now, right here. I'll cast it, dude. I mean, listen, we have it, and it's cool to see. They're not winners yet, but looking strong out the gate. But the winners of this, just like to see kind of where that gap is. Here all the time in sports, like if the college team played the worst, pro team, what would happen? It's like, I don't know, maybe we'd get that answer. But here is the Gambit into the cards, and just like that, Patch not having access to the Ultron does not care. Vicky finding 1, 2, and more.
Patch, if it's not the Ultron, it's the Raging Royal Flush into the Galactic Legend, and then they're like looking like chameleons, looking in 2 different angles, because then Fraud is jumping on their heads like a Mario character here, and then you have the Rogue coming in as well.
Yo, they're just deleting right now. Like, this is insanity. 93% and climbing. Absolute madness, and what is starting to show. Georgia Tech not dropping a map, folks, in qualifiers and here at the Collegiate Clash, and they show all that momentum.
Well, I don't understand why, they didn't ban, if they're not going to play it, why not ban Rogue?
Yeah, right, because with Gambit save, you have to look at it, and it's like, well, that is something to look into, because, Psylocke getting the ban and the Ultron, it's like they looked at the last match and they realized that maybe that's where they had to address, but you're right. Rogue gave him so... I mean, this is why Georgia Tech did it so perfect. Yeah. Ban the Jeff, gone. Then what? Save the Gambit, which was the biggest struggle against them, and then, ban the Loki. I mean, everything that this team did well, they cut off.
This has been the deciding factor for me personally, looking at like the least amount of conflict going through this bracket. The pick and ban phase has always been where we look at first to determine who has the upper hand. And this is the example right now as we move on to round number 2. Also have to highlight Convex playing the best and newest Invisible Woman skin. I love it personally.
I'm gonna be honest, right now, from what I saw, I'm just gonna say pick bans had something to do with it, but my goodness, I mean, they were perfect out there, and I don't use that too often because of the neutral play was really strong. Luxurious, I gave so much love for as a Strange. Man is popping off with the left, right, left. insanity.
Because if you don't get rid of the Rogue, something else you have to consider, the damage output from the Vanguards. You got the Gambit team up with Magneto and the Rogue to add.
No, for sure. And that's why you're seeing this kind of strat lineup with the 3-2-1 that we're seeing. And oh my, Luxurious wanted to just orb fall completely. Jared finally getting on the scoreboard and putting Winthrop with them. Gonna go ahead and have the Rogue ult to follow Prince. Throws up their ult. Not seen any invis from them as a player quite yet, but we'll see what they can cook up. Now one down, doesn't do much. They're on their way back, Vic.
Big play, though, from Prince Ali to be outside of the Heartbreaker so that way they could put down the invisible boundary at the right time before the Heartbreaker came out, and that actually allowed WU to take the point first.
Yeah, for sure. Rogue has gotten that much more stocks with these neutral changes because of how impactful that is, and that was before even with that Rogue drain on the ultimate charge. Fraud now looking a bit dangerous. Either way, 15%. What a response from Winthrop. Getting things cooking for them, and like we kind of said before, with that triple Vanguard, you can hold on point for so long, so it's so much bigger than you might think. And there's a pick. Padge going down. Hello, Pyramids knows what they have to do. That's going to give them that much more time, because this is a team, with the trade, but this is a team that kind of knows where to position themselves. Idiot getting that on Gambit. Are you kidding me?
I mean, we'll take that trade when W only lost on one, right? So the number advantage is still on their side, and it's still kind of getting a snowball rolling, because this is the part where you have to be a little scared of staggers that you don't want to force yourself in.
Hey, they said we believe in our duelists, Jared and Pyramids. We're going to save them. Prince, we love you, but the duelist, it's in the hands of them, and right now they're showing out. That's what you want to see, and obviously much better showing and start than to that first bit of the zone, as we find ourselves now at 56%, and they've got plenty of stuff to keep this thing rolling.
Like the difference, though, in rotations right now, WU have these 3 ultimates, really close to 4 with the invisible boundary once again from Prince Ali. Look at that heal output that we're currently seeing, but it's about Severin and how they're going to use this Raging Royal Flush to start this fight.
Oh, look at Jared here. Oh, spin to win. They get the Star-Lord out of here, and on top of that, that is with the Gambit ult. He was at 98%. Patch is trying to farm the rest of it, but unable to connect. And here it is, Jared up in the sky as the legend. The legends of the lower bracket continue on. It's the reverse opposite of what we just saw.
Somebody help out Rin, the peels, though. Even though Rin has been getting taken out, WU have been able to force more of that attention from, well, not only Rin, but then wrapping up around Georgia Tech. I like this, though, but now you're nearing 99%. You have to force this into overtime with the portal.
Yeah, but you have Naizu here being able to counter Patch. So you're going to have that defensively. Here comes Nai, going to go ahead and summon that up. Can he get the connection with it? You're going to pop in the air. That's a bummer. Definitely going to be tough look, and that's going to allow there to be the rest of the farm on Rin. Good location from Georgia Tech to find those strategists, and even though Jared and Padge are popping off, it is an absolute Peter Quill battle. Man, this is crazy.
He said, baby, let it rip. Who came out on top? All right, well, now GT flipped the point, but for the first time. And they didn't utilize everything. It was still a little expensive, but they will have Eye of Agamotto coming up as well as the Heartbreaker coming in as well, which could be detrimental versus Rin and the Raging Royal Flush.
Yeah, we just pointed out that Prince was able to kind of keep their eye on that. And if you're a rogue, you want to kind of have that surprise factor, right? Ooh, Fraud going down. Jared, are you kidding me? And there it is. Gonna find it. Pops it, though. Beautifully done, and Rin's still able to get that off. They got to capitalize off this. Idiot looking for more. Jared, though, is going to continue to feast. These duelists is who they believed in. Paj wants to get their name right there on the feed as they continue. Everybody from Winthrop showing out after that first zone. I'm blown away by this response.
This is actually incredible right now. Overtime ticking away. The answers are here. No sustainability. GT are falling like flies, and it's just a matter of time as we see Curry pop off.
I mean, I've got to say, we've watched a lot of games. It's not often. It takes sometimes a map to reset. After, guys, let's be honest. After what we just saw in Zone 1, it takes a map. But a round is all they needed. W. Jared. Leave out the U for now, because that was an absolute cook. Jay, like, what do you think over there?
You know, I'm glad they're not showing any signs of fatigue, and you know, I really do like match. Best of 5s.
Yes.
They're a different story than a match of best of 3.
Yeah.
So, you know, hopefully they go the whole distance. And I'm kind of liking this. It's not, you know, we're going to a round 3 on King of the Hill. It's not, a 2-0. So it's going to be fun.
And remember, Winthrop, they've been here before. They had the portal thing with Purdue. I mean, go back to all of the way they went through the lower bracket, right? Backs against the wall, backs against the wall. Last second, they kept winning. They can do it here too.
Prince Ali also having no struggle with this Invisible Woman. We saw the output in terms of healing too from Prince Ali's side when we looked at the scoreboard. And Sugar, I can't feel you anymore with Rin kind of getting away from the Heartbreaker. It's like that double whammy that we see as they dance around each other.
Mighty is he, Prince Ali, my friends. Looking at it, 12 seconds. To the point, this is usually one of our longer points, and you know what? Let's go ahead and listen in here right now to these teams as they fight for one of the toughest points, most contested. But wow, Winthrop looking to get the pick early.
What's up? Rogi, walkie. Go. Nice. Reset. Start setting up. Start setting up.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I'm going top left.
We don't have ult for Gambit. But
we don't have to fight. We don't have to fight, I think. We just die, I think. Because they use everything, just for this one point. They're coming top left. Matt, do you have Judge? Can we flank under? Can we flank under and kill this guy?
Play me.
I have Judge. They're going for it.
Yeah, go.
They're walking.
Go whenever.
I pulled the boy.
Don't use Judge.
Shoot him.
Okay.
Go. Just die.
Dead. That's fine. We have everything.
They didn't use Gambit. They just dry Star-Lord.
Yeah.
They used Gambit. Okay, just careful from Rogue.
Alright. They have Invis Rogue.
W comms, Vicky, W comms. Just trying to be aware of everything that could happen in that moment and if they're going to use it, right? Obviously, they did have to use the Raging Royal with the Star-Lord. That's a recipe for disaster for a lot of teams. But either way, just cool to see them kind of lock in and what they look for. I love that they said, too, we don't have X for, Y.
The Gambit ult, like the fact that they also were calling out the ults, like this is why it's so cool to be able to hear the player comms and like the mindset behind them, not only ult tracking, but then kind of realizing, okay, like we don't have a wing con to deal with this.
Yeah, for sure. And it's probably Rin or Prince most likely because the backline is your ult trackers, what you like to see. So one of them calling it out as we have the Deadpool yell waving. Jared's got the legendary up from above. They lost 2 though, so this is where the big decisions have to be made, right? Do you use anything? Winthrop, I think great, honestly, decision. Kind of let the cards fall there. If you have someone like Jared who's got that legendary and is like 1v5ing, it's just, good stagger. It's going to be tough.
That is hard. We talk about it a lot on Domination. A stagger, it just gets snowball, and now that's even more time wasted away. We see Georgia Tech not only come back in terms of percentage on the points, but they're already nearing like 63, 65%.
Alrighty, folks. One game went to Georgia Tech, or one zone. The other to Winthrop. Both look dominant in their zone win. It's Cerebro as the last. 68-42. Here comes the Meteor M. The slurp of the legendary, the connection, and bam! Goodbye, Sugar. I can't feel you, Gambit. All right, I got the rogue channeling over here now, Vic. Idiot gonna get the pick and the trade, and that is tough as they committed to most.
It's Cozy's turn this time, but that's what we needed to see, though, from WU, right? We did see the attempt on the Meteor M, and it fell short twice, actually. Even on the round that they did win, it hit that tree in that other round. Now we're ticking down to the wire, almost 99%, and we have to come in with a portal play.
Yeah, they can come in with the invisible boundary, too, so you're not going in empty-handed. Have to run in. Nice bubble there from the Deadpool to throw everything up. Throw it up, keep it up, and here we go, folks. Strap up, legendary, up in the sky. Down goes Jared, but gets a trade on Convex. And at this point, now it's even 5v5, but one's up in the sky. Oh, it's going to be tough now to live through this. Pyramid goes down, and the rest fall with it. Folks, Georgia Tech is going to end up taking this first map here in Krakoa, but tip of the cap to such success. This is going to be a great grand final.
Here we go, guys. We are doing it in this best of 5. This is what we're talking about. And, when you hear the Heartbreaker, it's very easy to get overzealous and kind of forget a little bit. Okay, we got to go in with the invisible boundary. You're holding on to it. But then what do we have against the Galactic Legend, even if it isn't a follow-up from a Raging Royal Flush?
Exactly, and it's nice watching here kind of how the team's taking the win, right? You can see they're actually not happy. You can tell they're kind of not even happy with how that worked out, right? It's like nice to get the win, but great teams, it's like, we dropped the map, right?
True.
We dropped them. They didn't drop a win. If they were to lose this, that would have been the first game they dropped. Going back to qualifiers, they were 14-0. Wow.
It was a really close game, and I will say I do love the communication from,
Winthrop?
Yes, because they were like, hey, you guys were mentoring. We don't have anything for this ult. Let's not use any of our ults. That's a very, there's the communication there. don't use anything. Let's team wipe and then go in with our ults next.
Yep, no, absolutely. And just the way, like, the little things that, you know, when they had the invisible boundary up, we heard previously, like, play around the rim, you know, small terms that you have to just get out the information. They're walking is usually they're moving forward, right? Like, different things like that, because they know they're prepping themselves for the Gambit ult. It's just when the Q is pressed and everyone being at the right spot at the right time.
Yeah, I was gonna really say, like, looking at Rin having a difficult time on actually utilizing these Rage and Royal Flushes, and I do think a heavy part of that is the output of the Meteor M's, right? You want to be able to nail down where that Gambit is and then just completely shut down a Rage and Royal Flush, because that means you shut down the Galactic Legend from having the damage output that it wants.
And did you see the strategist lines? Rin, actually, that time was the one that struggled massively. Prince showing that they can play whatever. And Rin, you kind of have been seeing this from them. You know, she's going back and forth, sometimes being like, wow, playing Gambit at a high level. Other times, it's been tough to match the opposition. And obviously, it comes down, like, stats don't tell the whole story in the way these teams play. But interesting how that was solved and kind of who they targeted. Maybe that cloak wasn't just for Prince. Maybe it was like a comfort pick for both, whatever it might have been. But looking at it too, Pyramids, we saw what you could do. You came up here. You know, it was great meeting you. I seen the excitement. Jared, though, was the one that really had kind of the flame burning for that team. Both duelists, they put the trust in them, Jay. They got to both show out.
Yeah, totally. And I will say, you know, I think Rin definitely needs to, he's going to be the difference maker. Yeah. If he shows up and he does really well, I think they're going to definitely be able to take a map.
For sure. I mean, Vicky, for you, what did you notice on Georgia Tech's side? Because obviously the fraud show, all right, anything but a fraud at this point.
The fact that we were not only landing our Meteor M's, fraud with the Banhammer that we saw a few times on trying to nail down the Galactic Legend, that they know that they couldn't get out of line of sight of, like, the Galactic Legend themselves. It's just being able to take away the win con. You were talking about, like, the get ready, set, go win button. When you don't have that on the table, what you are saving your comp for is out the window.
Yeah, for sure. Luxurious, too, absolutely popping off. Like, they don't have much weak points, really. I think, you know, they were able to find Convex, I believe, in a couple picks and staggers, but their comms and their positioning is what's played at a high level. It's the little things, like that stagger that we saw on Pyramids.
It's huge.
It's those small things, or like on a payload, or on a convoy convergence, playing and fighting in front of that point, then it has you, like, auto push it, and, like, as you're fighting, like, there's so many small tech that can be done at this level, Jay.
And it all adds up eventually, and staggering someone for an extra 5-10 seconds, that's an extra 5-10% on the point that you could get.
Yeah, for sure. And hey, fun fact, by the way, Rin is one of the amazing female players that we have in this league. And I want to just see more. Obviously, you know, Aramori set the stage at the high level. It's cool to see more.
Convex too, right? Like, the fact that we have so many women out here competing at this level in collegiate, like, it's great. That's what I also, the first thing that I noticed within Marvel Rivals, with Aramori really, like, paving the path for a lot of these other women to feel, like, way more confident here to be able to compete themselves.
Yeah, without question. Now, listen, I think Winthrop, they've been in this position before. I don't think they're going to waver. I think they're just fine. And the confidence boost, like, not only did they squeak out a zone win, like, they firmly got that win there on the second point. So, you know, I don't think we're going to see anything change from them too much in the scare factor. I think, again, the pick, the bans, that's really the quick changes you have to have, and it's so little too late. You don't get the VOD review, obviously, if you're playing all day like Winthrop has as well. And we got to see quite literally that pick ban phase go a bit to Georgia Tech, who had plenty of time to see it. Now, we are looking at the players right now, and we are jumping into what is this pick and ban phase. Let's see if Georgia Tech stays with it. Jeff, obviously going to be off the board.
We got to help out these strats. We got to try to enable these strats. That's a really big factor here if we're going to try to replicate what the pick and ban phase is going to look like for Georgia Tech, because obviously it worked out for them. They didn't look so happy, as Cozy mentioned, and it may be because they were this close from losing out on their first map. As we see the Gambit ban, you'll love to see it.
Had to be used on it. I mean, they knew the save was going to come eventually. The Angela save, and I mean, obviously we saw what they can do with the Angela to win it out and get to this position in the first place. But when you ban one, the other comes. And so, you know what, though? They didn't use the ban last time on Mantis. They did on the Ultron. So they can go that direction. But then the Psylocke's there. They got to pick one or the other.
Loki. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot that could come into play right here. We're going to have to see what that next ban is, because with the Elsa also getting banned, it's like, okay, so they do stick to the Ultron. But that also means that GT has the ability to also run an Elsa if it's not banned.
This is going to be a Loki save, if I were to guess, for sure. Just get everybody comfortable on the strategist side. If you go over to Georgia, man, they've got a couple of options on who they might want to save. I mean, heck, you could even save the Psylocke. I don't think Fraud needs that, you know, if they don't want, but with the Mantis save, it tells me it's their plan. So there's a Loki. Knew that was coming to make the strategist comfortable. And now it's on Georgia. So I expected Loki. I expect, you know, potentially Psylocke. I do. I think they could go with that or maybe even something like a Venom. Yggdrasil is going to be that comfort pick, though, from Winthrop. They've continued to find the win here. It's the Invis. So same as last time, you know, Kovacs wanted to have that available.
Yeah, we were talking about that before where I believe we saw GT pull out with the Ultron Mantis and the Invisible Woman. So yeah, following through, no Adam Warlock is also something off the table here. So that's something the WU is going to have to lean into, looking at our next map right now as well, because this last ban, do you want to take out the Elsa? Because you don't want to deal with a damage boosted Elsa too.
I like the Adam because it's kind of the sneak peek, like, oh, we want to have Loki for Prince. And meanwhile, they're like, come on, Adam, let's see if we can get in there for the double res comp. But it's going to be Psylocke getting it yet again. Fraud going to be yet, you know, held back on what they want to play.
And you talked about this before after that first map. Can WU lean into the strength of a Gambit? Because even though they protected the Loki, it looks like GT is not afraid of the potential copy into double Rage and Royal Flush.
Yeah, gonna be interesting for sure what they want to go on the triple strat line here. Because with Gambit out, you know, I mean, it's gonna make things a bit more tough. As well as the Ultron, right? That was their comfort pick. Paj played a lot of that. I do think the Star-Lord is gonna make an appearance more than likely. But I know it's funny if you're just now coming in and seeing that Ultron being banned, it's like, wait, but Paj was that lethal on them, especially with the Mantis Protect. Again, what we see at the high level is Mantis typically taken out, but we find ourselves in Asgard. Jay, this is one of the maps I go to first when I think Rivals.
For sure. I love this map, and, you know, I think Winthrop has actually been performing really well on this map, too.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, it quite literally coming down to a portal. In fact, we have not seen a 0.3 push on Yggdrasil yet. It's all stopped at point number 2 as we find ourselves in match number 2, folks. Best of 5. Here we go. Winthrop up on the offensive approach first. Gonna have Pyramids on the Captain America.
Oh.
And hello, Fraud. Actually, no, we have 2 teams on offense. Just kidding. No, one of them is going to be, and it is Georgia Tech. It looks like.
Yeah, don't let the icon deceive you real quick as Fraud closes in the gap. We already saw that first pick here coming through, and it's going to be Convex on the Cloak and Dagger when it comes to having at least that sustainability on their side. A little unorthodox when you have the Van Pool and then Patch rolling out with that Punisher. Severin being able to get that next follow-up pick here, but the answer is back from WU. It's just a reset that worries me just a bit, Cozy.
Absolutely, and great hold there, getting 2 down, even though you lose both your tanks at one point. And this is where you want to make it be a 3-point hold, a 3-fight hold. With this portal right into play, you're going to have now Naizu try to get into things and put that pressure. That allows the team to be a little bit aggressive as well, because they can go right back with the portal. It seems like though, okay, there's the portal. Finally coming into it, and there is the quick Deadpool as well. Prince, copy, ready to go, hold the W.
You know, the way that they jumped over the group wall immediately. Your powers are mine. Rage and Royal Flush attempt just for them trying to dive right over that instead. It's the God of Mischief just trying to help them resustain, and GT now are forced back into the spawn room gates.
I mean, Frog joked about it when we talked to him. He's like, I'm a Psylocke one-trick. And he was joking, but he also was like, I do want to continue to brush up my other heroes. We've seen what Frog can do, with someone like Phoenix, but I'm interested to see how they adapt. I mean, they continue to do so well on the tank pool that we just saw. Back in the duel spot, though, Vic.
Yeah, seeing how they're going to be able to flex around it. Jay was just talking about how important it is to be able to go for that here. Cozy now, as we get to see GT now move up.
Absolutely, and hey, we've listened a lot into Winthrop, but now let's hear GT, Georgia Tech, and kind of what it's like as Luxurious just absolutely destroys Pyramid.
Burner! 1 HP, dead.
Nice.
Strange bind. Strange bind, touch, look at Strange.
I'm with
nice,
you,
guys, beautiful.
Nice.
Sorry, Strange got on me and I was like half HP.
No, that's fine, it's fine.
That's fine, it's fine.
We're still up some portals.
Yeah. Can we get one on?
Yo, shut up, look where I am.
You can walk around.
Yeah.
You see where I'm charged?
I'm with you on Amachad. I almost have ult.
Never mind.
Wait, maybe going
Yo,
high.
don't let me die. Fight for the space.
I'm looking at you.
I have ult. Get me.
I'm trying.
I fucked it. GG.
It's fine.
Terrible.
There's a clone bandit. Can we kill it first? Can we kill the clone bandit?
Solid left.
Yeah, there's a clone behind us. Yeah, kill the clone behind us, please.
I'm playing with them.
I'm looking big. 3, 2, 1. Big. Mag.
I have ult. I'm going hard flank. Like,
Play right side of flank. Play right side of flank. Play right side of flank.
I'm with you. Alright, ready?
Look.
One. Give it ulted. Ridge.
On Loki's head. Nice.
I haven't looked yet. Look.
Phoenix.
3. Me and Case hold spawn.
Yeah.
They're TPing. They're gonna TP.
Let's talk about next side. Let's talk about next side. They're going next.
Let's talk about next side, yeah?
Wow, it is fun, Vic, not only to listen to that, but to hear different styles. Everything's going to be different on how communication happens, but also to have that sneak attack there on the back. I feel like I could almost hear Winthrop in the way back, like, they're on me, like Invis, I think it was Rin.
I mean, imagine losing out on your Invis when the invisible boundary was up too. Like, that's crucial. Then you're forced to use the Endsong Infernal just for reset?
Yeah, I mean, it's from the Global Gym Cobras, the peekaboo attack. I mean, that is exactly what I just saw there. Not even a chance to respond. Patch has felt like he's had the judge and the jury and the executioner out the entire game. Curry, though, able to reset. This is our first look at point 3, though, for this map and for Winthrop as a defensive hold, because point 2 was absolutely pedaled down to the metal. Jared resets things, and now they have themselves at a 3-minute hold.
That was a good hold on the invisible boundary. At least when Rin came back, she was able to call that in to deal with that final judgment because it blocks out the vision, and then you hear the Meteor M. Another clutch invisible shield, at least in the hands of Severin, to try to help out your Punisher, but you still can't get the output that you want from your ultimate. Now Galactic Legend comes in, and the Eternal Bond to answer it back.
Yeah, notice how Georgia Tech is just playing so aggressive. Like, they even said, keep me up here, watch where I'm at, look at what I'm trying to do here, and it's, you know, that's a lot of faith in your duelist, but hey, that is why they're up here at the top. Here comes the Insong, which, by the way, was used to perfection earlier to slam the Loki totems immediately after the ult. Fraud finds 2. Psylocke who, he says, as they laugh and push forward. Pyramids has the ult, but outside of that, they've got to win in a neutral, down a strat ult with the Convoy just pushing away. This is going to be a tough fight.
The double KO off of the God of Mischief that was already burned up in the copy of the Invisible Woman. I mean, no, we need help. They need help. The strategists need more help in dealing with the damage output that we keep seeing, the aggression.
Yeah, absolutely. Luxurious is going to go down, and 1.8, this is where you've got to rise up to the top if you win throughout. There's 2 minutes, 34 seconds. Can't let this down, but my gosh, it is just so tough for this opposition, pushing everything at them. And there is the Aura ult at the end. Just hearing the judge. Vic, this is a tough look for what has been their map.
Look at the difference right now in terms of enabling your strats, right? Yes, we're seeing the healing on the board from Prince Ali. It's been difficult. You get the copy and all that. But seeing that the strats had not gone down from the side of GT is huge. And that highlights that front to back, like, very aggressive style, Jay, that we have seen in the past with other high-level teams, but now we're kind of seeing it here.
Yeah, you know, if you look at Domination, it was a bit on that back line as well, what they targeted in the ban phase. And again, we're kind of seeing that here. It's a team game, but they are noticing the holes that they can have. And there's certain holes in players where if you pull out that cork, more water's going to rush in, and it's a dire situation. Kind of seeing that a little bit right here and now with Winthrop. We've seen this team go so far, and looks like they're mixing some things up, right? They have to go on a, legendary, with no Star-Lord, offensive push.
Let's see here, with your backs against the wall, you were talking about we haven't seen the endpoint of Yggdrasil. Well, guess what? You request it, and it shall be received here as GT goes all the way the distance.
Jay, I mean, what did you think of that? A, B, do you think Winthrop can push it the distance?
I think they can, and I think, Rin, she's doing a really great job, but I do think they need to protect their backline a little bit more. I don't think it's all on her, not getting a lot of healing done.
Sure.
You just can't heal when you're dead.
Yeah, no.
So, yeah.
For sure. And listen, that goes with a little bit of the gameplay that the Vanguards are doing with their aggression on the with Curry, for example. But yeah, great call out. Again, it's not only just one player, because once one player falls, the rest, will follow. But here we go. We got the Moon Knight. We often see this. Our problem with this often is you have to get the eliminations. The damage just feeding all that is just free ult charge for the enemy team. Jay, we see that common on ranked and in competitive play at the pro level as well. Fraud just getting great sightlines here, seeing what they're continuing to do. Vicky, Winthrop is getting some space here, though.
Is it going to be 99 fire making or 99 wood cutting? Because the Groot's having a difficult time here. Build the wall here for the Groot, but it's going to be hard when you have Patch in the background.
All right, Patch getting 1. Pyramids up top, good high ground. Oh, it's Fraud v Pyramids. This is the matchup we've been waiting to see here. Fraud's gonna back up with Padge. Try to get a little bit of hit scan in the back. The archers from the back, and at this point, they're just chasing. I gotta say, Winthrop is doing fine, though. This is great pressure. This is first fight. Fraud does get Pyramids, and that's a bummer with the cloak coming from Prince. Jared, though, making up that difference yet again. Fraud going down. It's 1 duelist v1, but the Groot, and there's the Wombo combo as this Padge and the Invis fall.
The moon, but then you get the copy, you get the Convex coming in with the Eternal Bond, or at least try to help re-sustain despite losing out on 2. Aya Akamoto finds 3. It's big. Rin just used the Eternal Bond, and that is actually what saves them.
Yeah, and Georgia Tech committed a lot there. Obviously, Padge fell early. Look at Fraud just like coming through the gates. Like, not if I have anything to say about it. But Padge having that ult and about to be close to it. Groot gonna close it off and get this first point. Hey, Jay said he thinks they can push through. What a start. What the best start by Winthrop in this point 1.
The moon is haunting them.
Something I haven't seen in a very long time. Moon Knight and Groot. The combo, very strong. Kills through support ults.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen a lot of iterations of the Wombo combos, that one being one of the true classic. Padge, though, doesn't even need the judge or the jury, just doing the old-fashioned way with the AR and holding forward. These duelists so lethal.
Judge, jury, though, Padge falls so low, but it's... Oh, I said it was until the moon comes in and finds Padge instead. And right now, this is the change that we needed to see. Jared with the flexibility. This time with the... You gotta force
Jared!
every K.
The disrespect. Jared, once again on domination, was our player of the team then, even with the loss, and showing what they have now. Great job as they push in and absolutely motoring through this point. They're just trying to find themselves. Georgia Tech not expected to be here, and then you've got the cart full of the clones, and just like that, even with the Deadpool ult, they are not afraid. They're gonna go ahead, rotate over, and guess what? Gates are down. Nighttime here in Yggdrasil. Wow, the clock not gonna strike midnight yet for Winthrop.
5 minutes, man. This is insane.
5 minutes is nuts.
This is way more massive. Like, we were talking about how crazy, like, it almost looked like a steamroll, but at least they kind of, like, faltered a few fights in the very beginning. Right now, WU, like, had reset immediately. That Honshu is so crazy
and they're close to it yet again. I need a 1-1 like I need air, folks. Here we go. Groot ult up and ready. Pyramids with the in-song to follow. Georgia Tech back against the walls here. Even with 2 minutes, they are facing up against an overtime potentially. Smack it down. We're landing down. Fraud, no connection. Here comes a cloak and dagger. Paint the path to victory. Ren's got 90% in climbing. Can they hit the wombo combo? Here's Conchu, folks. And they find one. They find them all.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, Conchu whispers in their ear that the victory is in sight. They make more room. They send them back to the spawn room gates, and it's up to Convex, who has the Eternal Bond. Is it going to be enough? Because you still have to deal with 3 ultimates from the other side.
I can't believe that they are somehow 1 minute and 30 still ahead of Georgia Tech's time. Obviously going to get these strategist ults out, but with that, they're able to fish these out, and at the very least, they're looking pretty confident to get at least a matching time. Here's yet another pick. Curry finds more. The strategist up and healthy with the teams up. They look unstoppable. Absolute perfection.
Curry, and we currently see Idia, who are going back-to-back with these ultimates, and now you have Padge coming in with the Galactic Legend, not getting shut down, finding Pyramids, finding Jared. Actually, this is the reset that GT needed.
Yeah, but the Berserker Rage, just for hell's sake, I don't know if I love it, because they sent quite literally everything. No strategist ults up to go. You're going to have Prince get there quicker for them, and that might be all they need, especially with the Moon Knight. They're going to finish with the Wombo combo one way or another, but it's all about the time now, right? I would say 20 seconds, 30 seconds matters so much, Jay, in overtime because of ult economy difference, especially with the 20% changes.
That is definitely true, and now it's going to be a longer neutral fight. Both teams really have nothing. Prince and...
Oh, no.
Doing a little bit better, it looks like, here with a back and forth, though, and then you have to talk about, like, the follow-ups, too.
Jay just said it's going to be the neutral fight, and hello, phone call answer. Georgia Tech just getting 2 picks like that, and what that does is it allows them, look at the ults now on the strategist. Prince only went up about 20%, Convex and the Invis right there, right after. So this is it. If you are the shot caller, the ult tracker, press W, Winthrop, if you want to get the W. Here it is, Hannah Conchu. We saw the 5-piece. This will be enough to push it close to the finish line. This is going to be the final moments. Prince, copy, power time, co-op time. This is it for Winthrop at 2 minutes, 12 seconds. And this is gonna be it with the Groot ult.
Can we get followed though with the strength? No, he went down in beat. No, that's the win condition now off the table.
Oh boy. Oh boy, Georgia Tech, what a response. My gosh, unbelievable response at that. If you're Moon Knight now, gotta use this to pressure out.
Both Groots, by the way, both Groots got cut down. They chopped his legs off. No, now you gotta come right back around. At least though, if you're a Winthrop, you do have these 4 ultimates, which is very important. You did use up that Cloak and Dagger in the form of the God of Mischief from Prince Ali, and now you have to deal with the Eternal Bond from the other side.
But it came down to the ultimate battle versus ultimate battle against Texas A&M, and they didn't get that best of it. It's gonna happen here. Every Q is ready, and there's Luxurious throwing down everything at them. Us against the world, yells Rin with the Phoenix in song. Connection, nothing there, but there goes Convex with the ult. That's a massive pick. Patch though to get Pyramids out of there. They have to take advantage of that ult god right now. Push him into spawn, push forward, even with Patch up in the air. Got to survive a great rotation. Jared looking clean. They have the hand of Khonshu. This gives them space though to push out of spawn. How do they find 2 into 2 strats at that?
It was almost like the follow-up, the communication. Okay, they're gonna try to avoid the Galactic Legend, find them in the hallway. Instead, they're running for their lives with just 2 members. It was more than enough.
Follow Jared into the positioning that he had because he was safe indoors. But they, man, wow, absolutely insane response. And at this point, they're just trying to win it and force the overtime. Obviously, 2 minutes looking a lot different. Hey, they did have a great .1 cap, so just finish here. And you know what? Give yourself a chance. But Fraud looking to get one of the most lethal ultimates in this game. The exclamation points on so many heartbreaks.
The last stand waiting. It gets a scoop. If he gets the kidnap on the Groot, it's going to be an Amber Alert before backing away, but I like the space. Here he goes with the last stand. He's found them, and there's no Moon Knight. There's no Wombo combo, and there won't be an opportunity to reset in the next 5 seconds.
Yeah, unfortunately, too, when if you don't line up with your Groot, you need to use the ult, right? Obviously, kind of landed a little awkward with the way that happened. The fact that Paj was able to be the only member alive at the point and keep them all 6 back because of the power and the presence of Legendary, that is the definition of a heartbreaker.
I am very surprised. They got, you know, Winthrop, sorry, what was it?
Winthrop?
Yeah, Winthrop, they got Groot ulted. Rin had an amazing ult. They all lived, and then they had, I think, their Moon Knight Groot combo, and then their Moon Knight died, and they, I mean, sorry, not the Moon Knight, the Groot died, and they did not have the combo. I thought they were winning that fight.
And I don't even think they needed the Wombo because I felt like the way they were playing it was so perfect that I'm like, all right, they have other tools to succeed. And not only that, both straddles were gone. So I thought it was it.
The invisible boundary was out too, right? And we all know that the Moon Knights love it when they see the invis boundary, even if you didn't want to go in for the follow-up. As we take a look at the stacks, Cozy.
Paj, all right, I got to see you as the Ultron. I'm getting to see you now as the Duelist Fraud too. I mean, listen, I think Winthrop is playing really solid in what they can do against this team being, you know, so favored into this entire event. 44K, 41K on the strat lines. Obviously, Rin and Prince, I think, really dialed in at the end. And then they just knew, okay, they didn't get the Wombo combo with Groot, with Naizu, right? And then they noticed they kept on picking on Naizu, not even letting him get that ult back. And then you had Jared hanging on to ult, and it just kind of floundered from there.
Yeah, and there's only so much Jared could do, right? Like, you see those 16 finals, your swap, it came in clutch, but at this point, like, you look at what your strats are getting enabled, 44 to 41, and there was a bit of a difference maker, but still at least a little bit better when it came to their attack.
Can we just... 5 minutes. They had 5.
Yeah, they did.
5 minutes, man. They were doing really well, and I'm actually really surprised. I will say, Pyramid, only 3 final hits.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. Again, we kind of called that out with Jared and Pyramid on the last map. Good eye there, Jay. And it's like, man, 30 seconds in Rivals can be a lifetime. 5 minutes is...
5 minutes.
And we,
so
in that 5 minutes, I don't think they did more than 1 ult on Moon Knight. It's like, it's crazy, right? Because they were holding on to it. And Moon Knight is such a great pressure push too, right? So let's say in that they got 5, right? And it was only Paj up top, right? Legendary wasn't going to stop with much, but you got to find a way to make pressure and push. He went inside, but the team didn't follow, and then they fell. Imagine if they all positioned and, you know, went inside, then they could come out with a response, and the Khonshu goes a lot farther.
Probably a little miscommunication error. And I will say, when we listen to Georgia Tech, their communication is a lot cleaner and a lot more like straightforward.
Yeah, no, without question, Vicky. I mean,
they're looking like a great team.
I'm a bit sad because it's been such a journey, right, that we've seen. And I love Georgia Tech and what they're doing. Don't get me wrong, but I said I wanted the 1-1. Like, I need air because I just love the competition.
It's the asterisk of, like, what we keep repeating, though, right? Because we've already said it so many times. We all know who play the game. Like, Moon Knight gets their ultimate so quickly. Okay, if the Wombo combo doesn't work, at least you create the space. You could possibly force out another ultimate, too, which could come in clutch for your next re-engagement. We have so much time.
For sure.
We were just saying, like, Moon Knight, even if you don't combo with your Groot, you still get it pretty fast.
No, it's immensely fast. Usually it can at least get up to that group yet again. Like, they usually are in line there. Either way, I think what is tough is that we see this in Ignite where you see like a 2-0. And you look at it, maybe just caught up with the stats. You're like, oh, well, it was, a butt kicking or whatever. What's kind of crazy is Winthrop is having some really shining moments. The Dom map, the zone.
They almost won domination. I mean, it was close on domination. And 5 minutes, it is painful, but they are not letting it go to heart. They are still playing really well.
And Vic, that's why BO5 is important. Yes, they're down 2, but it's essentially kind of the same as being down 1 in BO3, right? Yeah. Backs against the wall, you have to win more, clearly, but they've been here.
Exactly, they're at match point, right? It's best of 5 everybody for this grand finals for our last 2 teams to compete here in the Alienware Collegiate Clash. And now, this is it. This is the opportunity for WU to make a comeback because after this, GT, they're looking to keep going and become the winners if it's all in the cards for them.
I will buy a Winthrop jersey if they come back and reverse sweep. I swear on it. Whatever player, Prince, whoever's the MVP, you got it right here, right now. I will buy a jersey and I'll custom make it.
I mean, Georgia Tech as well. I mean, not dropping a single map all the way up into the slate. That's crazy.
Yeah, for sure.
That is wild.
And you know what? I say this all the time, but when you're the favorite going in or you're the best team in said sport, especially here at the collegiate level, everybody's going to bring their A game at you. And I'm not just talking about right here at the grand finals. Going all the way up here, like, they know you're the team to beat, so, like, the extra passion goes in, and obviously you stand out the most. And so it's tough. It is tough. And I'll add this. Usually the crowd's against you because, like, you're the favorite and, like, they want something different. And so it's extra tough to kind of keep that momentum and not letting that, get to your head. All the things that come, with it being the 1 seed, per se.
For sure.
You have to see going into what this map is looking like, right? Because they've already displayed their strength map. It's Yggdrasil. We saw them on the attack. We saw why they've been winning so consistently on Yggdrasil. Now it's their map pick again. Where are we going to go on to? Because I've also been seeing a lot of Hell's Heaven throughout the course of this tournament, too.
Yeah, it's not going to be a museum. I can tell you that. That's definitely a map they don't love too much. It's kind of crazy because if you think about it, Hell's Heaven, it's like such a fast map that, like, could you let match 3 slip so fast? But they also were dominant on one of the zones, so maybe they just believe.
I feel like we're definitely going to go to that map. It's the map that we see them go all the time. And they had a great, showing last time. I love the Angela push to the spawn and then the Jet ult too. It was nice.
They have a lot of ways to beat you on that map. They have, if they go with Prince and then Naiju with the Angela, it feels like they were just being like loose and free. And right now, it's kind of the best time to do that, right? Backs against the wall, go out there and you're getting a piece of the prize no matter what. You're getting yourself, a reward.
I don't think they're going to have the Jeff though. They're
gonna stick. Yeah, they're gonna stick to the ban on the Jeff. I mean, why not, right? Like, this is you're playing into their game. This is what they wanted. And even if the Angela comes out, I feel like GT is a team that we'll deal with the Angela, fine. But we're also gonna get our own environmental KOs.
For sure, y'all. If you're just now coming in, wow, you came in at the right time. We are here live in Austin once again for the Alienware Collegiate Clash in 2026. And with this grand finals, I think this has proven that the college scene is a lot of fun and excitement to be had. And more scenes, better. MRC than this. W all the way around to the teams, to Alienware, to production. Before we close this thing, just got to say it's been so fun to watch all these things being put together months in the making.
That is awesome, and I hope a lot of these players continue to, keep joining the MRC and hopefully even get in more Rivals Ignite. That'd be awesome.
Well, Vicky, this could be it. This could be our swan song for the Collegiate Clash as we find ourselves in the pick and ban phase. Wait for it. Is it Hell's Heaven? We'll find out here shortly. It is going to be Central Park.
Look.
That's a curveball.
Wait. They're cooking.
Midtown.
They're cooking though. Because Midtown, what do we see a lot of? What did we just see? The moon. Yeah. Now with the Strangling Prison, did we learn? Are we gonna adapt?
Yeah, the Psylocke's got to go here too. This is a crazy Psylocke map. I'm just gonna say, Frog gets Psylocke. It'd be a quick good night there. The moon will be will be definitely a fast finish. But yeah, this is going to be quite the interesting, man, I swear it's like playing a trivia game, looking at these pictures in the middle and be like, oh yeah, what's that map again? But yeah, the Red Moon gives it away oftentimes. But there's the Jeff, there is the Gambit, both strategists, and honestly, if you're Winthrop, I think you stick with the same plan.
She's having a lot of fun. That's fun to see.
Yeah, what you want to see for sure.
With the fidgets, we saw a lot of players actually messing around with the fidget spinners that Alienware gave us. It is very nice, by the way. I do have one myself, and it felt really nice, like the metal. When you're trying to get ready, make sure your hands aren't getting too cold.
All right, so here's the deal. They're going with kind of the same route they went with the first Dom. Pyramids is saying, all right, give me Elsa. I'm going to play Elsa. I want to see what I can do with the Glartrox. And, okay, so what's crazy about this, right, is that they're banning the whole Prince, Strategist, Rin backline. But last time we saw them flex into the Invis. Now they're getting rid of the save that they had twice. They're saying Convex and, you know, the strat line there. What else do you have? So Mantis save. The Ultron was that spot earlier. It's almost like I would almost rather patch on the Ultron after what we just saw from them as a duelist.
Ooh, I actually would see. I think they're going to save Ultron. Triple support on the.
Yep. Got
But I think their last ban might. I think, yeah, they might ban Psylocke, but you're definitely going to have to ban Groot for Georgia Tech.
Yeah, 100% agree. Psylocke has got to go here and Groot to follow. The only thing I can think of outside of that is another comfort. Okay.
Oh, okay.
With Loki out too, man, they don't want any. Okay, yeah, Jared does pop off though. I've seen Jared do some crazy things on Adam.
Sure, and the Cloak and Dagger is now off the table, but I was.
Wait, Psylocke's of it. Okay, all right.
This is interesting.
Okay.
Why Cloak and Dagger?
Honestly, their backline. So Invis and Cloak are the two that they continue to go to. So now they're forcing them to change up.
Okay, makes sense.
But here's the thing. They're kind of cooking, and I don't know if you need to because how close these last two matches were. Like, I don't think it was like, oh, it's this one thing. And we see teams try to adjust when it's like, hold on, this is what coaches are for, right? Hold on. We don't need to do too much here, right? Let's go ahead and just continue what we're doing. Psylocke being available could be, I mean, think about how they push these backlines. It could be scary.
Yeah, and I do think we need to reiterate to the crowd, maybe some of our late viewers who are just tuning in, there is no White Fox, right? Like, you cannot play White Fox here, so if you're wondering, okay, well, some of these strats are banned, time to go White Fox. Well, even with the damage boost, guess what? They are not playing on the White Fox patch. They do have the ultimate nerf, but there will not be a White Fox, so that's why you keep reiterating that.
But if you're to tell a pro what's the dream team they could have right now, they would say Elsa, Ultron, Mantis, Groot. They're all available right now. I mean, that's what's scary. So Georgia Tech having access to it as the Ultron not going to be selected here on the first defense. Offense going over to Winthrop. Jay, this could be our last map. So grateful to have you here with us. Been a lot of fun thus far in Austin.
Appreciate it. It's been my first time casting. Well, not really casting, but it's fun to see you guys. Shout out to Alienware as well.
Quickly, we do have the name swap. So you are seeing Georgia Tech and the names highlighted. Jared is actually going to be on the side of Winthrop. So it is going to be Georgia Tech on the offensive push right now, even though the colors are swapped here, which, we'll fix that on our side. Jarvis will get that going. Either way, this is going to be quite the push if you are Georgia Tech.
Yards from a distance, though, is going to give some of that help with the AI that Patch has on the double bots, and then you get Shish Kebab Naizu, too, playing on the Angela. Look, if it wasn't the Hell's Heaven action with the Angela, you also have a lot of verticality here on this map, too.
Alrighty, so with the sleep there, rest Angela, as we see nothing but a stagnant one from Naizu here, but looking at it, Curry now going to be close to that ult as well. And again, that is going to be Winthrop as they do the quick swap there. Thank you, production. The colors might not reflect it, but either way, we'll keep you up to date. Pyramids finding one, Prince with another. So right now, they're getting some nice defensive hold here. And this is another 3-point or 3-fight push, typically on this first street.
It's hard here when you get to look at the extermination. Now that Podge is going to be able to roll out with as well. WU holding on to the other side with Jared still hanging out up on the high ground. Galactic Legend is among us. And Prince Ali, the display that we have to also highlight with the Luna Snow this time around.
Oh, Jared's getting low, but he's also getting high on the ult charge. 99%, and W. Jarvis getting things colored, organized. Patch has it ready to rock and load as well. And what do we have? The legend in Jared, who's been everything, including legendary in this tournament. It's looking close. Fraud trying to find the best. Ooh, good downtown Mantis lead.
Hold on, we've been getting a lot of pretty great sleeps from both sides, but GT gets shut down once again. Legendary. Jared really putting on a performance.
And them shutting down Convex and Sev here with the Invis in the cloak ban. Remember we said that's going to come into power. Gave them the triple strat, but when they're not comfortable in the triple strat, it can be a lot tougher, Jay.
That is true. I'm liking the Mantis gameplay, though, from both teams.
Absolutely fueling up their best player. The Glartrux comes out. Remember, we had Fraud and Pyramid say, give me that player, and it is going to be the collapse. Prince says, take any strategist, put me on another, I'll show you what I can do.
Literally juggling like they're in the circus, right? And that Glartrox is feasting the follow-ups on top of a freeze that we also saw from Prince Ali, and now it's going to be a match from Severin.
Yeah, Sev's going to go and drop the Raccoon. Now on to Luna Snow. K-Pop going to get an appearance here in the Collegiate Grand Finals. Paj has had that extermination for a while. Fraud also with the Glartrox, just trying to get the right opportunity here as the Soul Resurgence pops from a Rin. And if they can get themselves a nice pick, this is going to go ahead and keep them up with Paj. Oh my, what a beautiful quick counter. And that shuts down the Ultron quickly.
That's big right here, too. Now that Convex tries to move the rest of GT up, they're trying to create some of this extra space. They need a brute way they're forced through this choke because they are down to less than 50 seconds on the clock.
They are playing loose, like we said. Disgusting here as Fraud finally gets that Glartrox out. But either way, 30 seconds left. They can portal back here, make it and force a 3 fight. This is a beautiful showing from Winthrop right now as we see them not going to the Strange. This is when you want to portal back right here, put it up to the payload card, because this is what we see teams do time and time again, but they're going to elect for a 2 fight because of maybe given time.
I was going to say, it's probably they're not going to switch probably because of the ults. They have 4 ults here?
Except for Curry, really, because we had the focus on that too. The Heaven's Retribution landing on top of the ambulance. A legendary Galactic Legend from Jared. The follow-up, Rin popping off. G2 have been cleared out.
Are you not entertained? Hell's Heaven will come back to, because right now New York is ours. Live in Texas doesn't matter. Wow.
I am very happy to see how they're playing, even though they are down 2-0. But we have seen this before. They had 5 minutes last time.
Exactly. This is the equivalent of a 5-minute on Yggdrasil. It's like, but like, man, that didn't even get past the bus. I mean, this is disgusting. Taking a look yet again. You know what's the big difference? We've seen Jared. Yep.
I was gonna say Pyramids.
Yep. No, exactly.
Big difference.
Exactly. We've seen Jared step up. Pyramids back and at it.
I was gonna say Pyramid's taking a trip out of Toa and has showcased with the 9 final hits, 20-1. I mean, this is what we need to see, right, Jared? From the duelist side of things, Jared also playing a split angle. It also enables Pyramids. Can they keep this up though? Now as we swap sides.
Ooh, I do want to notice, you know, the, what do you call it? The backline as well, only 1 death.
Yep, and you know what? Great point, because we said that enabled the team so much. You know what's funny to me is you look at this and you're like, why aren't they playing the Moon Knight? I mean, this is where it's going to work so well, but with how well they were able to connect, you know, if it's not broke, don't fix it, you know, the saying as old as time. And it just allows, you know, Naizu to get in that back line and continue to harass. Curry has hit some insane perfect plays in counter as well.
I was about to say, I am actually very surprised they are, usually you see the Mantis with like triple support, but you are seeing it here with only 2.
Yeah, a little bit of a different look. That's also just what's available. I mean, if you look at Jeff, Loki, Adam, not going to be up, you know, to be played. Obviously, Invis, Cloak, and Dagger. So looking across the board, it is few and far between what they are able to have, Jay.
All strat bans.
Yeah, and that's why you're thinking like Ultron, you know, could be within the cards here, but it's a different look. But you at least have the team up too that you usually see with the Galactic Legends, the Star-Lord, as well as the Rocket.
Yeah, okay. Pyramid, Naizu just absolutely feasting on that back line. They want this thing to go the distance. They've tasted it. They put the salt and pepper on it on match 1, then match 2. No, match 3 is where they start to find the hunger to get themselves a win.
Wait, they're now going to be able to go in for a portal. I was looking at what Idiot was doing. They are trying to recontest now, and they open up the gates now to come back in. And the thing is here, but Paj is not.
Look out for Curry, also has it. This is absolutely Winthrop's to lose. 3 minutes, Specs to go. Naizu's gonna get the pick, and it is Winthrop that wants to make this interesting, folks, in New York. One after the other falls. That was dominance.
And I will say, this is why I am pretty sure all the players will also say this. Best of 5s are a different story. If it was a best of 3, this would already be over, and you wouldn't be able to see this comeback.
Trick up their sleeve, by the way. When we were expecting something different, it was Midtown that they were saving, and it wasn't the moon. It was something completely different.
It shows a lot of cards up their sleeves. Now they have a lot of different, variations and different team comps that they could play.
I've seen the flexibility of this team. I mean, this is the one we followed the most, right? But we've seen them just keep snowballing into something new and a new look to it. And that is why Pyramids is like, all right, guys, give me that Elsa. I'll show you what I can do.
Oh my gosh.
By the way, first time that Georgia Tech lost, and it was in a dominating performance.
Jay, thank you so much for highlighting that again. If you're just now following this, 14-0 in the qual stage. Perfect play in the bracket stage. Finally drop a map here at the collegiate level. 14-12. The Duelist is who they've continued to believe in. They've been so close, as I've said, in match 1, map 2, and it took 3. And we highlighted it. In a best of 3, it's essentially losing first map and trying to bounce back. It's now 2-1 as we look. I want a best of 7 now, I'm going to be honest.
All right.
I mean, so you have a promise. If they win a reverse sweep, you still have to buy a jersey.
I'm getting a jersey. Yeah, right now it's looking like, I mean, Prince, Pyramids, it's like, it'd be tough to pick. But honestly, listen, Georgia Tech, we're not against them at all. I think it's beautiful to see the competition back and forth. And now we see uncharted territory. How does a team like this answer a loss? We haven't seen them lose. So how do you bounce back and what do you adjust?
Their first map loss. Like, the fact that it happens here in the grand finals, Cozy's continuously has been highlighting it. Where do we go now after they won and tried to
They haven't lost, so we haven't been able to
Yeah, they were never in this position. So
Museum of Contemplation.
I will say this. It is clear and obvious that the save might need to go first to the invis because they kept using that invis save to have that comfortability and the triple strat. That was clearly the difference. I mean, I don't know why it took till map 3 if I'm being honest, but they found the keys and the solution to slow down Georgia Tech. Hey, ban every strat. We'll play Mantis with only 2. That was fine. They feasted there and looked dominant at it.
Yeah, we're going to have to see now going into that pick and ban phase, like what that difference maker is going to look like. Because as Jay mentioned, right, when you usually see like the Mantis coming out, you expect like the triple strat. Ultron was like available. So, that was kind of a different look than what we're used to seeing.
And hey, I finally got to see Luna. Snow made an appearance, It was cool to see Luna, obviously Prince repping that, and then we saw the flex going into that on the opposition side. And Luna, in a weird place, especially against a dive meta, we're not seeing exactly like that going on right now, and that allows there to be a bit more of what she does excel at, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, putting your Snowflake on your Star-Lord, letting your Star-Lord take that off angle that you mentioned before, and having your Elsa, hit the other angle, definitely amazing. And damage boosted.
For sure. And how do you stop a great team in comms is you throw everything at them, and that's when you have the Angela on one side, the Snowflake, Star-Lord on the other. There's just too much happening too quickly. Kind of like we saw them do to Rin on the quick react in the back.
Exactly. So you find that foundation of the strats. You have no sustainability if you're playing so spread out and they don't have you in your line of sight. And then the duelists have been the ones getting the easy pickings, especially when we had those really big Glartroxes from the high ground of the second floor there.
No, without question. And now, once you kind of open up, once you see that gods can bleed, per se, it gives you all that hope and confidence. Not that Winthrop needed it. I think, again, I wanted to see them do just that. Play loose, have fun. You're already getting second at the min with the, great prizes from Alienware. But what do you have when everything's against you in the moment? Because we said this with A&M and then too. One team's going to have heartbreak. The other, insane dopamine emotions. This is what it's made for.
Yeah, I'm really, Georgia Tech, like we've been always saying, this is their first time in this position, and a great team, and I want to see how they bounce back.
Yeah, for sure. And when you don't, we saw this at Ignite. I believe, who it was? It was Swamp Gaming. We saw it with Ignite. They finally lost a map, and everyone was shocked. I think it was to FlyQuest. We're like, how do they answer a loss? They didn't lose up to that point, and then at that point, Swamp played great. They were like, hey, we know exactly who we are. All right.
Yeah, burn the fire under them.
Yeah, exactly. So we could see the exact same from Georgia Tech. They did get this Psylocke, though. They gave things that, may, as casters, really a little scary, especially from what we've seen. Now I feel like that gives them the confidence to target the bans they really think is going to make that difference, and that's what we have to see. How is Georgia Tech going to respond to that incoming ban?
We're going to find out, too, because, the Cloak and Dagger has been something else that's been, like, a big question mark over our heads. I'm expecting, like, the Gambit. Okay, that's going to have to be the first priority, right? Get the Gambit off the table.
Gambit's the first ban, for sure.
First thing you don't want to see. Are we going to keep Prowl targeting, and rather, ban targeting Prince Ali is another thing.
So I think they dropped the Jeff ban. I honestly do. I feel like it's been shown that Prince doesn't really care what they play.
Anything.
Now, the problem is that Jeff gets some a lot of like get out of jail free moments, right? Like, and that's kind of the thing you want to stop. But here's they get to pick the map. There are great Jeff maps. There are not so great Jeff maps. So they are kind of in control of their destiny here. Pick a bad Jeff map, not a lot of them, but pick a bad one. One that comes to mind is like maybe Clintar. You know, there's a couple others, and then you don't have to worry as the ban so much.
I completely agree, and you know, I'm very glad to see the DPS just show up.
Yeah, seriously.
Consistency is what I say is very important. Consistency.
You know what's funny too is I can't tell you how many times that I end up seeing this at pro play where like when a team's kind of against the wall and the duelist is like, I'm putting the team on my back, all right, I'm doing, and then it kind of just ends up being the same result. Hey, talk about, answer the call, Pyramid's able to show what they can do on Elsa. I'm quite literally seeing those Galartroxes get better each and every map too.
Exactly. From the first time I started watching that team, and then, it's great following this story and they finally make it to the, grand finals. It's seeing them improve and get better and not just like have fatigue after playing so many matches back to back. They're doing a great job.
Yeah, without question. Big cool to see and listen in too. I mean, we didn't even have time to do the listen in on that. I mean, because it was so chaotic, so fast. And that's what's funny. It's like, it's been such a battle of momentum between these two teams. Quite literally, there hasn't really been like, oh, it's a struggle. It's two Rams on each other. It's like one Titan like kicking. It's a David and Goliath situation, you know?
Yeah. And now being able to see that the Titans can bleed themselves means that, hey, there's still an opportunity for you to try to make this comeback. What did Cozy say? That if WU bring this back, you're going to buy that jersey and make sure you rep it forever.
Hey, listen, I will absolutely. I think on Ignite I said I would eat a hat if someone won. I don't remember. They won, and now Cafe Rose against FlyQuest. It was the opening, whole thing there, and now, I'll be repping jerseys. You know what though? Again, I didn't even know where Winthrop was as a college. I'm gonna be honest. All right, I'm gonna be honest. And now I know Carolina. I'll get the jersey. You get the win. Players are locking in, all right, as we find ourselves casting up to map number 4. Jay wanted the B05. Vicky, what you got?
All right, I think it may end up here, though, because we gotta see how this is going. By the way, for those of you folks at home, there's been a bathroom bio like every single game. Well, the casters, you know what, will be up here highlighting what they got in store for us, but I do think it could probably end here.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking a look, though, for the map, I feel like it tells a lot of the story. Funny enough, it's perfectly white balanced out. It's usually that top right. I'm like trying to sneak a peek there at what it might be as, again, players are ready. And altogether, want to just say that either way, I think they can come away proud of what they have. And I even seen it in the chat. I've seen players, I think it was Logan, it was like, hey, Prince, I got a spot on my team, or Pyramids, come on, we got some MRC action going on. And so I expect to see, whenever the Ignite season starts, those teams can't play in the MRC, because what it does is it opens the floor for the rest of them. And so I can expect to see some of these names return, Jay.
I hope so. I mean, a lot of these players are great, and I want to see them continue, obviously improve, and, a lot of these players have played since high school together, so seeing them play in MRC or even go to Marvel Rivals Ignite would be, insane.
Yeah, this is the new gen talent, right? We keep highlighting this for a reason. That's what Collegiate's made for. It's the path to pro to see whose faces we may see in the future, honestly, within not only MRC, but maybe in the MRI.
Hey, we know that if it's rivals and it's competitive play, it's going to go late. I love it. That's what it's all about, because it's the fight. Listen, the sweeps are fun, but what's more fun is the heart behind it, and we are getting ready right now. The players, they're locking in. We'll find out the map momentarily. How does Georgia Tech respond? We're going to find out as we jump into the pick and ban phase momentarily. Now, again, players, the keys of, the engines of these teams, Vicky and Jay. You look to Farad. The duelist stepped up on the other side. How do Paj and Farad answer?
Ooh, I mean, I would like to see Fraud especially play Psylocke. We highlighted that a lot. He's a great DPS player, and I just want to see them bounce back from this.
For sure. I mean, hey, if they bounce back, they get the win. But then you're going for Winthrop to win. So like bounce back, but not too much.
Yeah, a little bounce back. Please let us see a match 5. That would be a crazy grand finals. Hey.
Hey, I would be all about it. Once again, we got Ignite next week, and I doubt I'll even have a voice for it at this point. But I don't care. I'm here. I'm ready. Winthrop, Georgia Tech, Gambit Ban is going to be up first. And It actually is going to be the opposite. Georgia Tech's on that left side. I can tell already by the ban. So the Jeff and the Invis save. What did I say going forward? That is Georgia Tech on that side, and they're going to prioritize the Invis save first. They have to. The Jeff ban did make it in, and either way they look at it, and it's oh man, interesting map pick too as well. Angela gone as well. They're addressing new problems, Vic.
Yeah, actually. So it's been different looks all the way around, with Georgia Tech never having to be in this situation and now taking us to a different map that we haven't been able to see. How that's going to work out? No Mantis, no Gambit. I like the difference of WU's like pick and ban so far, and with the Elsa being enabled, we know there's a lot of open sightlines here too.
Really, I'm very surprised that they banned the Mantis.
Yeah, instead of Ultron maybe.
Yeah, she was doing really well on it, and I think that the team coordination and the damage boost and everything was really strong for that team.
Seeing now, taking some notes, the van pool is protected, which means the longer we go here on this map, the stronger the van pool goes, as the Loki is the final ban here from the other side.
Yeah, man, this is interesting. I almost am a little nervous for Winthrop because things went so well for them, and now some of the pick and bans are getting different. They're still going with the strat approach, right? Gambit, Mantis, Cloak and Dagger, Loki's gone. So now you have Invis, Luna, guess who's available? Georgia Tech kept getting rid of Adam Warlock. Jared plays a disgusting Adam at that, and so we might see more of that pop up. Either way, it will come down to this potentially. Either the Game 5 or Georgia Tech cleaning it up, and it is Wakanda. This is such an interesting map because it is A, leaning very poke heavy at times, but B, such a tough first point to cap, Vic.
Let's get this started, everybody. The players have gone to the bathroom 5 different times as the series has projected, and now we are moving on to Hall of Dahlia. We get our tushies back in our seats, and Convergence is where this may end, but we could go the distance, maybe, as Georgia Tech have also noted what they have to do differently, but we have already seen WU. They have not faltered just yet.
Alrighty, folks. Here we go. 10 seconds at the iconic Wakanda. Once again, seeing who locked in what. Prince going to be going over to the Luna Snow. And on the opposition, Convex. It's Sev who they really need to have that invis, and that priority was there. Rin has been crazy on Sue Storm, remember, as we've seen today, Vic. And so we can continue to see that potentially if you're looking for that Game 5.
Let's get this started too with the Elsa as well. We were talking about the long distance sight lines, right? So if it's not going to be the Elsa, it's going to be the Phoenix. And the fact that GT have both is going to be a lot of damage to worry about when you're Prince Ali on that Luna, and of course Rin being on the invis.
Absolutely, and honestly, it's all about how you handle this first point in the pressure, right? Throw everything you got at them if you're Georgia Tech, and they're a very aggressive team, but Pyramids is going to find the best of Frost and shut that down right away. And when you make it 65, Patch trying to even the odds, but it just makes it so tough. Everybody low though, Idiot pushing in, and at this point trying to find safety. Elsa low, Jared trades. I mean, the fact they're getting these picks, Vicky, with no health to the name.
Yeah, it's tough too, right? When you were so close to that ultimate as well, being able to get that pick 96% before coming right back around after getting shut down too. And Jared going to be able to start wrapping around over to the left side.
All right, so Curry here is going to have the Van Pool ult, right? So that's definitely going to help them out. When we look at it, Georgia Tech backs against the walls here. How do they respond to a loss? Let's listen in and see how the morale is.
Shoot star again.
Top left, top left.
Can we go? Give me
I need care. I
had to reload.
Okay, guys,
You need to stop shooting, though.
Listen. Stop funneling into an Elsa. Can we just go right side or go main?
Go main. Just go main.
We're legit just funneling into her.
Go main. Just go main.
They have Elsa ult.
You need to stop shooting when Deadpool ults you, please.
I can't lie.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah,
you
just
cannot shoot your gun when you're
don't
Deadpool ulted, please.
Yeah, like, I needed help.
What, you were
No,
shooting
you
when
shot your gun.
Just
Like that.
Well.
Start beyond. Me first, yeah?
I'm marking star.
Carry me. I need healing too, please. We need to get ready to walk soon. Carry Elsa.
Look star.
I'm bringing the Invis shields. They have none. DPI.
I need healing, please. I need healing, please.
Maglo.
I need healing, please.
Come on.
I need healing to your head.
Back.
Wait, fuck. We have to
Walk in.
Chill.
I'm bubble this. Come bubble.
I'm back.
I'm back. Luna. What that?
Can we look Invis?
We have better?
Look at mid, look at mid.
2, 1. Can we kill?
What's the kill? I'm trying to ult this. I'm trying to ult this.
He's one. Actually one.
They portal.
They're portal.
Just stay blind. Yeah.
Care. Also left. Care also. Look also so high.
Nice.
Walk here, just walk
back up. Burn back, shielding you.
Help me.
It's fine, we try.
Starline. Low. 1. Dead.
Look, stop.
Stay, walk.
I'll just change up.
First range.
Nice.
No portal.
I'm coming back. Yeah, they don't have...
You need to constantly carry me, please. I'm getting poked out, and I'm not getting heals fast enough.
Holy trades and recognition, right? What are we doing wrong? How can we fix it? And relax. They have not been in this position before, and you could tell.
You could also feel like the pressure. Keep me alive. But in like a monotone way, I'd be like, oh no, I'm in the hot seat real quick. But calm and collected, even losing out on the Elsa at the very end, it looked like at the right there too, they were still able to reset.
I don't even know if I was hot mic, but I was yelling it. Pyramids, ult there. I mean, you have the damage boost from the Luna. What are we waiting on at that point? Then you get picked and you gave up all that momentum. Either way though, really good hold here. It comes finally, and they don't get much from it. So like that could have been done forever ago. Now you're getting lapped in these Galartroxes, and you can't have it. Fraud quite literally showing up to where they can best. Idiot's gonna get Pyramids out of here, and at this point now, they're just trying to hang on. This is gonna be a really tough point two. When you get point one, the momentum follows with it, and Winthrop, they just have to try to maintain. What a great hold from point one, but all that goes to waste if you can't keep it up. Curry goes down. Portal's out. This point is booming, but Jared gets something rolling as well as, okay, hello, comeback. Are you kidding me?
Hold up with 3 out right now. Meteorum comes up and the dance up.
Oh my God.
Knocking the head off the Luna Snow shoulders.
Oh,
twice back to back.
Joking me? Naizu comes here quickly, gets the 2. Convex ulting like that? I mean, I get the ult, but also absolutely disgusting. Minute 34 seconds. This not their map pick. Bans have changed, but the conditions and the pride have not. The chance, the opportunity. Jared knows it. Legend in the making. About to pop the Star-Lord ult. Vicky.
Let's see with the dance up from Prince Ali and Sever not having any sustainability. Same thing for Convex, right? Now you have the Galactic Legend and it's all free reign unless you can get out of the line of sight.
Already, and just like that, they rotate in. That's what we didn't see on Yggdrasil, and they trade. Oh, the pick though on Invis. Doctor Strange going down as well. The perfect trade at the perfect time if you are a Winthrop fan. You have 57 seconds. Portal still up for play for Luxurious if they want to go that route. Gonna be Idiot as well, able to throw on the Banhammer, clapping with the K-pop, and they have to nail these perfectly, fall down. They use the ult, but we got to see how Georgia Tech rotates here. They got to push W.
Yeah, because WU just will be able to re-engage and still have the Fate of Both Worlds. So that's something else to consider going back in, and you've still used up GT and that Banhammer.
And Jared is just playing with fire, always having like 1 health left. Pyramids is going to go down, but you have both strategy ults. You cannot fall with this. It's getting dangerously close. We'll see who pops it first. Probably going to be the Luna. Here it is. Going to get a nice dodge there. Nothing to come from it. It's going to be a pick with the Invis, getting down the mag. But you can stall, and here it goes. Press the W and get it rolling for the team. Fraud, though, pops and rolls with the Elsa. And at this point, Tank Vanguard's coming back into play, Vic. Time expired. Here we go.
Lovely peels, by the way, from Fraud.
Pyramids.
Even off of the freeze, too. The Glartrox is out. Pyramids comes out on top of the food chain.
Pyramids with the 1, the 2, the backs against the wall. Hello, folks. Padge gonna get the best of Jared. Now the portal comes into play. They've got to lock in if they want to keep this momentum up. Padge still staying alive. Snowflake abound. Now ults have been used. Jared, 85, first one out. He's the only one to sing to the name of the ult charge. You have the meteor imp close as well. Carry finds a neutral pick, though, folks. Look out as the strategist is down. 3.46. Time is ticking. Venom, desperation, stalling. It's the Vanguards getting it done.
But with Convex going down, you do not have the sustainability. Galactic Legend now comes in from Jared, and it's all free reign. You do not have the Luna Stone to save you here.
Winthrop, are you joking me? Are you not entertained? I've got, this is an absolute final. Now, job's not finished. Point 1 is hard to take, but hot damn. Jay, you're speechless.
I am enjoying this as a spectator, man. You guys casting as well, watching you guys do this is crazy to watch. And, you know, W to the casters, W to the production as well for all the, you know, behind the scenes with the voice comms. There's such a MRI needs it.
I feel like, Jay, like, it highlights, too, the tension that you hear from these teams.
Sure. Yeah, I love this game. I do. Like, this is, I'm just a fan to watch. Like, this could just be a ranked game, and I'm, like, in it. You know, it's just so cool to see this. Of course, yeah, Jared and Pyramids answering the call yet again at the 8-9. Jared's survivability is insanity. Fraud got picked a couple times there. That was a little bit of a difference. Paj obviously doing well. 15K, but the kind of the Pyramid problem was damage without those finals.
Exactly, and now it's kind of been like almost reversed, right? And even the strats also reversing the situation per team. You're seeing a lot more sustainability now from the other side where Prince Ali looks a lot more comfortable. Again, we did see like Convicts going down when you were like a 98% close to that ultimate. Made a lot of difference when it came to that Galactic Legend, but it's all about that target priority that even Jay was talking about before.
Alrighty, folks. It is time to see what Winthrop can do on the offense, or this is the defensive hold that will win Georgia Tech the 2026 Alienware Collegiate Clash. Curry in the maid outfit. How appropriate for such high stakes. And that's why I love this game.
It's so funny, too, because like in the maid outfit, you also have like the Magica Girl like weapons, too, right? It's like the best of both worlds out here while you have trying to get that ultimate online just as quickly, too, as Curry's been able to get it quick.
Yeah, and Curry's just trying to farm XP to get those guns upgraded, most likely. That's what you got to do early here in this game mode. Reset in between matches. Jared, though, we have just seen this player evolve over our eyes and going for the backline hits. Look at this space they've already created. Heck, the Vanguards have pushed all the way back, and there's the pressure. Behind me, they're yelling. We don't have comms in, but you can feel it. Snowflake on them allows them to continue that momentum. Vic, this is crazy.
Yeah, but when you have comms like that too, it splits attention, and also it gives free real estate to the attacking side. WU now are close to getting that second checkpoint, but GT want to re-engage.
Yeah, Curry's going to throw this ult on any moment. There's Jared trying to find the pick, cannot capitalize, and that was right there. As now it's going to be both Deadpool throwing it up. Tank will find success. Pyramid going to lock down Luxurious. It is Winthrop with yet another pick and push. Point one is theirs, and hey, 5 minutes.
We've seen this before.
We've been here before, Vicky.
And Paj was so close to trying to like reverse the situation too, right? It was almost like a little mini trade up, but it doesn't matter. WU coming back, they have the time in their pocket, but will they be able to capitalize off of it?
Winthrop, I'm a large if you're wanting to know my jersey size, just in case. As of right now, looking at it though, we have Naizu as the mag leading the charge. They didn't use any ults too, Vic. That's what's crazy. They used pretty much nothing. Jared gets a neutral pick. They've got the Glartrox. They've got the show. They're putting on the show. This is insane.
And these freezes have been on point. Fraud stays alive for now. They're walking the park. Jared is following up with Naizu too. They are clearing so much space.
How would Georgia Tech respond to their first loss? And right now, the word is panic. That's what I'm seeing.
They have to keep it together. This is what happens in this level of competition.
Look at all the cues,
another free and another free right here. And just like you were talking about, Glartrox is Pyramids gonna put them in the tomb as Naizu then follows up.
Everything. Infinity War out here. Every Q press. Convex is gonna get a pick through that. And this is at least gonna give a breathing room potentially. In-song slammed out. Everybody pressing Q. This is absolutely Marvel madness. Oh my, the slam. Jared, the legends. Winthrop, they get the tops!
That was Meteor MDiff right there. At the very end. At the very end.
Look, they're cheering too. At a LAN, the other team is going to see this. They're morale
in the trash can. My throat on fire. I will be passing out live, but we do get a best of 5. Jay.
Please don't pass out then. I'm pretty sure no one would want to hear my casting. I'm just here for the vibes.
Oh my gosh, what an absolute moment. And Naizu, getting that MVP is so impressive, especially what we saw what they did in Angela's side. Ban the Angela. It looks like they're figuring it out on the ban role, right? Because it's a strategist in that back line that just opens up the floodgates. And oh yeah, Jared, W, Pyramids, W, everything has been just perfection from them. Fraud and Patch, they've got to answer the call at this point.
I'm actually very worried, man. You never seen any of these teams, I mean, no, not Georgia, sorry, not either of these teams. Georgia, they've never been in a position where they lost, and now they lost twice in a row.
They were at match point after the first two. Guys, this is insane, but it's everything on the table now for this final game, Cozy.
And that is why it's important that you look how you lost, right? Because they had that identity. They were there. They beat the team that sent them down to the lower bracket in Texas A&M. Like, all things have kind of come down to this.
This is awesome.
The match 5 in the collegiate finals. I know. We can't take a break, but we're going to take a very quick one as the players lock in for the last map of the day, folks. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be a quick one. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last match, the last map on what could only be a storybook ending of the Collegiate Clash by Alienware in 2026. Now, this is, I've seen a lot of tournaments, I've casted a lot of rivals, and this is what you want as that textbook ending. If you could craft it yourself, the Cinderella story, if you will, from the lower bracket to Georgia Tech and their dominance up top, this has been everything I've wanted to see. Vicky, Jay, insane.
Only in esports, baby. That's what you get to see here in our final game territory, Jay. I know you were talking about how crazy that this has been.
I mean, really, the only words I could think of are "you not entertained."
Hey, it makes sense, and honestly, like, we look at a lot of Ignite stuff. Like, if you're here watching this live, like, congrats. It's just insane competition, and when you have level play, I think that's what's making your rivals so beautiful as we continue to age into this esport. But folks, never mind that. Museum of Contemplation, you have a map that has been always up against Winthrop every single time. They've changed it up. The Jeff is through. Prince has got the Jeff on one of the better Jeff maps. Elsa banned. Pyramid, you're shut down now. How are you going to adapt? Vicky, you have Mantis banned as well. Everything's changing before our eyes.
We also assume when we were talking about this, Museum Contemplation possibly being that map that we go to, because this is the weak spot that we saw from WU. Now, continuously seeing that weak spot and advantage now, we get to see the Protect onto the Cloak and Dagger from GT.
I mean, it is clear busting at the seams help the strategist. That has been the like, they clearly can see when all the strats are banned, even if it's stuff they've decided on, they have to have it open, Jay.
My favorite thing so far from Georgia Tech, over this break, I hope they calm down. They seemed a little frantic. And now they're trying a whole different strategy now. They're banning the Elsa first because she was a problem.
Yep.
And now they're doing a whole different ban phase, which I love. Also, you see I think I'm guessing it's Tank Deadpool.
Yep, no, that's going to be Tank Pool for sure ban, which is funny because they protected that going all the way back to match 1, gave that to Fraud. Now how things have reversed because Curry, we haven't seen them not have access to that Vanguard. Groot shut down by the opposition. Jared does have access to Star-Lord, so you're kind of seeing everything that you'd want to. I would say getting rid of the Angela is pretty big for them, as well as them having the Jeff. Man, this is going to be interesting.
It's the fact that Prince Ali has gotten away with rubbing the magical lamp and being able to get that protection on the Jeff. We get to see Jeff coming out, guys. Let's go. The final map in this amazing series.
I said they needed 3 wishes. They got 1, 2. Map number 3, this will be it for the reverse sweep. Are you kidding me? Georgia Tech, the undefeated coming in versus Winthrop, the absolute legends in the making, potentially. Either way, we're all coming out winners. As cheesy as it sounds, I have to say it.
Let's get this going, guys. This is the action that you could expect here in the Alienware Collegiate Clash 2026, and it's best when you have some Marvel Rivals action to enjoy with it.
One of my favorite soundtracks too to a map. I love this map. It always hits hard, but here we go. We're seeing what they've locked in. You're gonna have Idiot on the Strange, Fraud on that Psylocke, and then there are the strategists comfortable on what they have, right? Jared gonna be playing that Atom. They saved the Star-Lord, but we saw this defense approach from them last time, and guess what? They've got the Loki. So with the Shark available, double res as well, Vic.
Oh man, it's just back and forth, right? You have options for days, and they were trying to take all the options away from Prince Ali.
And you're gonna see exactly what Jay said. How did the mental get reset, right? We're gonna find out momentarily, right here, right now, this first push. Now, right now, they have Padge behind them. They gotta address that, but they're doing a good job kind of focusing this attention. Emma is what we're gonna see here with the rotation in the flex. Rin going down early, though. Hold W if you're Georgia Tech.
Yeah, that's going to be tough too because it's also going to delay that ult economy when Prince Ali is forced to back away, gets the heals too, but is in trouble. Literally one shot, 6 HP before getting taken out. Georgia Tech, they're upset and they clear their path.
Yeah, but you know what? They still are going to get a 3-fight point because they're going to be able to push all this all the way up and then they'll have the portal, right? So when you look at it, it's kind of the same result. Only big difference is the ult economy, but Prince was able to farm up a good amount of it either way. Have that Adam. It's a 2-fight, even 3-fight finish. But look out, Georgia Tech, they're hungry. You can feel the difference right now in this middle. Here comes the portal.
And trying to approach from the high ground. Very interesting approach on this rotate, but also blocking out their back to the portal play too, so that way everyone gets down to the low ground safely to try to go in around this corner. And they get that pick with Rin, getting a little bit of revenge off the cash.
You can't get the reward unless you throw the risk, and I think there with the portal, it was a little risky, but they wanted to catch him off guard. Instead of walking back, bam, here's the portal, get ready, but this is it as Luxurious is throwing up with the M. Down he throws, no connection. Not sure exactly where that was trying to land. Agamotto hits, it's gonna get Jared. Jared low, Jared up. Prince does get the copy as it looks, and we're gonna probably get the Born again if we were to guess here. Either way, oh, they don't even need it. So at this point, what do they continue to do? Jared finds another Vic.
Jared's been on fire, right? Like, if it wasn't with the Adam Warlock snipes too, it's just putting in so much pressure and still staying alive because of the peels.
So Prince ult gone because they didn't need it, right? They were able to use, I believe that was the ad, but we didn't even hear the board again because it was just hold W. I don't know. We didn't get the look at it. Either way, it led to the success at this point. Here comes the co-op time. Convex gonna push all the way through. They finally have access to their strategist. Prince pushed all the way back. Again, the teleport is out. Born again rings around the museum as Jared brings them all back and forces the pressure.
That's my nightmare demon right there, my sleep paralysis demon, as Jared brings them all back. And now the Sign of Seduction comes in from Naizu on the other side of the invisible boundary, hidden within Rin. I have Agamotto though gets pushed back, and now you have the Galactic Legend to meet that as Fraud finds Jared.
Yeah, this is everything going against Winthrop. This is not their map. They don't have the Deadpool. We're seeing what that looks like, and now Pyramid's just trying to stall. And again, we see this. Obviously, they have a game plan going in, but Pyramid's having to play Captain America. Obviously, not what they want with Elsa not available. Picking off one by one. The wheels on the bus go round and round. Point one looking done.
Over to that first checkpoint, though. You got to pay the toll, though, as Patrick's going to try to harass Captain America.
Oh, he tried!
Oh, no!
Oh, it's the opposite of in-game. Avengers! Avengers, come!
Over game now.
Yeah, listen, 3 minutes though, it's still a great hold by them. Obviously, this has been where they struggle. Time and time again, point 2 from Winthrop has been kind of the Achilles heel of this team. Agamotto locked and ready for Idiot though. We'll see how they choose to use it. The pushes have been perfect from the Invises so far, both not getting too much value. Prince though, he's close to lunchtime, Vic.
Yeah, he is. And now looking at how that HJF is going to be utilized, I'm looking at the invisible boundary from Severin. We're going to have to see how this Eye of Agamotto hits, as well as the Meteor M. But with not a lot of Emma gameplay, this has been a very big question mark, even at the top level play, right? But it's something about Museum of Contemplation. If it's not going to be the Angela players, it's going to be the Emma players that kind of step in that role instead. Looking on the left side, though, look at this, still holding on to the Eye of Agamotto before coming crashing down, and it's found Rin.
Yeah, here's the thing, right? It went from all strategist bans now to the Vanguard bans, and how do you flex? We're seeing the Emma for the first time, and honestly, we're seeing uncomfortability if you're a fan of Winthrop. What a legendary tale. How do you answer not only losing one, but 2 maps back-to-back? Georgia Tech looking locked in. That portal going to be close to cooldown yet again because of the time difference now as we face it. But Prince, ult, look for them to push in. Fraud, patience.
Hello? He's just standing there menacingly. No one looked at Fraud, but it's fine. Now going to be able to get close to that. It's a butterflies, but the more bubble actually stops him.
They got to push through, though. They're playing too much in the hall. Here it is finally, and the Dance of the Butterflies now grouped together, get together. Prince is going to go down. Oh, down goes Rin as well, and this is looking like an absolute master class in response. Georgia Tech taking it to point 3.
You also shut down what could have been detrimental against your invisible boundary when you find a pick onto Prince Ali, who goes out with the HF.
And what's tough here, and it takes a lot of games to see it, but Rin obviously threw that ult up, but when Prince goes down, unless you are all together there, and you almost have to count where the slice is, it's too risky because all it takes is a couple other teammates to capitalize it, and it's done. Fraud, who has been that Psylocke, he is a pro in Ignite, is showing why right here, right now, folks, with the duck float on display.
Listen, and with the hard major at that, right, sitting on the sub bench but still being able to get a lot of that knowledge, watching their fellow teammates really shine through and providing that knowledge to the rest of the team. As Pyramid's now waking up a bit, this Namor then coming into shine to find that Dr. Strange.
Yeah, we saw plenty of the cat on the Namor. Here comes the Giganto and the Whale. Good block there from Luxurious and rotation. Again, we saw what Georgia Tech did in Yggdrasil. They pushed so fast. It's just about surviving through it. Oh my flip! Dodge! Duck, dive, dodge, wrench, patches, a hula hand. We've seen it all.
It's the fact that it was a double Vanguard like coming in because they see it as such a threat. I have Agamotto coming in huge. Finds 4. Convex, it does get stunned, but they do not pull the trigger just yet until just maybe like 2 seconds right afterwards with the Eternal Bond.
Yeah, they missed, like, they've countered and had every ult countered to their name. All right, Jared, it's your time now. They've had every ult kind of countered to the name. Rin with the Invisible Boundary, again, not crazy about it, but they did clear another victory in the battle. Minute and 28 seconds left. So here's the deal. It's going to overtime. We're already that far away. No matter what, you have a portal at play as well. So you can play pretty aggressive here if you are going to be Winthrop overall. Jared has the legendary and has been everything to show and live up to the name.
A lot of homework that could be done here while GT have all the ultimates that they could throw into the kitchen sink, but my eyes also on Severin. As Prince Ali does not be hit Jeff, I have Agamotto does not go even as close to as big as Naizu's had gone. But at least with the dance of the Cutterfly, you find Rin, and now that's Jared going out too.
Wipe here, doesn't matter, right? GG go next, get the Strange Portal ready. We'll see if they decide to go that. Okay, now, yep, it is gonna be Naizu. Gonna go over, a little bit of a stagger, doesn't really matter. I absolutely hated that Whale, but I think it's because he was going to flip over to the Phoenix anyway. Maybe the Desperation Whale calling the C to aid. They're not going to go Portal, so it's funny. They go Portal when I thought they wouldn't, and then now vice versa, as they're going to go ahead and push forward. 28 seconds on the clock, Vic.
Here we go, though, down to the wire. That finish line is close in sight at GT. Look at this Galactic Legend that is online, and they don't really have the sustain to deal with this.
The music, the stakes, the heart behind it, y'all. This is for everything. Can they push through? Paj gonna go up on the top in. Half health, trying to rotate indoors. It's gonna go down. Prince gonna find nothing. Rin, desperation low is Paj. Down goes the meteor!
The 2K of the big meatball, the LeBron from Luxurious.
Only thing is, they still have 3 ults. Now, you can look up if you are Phoenix or Co. You can CC the Strange Telly if needed. Right now, it's about just stopping the 3rd-point push. You've got Curry, you have Prince, the playmakers, all of them right here in their Infinity War, their hero moment for their team. Meteorium up in the sky. Can he match Luxurious? Throws it down. No connection.
No, and then that's really important here as Convex now has the Eternal Bond. Instead, Frog gets stunned just temporarily. Rin has the Invisible Boundary up, ready to go on the other side of this floaty, and you're trying to harass this backline. A straight neutral. I have Agamotto only finds a Magneto.
It's down to the neutral now. They've wasted all the ults, got nothing from it. Curry gonna find one, Rin with the other. Hold on, folks. It's 6v4. The Jeff Bolt, Prince let through. Fraud finds one. Goodbye, Doctor Strange. Giving enough time for a portal back, but not enough time on the clock. Winthrop, they were able to hold, and we have a 2-0, and it comes to this. My throat, my God.
The fact that they made it that far, we talked about it a few series ago, right? How hard is it to make it to the finish line on this map, Jay?
It's definitely really hard. You see a lot of teams, especially, you know, WU, they only made it to 2nd point a lot of these times, and it's crazy.
Yeah, hey, can I just give a little love to the Vanguards? Luxurious locking the hell in. Naizu, 7 finals. I mean, hey, you got rid of the duelists and their key picks. Jared is kind of in that final boss mode, but can't get the final limbs to pick it up. This is coming down to the wire. But remember, we saw how they responded at Yggdrasil. They came out guns a-blazing even when they got their stuff pushed in.
That is very true, and I think a lot of that also comes down to, like, hey, you gotta land your meatballs, right? You gotta make sure the sauce is here, and he's providing it, and I think that's a big difference with the Meteor M's and the impact that we've seen.
Yeah, the thing to highlight too, Paj staying alive with like 50% health.
Yeah.
We saw that at Wakanda, but it was inverse, right? They just couldn't get the finishing, right? I mean, going from the bridge, getting the connection on the Jeff, trying to maybe make it indoors, and then Rin barely survives, you know, from that legendary. Only thing I didn't love at the end was just the way those ults were used, but here we go. It's time. It's now. The last push of the day of the Collegiate Clash. Will Winthrop be the Cinderella story, or will the clock strike midnight and Georgia Tech reigns? Here we go.
Let's get this going here as WU now move up on the attack instead. Prince Ali, by the way, no longer on the Jeff, going over to the Luna Snow after getting focused a lot right before those ultimates came out.
Yeah, I think I like this adjustment, especially here on the first point, Vic. Now Curry going to go in and push up, kind of finding themselves towards the end of that map. Naizu as well, now with Pyramids getting this nice poke and all this lane pressure, trying to find some success. Frog gonna go up, slash dash, get Jared out of there, but they're getting plenty of space. This right now is a W for the Winthrop gang, pushing forward. They continue on, Vic.
Makes you wonder, this pressure that they're feeling right now, their hearts maybe coming out of their chest, they gotta stay locked in, and imagine down the wire.
The chemicals, the adrenaline, the dopamine, everything's maxed out here as we find ourselves on the long end of the day of the Collegiate Clash. Convex already gonna have ult up, keep your eyes there. Sev as well. So you do get a team wipe, but both teams able to juice up those ultimates.
And Convex also having the Eternal Bond, right? You're talking about the sustainability, Severin too, with the invisible boundary here, but it's all eyes on what Fraud can do with the Dance of the Butterfly, especially when Prince Ali and Rin can match that too. It's insane.
Yeah, Fraud has gotten so much value from this Dance of the Butterflies. Will they continue to find that success? And if they do, and they pop Rin's ult with Prince, and they both go down, that is going to be, I mean, just so much at stake. Now with 2 minutes left, Paj, oh no, Paj gets a legendary up, Pyramids goes down. Curry though, with the hero play, keeps him alive, and there's the Meteor in from Luxurious. He's had 11 final hits so far, slams it down, no connection, response from Prince. It is the dance up and on, the show going. Fraud finds Rin. It's gonna be a tight battle here now as Convex throws out their ult, and right now the sustain roll goes out, advantage Georgia.
Yes, because you saw that Eternal Bond came out way later after the dance-off came in with the Luna Snow. Now we see the swap up from Prince Ali after utilizing that Luna Snow ultimate back over to the Jeff. Time is of the essence when you have a minute and less than 55 seconds.
I can feel the anxiety right here. Minute and 48 seconds, your dreams are vanishing before your eyes. All that lower bracket run for what? To become second, not if it's up to them. Slam down the end, Song Inferno puts an end to the invis. You're gonna get Curry involved, Pyramids as well. Throwing the Agamotto for the extra splash and pepper, why not once again? And it's gonna be a win on the fight, but the portal is at play, and Idiot going to Rogue?
And hold on though, because they still see an opportunity, Cozy. The opportunity is still there. They got the wipeout, but they won't have the portal contest actually, so they're actually just relying on Idiot to come in with the Captain America.
And Prince, oh my gosh, he wants his ult so bad. This is the perfect point to get him quickly, go right off the map here. They're pushing in all the way. It comes down to this, minute and 5 seconds. Jared has been the legend thus far, trying to go on the other Peter Quill, looking now for Fraud. Fraud finds a pick on Pyramids. That's everything they need to open up the door. Jared, can you put this team on your back? Flip, dip, it's the health pack over to Fraud. Continues to farm up, shields up for Ren. Gotta get value out of this. 72 and climbing, finds the captain. Are you kidding me? It's spin to win up top.
And with the invisible boundary, look at Prince Ali. He's very close to the It's Jeff while the invisible boundary's up. Convex follows up too to get that pick off, even with the Meteor going all the way up and maybe not finding it smart here from Curry. Although you have Luxurious, who has been able to land that ultimate.
Yeah, Curry with the pop. Fraud, you're the pro, and it's up to you to get this slice and dice from the Dance Dance execution. Prince also's got the ult as well. The two stud players, what do you have with everything left? The gas is set to empty. Here is the legendary from the skies. Jeff to paint the whirlpool to heal. 10 seconds left. Don't forget about the point. Georgia Tech finds Prince. Prince is out of here. Jared with the legendary. Up goes the fall of the Meteor. Down slams the victory bounce potentially for Georgia Tech. 1, 2. Jared is 3. Finds the invis, Vic. Time is ticking. It's almost out.
Oh, but being healed is up to health. And at the very end, with nobody to touch, they do it. They do it, and they clutch it out. It comes down to the wire, but they do it.
The clock has struck midnight, folks, for the Cinderella story of the what if. An absolute heartbreak for Winthrop, but an absolute celebration for the Kings in the collegiate scene. Came down to the wire. The hold was there. The clutch factor maximum. Everyone leaving it out on the table.
Jay, we literally saw this go to game 5, but we saw fact that Georgia Tech were mortal. If I'm Winthrop, I would feel so proud of ourselves. We still got that second place spot, but we gotta give the flowers to our champs here in the Alienware Collegiate Clash.
Absolutely. Tip of the cap to the Cinderella story. It is Georgia Tech reigning. They are your champions of the Alienware Collegiate Clash 2026. And boy, did it live up to the hype, to the prep, everything you want to see on this stage.
What a great series. I wanted Fraud on the Psylocke, and I finally was able to see the Psylocke. He popped off.
Yeah, honestly, when the lights are the brightest and the moments are the most, clutch, it comes down to your best players, your biggest names, and Fraud absolutely showed up. Padge as well.
I do probably think, that break maybe, had him reset, focus, and, that great bounce back.
I mean, and also, just great ban phase and pick. They secured their strategist survival, and I think that's really what they needed. We saw that come back to haunt them over and over. I mean, just clap of the hands to both teams. But it's, at the end of the day, Georgia Tech answered the final call.
They didn't do it perfect when it came to those 2 maps, but at least you get that first place prize, and that's what matters at the end of the day with $30,000 in prizes.
Who gives a damn about perfection? It's the win. And folks, let's go ahead and take a look back at that last grand finals with Intel's play of the game. As we see what was, oh my gosh, I'll remember this one. I've done a lot of series, Ignite to Boot, but this was so exciting. I don't think I've casted a Cinderella team quite like Winthrop.
I agree. It's been a really long time since we've seen like the comeback opportunity, the potential that was there. Honestly, we were all here thinking like, okay, like will this go the distance? We've been seeing a lot of holes in the falls of the pick and ban phase. But the turnaround, the adjustments are so hard. And that's why, Jay, you highlighted it, why the best of 5 series are so important.
I mean, hey, Jared, I'll see you in the MRC, Pyramid, all of them as well. And Georgia Tech, you already have some players in Ignite. I'm sure this is going to be a team to fear as well. Again, it's so tough to continue the reign of dominance. 14-0 coming in, perfect to the grand finals. And they did not break. You can bend, you can allow there to be moments of disappointment. How do you respond? Hey, I think the definition is relax, they kept saying on the comms, relax.
Taking a look more of these replays too, Jay, I mean, was there a certain standout that you feel like made a difference, when it comes to keeping your cool? Because also, that was a pretty long series too.
Yeah, it was a pretty long series, but I think consistency definitely, the difference between WU in the beginning when we started watching them to where they are right now, difference is night and day. They played really well. And, I'm really happy for Georgia Tech, even, keeping their mentals, resetting their mentals, and coming back and winning that.
I feel like they felt like the Loki and Adam was going to be their play. And they're like, hey, let him have Psy. We've kind of answered that call. Loki's a great counter to Psy in a lot of areas. And that lasted for 30 seconds. That Adam got the door pushed right in, and then Jared had to flex. And kind of their game plan going in had to stop. And we're looking at Celebration that led to this moment again with great highs come low lows, and they'll remember this one as they continue to move on in this ever-growing scene.
Man, imagine the homework that you could take off of this series alone. There's a lot to improve on from both sides. This is what I love about top-level Marvel Rivals competition, and once again, the bridge between what to expect in the future with the pop-offs.
Fraud, come on, man. Can I get you to stand up and celebrate? I saw he won, just removes the headphones, right? Look at the chill, the calmness. I love it. But no, this is what it takes, and it does show, I think, the overall morale and the calm cool. He's the one saying, relax, we've been here. Hey, we didn't get third point. We can still stop them at first.
Yeah, he brought the, the professionalism, especially with being an NRG. He did really great. I'm glad, and I'm glad that I saw the Psylocke, like I said. I'm just happy.
And you know what? I can't wait to see how beautiful that trophy looks coming out of its case, right? Because when we're taking a look at the 30K in terms of prizes to take home, I mean, that trophy's another one.
Can we show it, production? Can we show what they played for with the trophy in the medals, first and second place, for those that didn't get to see it? Here is a look at that trophy and the medals to follow. Absolute. What they've been looking at all day. I love that it's been in their face. It's been teasing them all day, right next to the desk as we get our first look at that trophy.
And it's a nice, beautiful round of applause as Mac McGowan is going to open this case and hand it to our winning team. All claps all the way around, Cozy.
All right, as we get the winners interview set up and our champions of the Alienware Collegiate Clash, it's been one for the books from the start to the finish, from the upper bracket to the lower bracket to the finals. All around, what a day, what a match, what a game in Marvel Rivals. We see the scene here as it's all now calm, cool, and collected. We were supposed to be here all along. No drama. If you just came in at the end, no drama, right?
All the way down to the wire, man. But that's what you see when it comes to some great Marvel Rivals in a grand finals, final game territory.
All right, folks, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to bring the action. Cozy here alongside ever amazing Vicky. Jay, thank you so much for joining us as well. We got to now send it on down to Fallout to bring us the winning team interview.
That is right. Great job and tremendous cast from everyone up at the desk. A monumentous moment for a epic final. And to present the trophy, we have none other than Alienware's head of product, Matt McGowan. Go ahead and hand our champions the trophy. And ladies and gentlemen, in the room here in University of Texas, Austin, make some noise for your champions, Georgia Tech! And to present them with their medals, as this crowd's going crazy, is Christy Tomich, Global Partnerships at Alienware, the one who made this all possible, of course, with an amazing team. Beautiful medals, a beautiful trophy, and a beautiful moment. I mean, look, we all know this means so much to these players. They worked so incredibly hard all year long preparing for this tournament. When it was announced last year that we're going to run back the second annual Alienware Collegiate Clash, they announced it was Marvel Rivals. Practice and preparation began for these young students, and of course so much hard work went into this moment, and they are now champions. A remarkable moment. I got to come on in and talk to my man Severin here first. You lifted that trophy. Your teammates all looked at you and said you're the one that's going to lift the trophy. Why do you think that is?
Probably because I set this whole thing up for them.
What does that mean? How'd you do that?
I'm the one managing the team too, so I did all the logistics and stuff. Yeah.
They pay homage to the man who made it all possible. What else? You're saying something else?
And he's about to graduate. So.
And he's about to graduate, senior as well. Idiot, you were obviously, it feels so weird calling you idiot. I got to get used to that. That's his gamer tag, I promise. First off, why is your gamer tag idiot? I got to understand.
I just thought it was funny.
All right, that's short and sweet. That's all it takes. What does this mean to you? You're a champion. You won the Alienware Collegiate Clash. What does this mean to you?
I mean, I think the biggest thing for everyone on our team is that we have a curse of every time we get to second place, and then we get reverse swept in the finals. Literally, like the last 2 tournaments in a row, or maybe even more. 3? Yeah, 3. So finally, we broke the curse. It was looking real close there, but we untilted. We got calm. We got through it. It was perfect.
I want to ask you. Actually, I'll come over here. He's talking about your guys' second place curse. Y'all broke the curse. I want to ask you. I think I saw you after Game 4. Your hands in your face. You looked demoralized. You looked devastated. What was going through your head? Did you think that the second place curse was coming back? And what was going through your head?
I was kind of mentally doomed at that point. But we got up. We mental reset. Got some water, and I think that really helped us out.
The H2O did.
Yeah. Well. The mental reset more than anything, but
the water was nice too. That's right. Talked about your perspective, your role, what you played for this team, and what this means to you.
My role is like DPS on the team, and it means a lot. Like we put in so much work this season, especially like starting scrimming and like really put in the time. We brought in people who we think were gonna like help us out, like our coach Laser. Big shout out to him. Like he helped us with comps and everything. And it's just amazing to see like all our work just like combined into one moment, like where we can like really shine and show what we can do.
It certainly did show. You guys went undefeated, didn't lose a match the entire series and the entire tournament. Y'all played out of your minds. Convicts, I'm going to come over to you if that's okay. Hi. Look, I've been there before as a competitor. I've gotten emotional. I saw you getting emotional after you won the championship. What did this mean to you, and why did the emotions start hitting?
This is a little embarrassing to admit, but I've actually never really been particularly good at games. So, and even when I was in esports in high school, I never really won anything. So to actually win something and to win first really meant a lot. It's my first time actually winning something. I'm so happy.
That is not. Round of applause for Convex, everybody. Thought she wasn't good at games. Is now the Marvel Rivals champion here of the Alienware Collegiate Clash. Look, you've got a young career and a great esports career ahead of you, my friend. I barely won anything when I was your age, so congratulations. What's next for you? What's next for this team?
Oh my, unfortunately, Vidal is graduating, so we have to rebuild and fill such a big hole in our roster because he's such an important part of us. He's our captain. That's why we nominated him to hold the trophy. So now I'm just thinking reset and rebuild.
Reset and rebuild. Hopefully we'll see Georgia Tech back here next year, running it back. Congratulations, Convex. I appreciate the vulnerability and honesty. And last, I got to ask the both of y'all, what does this mean to Georgia Tech? What does this mean to your program?
I think it's a really good first big win that we've ever got. And I was a sub, but I think there's so much more to come, and I'm really happy to be here.
And you're holding on that trophy. How about you?
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, we've been working on this for so long. Like, genuinely, like, everybody on the team put in so much work, so many hours, late nights. We've all been grinding. Everybody's been working really hard together. Like, we all feel really close together now. Like, everybody just only wants to keep on winning, keep on going on from here, competing more and more, winning everything.
Listen, winning is in your DNA. Congratulations on the win. Gosh, I've done a lot of interviews. This is a marathon interview. Marvel Rivals goes crazy with the 8-team rosters. Congratulations to each and every single one of you. And of course, last but not least here, I got to go with one more. I was getting yelled at over here. The interviews never end. This is a never-ending interview. How about yourself, my friend? Introduce yourself. Tell us about your background and what you're studying at Georgia Tech as well.
I study pure math at Georgia Tech, so that takes up a lot of my time. So I sub for a pro team. I sub for NRG. I don't really have time to ever be on the roster or scrim. So yeah, I'm just spending a lot of time studying, trying to get through finals and stuff like that.
And winning Alienware Collegiate Clash on the side, no big deal. Well, look, this is an amazing tournament. Again, we have Matt McGowan, the Alienware head of product. We have Christy Tomich, head of global partnerships. What an amazing event this has been. And on behalf of all of our partners, Intel, NetEase, Blacklight, and of course, Oversight, who made this all possible, a massive thank you to everyone at home who watched these young students' dreams come true at the Alienware Collegiate Clash. It was an amazing day of action. This is the second annual. Well, guess what? We got some good news. I think we can announce certainly that we will be running it back next year with Alienware Collegiate Clash Year 3. Start practicing, get ready. More details to come soon. On behalf of myself, I'm Fallout, our entire broadcast and production team, Alienware, and all of our partners at the University of Texas. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching at home and supporting collegiate esports. We'll catch you next time and see you next year at the Alienware Collegiate Clash. Make some noise!